Chapter 1753 The Eminent Saint Stage Disciples on Mystical Sky Rankings. The Eminent Saint Stage Disciples on the Mystical Sky Ranking from the main mansion. Upon hearing Wang Fei Zan's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned cold. When it shifted to Zhao Ji again, a terrifying killing intent could be seen in his eyes. Originally, he had only attacked because he wanted to teach Zhao Ji a lesson to let him know that not everyone could be bullied by him. At the very least, not his, Duan Ling Tian, friends. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had already regarded Wang Fei Zan as a friend in his heart. How could he possibly tolerate it when he saw his friend being teased and bullied in front of him? If he could tolerate such a sight, he would no longer be Duan Ling Tian. As though a gust of wind had blown past, Duan Ling Tian disappeared from where he was standing. Junior brother Ling Tian. Wang Pai's expression turned grave as he tried to stop Duan Ling Tian, but it was too late. The crisp sound of a slap resonated in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian had appeared in front of Zhao Ji, and one side of Zhao Ji's face was already swollen. A clear palm print could be seen on his face. Zhao Ji's expression turned grave as he glared at Duan Ling Tian viciously. He opened his mouth to say, "Ling." However, before he could finish his words, the sound of another slap resonated in the air. Duan Ling Tian had slapped him another time on the other side of his face until it was swollen as well. The killing intent in Zhao Ji's eyes intensified, but he did not dare to say anything anymore. He was worried the man in front of him would make a move again if he spoke. "Be patient, Zhao Ji. You must endure it. A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. You'll definitely get your revenge in the future. You'll definitely make this guy die a horrible death." Zhao Ji repeatedly thought this in his mind as he tried to suppress the anger in his heart. It was only natural he felt so enraged that he was on the verge of going crazy. In his entire life, this was his first time being slapped on the face. Moreover, it was by someone who was almost his age. This was a humiliation to him, and it had been engraved deeply in his heart and bones. If this person in front of him did not die, he would not be able to live in peace. Meanwhile, the sound of people gasping resonated in the air. The crowd of people began to return to their senses one by one. They were completely shocked by what Duan Ling Tian had done. Junior brother Ling Tian's really. Wang Pai smiled wryly. He did not try to stop Duan Ling Tian earlier because he also did not like Zhao Ji's behavior. However, when Duan Ling Tian made his move again, he wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Ling Tian's too ridiculous, right? Zhao Ji's not an ordinary Heaven Palace's disciple. Many mystical Sky Mansion's disciples muttered among themselves, shocked. It was truly a shock to them both visually and mentally. They knew very well of Zhao Ji's background. In the mystical Sky Mansion, even those high-ranking elders in mystical Sky Mansion did not dare to simply offend Zhao Ji, let alone the disciples. However, Zhao Yi was beaten by a disciple who had not even reached the age of 40 and had just entered the mystical Sky Mansion not long ago. Moreover, he was even slapped twice. What a good fellow. Where does Ling Tian get his courage from? Who's the one giving him this courage? He's really doomed for offending Zhao Ji to such an extent. I don't think so. Don't forget that Ling Tian's also not an ordinary disciple in our mystical Sky Mansion. He's the strongest among the young generation in our mystical Sky Mansion and is the future hope of our mystical Sky Mansion. If he's in danger, I think even Lord Mansion Master will come out to protect him, right? You have a point. However, don't forget it's easy to kill someone in the mystical Sky Mansion without alerting Lord Mansion Master. Many mystical Sky Mansion's disciples whispered among themselves. They felt Duan Ling Tian was digging his own grave by treating Zhao Ji this way. Junior brother Ling Tian, don't be too rash. Wang Pai transmitted his voice to Duan Ling Tian. The first lesson you taught Zhao Ji can be considered as reasonable. However, the 2 slaps you've given him is only humiliation to him publicly. It's a little out of line. Wang Pai said that because he was unaware that Zhao Ji had already sent one of his men to the main mansion to look for eminent saint stage disciples on the mystical sky ranking to help him seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian. When Wang Fei Zan saw Duan Ling Tian gave Wang Fei Zan 2 slaps, she was also shocked. She only managed to regain her senses after a while. When she thought about Zhao Ji's background, she was overwhelmed with a sense of fear as she broke out in cold sweat on Duan Ling Tian's behalf. Your 2 slaps are too rash. Wang Fei Zan transmitted her voice to Duan Ling Tian. Her tone was filled with worry. By doing so, you've completely angered Zhao Ji. It looks like only one of you will be able to survive in the mystical sky mansion in the future. Although she knew the reason for the 2 slaps Duan Lingtian had given Zhao Ji, she still felt he was being too rash. Naturally, she only felt this way because she was worried about him. Rash. When Duan Lingtian heard her words, he did not explain himself. He knew Zhao Ji's background was extraordinary. However, it was not his style to stay meek and submit to being oppressed. In Duan Lingtian's martial Dao's path, there was no space for fear at all. No matter how difficult the path in front of him was, he would still travel through it to rise and stand at the peak. At this time, Gao Peng had retreated into the distance. It was as though he was afraid he would be somehow implicated in this mess. I've only joined the mystical sky mansion not too long, so there's no one in particular that I admire. However, I must say that I really admire Ling Tian. Somebody shouted. Although his voice was not extremely loud, many people heard his words. I agree. Put aside the consequences he might face later, just his courage alone is admirable. Many mystical sky mansion's disciples chimed in. Some of them admired Duan Lingtian for his courage. Naturally, there were also some that felt he was just seeking death. Lingtian really thinks that he can act as he pleases in the mystical sky mansion because of his high innate talent. Why doesn't he take a look at his current cultivation base? There are many more people who are stronger than him in the mystical sky mansion. That's right, the person he had offended is not someone ordinary. It's Zhao Ji. Everyone knows of Zhao Ji's background. This time, Zhao Ji has suffered such humiliation. I'm sure the Vice Mansion Master and the Guardian won't let this matter go if they find out about it. Exactly. Perhaps the Vice Mansion Master and Guardian Elder might not personally make a move. However, it'll still be too much for Ling Tian to handle if they ask their subordinates to make a move. Perhaps, the Vice Mansion Master and the Guardian's men might not dare to kill him openly in the mystical sky mansion. However, who can guarantee they won't find an opportunity to kill him? Even if his innate talent is high, he's like floating smoke and passing clouds before he grows into his full potential. More mystical sky mansion's disciples felt it was unwise of Duan Lingtian to offend Zhao Ji to such an extent. Naturally, Duan Lingtian heard their words, but he was not bothered by it. He knew even if he did not make a move against Zhao Ji now, Zhao Ji still would not let matters go due to their earlier dispute. He was quite confident of his judgment of people. With just a glance, he could tell Zhao Ji was a petty person. He was the type to turn a molehill into a mountain. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not regret his actions at all. Without warning, the sound of 3 gusts of wind whistling in the air reverberated in the distance. Soon enough, 3 figures appeared on the summit of the Heaven Palace. One of them was the person who had left quietly earlier. He was Zhao Ji's lackey. At this moment, he was standing behind 2 young men. Between the 2 young men, one was clad in white while the other was clad in black. As they hovered in the sky side by side, they looked like the black and white impermanence that came from hell to claim one's life. T.N. Black and white impermanence are 2 deities in Chinese folk religion in charge of escorting the spirits of the dead to the underworld. Zhao Baiju, Zhao He Tu. When the white-clad and black-clad young men appeared, it, naturally, attracted many people's attention. Wang Pai was the first to regain his senses. When Wang Pai saw them, his expression turned grim immediately. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian, who was standing not far away. Junior brother Lingtian, come to my side. Hurry. Wang Pai's tone was filled with urgency. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also noticed the newcomers. He was not too surprised since Wang Feizan had warned him earlier. When he heard Wang Pai's words, he did not refuse Wang Pai's good intention. With just a flash, he appeared next to Wang Pai. When the 2 young men appeared, Zhao Ji, who was slapped by Duan Lingtian until his face was swollen, finally dared to speak. He moved quickly to the 2 young men as he called out, "Senior brother Baiju." Senior brother He Tu. Perhaps, Zhao Ji felt more secure now that he was standing next to the 2 young men. He glared at Duan Lingtian with killing intent again. "Senior brother Baiju, senior brother He Tu, it's him. He's Lingtian. Not only did he injure me, but he even slapped me twice in front of everyone. He didn't only humiliate me by slapping me publicly, but he has humiliated my father as well." Zhao Ji's expression twisted in anger when he finished speaking. After listening to Zhao Ji's words, the 2 young men's expressions turned grave immediately. They glared at Duan Lingtian with killing intent as well. That person in white is called Zhao Baiju while the one in black is called Zhao Heitu. These two are disciples that Zhao Ji's father had taken in a long time ago. Since they're both orphans, they had taken Zhao Ji's father's surname, Zhao. Although their strengths considered ordinary among all of Zhao Ji's father's disciples, their loyalty is not something the other disciples can compare to. Wang Pai's voice resonated by Duan Ling Tian's ears. Zhao Baiju. Zhao Heitu. The two of them are eminent saint stage disciples who are on the mystical sky ranking. They are both early eminent saint stage martial cultivators like me, Wang Pai continued to add through his voice transmission. Early eminent saint stage. When Duan Ling Tian heard his words, his eyes brightened immediately. With his current strength, it could be considered as him bullying the weak if he fought with those below the eminent saint stage. It would be a most welcomed opportunity if he could fight a powerhouse at the eminent saint stage. Zhao Baiju's expression was grim when he stared at Duan Ling Tian and asked in a cold voice, "You're Ling Tian?" Chapter 1754. An explosive situation. Faced with Zhao Baiju's almost interrogative tone, Duan Ling Tian merely glanced at him indifferently before ignoring him. Even if Zhao Baiju was a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage, he, Duan Ling Tian, would not fear him at all, let alone the fact that he was only an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. If Duan Ling Tian was really angry, he could have brandished his Jasper celestial sword and killed him instantly. It's Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu. Soon after, many mystical sky mansion's disciples on the scene began to recognize them. They exclaimed, "They're the eminent saint stage disciples on the mystical sky ranking and usually cultivates in the main mansion. Isn't the man behind both of them Zhao Ji's lackey? Since when did he leave? Seems like he went to look for Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu and asked them to come over." No wonder Zhao Ji swallowed the humiliation silently earlier. As it turns out, he had already sent someone to look for his backup. At this moment, everyone could also guess the reason for Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu appearing here. They must have been asked by Zhao Ji to come and deal with Ling Tian. In our mystical sky mansion, only eminent saint stage disciples are qualified to be ranked on the mystical sky ranking. Be it Zhao Baiju or Zhao Heitu, both of their cultivation bases must have already entered the eminent saint stage since they're on the mystical sky ranking. Duan Ling Tian's doomed now that they're here. I know this Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu. They're both Vice Mansion Master Zhao's direct disciples. It's said that they're orphans and have been taken in by Vice Mansion Master Zhao to be nurtured since young. In their hearts, Vice Mansion Master Zhao is no different from a father. As the saying goes, if you love the owner, you'll love his or her dog as well. Zhao Ji is Vice Mansion Master Zhao's only biological son. For this reason, they regard Zhao Ji as their own biological younger brother. So they're actually Vice Mansion Master Zhao's direct disciples. No wonder Zhao Ji sent someone to look for them. Tisk tisk, they're two eminent saint stage powerhouses. I wonder how Ling Tian's going to deal with them. Although Ling Tian's powerful, and he's the strongest among the younger generation in the mystical sky mansion, he's still far from being comparable to Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu. That's right, perhaps Ling Tian might be able to reach Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu's level in a few years' time. However, currently, he's no match for them. As the discussion went on, many people were afraid for Duan Ling Tian. When Wang Feizan heard the discussion in the surrounding, she learned about Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu's background. Her expression turned grim as she muttered under her breath, "Shameless." At the same time, hints of worries could be seen in her autumn eyes. She was really worried about Duan Ling Tian's safety. The reason Duan Ling Tian got involved with Zhao Ji was all due to her. For this reason, she felt extremely guilty. No wonder you dare to injure little junior brother. You're indeed bold. Zhao Heitu's gaze also landed on Duan Ling Tian when he saw how Duan Ling Tian had ignored Zhao Baiju. His eyes were terrifyingly cold and filled with killing intent. It made Duan Ling Tian feel as though he was being targeted by a poisonous snake. However, throughout his life, he had seen many people looking at him with such a gaze. Due to this reason, he was completely immune to it now. Zhao Ji stared at Duan Ling Tian intently. His swollen face had a ferocious expression as he glared at Duan Ling Tian spitefully. He said through clenched teeth, "Senior brother Baiju, senior brother Heitu, I want him to kneel down and apologize to me." Although he was extremely angry, it was not to the point where he had lost his sanity. He itched to kill Duan Ling Tian, but he knew it was impossible now. Otherwise, he would be doomed. Despite his impressive background, he would still be punished for violating the Mystical Sky Mansion's rule if he dared to kill somebody in public in the Mystical Sky Mansion. At that time, even his father and grandfather might not be able to save him. Even if he managed to survive by luck, he would still be expelled from the Mystical Sky Mansion. To Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu, the master who brought both of them back to the Mystical Sky Mansion was like a parent to them. He was someone they respected the most. Today, the only son of their respected master, Zhao Ji, the little junior brother whom they loved on account of his father, had not only been injured but also publicly slapped twice. He had been humiliated. How could they not feel furious? For this reason, the moment Zhao Ji's words left his mouth, Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu rose up into the air in unison. In just a blink of an eye, they appeared near Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, the sound of 2 gusts of wind whistled in the air. Wang Pai and another figure had appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian, shielding him. If you want to touch him, you'll have to go through my, Wang Feizan, dead body. A determined voice resonated from a delicate figure who shielded Duan Ling Tian. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. The owner of the delicate figure had a sexy and seductive body with the face of an angel. It was none other than Wang Feizan. At this moment, she was shielding Duan Ling Tian behind her as though she was a tigress protecting her cubs. She stared defiantly at Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu as though she was not afraid of death. When everyone regained their senses, they broke into an uproar. They did not expect Wang Feizan to act so ridiculously to the point of risking her life for Duan Ling Tian. Not everyone possessed such courage. Do you think you can stop the two of us? After Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu heard Wang Feizan's words, they looked at Wang Feizan in shock. After they had gotten over their shock, they dismissed her since they did not think too highly of her. They could tell from their divine consciousness that this female disciple was only at the intermediate refined saint stage. She did not have the ability to stop them at all. When Wang Feizan was standing opposite Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu, a domineering male voice said, "I don't have the habit of letting a woman protect me." Duan Ling Tian appeared in front of Wang Feizan, shielding her. He was planning to step out earlier. However, Wang Feizan's action had taken him by surprise, shocking him for a moment. This was the reason he was late in stepping out. When Wang Feizan stepped out and shielded him, as he looked at her slender and graceful figure, the last of his prejudice toward her disappeared as well. He was touched by her action and had fully acknowledged her as a friend in his heart. "I was the one invited trouble. I'm not going to fold my arms and stand idly by the side." When Wang Feizan saw Duan Ling Tian appearing in front of her, she hastily said, "Don't worry. They won't dare to kill me." Unfortunately, her words were ignored by Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian knew very well that even without Wang Feizan's incident, a petty person like Zhao Ji would not have let him go that easily. The outcome would be the same in the end. Wang Feizan's incident was only a catalyst and expedited things. Due to this reason, he did not feel his dispute with Zhao Ji had anything to do with Wang Feizan at all. As Duan Ling Tian stood in front of Wang Feizan, he looked at Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu. His expression was calm as though the two people standing before him were not at the eminent saint stage but somebody he could easily defeat. "Not bad, you're manly enough. However, sometimes, you need to pay a price for showing off in front of a woman. Naturally, even if you didn't show off, the price you'll have to pay is hefty as well." Zhao Heitu smiled. His smile was a little chilling that it sent shivers up people's spines. Zhao Baiju glanced at Duan Ling Tian coldly and said in a commanding tone, "Didn't you hear what my little junior brother said? Kneel down and apologize." Zhao Baiju, Zhao Heitu. At this moment, Wang Pai took a few steps forward in the air and stood next to Duan Ling Tian. He looked at Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu solemnly. "I'm sure both of you know very well who's in the wrong in today's incident. Don't cross the line." "What, you're going to help him and make a move, Wang Pai?" Zhao Heitu smiled sinisterly. "I seem to recall you lost to me previously, right?" When Wang Pai heard his words, he could sense all the eyes in the surroundings shifting to him. His expression turned grim as he replied, "Zhao Heitu, junior brother Ling Tian's different from me. It's better for you to mentally prepare yourself if you want to lay your hands on him." "What do you mean?" Zhao Baiju asked with a frown as he looked at Wang Pai. "I'm sure both of you have heard of junior brother Ling Tian's innate talent prior to this. As far as I know, even Lord Mansion Master has learned about his existence." At this moment, Wang Pai spoke to Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu through voice transmission so nobody else knew what he was saying. Lord Mansion Master. The moment Wang Pai finished speaking, Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu's expressions turned grave immediately. They knew what Wang Pai's words meant. If Lord Mansion Master had learned about Duan Lingtian's existence, he must be paying attention to him as well. Moreover, he might even take him as his direct disciple. He could possibly be his last disciple. Both of you are smart, so there's no need for me to spell things out for you, right? Wang Pai added through voice transmission. Upon hearing that, Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu exchanged a glance before they looked at Zhao Ji and told him what Wang Pai had told them. Lord Mansion Master. When Zhao Ji heard Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu's words, he could not help but frown as well. However, his frown eased up again very soon. He smirked as he said through voice transmission, Senior Brother Baiju, Senior Brother Heitu, both of you don't have to bother with this. Wang Pai has a good relationship with Ling Tian. It's only natural for him to defend Ling Tian. As for what he said, perhaps, it's true. But, so what? Even if Lord Mansion Master plans to take Ling Tian as a direct disciple, it'll be some time in the future. Don't tell me that Lord Mansion Master is going to seek revenge from us in the future after he accepts Ling Tian as his disciple. When Zhao Ji looked at Duan Ling Tian again, his eyes were shining with terrifying killing intent. Moreover, if he kneels down and apologizes to me publicly today, Lord Mansion Master wouldn't accept him as a disciple no matter how much he has taken a liking to his innate talent. How's it possible for Lord Mansion Master to take such a person who has been humiliated as his disciple? Zhao Ji finished in one breath as a sinister smile appeared on his face. When Zhao Ji's words were transmitted into Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu's ears, it seemed to have given them a boost and a calming effect. Chapter 1755 Ji Yu Li, the strongest person on mystical sky rankings. If Ling Tian kneeled down and apologized to Zhao Ji publicly, the incident would definitely spread out in the mystical sky mansion after today. Under such circumstances, nobody would have a high regard of Ling Tian anymore, no matter how high his innate talent was. Even if Lord Mansion Master had the intention to take him as his disciple, he would most likely change his mind after this incident. Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu felt at ease immediately. They ignored Wang Pai's words. Wang Pai's expression turned grim when he saw the murderous gleam in Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu's eyes. He realized they did not fear his warning. He instantly transmitted his voice to them again. Zhao Baiju, Zhao Heitu, I know both of you want to protect Zhao Ji, but are you really willing to take this risk? Wang Pai, stop bluffing and trying to scare us. Zhao Baiju mocked him through voice transmission. If Ling Tian kneels down and apologizes to little junior brother today, do you think Lord Mansion Master will still take a liking to him when news of this spreads out? Wang Pai did not expect Zhao Baiju to think like this. His expression turned even grimmer. Do you think junior brother Ling Tian's going to kneel down and apologize to Zhao Ji? You're dreaming. You'll find out very soon if I'm dreaming or not. Zhao Baiju smirked. Wang Pai, I warn you. It's better to not meddle in this matter. You should know the consequences of offending our Zhao clan's progeny. At that time, even your master, Vice Palace Master Xiao Yi, wouldn't even be able to protect you. What a blatant threat. Faced with Zhao Baiju's threat, Wang Pai's face turned shades of green and white. He knew Zhao Baiju spoke the truth. Due to the presence of the Guardian and the Vice Mansion Master in the Zhao clan could be said to own the entire mystical sky mansion. Whichever mystical sky mansion's disciple who offended somebody from the Zhao clan would usually end up badly. Wang Pai, think carefully. Do you really want to go against our Zhao clan's progeny for the sake of a new disciple? Zhao Heitu looked at Wang Pai and smirked. Senior brother Wang Pai, this incident has nothing to do with you. There's no reason for you to become enemies with them because of this. Duan Ling Tian looked at Wang Pai, who was standing next to him, and smiled. No matter what, I still need to thank you for standing by my side at this moment, senior brother Wang Pai. However, you can just stand at the side and watch how I deal with this myself. When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Wang Pai confidently. However, faced with Duan Ling Tian's confidence, Wang Pai thought Duan Ling Tian was merely acting so he would feel at ease and not feel worried. Junior brother Ling Tian, do you think that I, Wang Pai, am the type of person who would abandon my friend in the face of danger and escape on my own? Wang Pai replied with a discontented expression. Based on his words, there was no doubt he intended to stand with Duan Ling Tian. Don't forget me as well. Wang Feizan chimed in, wanting to step forward. However, Duan Lingtian waved a hand and forced her to take a step back. Why do you want to join in the trouble? Duan Lingtian turned to glance at Wang Feizan with discontentment in his eyes. When he saw how worried she was, he had no choice but to transmit his voice to her. Don't worry, it's only two early eminent saint stage martial cultivators. I can still handle them. When she heard his words, she was stunned as though she had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Only two early eminent saint stage martial cultivators. If it was another martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage who said this, the first thing that would come to Wang Feizan's mind was, what a high-handed comment. However, when these words were uttered by Duan Lingtian, it gave her a different feeling, although she had only known Duan Lingtian not too long ago. She understood him. She knew if he was not confident, he would not have said such words. A martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage can deal with early eminent saint stage martial cultivators. Wang Feizan still could not help but feel this was unbelievable. She felt this was impossible. Even so, Duan Lingtian's confident gaze still made her believe in him. When Duan Lingtian saw Wang Feizan no longer insisted on stepping out, he turned around again. He instantly looked at Wang Pai and smiled. Senior brother Wang Pai, I know you have good intentions, but these two pieces of trash at the bottom of the mystical sky ranking are really beneath my notice. This two trash at the bottom of the mystical sky ranking. The moment these words left Duan Lingtian's mouth, the entire scene fell silent. If these words were uttered by those mystical sky mansion's disciples who were ranked at the top of the mystical sky ranking, most people would not feel anything was out of the ordinary. However, these words were uttered by a mystical sky mansion's disciple who had yet to enter the mystical sky ranking. This gave them a different feeling. What a high-handed comment. Zhao Ji was the first to regain his senses. He said with a smirk, "You're a new disciple who has yet to enter the mystical sky ranking. How dare you look down on the powerhouses on the mystical sky ranking? How presumptuous." Zhao Ji looked at Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu before saying with a vicious expression, "Senior brother Baiju, senior brother Heitu, since he looks down on both of you, why don't you two teach him a lesson before making him kneel down and apologize to me? Don't worry, little junior brother. After I let him taste the pain, I'll make him kneel in front of you and obediently apologize to you." Zhao Heitu licked his dry lips as a ruthless smile appeared on his face. He glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. "Boy, I really have no idea where you get your confidence from. Do you really think you can be mentioned in the same breath with an eminent saint stage powerhouse after breaking through to the peak of the refined saint stage and defeating the Luo brothers when they joined forces?" When he was on his way here, he had also learned about the incident that had taken place earlier from Zhao Ji's lackey. Zhao Heitu was also a Heaven Palace's disciple, so he had heard of the Luo brothers before. The moment his words left his mouth, Zhao Heitu's figure flashed before it charged directly at the place in front of Duan Lingtian. He came to stop, standing closely before him. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, two sounds of wind whistling in the air sounded. One of the sounds came from Wang Pai moving his body. His figure charged toward Duan Lingtian, intending to deal with Zhao Heitu for Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian was confident, Wang Pai felt Duan Lingtian was merely trying to put him at ease. He did not think a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage could fight against an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator at all. These two people were at a completely different stage from him. When the latter and the former clashed, the latter could easily crush the former. However, despite Wang Pai's fast speed, there was another person who was even faster than him. When he noticed the person who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, Wang Pai came to a halt in the distance. At the same time, he stared at the person who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian in bewilderment. "Why him? Don't tell me junior brother Lingtian knows him as well." The person who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was a young man with a huge build with pleasing features on his face. Although he did not look particularly dashing, he gave off a sense of unwavering determination. With just one glance, one could tell this was a brave and unyielding young man. Senior brother Ji Yu Li. When Zhao Heitu saw this sturdy young man appearing in front of Duan Lingtian, his expression turned grave immediately. There were hints of dread in his eyes. "Why you know Lingtian?" Ji Yu Li. Duan Lingtian was baffled over the appearance of this stranger in front of him. Moreover, it seemed as though he was helping him. He did not know this person, and he was sure he had never seen him before. When he heard Zhao Heitu's words, only then did he learn this sturdy young man's name was Ji Yu Li. Senior brother Ji Yu Li. Zhao Baiju's expression turned grave as well when he saw the sturdy young man appearing in front of Duan Ling Tian, shielding him. Senior brother Ji Yu Li. At the same time, the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene, including Wang Pai, bowed at Ji Yu Li respectfully. When the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples saw Ji Yu Li, they were even more polite and respectful than when they were faced with Xiaoyi, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian was astounded. It did not cross his mind that the sturdy young man who appeared to be shielding him had such a high position in the eyes of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples. He could see that when the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples bowed at Ji Yu Li, they had sincerely conveyed their respect to him. Damn it, how does he know Ji Yu Li? When Zhao Ji saw this, his face turned a little pale. Although Zhao Ji was known as the strongest person among the second generation in the mystical Sky Mansion, that was merely the nickname other people gave him due to his background, since his grandfather was one of the two great guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion, and his father was the Vice Mansion Master of the mystical Sky Mansion. However, there was one person he dreaded among his peers in the mystical Sky Mansion. That person was Ji Yu Li. Ji Yu Li was the son of the other mystical Sky Mansion's guardian. Due to the fact that he only had a son in his old age, the mystical Sky Mansion's guardian was extremely fond of his only son. As long as it was something within his power, he would give it all to this son of his. Ji Yu Li did not fail to live up to his expectations as well. He was the #1 genius to appear in the mystical Sky Mansion in these several hundred years. Naturally, this was before Duan Ling Tian came here. Duan Ling Tian's innate talent was even more monstrous than Ji Yu Li. One could say that he had completely snatched the glory away from Ji Yu Li for being the #1 genius in mystical Sky Mansion as soon as he arrived. Ji Yu Li was in his early 50s. However, his cultivation base had already reached the peak of the eminent saint stage. Ji Yu Li was completely worthy of the title of the strongest person on the mystical Sky Mansion's mystical sky ranking. In the mystical Sky Mansion, as long as a mystical Sky Mansion's disciple had broken through to the divine saint stage from the eminent saint stage, his name would be removed from the mystical sky ranking and would become an elder. Ji Yu Li was the strongest person on the mystical sky ranking. This meant he invincible to all those below the divine saint stage in the mystical Sky Mansion. When did senior brother Ji Yu Li arrive? I didn't notice. Judging from senior brother Ji Yu Li's stance, it seems like he intends to shield Ling Tian. As it turns out, Ling Tian actually knows senior brother Ji Yu Li. No wonder he's so calm before this. This is his trump card. The mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who were standing by the side whispered among themselves. They thought Duan Ling Tian was so calm since the beginning until the end because he knew Ji Yu Li would appear and help him. When Duan Ling Tian heard the whispers in the surrounding, he was, naturally, rendered speechless. Prior to this, not only did he not know Ji Yu Li, but he did not even hear anyone mentioning his name before. Chapter 1756 Birds of a Feather Flock Together. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian took a good look at Ji Yu Li. Ji Yu Li was a sturdy young man who was 1.9 meters tall. He wore a slightly tight robe that displayed his almost perfect muscles. It was visually impactful. Moreover, the determined expression on Ji Yu Li's face gave him a masculine charm. This could be seen in the love-struck looks that many female disciples were giving him. The strongest person on the mystical sky ranking. He's only in his early 50s, and yet, his cultivation base has already reached the peak of the eminent saint stage. Duan Ling Tian learned about this from whispering around his surroundings. For a moment, he was shocked as well. However, what was more shocking was the latter part of the discussion. The only son of the other mystical Sky Mansion's guardian. Only then did Duan Ling Tian realize that other than having a high innate talent and powerful abilities, Ji Yu Li's background was not simple at all. As it turned out, he was the only son of one of the two great mystical Sky Mansion's guardians. The two great guardians of mystical Sky Mansion were powerhouses who were widely acknowledged in the mystical Sky Mansion. They were only inferior to the Mansion Master. Although Ji Yu Li's background was slightly inferior to Zhao Ji, there was not much difference between them. After all, Zhao Ji only had an additional Vice Mansion Master as a father. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian could tell the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present respected Ji Yu Li not because of his background but because of his prowess. Zhao Ji's background was slightly more powerful compared to Ji Yu Li, but just how many respected him? Zhao Baiju looked at Ji Yu Li and asked slightly anxiously, Senior brother Ji Li, do you know Ling Tian? Although he really wanted to stand up for his little junior brother and seek revenge for him, he was overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness when faced with Ji Li. If Ji Li really wanted to protect Duan Ling Tian, he and Zhao He too would not be able to do anything. For this reason, he could only pray in his heart that Ji Li merely wanted to watch the show and had no intention of helping Ling Tian. Although he felt the chances of that happening was zero, he still could not help but hope. No, I don't. Ji Li's calm reply made Zhao Baiju's eyes brighten immediately. Even Zhao He too's eyes brightened as well. Ji Li did not know Ling Tian. The gloomy clouds that hung over Zhao Ji's head seemed to disperse immediately when he heard Ji Li's words. A bright smile immediately appeared on his face. Since Ji Li doesn't know him, why would he appear so suddenly? Just to announce to everyone he's here. Zhao Ji felt a little discontented. Senior brother Ji Li doesn't know Ling Tian. When Ji Li's words left his mouth, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples, except for Duan Ling Tian, was dumbfounded as well. They originally thought Ji Li was Ling Tian's trump card. It did not cross their minds that Ji Li would say he did not know Ling Tian. It seems like we're wrong. Senior brother Ji Li is not Ling Tian's trump card. When senior brother Ji Li appeared, I thought Ling Tian would be able to escape this misfortune. I can't believe senior brother Ji Li is not here for Ling Tian. Since senior brother Ji Li doesn't know Ling Tian, there seems to be no reason for him to help Ling Tian. Perhaps senior brother Ji Li just wanted to reveal himself and watch the show. He probably has no intention of helping Ling Tian. Many Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples whispered among themselves. Their eyes were filled with pity as they looked at Duan Ling Tian again. In their opinion, since Ji Li did not know Duan Ling Tian, he was definitely not here to help him. Without Ji Li's help, Ling Tian, naturally, would be unable to fight Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too even with senior Wang Pai's help. Senior brother Ji Li doesn't know junior brother Ling Tian. Wang Pai had a horrified expression on his face. His entire person seemed to deflate like a balloon. It felt as though he had fallen from heaven to hell. Although he intended to help Duan Ling Tian, he knew his own capability very well. Even with his help, he would be unable to block Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too. Ji Li's appearance at this moment was like the light that appeared in the dark that lit up his heart. If Ji Li was willing to help junior brother Ling Tian, he would definitely be able to emerge safely from this perilous situation. When Wang Pai saw Ji Li appeared, he had thought Ji Li knew his junior brother Ling Tian. However, he did not expect Ji Li to not know his junior brother Ling Tian at all. Since he did not know him, there was no reason for him to help him. Similar to Wang Pai, when Ji Li appeared, Wang Feizan also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Ji Li was Duan Ling Tian's friend, and he would help him. Otherwise, why would he appear for no reason? However, a horrified expression appeared on her face the moment Ji Li said he did not know Ling Tian. Regardless, when she saw how calm Duan Ling Tian was from the beginning until the end, standing there indifferently as though the matter had nothing to do with him, she could not help but calm down a little as well. Based on this fellow's expression, it seems like he doesn't know Ji Li as well. Then, this must mean the confidence he had before had nothing to do with Ji Li. Don't tell me he really has a way of dealing with early eminent saint stage martial cultivators even though his cultivation base is only at the peak of the refined saint stage. When Wang Feizan thought of this, she could not help but look forward to it deep in her heart even though she still found it unbelievable. She looked at Duan Ling Tian with bright eyes as she muttered to herself, I hope you're not bluffing. As it turns out, you don't know him, senior brother Ji Li. Zhao He too looked at Ji Li and smiled before his expression turned slightly sour. Senior brother Ji Li, this Ling Tian is very arrogant. Not only did he injure my little junior brother, but he even humiliated him in front of everyone today. If you can make things easy for us, our Zhao clan will owe you a favor. As soon as Zhao He too's words left his mouth, the crisp sound of a slap reverberated in the air. Nobody saw Ji Li made a move, but Zhao He too's head suddenly turned to the side and was swollen. Senior brother Ji Li, why you? Naturally, Zhao He too was furious since he was slapped for no reason. However, he did not dare to show it in front of Ji Li so he could only stare at Ji Li at a loss and with a wronged expression. Ji Li looked at Zhao He too mockingly as he asked indifferently, who are you to think that you can put on a sour face in front of me? Who are you to think that you can ask me to make things easy for you? Who are you to think that you're even worthy to represent the Zhao clan? When everyone else, including Duan Lingtian, saw this, they were dumbstruck. None of them knew what Ji Yuli's intention was. He obviously did not know Duan Lingtian, but he actually slapped Zhao Heitu. Although Zhao Heitu's expression turned slightly sour earlier, everyone knew it was directed at Duan Lingtian, who knew Ji Yuli would use this as an excuse and slapped him, saying he was showing him a sour face. It was apparent he had the intention to help Duan Lingtian. Ji Yuli, don't cross the line. Zhao Ji's expression turned grim as he glared at Ji Yuli. Although his strength was far inferior to Ji Yuli, he did not fear Ji Yuli since his background was more superior. However, Ji Yuli did not seem to have heard his angry words. From the beginning until the end, he had ignored him. Zhao Ji was extremely furious that he had almost reached his limit. It seemed as though his eyes were able to shoot fires. Senior brother Ji Yuli, didn't you say that you don't know Ling Tian? Unlike Zhao Ji, who had no fear since he knew he had a strong backing, when Zhao Baiju looked at Ji Yuli, his face was filled with bitterness and questions. The moment Zhao Baiju's words left his mouth, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their eyes to Ji Yuli. They were also curious as to why Ji Yuli wanted to shield Duan Lingtian since he did not know him. Who says that I can't help him just because I don't know him? Ji Yuli glanced at Zhao Baiju indifferently as a mocking smile appeared on his face. What, do you have any objection about this? When Zhao Baiju heard this, he no longer said anything. Objection. Naturally, he objected to this. However, did he dare to say this out loud? He was not Zhao Ji. Taking into account his master and the guardian, Ji Yuli would not be ruthless even if he attacked Zhao Ji. However, Zhao Baiju's death would only be in vain if he was killed by Ji Yuli. Although he was willing to die for his master, he wanted to die for a worthy cause. Being killed over this matter was undoubtedly meaningless. Junior brother Ling Tian, hurry up and thank senior brother Ji Yuli. At this moment, Wang Pai's voice resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Upon hearing that, Duan Ling Tian regained his senses. As he looked at Ji Yuli's silhouette, he cupped his hands slightly before his chest. Thank you, senior brother Ji Yuli. Ha ha. When Ji Yuli heard Duan Ling Tian's voice, he immediately turned around and looked at Duan Ling Tian and laughed out loud. Junior brother Ling Tian, I've long heard about you, but it's a pity that we have no opportunity to meet each other. In order to see you, I intentionally came to Heaven Palace to watch the competition to earn a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Previously, I only know that your martial Dao's innate talent is monstrously high, to the point that it's even higher than mine. However, I don't know you well enough. After all the incidents that transpired today, I realized you really suit my taste a lot. When Ji Yuli reached the end of his sentence, he had a, how regretful we didn't meet sooner, expression on his face. Then I guess it's my honor. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Although he did not fear Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu even without Ji Yuli's help, Ji Yuli did not know about this, so he felt that he owed Ji Yuli a favor. At the same time, the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene also finally learned of the reason why Ji Yuli had helped Duan Ling Tian even though he did not know him. As it turned out, he even felt it was a pity they did not meet sooner. Between Ji Yuli and Duan Ling Tian, the former was widely acknowledged as the #1 genius to appear in several hundred years in the mystical Sky Mansion before this. While the latter was currently widely acknowledged as the #1 genius to appear in several hundred years in the mystical Sky Mansion. The moment the two of them met, they became friends immediately. Just like the saying, birds of a feather flock together. Ji Yuli, at this moment when most people, including Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu, thought the incident was over, Zhao Ji's eyes were filled with fury as he looked at Ji Yuli and said in a deep voice, "Are you intentionally going against me?" Zhao Ji's voice was terrifyingly cold. It was as though it came straight from a thaw hole, making people's skin crawl. Little junior brother. When Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu saw the smile disappeared from Ji Yuli's face and how Ji Yuli's gaze shifted from Duan Ling Tian to Zhao Ji, they turned horrified immediately. Chapter 1757 A sincere friend. Although they were not worried Ji Yuli would cross the line, he still dared to teach Zhao Ji a lesson at the very least. Yes, I'm intentionally going against you. So what? Don't tell me you're going to teach me a lesson. Ji Yuli smiled mockingly as he looked at Zhao Ji indifferently. You. When Zhao Ji heard his words, his face turned green before it paled. However, he could not come up with a retort at all. let alone teach Ji Yuli a lesson. If he made his move, the one who would be doomed was him, not Ji Yuli. With just that bit of strength he possessed, he could not even defeat Duan Lingtian, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, let alone Ji Yuli, who was at the peak of the eminent saint stage. If you dare not, then stop talking in front of me, Ji Yuli said with a disgusted expression. After he looked away from Zhao Ji, he looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. Junior brother Lingtian, I'm happy to get to know you. Let's go, accompany me for a drink. After he finished speaking, he rose up into the air and flew to the distance quickly. Duan Lingtian nodded at Wang Pai, Wang Feizan, and Lu Jian before following Ji Yuli and left, leaving behind only his slowly vanishing elegant silhouette to the crowd. The incident today finally came to an end. After Ji Yuli and Duan Lingtian left, Zhao Ji, whose body was trembling in rage, let out a loud shout. His tone was filled with fury and discontentment. Ji Yuli, Lingtian, I, Zhao Ji, swear that I won't let both of you get away with this. I won't let both of you go. Zhao Ji roared inwardly. If thoughts could kill, Duan Lingtian and Ji Yuli would have long been killed by him. That fellow's really lucky. To think even Ji Yuli would help him. After everything had come to an end, Wang Feizan sighed in relief. To her, this was the best outcome. She still did not feel reassured for Duan Lingtian to personally make a move. Duan Lingtian followed Ji Yuli to his place for a drink. After a round of drinking, both of them had already familiarized themselves with each other. Naturally, this was because Ji Yuli was a genuine person, and this suited Duan Lingtian very well. After 3 rounds of drinking, Duan Lingtian looked at Ji Yuli and asked with a smile, Senior brother Ji Yuli, is it true you helped me because I'm to your liking? Of course. Ji Yuli hesitated slightly before he nodded his head. Really? Duan Lingtian stared at Ji Yuli's eyes unblinkingly as though he was trying to search for the answer in his eyes. Enough. Stop looking. The eyes were the window to one's heart and soul. Even Ji Yuli could not make his eyes lie. When he saw Duan Lingtian staring into his eyes, he gave in immediately. He answered obediently, the reason I appeared then and helped you is because of Grand Master. Grand Master told me about you and even said that your innate talent is higher than mine. Coupled with your fame in the mystical sky mansion, I became curious about you. As it turns out, Grand Master's judgment is right. You're really extraordinary. Grand Master. Duan Lingtian was confused. He did not know who Ji Yuli meant by Grand Master. As far as he knew, Ji Yuli's father was one of the 2 great guardians of the mystical sky mansion. He's someone from the same generation as the mansion master. His position in the mystical sky mansion could be considered as very high. In the mystical sky mansion, not many people had a position that was higher in seniority than Ji Yuli's father. However, the Grand Master that Ji Yuli mentioned must have higher seniority than his father. Spirit pool. Ji Yuli spat out 2 words when he saw how confused Duan Lingtian was to give him a clue. Oh, so that senior's actually your Grand Master. Since Ji Yuli had already given him a clue, Duan Lingtian would be slow if he still could not guess who Ji Yuli's Grand Master was. Ji Yuli's Grand Master was the one-armed man guarding the spirit pool. Then, does this mean that senior is your master's master? Duan Lingtian asked. He's my father's master. I don't have a master yet. Ji Yuli smiled. My master must be waiting for me in the upper province if the Tao Martial Saint land. You're going to the upper province, senior brother Ji Yuli. Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. Yes. Ji Yuli nodded. I'll go to the upper province when my cultivation base has broken through to the divine saint stage. It has always been a goal of mine to go to the upper province. Duan Lingtian nodded. He understood this. In the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint land, Ji Yuli was not the only one with the objective to go to the upper province. Many powerhouses with monstrously high innate talent and were confident all wanted to go to the upper province since that was where true powerhouses in the Tao Martial Saint land gathered. In that place, there were many powerhouses that the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint land did not have. Soon, Duan Lingtian asked. Another year at the most, Ji Yuli replied with a smile. He had a confident expression on his face. He would break through to the divine saint stage in a year at most and head to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land. So soon, Duan Lingtian was even more surprised. Perhaps, it's quite fast compared to the others. However, compared to you, junior brother Lingtian, it's not fast at all. I believe you'll definitely be able to break through to the Divine Saint stage before the age of 50. Ji Yu Li deeply admired Duan Ling Tian's innate talent. Moreover, he had a very high opinion of him as well. Junior brother Ling Tian, do you have plans of going to the upper province after breaking through to the Divine Saint stage? Ji Yu Li asked. Of course. Duan Ling Tian nodded without any hesitation. He must go to the upper province, but only after he had broken through to the Divine Saint stage. With his current cultivation base, he would still need a long time before he could break through to the Divine Saint stage. He could not afford to wait for so long. He had already made up his mind to head to the upper province once his cultivation base had broken through to the eminent saint stage to look for Ka and his child. It seems like both of us have the same goal and don't plan to waste our time in the lower province. It seems like I'll have to work hard and carve a place for myself in the upper province before your arrival so I can take care of you when you arrive, junior brother Ling Tian. Ji Yu Li smiled. I believe you'll definitely be able to carve a place for yourself in the upper province, senior brother Ji Yu Li. Duan Ling Tian smiled as well. Some people might not be friends even though they had known each other for a long time. However, both of them were compatible. Although they had only known each other for less than a day, they became fast friends and sincere ones on top of that. Junior brother Ling Tian, when we were at the summit of the Heaven Palace, I saw you fighting the Luo brothers. Your territory and true origin seemed to be similar to Li Feng's territory and true origin when he appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district previously. Could it be that you actually know him? Ji Yu Li asked as he suddenly recalled this matter. Senior brother Ji Yu Li, how do you know my territory and true origin are similar to Li Feng's territory and true origin? Duan Ling Tian asked, puzzled. If someone from the Sky Hurdle Mansion or Raging Wave Mansion felt his territory and true origin were similar to Li Feng's territory and true origin, he would not find it surprising since many people from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion were present during the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, Ji Yu Li was a disciple from the Mystical Sky Mansion. He was neither from the Sky Hurdle Mansion nor the Raging Wave Mansion. When the Rising Sky Mansion's district was holding the Rising Sky ranking battle, a friend of mine happened to be there. My friend's a Dao Talisman Master, so he's particularly competent with the Mirror Image Talisman. Due to the reason that the Rising Sky ranking battle was held in the Nimble Chess Set formation in Nimble Valley, ordinary Mirror Image Talismans wouldn't have been able to record what had transpired inside, Ji Yu Li explained. Although the Mirror Image Talisman my friend inscribed was unable to perfectly record everything that had taken place in the Nimble Chess Set, it could still record some footage. In that footage, I saw Li Feng and his territory and true origin. They're almost identical to your territory and true origin. Not only that, I've heard rumors that you knew Li Feng when you first joined our Mystical Sky Mansion. When Ji Yu Li reached the end of his sentence, he paused for a moment and looked at Duan Ling Tian, waiting for his reply. Senior brother Ji Yu Li, although we've known each other for less than a day, we hit it off right from the start. Due to this reason, I won't hide this from you, Duan Ling Tian said. Although they had known each other for less than a day, Duan Ling Tian had regarded Ji Yu Li as a friend he could be open with. He was also certain Ji Yu Li would never betray him. Oh, when Ji Yu Li heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he became even more curious. To be honest, Li Feng who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district previously is actually me, Duan Ling Tian told him honestly. What? It was apparent that Ji Yu Li was shocked by his words. Junior brother Ling Tian, what's going on? As far as I know, whether it's you or Li Feng, both of you did not have any trace of disguise at all. I've seen Li Feng's appearance through the Mirror Image Talisman before this. He's ordinary looking, completely different from your handsome appearance. That's because I know a disguising secret tactic that allows me to change my appearance by using my true origin. Duan Ling Tian spoke slowly as the muscles on his face began to shift. In the end, under Ji Yu Li's shocked gaze, he transformed into an ordinary-looking young man. Ji Yu Li was not unfamiliar with this ordinary-looking young man. He looked exactly like Li Feng whom he had seen in the Mirror Image Talisman previously. I can't believe there's actually such an amazing disguising secret tactic in this world. Ji Yu Li praised him when returned to his senses and gave him a thumbs up. Junior brother Ling Tian, is there any reason you disguised yourself when you joined the Rising Sky ranking battle? Ji Yu Li found this a little strange. Senior brother Ji Yu Li, the reason I joined the Rising Sky ranking battle was due to. Since Duan Ling Tian did not intend to conceal Li Feng's identity in front of Ji Yu Li, he disclosed everything that happened with Han Shui Nai to him. I see. After listening to Duan Ling Tian, Ji Yu Li finally understood Duan Ling Tian's reason. In that case, this Shui Nai girl must be extremely grateful to you since you killed Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and allowed her to escape from the marriage arrangement. Xu Jing's not dead. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. His eyes shone coldly when he thought about Xu Jing. How's that possible? Upon hearing this, an expression of disbelief appeared on Ji Yu Li's face. Although the footage my friend recorded through the mirror image talisman wasn't that clear, I saw you piercing the place between Xu Jing's brows with a sword. It's impossible that he's not dead. Chapter 1758 Clone Projection. Although Ji Yu Li was not present during the Rising Sky ranking battle, he saw the incident that had taken place that day through the mirror image talisman his friend had recorded. Although the footage was not very clear, he still managed to witness how Duan Ling Tian killed Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. His sword had pierced the space between Xu Jing's brows. Even deities would not be able to save him. Due to this reason, when Duan Ling Tian said Xu Jing was not dead, Ji Yu Li immediately refuted it. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by Ji Yu Li's reaction. With a smile, he asked, "Senior brother Ji Yu Li, have you heard about the soul congregation technique?" Soul congregation technique. When Ji Yu Li heard his words, he was stunned. Then, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Duan Ling Tian in bewilderment. "Junior brother Ling Tian, you mean, Xu Jing, the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, mastered the soul congregation technique? How's it possible? I've never heard of any devil cultivators in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land that cultivates a devil Dao cultivation method that contains the soul congregation technique at all. As far as I know, those devil Dao cultivation methods that contain the soul congregation technique are all amazing. They're only usually found in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land." Ji Yu Li had heard of the soul congregation technique before, but he found it hard to believe when he was told that somebody in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land actually found out about the soul congregation technique. "There's no absolute in this world," Duan Ling Tian sighed before saying, "Senior brother Ji Yu Li, since your friend was present at that time, I'm sure you've heard about Xu Jing's progress in a short span of a year." "Yes." Ji Yu Li nodded. "I heard from my friend that Xu Jing had gone to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage in just a year. Don't tell me that it's because he cultivated an amazing devil Dao cultivation method that he made such huge progress." When Ji Yu Li reached the end of his sentence, he finally pieced the puzzle together. The devil Dao cultivation method that he cultivates must not be an ordinary one. However, even if a person uses shortcuts when cultivating the highest grade devil Dao cultivation method in the Dao Martial Saint Land, it'll still be impossible to break through 3 consecutive stages in just a year. Imagine being an early refined saint stage devil cultivator and rise to become a devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage in just a year, Duan Ling Tian said with a grim expression. "For this reason, I suspect that Xu Jing must have cultivated some extraordinary devil Dao cultivation method. That devil Dao cultivation method might even be one of those heaven-defying ones. Otherwise, his cultivation base wouldn't have risen so quickly. Naturally, this is only my speculation. If my speculation is wrong, then it means he must have had some shocking fortuitous encounter." Shocking fortuitous encounter in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Ji Yu Li shook his head. "Compared to the latter, I think the former is more likely. He must have cultivated some brilliant devil Dao cultivation method. I don't know much about devil Dao cultivation methods, so I'll ask my Grand Master later if there are any devil Dao cultivation methods that contain the soul congregation technique. Grand Master has lived for a long time, so he knows more than I do. However, since Xu Jing did not die, why did the Rising Sky Mansion let the news of his death spread out and didn't refute it?" Ji Yu Li found this very strange. "This is not hard to deduce," Duan Ling Tian replied. "It's because Xu Jing has cultivated a devil Dao cultivation method that contains the soul congregation technique. That's how he escaped death. If news of this spread out, it wouldn't be good for the Rising Sky Mansion. Why didn't I thought of this?" Before Duan Ling Tian could finish his sentence, Ji Yu Li interrupted him. He finally understood now. If the news of Xu Jing being alive spreads out, someone will definitely be able to connect his survival to the soul congregation technique. That soul congregation technique only exists in those brilliant devil Dao cultivation method. Once the news of Xu Jing mastering that kind of devil Dao cultivation method spreads out, the Rising Sky Mansion would definitely be targeted. At that time, even quasi-third-rate forces like our mystical Sky Mansion would also be interested in the Devil Dao cultivation method that Xu Jing mastered. We might even try to snatch it, let alone the other fourth-rate forces. Ji Yu Li was not an idiot. After he listened to Duan Ling Tian, he managed to piece the puzzle together. Exactly. Duan Ling Tian nodded before chuckling loudly. The people from the Rising Sky Mansion are not idiots either. So what if they're not idiots? There's no wall that's absolutely impenetrable in this world. No matter how much they try to hide this fact, we still found out, didn't we? Ji Yu Li smiled before looking at Duan Ling Tian. Then his smile faded, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. Junior brother Ling Tian, I learned about this from you, so I'd like to ask your opinion about me telling this to my father so that he can inform the mansion master. If that Devil Dao cultivation method is really evil, then it's better for the mystical Sky Mansion to safekeep it than let it spread outside. If it's not an evil Devil Dao cultivation method and is only a high-grade Devil Dao cultivation method, then it would undoubtedly be a great gain for the mystical Sky Mansion. Ji Yu Li looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly when he reached the end of his sentence. Senior brother Ji Yu Li, before I give you a reply, there's a question I must ask you. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn as well as he stared at Ji Yu Li earnestly. Ask away. When Ji Yu Li saw the solemn expression on Duan Ling Tian's face, he became serious as well. I want to know if it's discovered that Xu Jing was indeed cultivating a Devil Dao cultivation method that's really evil. Would the mystical Sky Mansion let anyone cultivate that Devil Dao cultivation method if they obtain the cultivation method? Duan Ling Tian asked. Although the Dao martial Saint Land had always been ruled by the strong, and killing and being killed was the norm here, there were some Devil Dao cultivation methods that were utterly evil and inhumane. Any ordinary and sane person would not be able to accept it at all. No, Ji Yu Li shook his head. Junior brother Ling Tian, you've just entered the mystical Sky Mansion not long ago. Perhaps, you don't know about this, but many years ago, during the battle against those inhumane Devil Dao cultivators in the lower province of the Dao martial Saint Land, the ancestor of our current mansion master of mystical Sky Mansion was one of the powerhouses who was on the side of justice. For this reason, as long as mansion master is still around, nobody would be able to cultivate those kinds of Devil Dao cultivation methods even if we manage to get our hands on it. Lord Mansion Master will never allow it, Ji Yu Li said. When Duan Ling Tian heard his words, he felt at ease. In that case, I don't have any objections about this. Come to think of it, this is great news for me as well. It would be fine if the Rising Sky Mansion obediently cooperates with the mystical Sky Mansion, but if they don't, then I'm afraid what awaits them is only annihilation. Whether they cooperate or not, they'll still be annihilated no matter what, Ji Yu Li replied as his eyes gleamed. Oh, Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. They would still be annihilated even if they obediently hand over the Devil Dao cultivation method. All the Rising Sky Mansion's members who know about the Devil Dao cultivation method won't be spared. After all, even if our mystical Sky Mansion manages to obtain the Devil Dao cultivation method, we wouldn't want anyone to know about it. There are still the Mountainshade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion above our mystical Sky Mansion in the lower province of the Dao martial Saint Land. If they know we've obtained that Devil Dao cultivation method, they would definitely want a share as well, Ji Yu Li said. As the saying goes, a man's wealth will only bring his ruin due to others' greed. I'm sure you're familiar with this saying, junior brother Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded. It was precisely because of this the Rising Sky Mansion was going to be targeted by the mystical Sky Mansion. Although the Rising Sky Mansion was a fourth-rate force, it was nothing in front of a quasi-third-rate force. Due to the reason Xu Jing had cultivated the Devil Dao cultivation method that contained the soul congregation technique, Ji Yu Li went to see his father in a haste. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian soon parted ways with Ji Yu Li and returned to his own place. 10 days later would be the day the Saint Martial Secret Zone opens. Duan Ling Tian was looking forward to the opening of the Saint Martial Secret Zone in 10 days' time. Naturally, what he was looking forward to was those divine ability relics inside and the hardships and dangers he would encounter during the journey to search for the divine ability relics. It was like a test. As far as he knew, ancient formations would be everywhere in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Basically, all of the divine ability relics had layers upon layers of test that was set up in ancient times. Only those who passed the test and survived until the end would be able to obtain the divine ability relics. if more than one person found a divine ability relic, these people who have to fight until the end to compete for the ownership of the divine ability relic. The Saint Martial Secret Zone is the secret zone left behind since ancient times. It's said that one could create clones and roam in the Saint Martial Secret Zone using the clone. Once it's killed, the clone would shatter and the soul would return to one's body. At the same time, one would be eliminated as well. This was also one of the reasons why Duan Ling Tian was looking forward to the Saint Martial Secret Zone, clone projection. What kind of technique was that? Duan Ling Tian found it hard to imagine, but at the same time, he was slightly eager to try it. It's said that the Saint Martial Secret Zone has existed since ancient times, but nobody knew exactly when. At the very least, the Saint Martial Secret Zone mentioned in the books in the library in the main mansion of Mystical Sky Mansion had no information about it. It's uncertain when the Saint Martial Secret Zone began to exist, and who was the one who opened it. Ever since he left the main mansion's library, he had been looking forward to the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Now that he had obtained the opportunity to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone in 10 days' time, he could not help but feel excited. Moreover, it seems like I don't have to deal with Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, anymore, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself when he recalled his conversation with Ji Yu Li. Now that Mystical Sky Mansion was going to interfere, the Rising Sky Mansion would not have a good ending, and the main person, Xu Jing, would not be able to escape death as well. A divine saint stage powerhouse who specialized in cultivating spiritual energy and divine consciousness would be able to cast the soul-searching secret tactic and make a person reveal all his secrets. Naturally, such a divine saint stage powerhouse was rare. If it was a powerhouse at the exemplary saint stage or above, even if he did not specialize in cultivating the spiritual energy and divine consciousness, he would still be able to cast the soul-searching secret tactic easily. With the soul-searching secret tactic, there was no need to worry that Xu Jing would not say a single word. Once he had spoken, his life would also lose its value since the Mystical Sky Mansion would never let him go. Chapter 1759 Gu Yun. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, although there are no divine saint stage powerhouses who specialized in cultivating spiritual energy and divine consciousness, there was no lack of divine saint stage powerhouses at all. For this reason, performing the soul-searching secret tactic was not an issue for the Mystical Sky Mansion. However, the Saint Martial Secret Zone will be opened in 10 days' time. Even if the Mystical Sky Mansion wants to make their move on the Rising Sky Mansion, I'm afraid it would have to wait until we come out from the Saint Martial Secret Zone. The opening of the Saint Martial Secret Zone would be personally presided by the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Set aside the fact that the Mystical Sky Mansion would not be able to do anything to the Rising Sky Mansion due to the Saint Martial Secret Zone's opening, the Mystical Sky Mansion would also need to spend some time to come up with a strategy to deal with the Rising Sky Mansion. Although the Rising Sky Mansion was inferior to the Mystical Sky Mansion in terms of strength, as a fourth-rate force, it was quite powerful as well. If the Mystical Sky Mansion confronted them directly, the Mystical Sky Mansion would definitely win, but they would suffer heavy losses as well. Naturally, it still would not affect the foundation of the Mystical Sky Mansion. However, if the Mystical Sky Mansion was well prepared, it would be able to deal with the Rising Sky Mansion with minimal damage on their side. This was the prowess of a quasi-third-rate force. Wait a minute, just as Duan Ling Tian extended one leg into his room, a voice resonated from behind him. It was a female voice. Without even the need to turn around, he knew whose voice it was. It was none other than Wang Feizan. Is there any matter? Duan Ling Tian turned around and smiled as he looked at her. After the incident today, Duan Ling Tian had completely regarded Wang Feizan as his friend in his heart. Although she was a woman, her accomplishments had surpassed many men. When faced with Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu, Wang Feizan already knew she was not their match, but she still stepped out to defend him. When Wang Feizan saw Duan Ling Tian smiling at her, her delicate face flushed immediately. Naturally, she had noticed the change in Duan Ling Tian's treatment of her. This was undoubtedly something worth being happy about. Actually, it's not an important matter. I just want to ask you if you knew senior brother Ji Yu Li prior to this. Wang Feizan asked. Then, does this mean what senior brother Ji Yu Li said was true? That he didn't know you at all prior to today, and that the reason he helped you was because of your innate talent, and he likes your character. Wang Feizan believed Duan Ling Tian's words. Due to this, her eyes widened, and she had a shocked expression on her face. Well, it's not entirely because of that. Duan Ling Tian did not intend to hide the truth from Wang Feizan. You must remember the senior who guards the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, right? He's senior brother Ji Yu Li's father's master. This makes him senior brother Ji Yu Li's grand master. It's because that senior mentioned me to senior brother Ji Yu Li and praised me that he became curious about me. Today, he came to see me in action. When he appeared to help me, it was also because he has taken a liking to my character. Duan Ling Tian finished his sentence in one breath. That senior is actually Guardian Gu's master. When Wang Feizan heard his words, she could not help but gasp. Her voice trembled when she spoke. It was obvious she was greatly surprised. Guardian Ji Yu was Ji Yu Li's father. He was also one of the two great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, the two great guardians, positions and strength were only inferior to the mansion master. After a while, Wang Feizan finally returned to her senses. She looked at Duan Ling Tian again and said, "There's another reason I came looking for you. It's that other person from the Sky Hurdle Mansion. Similar to Ren Fei, he didn't get the spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone. For this reason, I'm afraid you won't be able to return the favor you owe their senior." All right, Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was not entirely surprised by this since he had his doubts if the other person from the Sky Hurdle Mansion would be able to earn a spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone. I only came to inform you of this. I won't bother you anymore. Cultivate properly, and I'll see you in 10 days' time. Wang Feizan bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian after she finished telling him the information she had. Duan Ling Tian also returned to his own room and entered the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda immediately. 10 days outside was equivalent to 50 days inside the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. That was almost 2 months' time. 2 months were enough for Duan Ling Tian to further elevate his cultivation base and comprehend the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. While Duan Ling Tian was cultivating, the seemingly tranquil on the surface Mystical Sky Mansion was seething with chaos underneath. After Ji Yu Li parted ways with Duan Ling Tian, he went to look for his father, Ji Yu Yun, one of the two great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion. "Lear, is there a reason you came looking for me in such a rush?" If another person had disrupted his cultivation like that, he would be furious. However, since the person who interrupted his cultivation was his only son, not only was he not angry, but he spoke to him warmly with a smile on his face. "Father, I don't mean to interrupt your cultivation. However, there's a matter that's extremely important that I need to speak to you about." When Ji Yu Li reached the end of his sentence, his expression was solemn and earnest. "Oh, what's the matter?" Ji Yu Yun knew his only son very well. If it was not an important matter, his expression would not be this solemn. Perhaps, Ji Yu Yun was affected by Ji Yu Li because his expression turned grim. Faced with his own father, Ji Yu Li, who had Duan Ling Tian's permission, did not hold back and told his father everything that Duan Ling Tian had told him, including his speculation. Shu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, a devil Dao cultivation technique that contains the soul congregation technique. Ji Yu Yun narrowed his eyes when he heard Ji Yu Li's words. As one of the Mystical Sky Mansion's two great guardians and Ji Yu Li's father, Ji Yu Yun, naturally, had a wider knowledge than Ji Yu Li. He also knew more about the soul congregation technique. He knew that it was a technique that could grant a devil cultivator a second life. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the devil Dao cultivation methods that contained soul congregation technique were extremely rare. Moreover, it was almost impossible to be found in the lower province. They were usually found in the upper province. However, he just found out from his son that such a devil Dao cultivation method had appeared in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Ji Yu Yun's breathing immediately quickened. If such an evil and inhumane devil Dao cultivation method really existed here, it had to be destroyed immediately. If it was not evil or inhumane, it would undoubtedly be a great gain for the Mystical Sky Mansion if they obtained it. Perhaps the Mystical Sky Mansion would be able to produce many powerful devil cultivators through this devil Dao cultivation method in the future. They might even be able to rise to the level of the Mountainshade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion and become a force that could stand at the summit of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. To an ordinary person, a quasi-third-rate force was a force that stood at the summit of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, in actual fact, only two forces were able to stand at the summit of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, and it was the Mountainshade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion. Chapter 1760 Vice Mansion Master, Zhao Deng. This matter is of utmost importance. I must personally report this to the Lord Mansion Master, Gu Yun said solemnly. Lear, follow me to see the Lord Mansion Master. Yes, Father, Gu Li replied before following Gu Yun to see the current Mansion Master of the Mystical Sky Mansion. At the same time, Zhao Ji had also arrived at the main mansion of the Mystical Sky Mansion. He immediately went to look for his father to complain. Father, Gu Li has really gone too far in bullying me. Zhao Ji stared at the middle-aged man in front of him with a humiliated and resentful expression on his face. There were hints of hatred in his eyes as well. And that new disciple, Ling Tian. How dare he slap me twice in front of everyone? Not only did he not respect me, but he has no respect for you either, father. The middle-aged man was wearing a light green long robe and resembled Zhao Ji by 50 to 60%. He was none other than Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Deng, one of the Vice Mansion Masters of Mystical Sky Mansion. What's going on? Zhao Deng was originally someone who would side with people on his side regardless if they were right or wrong. Zhao Ji was his only son. He became instantly furious after listening to Zhao Ji's words. Zhao Ji became excited when he saw how furious his father had become. This was because he knew his father would seek revenge on his behalf now that he was angry. Due to this reason, he quickly recounted what had happened. He did not mince his words. He didn't even try to hide his good-for-nothing personality. Naturally, he was so relaxed because he knew even if he told the truth, his father would still seek revenge for him. In his father's eyes, even if he killed someone, his father would clean up the mess for him and deal with everything, let alone the small act of bullying someone. Gu Li didn't know him but still helped him. Zhao Deng's expression turned grave when he heard his son's story. If it was some other Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple, he would have long asked one of his men to teach that person a lesson. However, that person was Gu Li. Gu Li was not only the strongest person on the Mystical Sky ranking, but he was also the only son of Gu Yun, the Mystical Sky Mansion's guardian. Gu Yun only managed to have a son when he was old, so everyone in the Mystical Sky Mansion knew just how much he doted on Gu Li. If he wanted to make his move on Gu Li, Gu Yun would definitely get even with him for all he was worth. Although he was a Vice Mansion Master of the Mystical Sky Mansion, he was still far from being comparable to Gu Yun in terms of position and strength. Gu Yun was someone at the same level as his father. It's impossible Gu Li didn't know him. Zhao Ji said furiously, Father, think about it. If Gu Li really doesn't know Ling Tian, why would he stand up for him for no reason? Even if it was just as Gu Li said, he didn't know Ling Tian and only helped him because he likes his character, but Ling Tian slapped me twice and humiliated me publicly. Would he have dared to act like that if he has no backing? In fact, he was not facing me, he was facing senior brother Baiju and senior brother He Tu. He's a mere martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, and yet, he was able to maintain his composure in front of senior brother Baiju and senior brother He Tu. What else can it be if it's not Gu Li backing him? When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, he became even more furious. Zhao Deng looked at Zhao Ji and said in a deep voice, you know Gu Li's background. Even I won't be able to make a move on him. I know that, father. Zhao Ji nodded his head angrily. It's okay if you can't do anything to Gu Li since his father is guardian Gu after all. However, when I think of how Ling Tian escaped unharmed, I'm unable to stomach the insult. So what if his innate talent is slightly higher? He doesn't even have any position yet. What happens when he's given a position in the future? Wouldn't he be even more daring then? He already dared to slap me twice in front of everyone without any position. What's he going to do if he's given a position? Wouldn't he be stepping on my head then? Zhao Ji paused for a moment as he looked at Zhao Deng and continued to say anxiously, Father, please tell me that Lord Mansion Master is not serious in wanting to take Ling Tian as his direct disciple. If he really becomes Lord Mansion Master's disciple, not only would he surpass me in strength, but he would surpass me in terms of position as well. With the way he acted today, I won't be able to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion anymore if he gains the upper hand. When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, he lowered his head. His expressions were one of bitterness and helplessness. Zhao Deng did not notice that when Zhao Ji lowered his head, a wicked look flashed across his eyes. Humph! When Zhao Deng heard how wrong Zhao Ji was, his expression turned cold immediately. He's only a new disciple who just entered our Mystical Sky Mansion. To think he's already so arrogant. Wouldn't it be worse if he gains the upper hand? Father, I don't want to leave the mystical sky mansion. Zhao Ji lifted his head with tears brimming in his eyes, looking extremely pitiful. Don't worry. Since Ling Tian's so blind as to go against you, I, as your father, naturally, won't just sit back and watch. However, Ling Tian's innate talent is indeed remarkable. It's truly a waste if we have to kill him. When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, his opinion changed a little. Father. When Zhao Ji heard his words, he became anxious immediately. Based on his father's words, it seemed as though he did not have the heart to seek revenge from Ling Tian. How could he possibly not feel anxious? Don't worry, he has already offended our Zhao clan for treating you like this. Even if your grandfather and I love a genius, there's no way we'll let him enter the Zhao clan. Such a genius would undoubtedly be a latent danger to us if he doesn't enter our Zhao clan. When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly. We must get rid of such latent danger. We must kill him before he has grown into his full potential. When Zhao Ji heard how resolute Zhao Deng's words were, he sighed in relief inwardly. Things were developing in the direction he was expecting. Father, you've yet to answer my question. Zhao Ji tensed up as though he was reminded of something as he asked, did Lord Mansion Master really take a liking to his innate talent and wants to accept him as a disciple? I won't lie to you. There's an 80% possibility that Lord Mansion Master will take Ling Tian as his direct disciple openly after all of you come out from the St. Martial secret zone. Moreover, it might be the last disciple he'll ever accept. Zhao Deng answered solemnly. Last disciple. When Zhao Deng's words entered Zhao Ji's ears, it was as though a bolt of lightning had struck him. The Lord Mansion Master's last disciple. He knew what this meant. Father, we can't let him become Lord Mansion Master's last disciple. Zhao Ji was completely panicking. He could imagine how the title of the second generation's strongest person in the mystical sky mansion would change owner to Ling Tian if he became the last disciple of the Lord Mansion Master of mystical sky mansion. Moreover, with their dispute, would Ling Tian let him go so easily? Don't panic. When Zhao Deng saw how panicked Zhao Ji was, he reassured him. Even if Ling Tian wants to become Lord Mansion Master's direct disciple or his last disciple, all of this will only be decided after all of you come out from the St. Martial secret zone. Now, go and look for your great senior brother and tell him I require his presence. I have my own plans. Yes, father. Although Zhao Ji did not know what plans his father had, he still obediently went to look for his great senior brother. Zhao Ji's great senior brother was the eldest disciple under Zhao Deng's command. At the same time, he was also ranked third on the mystical sky ranking. Just like Ji Yu Li, he was a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Naturally, although he was a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage as well, his prowess was much inferior compared to Ji Yu Li. Zhao Ji's great senior brother was called Wei Wei. He was a middle-aged man with a compact build. His eyes brimmed with vigor, and he had a pair of thick eyebrows that made him look imposing. Master requested for my presence. When Wei Wei found out that Zhao Deng was looking for him, he did not dare to dally and immediately stopped his cultivation to follow Zhao Ji to see Zhao Deng. During the journey, he asked, little junior brother, do you know why Master's looking for me? Great senior brother, I think father requested your presence because he wants you to seek revenge for me, Zhao Ji replied. What happened? Wei Wei's expression turned grim immediately as anger burned in his eyes. To think someone actually dared to bully his little junior brother. How daring of that person. As Zhao Deng's eldest disciple, Wei Wei's respect towards Zhao Deng had reached a level where he worshipped Zhao Deng like a deity. It was precisely because of this, he had always doted on Zhao Ji, Zhao Deng's only son, and regarded him as his biological younger brother. When he heard that Zhao Ji was bullied, and this matter was even made known to his master, how could he not be furious? After listening to Zhao Ji's story, Wei Wei's expression turned even grimmer. I've heard of Ling Tian as well. Initially, I thought our mystical sky mansion is going to have an amazing person, but it did not cross my mind he's so arrogant. If he grows into his full potential in the future, it might not be a good thing for mystical sky mansion as well. However, it's obvious Ji Yu Li has some relationship with him since he shielded him. With Ji Yu Li's presence, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to make a move. Although Wei Wei wanted to teach Ling Tian a lesson and seek revenge for his junior brother, he would not be able to make a move if Ling Tian was under Ji Yu Li's protection since he was no match for Ji Yu Li at all. Great senior brother, I've already thought about this. However, since father asked to see you, I'm sure he has a plan. Zhao Ji had already thought of those things that Wei Wei said. Still, he chose to believe in his father. All right, I believe in master. Wei Wei nodded his head. He believed in his master unconditionally. Master. However, when Wei Wei went with Zhao Ji to see Zhao Deng, just as he bowed at Zhao Deng, a slightly rushed voice resonated from outside before Zhao Deng could even reply. Lord Vice Mansion Master, Lord Mansion Master requires your presence immediately. The voice said. Upon hearing this, one could tell it was urgent. Due to this reason, Zhao Deng left immediately. However, before he left, he did not forget to look at Wei Wei and Zhao Ji. Where, wait here for my return. I'll go and see Lord Mansion Master first. Chapter 1761 The Saint Martial Secret Zone is opening soon. Yes, Master. Yes, Father. After Wei Wei and Zhao Ji watched Zhao Deng left, they waited obediently at Zhao Deng's residence for his return. They waited until an entire afternoon had gone by. However, both of them did not dare to complain. Only when the sun had set, and evening had arrived did Zhao Deng finally return. When he returned, his expression was as usual. There was neither joy nor anger that could be seen on his face at all. Father, you're finally back. When Zhao Ji saw Zhao Deng had finally returned, he was excited. Now, can you tell me how you're planning to let great senior brother deal with Ling Tian for me? Put aside Ling Tian's matter for now. Zhao Ji, who was excited, only got this as a reply. The moment Zhao Deng's words left his mouth, he no longer bothered with Zhao Ji, who had a dismayed expression on his face. He instantly looked at Wei Wei. Where? There's no longer any matter. You can return for now. Yes, Master. Although Wei Wei had no idea what happened to make his master dismiss the idea of dealing with Ling Tian, he still listened to his master. He left immediately to his own residence in the main mansion after he responded to Zhao Deng. When Wei Wei left, Zhao Ji opened his mouth to speak, but before he could speak, he was already cut off by Zhao Deng's glare. Zhao Ji was not an idiot. Naturally, he knew his father had some misgivings now. For a moment, he only obediently kept quiet. However, there were hints of curiosity and discontentment in his eyes. Zhao Ji could no longer hold back after he waited for Wei Wei's silhouette to disappear. He looked at Zhao Deng and asked anxiously, Father, what's the matter? You even sent great senior brother away. On top of that, why should we dismiss the matter regarding Ling Tian for now? He humiliated me publicly. That's equivalent to humiliating you, Father. I know you hate Ling Tian to the core, and in truth, it's not that I don't want to kill him. Zhao Deng shook his head before asking, do you know why Lord Mansion Master asked me to see him so suddenly? Don't tell me it's because of Ling Tian. Upon hearing Zhao Deng's questions, Zhao Ji's expression turned dismayed. Don't tell me that Lord Mansion Master actually gave an order to protect Ling Tian and told you not to interfere with the matter. It's not that. Zhao Deng shook his head. Lord Mansion Master asked me to see him in such a hurry is mainly because of the Rising Sky Mansion. However, Ling Tian has gained a lot of credit in this matter. If the Zhao clan makes things difficult for Ling Tian at this moment, Lord Mansion Master won't be happy about it. Before I returned, I've already discussed this with your grandfather. We won't touch Ling Tian for the moment. Everything will be put on hold until the matter with the Rising Sky Mansion is dealt with. Grandfather, he knows about this as well. Zhao Ji's eyes were as wide as saucers. When I was summoned by Lord Mansion Master today, your grandfather and a few Vice Mansion Masters were also summoned. Naturally, Ji Yun and his son were there as well, Zhao Deng replied. Ji Li was there as well. Zhao Ji frowned. Although I don't know what the Mystical Sky Mansion plans to do to the Rising Sky Mansion since Lord Mansion Master had summoned our Mystical Sky Mansion's 2 great guardians and the few Vice Mansion Masters, I'm sure it's not a small matter. However, what right does Ji Li have to be there as well? This is because it was Ji Li who informed Ji Yun about the matter. Only then did Ji Yun went and reported it to Lord Mansion Master, Zhao Deng answered. Father, you've talked for so long, but I still don't know what's going on. What's the matter that caused you to postpone dealing with Ling Tian? Zhao Ji asked curiously. He really could not think of what Ling Tian had done to merit this. It's like this. Although the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion told Zhao Deng and the others to keep this matter a secret, Zhao Ji was different from Wei Wei. He was Zhao Deng's only son after all. For this reason, Zhao Deng did not intend to hide the truth from him. He told Zhao Ji about how Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had cultivated a high-grade devil Dao cultivation method. Soul congregation technique, reincarnation, high-grade devil Dao cultivation method. Zhao Ji's breathing quickened when he heard this. If he could cultivate such a devil Dao cultivation method, he would be able to elevate his strength in such a short amount of time as well, right? It might even be possible for him to surpass Ling Tian. After all, Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was able to reach the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage in just the span of 1 year because he managed to obtain that devil Dao cultivation method. If I can cultivate that devil Dao cultivation method, it won't be a problem for me to break through to the eminent stage in just a year. Zhao Ji felt very confident about this. When Zhao Deng saw his son's eyes brightened, how could he not know what he was thinking? He immediately reminded him, it's alright if that devil Dao cultivation method that Xu Jing cultivated is a normal one. You'll definitely stand a chance to cultivate it. However, if Xu Jing cultivated an evil and inhumane devil Dao cultivation method, Lord Mansion Master would never allow anyone to cultivate it. Zhao Ji nodded, but his heart told a different story. I don't care whether it's inhumane or evil as long as I can gain power. So what if everyone in this world has to die if I can raise my strength and surpass Ling Tian? This was Zhao Ji's truest thought. As long as he could raise his cultivation base, he was not bothered about the techniques or the consequences. Father, what do you all plan to do now? Zhao Ji began to have covetous thoughts toward the devil Dao cultivation method that Xu Jing cultivated. Due to this reason, he kept asking about the matter and when they were going to the Rising Sky Mansion to snatch Xu Jing's devil Dao cultivation method. Lord Mansion Master has not said what we should do for now. We'll most likely have to wait until all of you come out from the Saint Martial secret zone. Only then the Lord Mansion Master will be free, Zhao Deng replied. Lord Mansion Master plans to personally make a move. Zhao Ji was taken aback. In fact, the Mansion Master of their mystical Sky Mansion had not personally made a move for many years now. However, this time, he was going to personally make a move. The other party's the Rising Sky Mansion, so if Lord Mansion Master doesn't participate, we'll suffer heavy losses even if we emerge victoriously. The Mansion Master of the Rising Sky Mansion is not inferior to your grandfather. In our mystical Sky Mansion, only Lord Mansion Master alone can overpower him, Zhao Deng replied again. The power of a fourth-rate force was quite extraordinary as well. Moreover, although the Rising Sky Mansion was only a fourth-rate force now, it was once a quasi-third-rate force after all. Such a fourth-rate force was, naturally, stronger than most ordinary fourth-rate forces. Jir, I know you hate Ling Tian, but now isn't a good time to deal with him. If you want to deal with him, it better to wait until the matter with the Rising Sky Mansion is dealt with, Zhao Deng warned Zhao Ji as he looked at him. Father, I'm afraid Lord Mansion Master would have already taken Ling Tian as his direct disciple or his last disciple if we wait until then. Didn't you say so earlier yourself that there's a big possibility that Lord Mansion Master would take Ling Tian as his direct disciple or his last disciple after we come out of the Saint Martial secret zone? When Zhao Ji heard Zhao Deng's words, he panicked immediately. Jir, I understand your feelings, but after all of you come out from the Saint Martial secret zone, the Lord Mansion Master's first priority won't be taking Ling Tian as a disciple or last disciple but to go to the Rising Sky Mansion to snatch the devil Dao cultivation method that Xu Jing, the young master of Rising Sky Mansion, had mastered. Zhao Deng reassured him. Zhao Ji nodded his head. He felt slightly at ease now. Moreover, even if Ling Tian really becomes Lord Mansion Master's direct disciple or last disciple, don't tell me that Lord Mansion Master is going to stay by his side all the time to protect him. As long as he dares to go out alone, it'll be as easy as killing a chicken for the Zhao clan to kill him. When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, his tone was filled with confidence. Now that I have your words, I'm not worried anymore, father. Zhao Ji put his mind at ease. All right, Jir, what you should think of now is not your hatred toward Duan Ling Tian. Instead, you should prepare yourself. You'll be entering the Saint Martial secret zone in 10 days' time. I hope you can comprehend a high-grade divine ability relic, and if you manage to enter the divine saint stage in the future, you'll be able to master that divine ability and have a shot at becoming the next mansion master of our mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Deng said as he looked at Zhao Ji with anticipation. No one else has achieved this in our Zhao clan. For this reason, I hope you'll become the first person in the Zhao clan to master the divine ability relic inside the Saint Martial's secret zone after breaking through to the divine saint stage. Father, I'll work hard and not let you down, Zhao Ji pledged solemnly. Apart from you, there are 4 people from the Zhao clan who earned a spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone this time. However, the strongest among them is only at the early refined saint stage at most. If you have any strength to spare, please help them accordingly. If you don't have any strength to spare, then it's okay to just take care of yourself, Zhao Deng said solemnly. He did not wish for his son to miss a high grade divine ability relic for the sake of others. Understood, father. Actually, there was no need for Zhao Deng to remind him since Zhao Ji was originally a selfish person who would use unscrupulous methods to get what he wanted. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that while he was cultivating while waiting for the Saint Martial's secret zone to open, he was saved because of Xu Jing, the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, who cultivated the Devil Dao cultivation method. Naturally, even if Wei Wei, Zhao Deng's eldest direct disciple, made his move, he might not be able to make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian since he had the Jasper Celestial Sword with him. However, although he possessed the Jasper Celestial Sword, he did not dare to use it in front of others. The temptation of the Jasper Celestial Sword was not inferior to the Devilseal Tablet at all. Unless he was on the brink of death, he would not take the Jasper Celestial Sword out in front of other people. Without using the Jasper Celestial Sword, he was not a match for Wei Wei. Perhaps Wei Wei would not dare to kill him since he was afraid of violating the mystical Sky Mansion's rule, but he still could severely injure him. If he was severely injured, it would affect his abilities. Moreover, it might affect his gains when he entered the Saint Martial secret zone. Chapter 1762 The Palace Master of Heaven Palace. In the next 10 days, shocking news swept through the entire mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace and the entire mystical Sky Mansion. The true origin in Ling Tian's body and the territory that he mastered are identical to Li Feng, who had appeared during the Rising Sky ranking battle in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Not only that, Li Feng's actually his senior brother. He has broken through to the Divine Saint stage and has gone to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The news spread like a wildfire in the mystical Sky Mansion. Everyone who was not in closed-door cultivation was shocked by it. Later on, people began to doubt the credibility of the news. However, with the testimonies from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion's disciples, they soon obtained a confirmed answer. The mystical Sky Mansion broke into a commotion immediately. Did you hear? Ling Tian is actually Li Feng's junior brother. Is it true? Of course, it's true. The entire mansion is talking about it now. No wonder such a monster like Li Feng and Ling Tian appeared one after another in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land in just a few years. As it turned out, they're disciples of the same master. Moreover, I heard that Ling Tian and Li Feng's master is actually a powerhouse from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The reason Li Feng went to the upper province is to search for his master. Ling Tian will eventually go to the upper province as well to look for his master. What? Ling Tian already has a master? Such discussions could be heard in the mystical Sky Mansion. Ling Tian is actually Li Feng's junior brother. After learning about the news, Wang Feizan instantly went to look for Duan Ling Tian. However, she discovered he was in closed-door cultivation at the moment. She had no choice but to suppress her curiosity for now. She turned around and left. I guess I can only ask him when the Saint Martial secret zone is open. Junior brother Ling Tian is actually Li Feng's junior brother. Wang Pai was greatly astonished. Ling Tian already has a master. Xiao Yi, the vice palace master of the Heaven Palace, frowned. He knew the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion had the intention of taking Duan Ling Tian as his last disciple. However, once this news spread out, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion might dismiss the idea. After all, the reason the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion wanted to take Ling Tian as his disciple was because he hoped Ling Tian would strengthen the Mystical Sky Mansion and work for the good of Mystical Sky Mansion. However, they learned that Ling Tian would head to the upper province to look for his master like Li Feng. Due to this reason, there was no reason for Ling Tian to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion and lead it to glory. Moreover, the mansion master would probably take into account that Ling Tian already had a master, and his master was a powerhouse from the upper province on top of that. Under these circumstances, he would most likely not take Ling Tian as his direct disciple, let alone his last disciple. What a pity, he's such a rare genius. Xiao Yi sighed. Xiao Yi found this pitiful, but someone was beside themselves with joy. "Father, did you hear? Ling Tian is actually Li Feng's junior brother. Moreover, he already has a master from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It seems like Lord Mansion Master won't be taking him as a disciple anymore." After Zhao Ji heard the news, he immediately went to look for his father, Zhao Deng. "I can't believe this Ling Tian actually has a master from upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. His master must be terrifyingly strong. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for him to nurture two geniuses at the same time." Zhao Deng sighed emotionally. So what if his master is a powerhouse from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? As long as we cover our tracks properly, his master won't ever find out. Zhao Ji snarled as killing intent flashed across his eyes. "Indeed." Zhao Deng nodded. "After the Rising Sky Mansion's matter is dealt with, I'll arrange for Ling Tian to be killed. At that time, we'll make it seem as though he has gone missing. Nobody would carry out a thorough investigation for someone who's not truly loyal to our mystical Sky Mansion, after all, no matter how high his innate talent is. At that time, even if his master leaves the upper province and comes to the lower province, a long time would have passed. Even if his master wants to investigate, he won't find a single clue at all." Zhao Ji smiled sinisterly. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the commotion in the mystical Sky Mansion and the evil plans of the Zhao father and son. Duan Ling Tian finally left the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and returned to his room on the day the Saint Martial secret zone was going to open. He opened his door and walked out. "You finally came out of your closed-door cultivation." As soon as Duan Ling Tian walked out, a familiar voice entered his ear. Without looking, he knew it was Wang Feizan. So early, Duan Ling Tian looked at Wang Feizan and smiled as he greeted her. Wang Feizan looked at the morning sun that had just risen by the horizon as she answered Duan Ling Tian, "It's no longer early. The sun has risen a long time ago." "Oh, yeah." Suddenly, her expression turned solemn as her eyes gleamed. "There's news that's spreading around in the mystical Sky Mansion recently, and it has caused a commotion. Rumor has it that you're Li Feng's junior brother. Moreover, you have a master in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Is it true?" "That's right." When Duan Ling Tian heard her words, he nodded. "Why aren't you surprised? Don't tell me you already knew about the news spreading in the mystical Sky Mansion. Weren't you in closed-door cultivation during these 10 days? Wang Feizan was puzzled. Duan Ling Tian shrugged as he answered nonchalantly, "I didn't know this news has already spread out in the mystical Sky Mansion, but since somebody has found out, it's only a matter of time before it comes out anyway." The other day, he had told Ren Fei this because he wanted him to spread this piece of news. He had done this because he did not want the mansion master of the mystical Sky Mansion to ask him to be his disciple. Not only that, but he also wanted the mansion master of mystical Sky Mansion to know that he would not stay long in the mystical Sky Mansion. He would eventually leave and head to the upper province to look for the master he made up. Naturally, the matter of his master was fake, but it was true he intended to go to the upper province. Instead of going there to look for his master, he was going to look for his fiancée, Ka, and their child. "How can you remain so calm? Aren't you the least bit upset?" When Wang Feizan saw the calm expression on Duan Ling Tian's face, she was even more puzzled. "Why would I be upset?" Duan Ling Tian asked, confused. You. When Wang Feizan heard his words, she was so exasperated that she stomped her feet. "Didn't you know that prior to this, many people were saying after we come out from the Saint Martial secret zone, the Lord Mansion Master would most likely take you as his direct disciple or his last disciple?" "So?" Duan Ling Tian asked again. "Don't you know that once news of you having a master and will eventually leave for the upper province will affect the Lord Mansion Master's decision? Perhaps, he wanted to take you as his direct disciple or last disciple. He might even want you to be the next Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. However, since this news has spread out, he'll definitely dismiss the idea." When Wang Feizan saw that Duan Ling Tian was still wearing the nonchalant expression after she finished speaking, she was rendered speechless. "Don't you even feel slightly regretful?" "There's nothing to regret." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "This news is true. Even if it didn't spread out now, it'll even eventually come out as well. At that time, I'm afraid things might get quite messy if the Mansion Master has already taken me as his direct disciple." After hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Wang Feizan fell silent. After a long while, She stared at Duan Ling Tian with her bright eyes as though she was staring at a monster. What are you looking at? Duan Ling Tian frowned. He was not used to being stared at like that, and he found it uncomfortable as well. I'm just trying to figure you out. To think you don't want to be the direct disciple of the awe-inspiring mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Wang Feizan answered. Didn't you say that I have a master in the upper province? Don't tell me you think my master is inferior to the mansion master. Duan Ling Tian asked with a shrug. Wang Feizan had no words to refute Duan Ling Tian's words. Although she did not know just how powerful Duan Ling Tian's master was, just from the fact that he was able to nurture two geniuses as his disciples meant he was not an ordinary person. At the very least, he was much stronger than the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion in terms of nurturing disciples. After Wang Feizan recalled the main topic at hand, she quickly said, "All right, let's drop this topic. It's time for us to gather with the others at the summit. Let's go." Duan Ling Tian nodded in reply before heading to the Heaven Palace's summit with Wang Feizan. When they arrived at the summit, Duan Ling Tian noticed that he and Wang Feizan were quite late as the other 8 people had already arrived. Ling Tian. After Duan Ling Tian appeared, Zhao Ji, who was among the 8 people, instantly shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian. His gaze was cold. One could see the hatred in his eyes. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, noticed Zhao Ji's hate-filled gaze, but he just ignored it. Whether it was then or now, he had never taken Zhao Ji seriously. In his opinion, Zhao Ji could only glare at him at the most. Zhao Ji would have stepped out to fight Duan Ling Tian even if he knew he was no match for him, if he knew what Duan Ling Tian was thinking. On the summit, apart from the 10 Heaven Palace's disciples who were qualified to enter the Saint Martial secret zone, there were many people there as well. These people were all of Heaven Palace's disciples. Without warning, 2 sounds of wind whistling in the air sounded from afar. A few moments later, 2 familiar figures appeared before Duan Ling Tian and the others. They were none other than Xiaoyi and Wang Pai. After the 2 of them appeared, they shifted their eyes to the other side of the sky in unison. "Welcome, Lord Palace Master." Then, Xiaoyi and Wang Pai bowed in unison in that direction. Both of their tones were filled with respect. "Welcome, Lord Palace Master." At this moment, the people present on the scene also began to realize what was going on and bowed in that direction one after another. The Palace Master of Heaven Palace. Duan Ling Tian raised a brow as he looked at the distant sky. Although he had been at the Heaven Palace for quite some time, he had not met the Palace Master of Heaven Palace before. Chapter 1763 Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Under Duan Ling Tian's watchful eyes, a figure finally appeared high in the sky. The Palace Master of Heaven Palace was an old man with a medium build. Apart from his white eyebrows, he had a tuft of goatee as well. He had a kind face, but his eyes gleamed knowingly as though he was not as simple as he seemed to be. The Palace Master of Heaven Palace, dressed in a long grey robe, stood still as the breeze brushed past him. However, his robe remained still. "You're Ling Tian." Under the watchful gaze of the others, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace looked at Duan Ling Tian. His bright eyes contained a hint of warmth as he looked at him. "Palace Master." Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly. "Not bad." The Palace Master of Heaven Palace nodded as a slight smile appeared on his face. Then, he looked away before he calmly announced, "Since everyone's here, let's make our move." At once, under the guidance of the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Vice Palace Master Xiaoyi, and his disciple, Wang Pai, Duan Ling Tian, and the others followed closely behind Xiaoyi and Wang Pai as they headed toward the main mansion. The entrance of the Mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial secret zone was in the main mansion. "Looks like Lord Palace Master has high regard for Ling Tian as well." "That's right, there are so many Heaven Palace's disciples, but he only greeted Ling Tian. He didn't even bother with the others, including Zhao Ji. As expected from the strongest person among the younger generation in our Mystical Sky Mansion. He's indeed extraordinary." Not only those Heaven Palace's disciples who came to watch the fun on the Heaven Palace's summit were whispering among themselves, but many of those Heaven Palace's disciples who were also heading to the main mansion were also whispering among themselves. When the others heard the discussion, they were unaffected. However, Zhao Ji's expression had turned grim. He, Zhao Ji, was the son of the Vice Palace Master of Mystical Sky Mansion after all. His grandfather was one of the 2 great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion. If it was before, everyone's eyes would be on him since he was the special and privileged one. However, after Duan Ling Tian had appeared, he had become someone that everybody ignored. For someone as prideful as he was, this was completely unacceptable. Due to this reason, when Zhao Ji looked at Duan Ling Tian, the hatred in his eyes intensified, although Duan Ling Tian did not bother. With Zhao Ji's gaze, he could still sense it. To him, the current Zhao Ji was just like a crazy dog by the roadside that would bite people at random. He would not stoop so low as to get even with a crazy dog. It was fortunate Zhao Ji was unaware of Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. Otherwise, he would be so furious he would probably throw up 3 liters of blood. Under the guidance of the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived at a vast space behind the main mansion. When they arrived, they saw a group of people who had arrived earlier. Duan Ling Tian had some impression of the person standing behind the person at the lead. It was none other than the Vice Palace Master of Yellow Palace. Senior Brother Zhu, your Heaven Palace is here early. There was no need to guess the identity of the person in the lead. One could easily tell it was the Palace Master of the Yellow Palace. When he saw the group of people from Heaven Palace, he took the initiative to greet them first. The person whom he greeted was none other than Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace. Junior Brother Qian, your Yellow Palace is even earlier than us. Faced with Qian Ping Sheng, the Palace Master of Yellow Palace, Zhu Luqi smiled nonchalantly. This must be Ling Tian, right? I've long heard about you, and now that I finally meet you, I have to say you're indeed a man with a striking appearance. Soon after, Qian Ping Sheng shifted his attention to Duan Ling Tian. Although he had not seen Duan Ling Tian before, the Vice Palace Master standing behind him had seen Duan Ling Tian before. He could easily tell who Ling Tian was from the Vice Palace Master. Thank you for your compliment, Palace Master Qian. The other party was the Palace Master of Yellow Palace after all. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian was courteous and smiled in response. When Zhao Ji saw this, he was so jealous that his eyes turned bloodshot immediately. At any rate, he, Zhao Ji, was the son of the Vice Palace Master and the grandson of the Guardian. However, the Palace Master of Yellow Palace seemed as though he did not notice him at all. Instead, he was paying attention to a country boy who had appeared out of nowhere. Although Zhao Ji was angry at the Palace Master of Yellow Palace's action, he cast all his anger Duan Ling Tian instead. Not only was the Palace Master of Yellow Palace the leader of one of the palaces in the mystical Sky Mansion, but he was also a Vice Mansion Master as well. He was in no way inferior to his father in terms of position. Not only that, but his father's position was actually much more inferior if one were to get into it. In the mystical Sky Mansion, the 4 Palace Masters of the Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces were also the Vice Mansion Masters. Apart from protecting the mystical Sky Mansion, they had to shoulder the responsibility of managing the 4 palaces. The 4 palaces were the foundation of the mystical Sky Mansion, so mishap was not allowed. Due to this reason, these responsibilities were given to the 4 Vice Mansion Masters who were the most capable and powerful. These 4 Palace Masters were people in the same generation as Zhao Ji's grandfather. Although they were not as powerful as Zhao Ji's grandfather, they were still more powerful than Zhao Ji's father. Among the 4 palaces' Palace Masters, Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, was the most capable and powerful. In the mystical Sky Mansion, Zhu Luqi was also widely acknowledged as the 4th most powerful person in the mystical Sky Mansion. His prowess was only inferior to the Mansion Master and the 2 Great Guardians. How famous of you, to think that even the Palace Master of Yellow Palace would take the initiative to greet you. Wang Fei Zan's voice resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ears. If it was before, Wang Fei Zan's tone would have been sour when she said such words. However, currently, she was sincerely happy for Duan Ling Tian. 10 days ago, on the summit of Heaven Palace, Duan Ling Tian was like her guardian angel as he shielded her when faced with the 2 eminent saint stage powerhouses. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian's action had also touched the softest spot in the depth of her heart. Nobody had ever touched that place before. Duan Ling Tian was the first person to touch that place. Perhaps, he might be the only man she meets that would touch that place in her heart. Ling Tian, one day, I'll definitely enter your heart and become your woman. Although Wang Fei Zan was a straightforward woman, her beautiful and delicate cheeks could not help but turn red when this thought appeared in her mind. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of all of this. He merely treated Wang Fei Zan as a friend. Soon after, people from the Earth and mystical palaces had also arrived one after another, and the 2 people in the lead were clearly the Palace Masters of the Earth Palace and Mystical Palace. After they arrived, they greeted the palace masters of Heaven Palace and Yellow Palace before they looked at Duan Ling Tian curiously. They were curious about this Ling Tian, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion not long after he entered the Mystical Sky Mansion. Now that they had seen the person in real life, they could not help but muse why such an extraordinary genius did not enter their palaces. Seeing how the palace masters from Earth Palace and Mystical Palace were also eager to greet Duan Ling Tian, Zhao Ji was so furious that his body began to tremble. It felt as though his heart was about to burst. There's exactly 30 people. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces groups and saw there was a total of 20 Saint Stage disciples from the 3 palaces. Adding the 10 people from Heaven Palace, there were exactly 30 people. At this moment, the other Saint Stage disciples from the other 3 palaces also sized Duan Ling Tian up. There was a variety of expressions on these people's faces. Some of them were wary, some were jealous and envious. As the 4 palaces' palace masters turned around in unison to look at the distant sky, Duan Ling Tian and the others turned to look as well. The distant sky was calm and tranquil initially. However, after a few moments, the clouds began to churn. In the end, several figures emerged from it. One person was walking in the lead while 4 people followed behind him. The person in the lead was wearing a long white robe that was edged in gold. He was a middle-aged man whose complexion was as clear as jade. As he flew toward them, the air in the surroundings seemed to tremble. With every step he took, it seemed as though he was walking on a road that only belonged to him. Apart from that, his body exuded a peerless, dignified and majestic aura. This aura was much stronger compared to the 4 palace masters. His appearance was similar to a king walking up to his throne. There was no need for an introduction or explanation. Duan Ling Tian and some others who had not seen this middle-aged man before could guess his identity. He was the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing. As the leader of a quasi-third-rate force, Meng Qing's fame was widely spread in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Before Duan Ling Tian came to the Mystical Sky Mansion, he had already heard of him and knew he was an elite powerhouse in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He was so strong that he was only inferior to the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market. And the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Such a person would be able to make the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land quake with just a stomp of his feet. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian put away his playful attitude and put on a solemn expression. However, when he saw one of the 4 people behind Meng Qing, he could not help but feel stunned. Senior brother Ji Yu Li. Why is he here? Moreover, he even came with Lord Mansion Master. Duan Ling Tian had long noticed although the surrounding was vast, he did not see anyone else. He could tell this place was restricted, and most people were not allowed here. Otherwise, there would be a lot of people who would come to watch the show. He did not think he would be able to see Ji Yu Li here. It did not even cross his mind that Ji Yu Li would come with Mansion Master Meng Qing. Junior brother Ling Tian. At this moment, Ji Yu Li's voice transmission resonated in his ears in a timely manner. Senior brother Ji Yu Li, why are you here? Moreover, you even came with the Mansion Master. Duan Ling Tian asked through voice transmission, slightly stunned. Ji Yu Li replied through voice transmission, in fact, this is all thanks to you. Me. Duan Ling Tian was confused. It was because of your speculation about Xu Jing, the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, and your permission for me to report it to the mansion master that he allowed me to come and watch the show on the day of the opening of the Saint Martial Secret Zone, Ji Yu Li replied through voice transmission. No wonder. Duan Ling Tian finally understood. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered that one of the 3 men following behind Mansion Master Meng Qing was staring at him with a hostile gaze. Chapter 1764 A Meritorious Deed. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian could easily guess the identity of the middle-aged who was staring at him with a hostile gaze. It was the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Deng. He was also Zhao Ji's father. Duan Ling Tian could easily guess his identity because this man's eyes resembled Zhao Ji's eyes up to 60 to 70%. It was impossible for him not to be able to identify this person. Now that he knew this person's identity, he no longer found the hostile gaze strange. He and Zhao Ji were as incompatible as water and fire. It was only natural for Zhao Deng to regard him as an eyesore. As for the other 2 middle-aged men, Duan Ling Tian could also guess their identities. They must be the 2 other external affairs Vice Mansion Masters other than Zhao Deng. There was a total of 9 Vice Mansion Masters in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Other than the 4 vice mansion masters who were also the palace masters of heaven, earth, mystical, and yellow palace, there were another 5 vice mansion masters who were in charge of the external affairs of mystical sky mansion. They were usually stationed outside and would occasionally take turns to return to the mystical sky mansion for some time off while guarding the main mansion as well. Zhao Deng was one of them. Lord Mansion Master. Soon after, Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, bowed at Mansion Master Meng Qing politely as everyone followed his lead. Some saint stage disciples, in particular, were so excited that their bodies began to tremble when they learned the middle-aged man before them was the Mansion Master of the mystical sky mansion. They did not regain their senses for a long time. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, appeared particularly calm although this was his first time seeing Mansion Master Meng Qing. All right, faced with everyone's greeting, Meng Qing nodded his head nonchalantly before shifting his gaze to Zhu Luqi. To be exact, his eyes were on Zhu Luqi and the group of Heaven Palace's people. After a while, Meng Qing asked, "Who's Ling Tian?" The moment he spoke, he asked for Duan Ling Tian immediately. Everyone's eyes instantly shifted to Duan Ling Tian as though they were trying to tell Meng Qing this person was the one he was looking for. Mansion Master. Duan Ling Tian stepped out and nodded his head at Meng Qing as a greeting. When he met Zhu Luqi earlier, he had addressed him as Palace Master. Now that he had met Meng Qing, he had also directly addressed him as Mansion Master. This was a habit of his. In his heart, everyone he met was someone he wanted to surpass. Due to this reason, it was difficult for him to address them politely using titles like Lord, when faced with these kinds of people. Without warning, Zhao Deng, who was standing behind Meng Qing, glared at Duan Ling Tian sharply as he shouted, "How dare you!" If looks could kill, Duan Ling Tian would have been dead. "Ling Tian, how dare you address Lord Mansion Master by just Mansion Master? Are you really this rude?" Zhao Deng finally found an opportunity to make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian in a just way. Naturally, he would not let this opportunity go. "Or could it be you think nothing of our Lord Mansion Master, Ling Tian?" As soon as Zhao Deng's words left his mouth, the entire place was in an uproar. Many people felt that Zhao Deng was only looking for trouble with Duan Ling Tian, but equally as many people felt he was right as well. It was indeed inappropriate for Duan Ling Tian to address Lord Mansion Master as only Mansion Master. Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng is Zhao Ji's father. It won't look good for him if he intentionally makes things difficult for Ling Tian. However, now that he has obtained such a good chance, I'm afraid he won't let things go. This could be considered as using the public to avenge his personal matter, right? Not really. After all, it's indeed inappropriate for Ling Tian to address Lord Mansion Master as Mansion Master so casually. That's right, Lord Mansion Master is our mystical sky mansion's leader, and it's indeed disrespectful for Ling Tian to directly address him as Mansion Master. No matter which way the whispering went, many people looked at Duan Ling Tian with a pitiful gaze since Zhao Deng's words were justified. Nobody could refute him since it would also be considered as disrespecting the Lord Mansion Master. This fellow, Wang Feizan and Wang Pai, broke out into cold sweat on behalf of Duan Ling Tian since he was in a disadvantageous situation. Zhao Deng had taken control of the situation by striking first, earning him the upper hand. Moreover, he had done so in front of the Lord Mansion Master. Indeed, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian's situation did not look too promising. Ji Yuli, who was panicking, quickly defended Duan Ling Tian. "Lord Mansion Master, junior brother Ling Tian's definitely not like what Vice Mansion Master Zhao has just described." Humph. Before Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of the mystical sky mansion, could speak, Zhao Deng snorted coldly. "Ji Yuli, I know you're close to Ling Tian, but you've crossed the line by defending him. Don't tell me you're the one who taught him to be this disrespectful to Lord Mansion Master." Zhao Deng ruthlessly dragged Ji Yuli into this matter with his words. Ji Yuli was so infuriated that his expression turned grim immediately as killing intent gleamed in his eyes. "Oh, wow, I look down on the Mansion Master, huh? How slanderous." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally spoke and smiled at Zhao Deng mockingly. He continued saying at a speed that was neither hurried nor slow, "You're Vice Mansion Master Zhao, right? Let me ask you a question. Are there any rules in the mystical sky mansion that state we're not allowed to address Mansion Master as Mansion Master, and we must address him as Lord Mansion Master when we see him?" Humph. Even if there's no such rule, addressing Lord Mansion Master by Lord is a matter of course. That's the most basic etiquette. You addressing Lord Mansion Master as Mansion Master shows that you have no respect for him, Zhao Deng replied aggressively after he snorted. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, you keep saying that I think nothing of Mansion Master, so let me tell you this today, I do indeed think nothing of the Mansion Master. Duan Ling Tian said wantonly as he laughed out loud. The moment these words left Duan Ling Tian's mouth, the entire scene fell silent. Only Duan Ling Tian's laughter could be heard. Apart from Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, everyone, including Zhao Deng, was dumbstruck. Nobody expected him to say such words. Meng Qing looked at Duan Ling Tian quietly without any changes in his expression. Nobody knew what he was thinking at all. What's he trying to do? Wang Fei Zan was horrified. She was so anxious that she felt as though her heart was going to stop beating. Junior brother Ling Tian, colors drained from Ji Yu Li's face. It did not cross his mind that his junior brother would be so audacious. To think he actually dared to say that he thought nothing of the Mansion Master. Was he not just placing himself right in front of a nozzle of a gun? Based on his opinion, Duan Ling Tian's action was no different from committing suicide. Even the palace masters of the heaven, earth, mystical, and yellow palaces and their respective vice palace masters could not help but frown. They were baffled as to why Duan Ling Tian would say such treacherous words. After all, Duan Ling Tian did not seem like a reckless person. Treason, treason. At this moment, Zhao Deng had finally regained his senses. Initially, he had thought Duan Ling Tian would refute his claims, but he did not expect him to actually cooperate with him as though he could not wait to die. Ling Tian, you're no longer qualified to remain in the Mystical Sky Mansion for committing high treason to Lord Mansion Master. Zhao Deng said passionately as he looked at Duan Ling Tian as he was burned with righteousness. Duan Ling Tian interrupted Zhao Deng and said with a mocking smile, Vice Mansion Master Zhao, I don't think it's up to you to decide whether I'm qualified to remain in the Mystical Sky Mansion, right? Besides, I haven't finished my sentence, and yet, you're in such a hurry to jump to a conclusion saying I committed high treason. Isn't your decision a little hasty? You've already said you think nothing of Lord Mansion Master. Don't tell me you think you'll still be able to remain in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Zhao Deng smirked. I just said that I've not finished my sentence. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at Zhao Deng before he looked directly at the person in question, Meng Qing. He said solemnly, I do indeed think nothing of Mansion Master since I keep you in my heart. Otherwise, I wouldn't have provided such important information to you, Lord Mansion Master. When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Meng Qing with a smile. You're twisting your words. When Zhao Deng heard his words, his expression turned extremely grim. It did not cross his mind that Duan Ling Tian would bring up the matter about the Rising Sky Mansion. He felt unwilling because he knew Duan Ling Tian had won in this matter. Enough, stop arguing. Just as Zhao Deng had expected, after hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the Mansion Master personally stopped the argument. Moreover, he even continued to say, the way of addressing is merely a formality. Some people address me with the title, Lord, but I don't see how respectful they are. On the other hand, some people don't address me with the title, Lord, but I can tell they treat me better than most people. Based on Meng Qing's words, it was obvious he had acknowledged Duan Ling Tian's words. At the same time, it seemed to have given Zhao Deng a sound slap. Damn it, originally, Zhao Ji thought his father would be able to expel Duan Ling Tian from the Mystical Sky Mansion by making things difficult for him. However, who would have thought Duan Ling Tian would mention the matter about the Rising Sky Mansion? He knew how important that matter was to the Mystical Sky Mansion. It was a meritorious deed. With this meritorious deed, Lord Mansion Master would never allow his father to expel Ling Tian. Although he knew this very well, his heart was still filled with discontentment. Information? What's that about? I've no idea. However, I assume it's extremely important information. Among the crowd present on the scene, other than the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing, and the other 7 Vice Mansion Masters, only Duan Ling Tian, Ji Yu Li, and Zhao Ji knew what it actually was. The other people were completely clueless. They were completely in the dark about the information Duan Ling Tian had mentioned. Regardless, the commotion finally died down. Although most people found it unbelievable, it truly had ended peacefully just like that. At the same time, the people who were worried for Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief one after another. Buzz. 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 Right at this moment, sounds began to reverberate in the air. The clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing a vacuum space similar to a whirlpool. The sound began to turn louder as the vacuum space turned bigger as well. A wave of suction force surged out of the vacuum space as though it was going to devour everyone. Chapter 1765 St. Martial's Secret Zone. Its opening. The entrance to the St. Martial's Secret Zone. The St. Martial's Secret Zone is opening. When the gigantic whirlpool appeared high in the sky and the suction force surged down, most people shifted their attention away from Duan-Ling-Tian to the whirlpool in the sky. To be more exact, the entrance of the St. Martial's Secret Zone. This is the entrance to the St. Martial's Secret Zone. Duan-Ling-Tian raised his head to look at the whirlpool high in the sky. The suction force that surged out of it seemed as though it was going to pull him in. However, it still would not be able to pull him if he did not allow it, even if its force was not something to be trifled with. It was similar to the others as well. I'm sure all of you must have heard some things about the St. Martial's Secret Zone, so I'm not going to explain anything. I only hope that all of you will reap some benefits inside the St. Martial's Secret Zone. Deaths inside the St. Martial's Secret Zone are not real deaths. However, if you die in there, you'll be sent out from the St. Martial's Secret Zone. Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, said calmly at a speed that was neither hurried nor slow. For this reason, if it's possible, I hope that all of you will treasure your own lives in the St. Martial's Secret Zone. Only by protecting your own lives will you be able to obtain more benefits. The divine ability relics inside have a corresponding trial, so this means the trials for a high-grade divine ability relic would be difficult. Since the St. Martial's Secret Zone only allows people below the age of 40 to enter, all of you only have yourselves to rely on. The moment Meng Qing's words left his mouth, Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, turned around and looked at the 10 Heaven Palace's disciples, including Duan-Ling-Tian. In a while, after all of you are pulled in, you'll feel as though your divine consciousness has withdrawn. Don't panic. That's because the St. Martial's Secret Zone is projecting a clone for you to roam inside. It's precisely because of the clone that you won't die for real in the St. Martial's Secret Zone. Naturally, once your clone dies, your divine consciousness will return to your body, and you'll be sent out by the St. Martial's Secret Zone. Similar to what Lord Mansion Master has said earlier, all of you must treasure your lives inside if you want to reap any benefits. Now, go, relax your body, and the St. Martial's Secret Zone will send you in one by one. When Zhu Luqi finished speaking, many of Heaven Palace's disciples relaxed their bodies one after another. As soon as they relaxed their bodies, they began to rise up into the sky and disappeared into the gigantic whirlpool in the sky as though they had entered the mouth of a gigantic beast. Naturally, not all of Heaven Palace's disciples had entered yet. Duan-Ling-Tian, Wang Feizan, Lu Jian, and Zhao Ji had yet to enter. What are all of you doing? Zhu Luqi frowned upon seeing this. Humph. Zhao Ji glared at Duan-Ling-Tian with a cold look before he relaxed his body and entered the St. Martial's Secret Zone. I heard that after we enter the St. Martial's Secret Zone, everyone will be scattered in unknown places. Before three of us reunite, try not to get into any conflicts with the others. Even if there's a trace of a divine ability relic, don't investigate it alone. Duan-Ling-Tian transmitted his voice to Wang Feizan and Lu Jian as a reminder. Since he had already decided to work together with both of them, naturally, he did not wish for them to get eliminated before he even reunited with them. Sure, Wang Feizan responded. All right, Lu Jian quickly responded as well. Then, the three of them finally relaxed their bodies and let the entrance of the St. Martial's Secret Zone, the whirlpool that resembled the bloody mouth of a gigantic beast, pull them in. After Duan-Ling-Tian was pulled in, everything turned dark before his divine consciousness trembled. It was extracted from his body by a mysterious energy that sent it away to an unknown place in just a flash. Duan-Ling-Tian did not know how long had passed when he discovered his divine consciousness had returned to his body. He opened his eyes and discovered the clone felt like his own body. Duan-Ling-Tian was surprised he did not find anything amiss. If it was not for the fact that his spatial ring was not present on his finger, it would have been difficult for him to distinguish if this was a clone or his real body. Everything felt extremely natural. Before entering the St. Martial's Secret Zone, Duan-Ling-Tian had learned of some information regarding it. This included the clone projection, and how the spatial ring would not be present in the clone. Since the spatial ring was missing from the clone, this meant he was not allowed to rely on external tools, and he could only rely on his own ability and techniques in the St. Martial's Secret Zone. Naturally, if he managed to find any saint weapons or Dao talismans in the St. Martial's Secret Zone, he was allowed to use them. Moreover, whatever he obtained in the Saint Martial secret zone, for instance, saint weapons and Tao talismans, would appear next to his real body when he chose to leave the Saint Martial secret zone. At that moment when he returned to his real body, the items he obtained would leave the Saint Martial secret zone along with his body. Naturally, if he died in the Saint Martial secret zone, the items he managed to obtain would not materialize next to his body. In the Saint Martial secret zone, apart from dying, there were two other methods to leave the Saint Martial secret zone. One was to remain standing, motionless, and communicate with the Saint Martial secret zone using one's divine consciousness. The Saint Martial secret zone would then send one out. The other method was to stay in the Saint Martial secret zone for a full 3 months. At that time, no matter where one was at in the Saint Martial secret zone, one would be forcefully sent out. This is the Saint Martial secret zone. Duan Ling Tian looked around and discovered he was in a forest. All he could see were towering trees and dense bushes. Occasionally, some strange noise would sound from behind the bushes as though warning him that it was a dangerous place. Accompanied by a roar, a black figure charged out from the bushes toward Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. With just one glance, Duan Ling Tian saw a pair of bloodshot eyes on the black figure. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was a ferocious black wolf. Naturally, it was not an ordinary black wolf. Based on Duan Ling Tian's judgment, the speed that the black wolf was charging toward him was comparable to an early pristine saint stage powerhouse. Based on how mindless it was apparent it was just a wild beast. Naturally, a wild beast at this level posed no threat to Duan Ling Tian at all. Duan Ling Tian did not make any move. With just his thought alone, true origin surged out of his body and transformed into more than 10 golden sword blades that swept across the sky, before leaving mortal wounds on its body. The black wolf's dead body crashed on the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. As soon as Duan Ling Tian killed the black wolf, more roars resonated from all directions. After a while, streaks of black figures leapt out of the bushes surrounding Duan Ling Tian. Similar to the black wolf lying on the ground, they were all wild beasts. Wolf pack. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. It did not cross his mind that the death of the black wolf would attract a pack of wolves. Moreover, the wolves in this pack were all at the pristine saint stage as well. The weakest one was at the early pristine saint stage, and some were at the intermediate pristine saint stage. However, to Duan Ling Tian, there was no difference whether it was the early or intermediate pristine saint stage. As the sun true origin surged out of his body, streaks of golden sword rays swept across the vast sky. The black wolves collapsed one by one, their blood forming a river. However, the death of these black wolves did not scare them at all. Instead, it only served to make them go into a frenzy as they charged at Duan Ling Tian one after another. However, no matter if they were in a frenzy, only one outcome awaited them: death. In the end, even the Wolf King revealed itself. It was a black wolf that had a mix of golden fur. Its body size was 3 times bigger than those ordinary black wolves. Its cultivation base had even entered the peak of the pristine saint stage. However, so what if it was at the peak of the pristine saint stage? With Duan Ling Tian's ability that was even more powerful than an early eminent saint stage powerhouse, killing a wild beast at the peak of the pristine saint stage was as easy as killing a chicken. The battle had finally come to an end once he killed the Wolf King. Are these real wild beasts or illusory wild beasts formed from an illusory formation? Even Duan Ling Tian was uncertain about this since everything he had experienced earlier felt real. Moreover, even his clone felt exactly like the real him. Due to this reason, he became skeptical. I'll look around and see if I can find the others. Duan Ling Tian thought of Wang Fei Zan and Lu Jian before rising up into the sky. Then, he flew above the forest and flew rapidly once he decided on a direction. During his journey, many flying-type wild beasts attacked him as well, but all of them were killed by him in the end. Among the flying-type wild beasts, even the weakest ones were only at the peak of the pristine saint stage, so they were no threats to Duan Ling Tian at all. I wonder where are the others now? When Duan Ling Tian finally left the forest, a grassland that stretched out as far as the eyes could see appeared in front of him. For a moment, he could not help but smile wryly. How big exactly was this Saint Martial secret zone? When the 10 Heaven Palace's disciples, including Duan Ling Tian, were roaming around the Saint Martial secret zone, at the entrance of the Saint Martial secret zone in the main mansion of the mystical Sky Mansion, the other 20 Saint Stage disciples from the 3 palaces were entering the Saint Martial secret zone one by one as well. After a moment, only the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials were left outside. Qianping Sheng, the palace master of Yellow Palace, looked at Zhao Deng as he chuckled and said, "Zhao Deng, I heard there was a huge dispute between your son and Ling Tian. If they happen to meet inside, your son will most likely be doomed, you know." Although Qianping Sheng was also a vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, he was from Zhao Deng's father's generation. Due to this reason, he had always treated Zhao Deng like a junior whenever they interacted. Zhao Deng narrowed his eyes upon hearing Qianping Sheng's words. To be honest, this thought did not cross his mind at all. Now that he thought about it, his heart was filled with worry. Chapter 1766 Ku Mi's Visit. For Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples, they could only enter the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial secret zone once at most in their entire lives. This was because the interval between the openings of the St. Martial secret zone was very long. It was impossible for a Saint stage disciple below the age of 40 to enter it twice or more. It was exactly because of this, Zhao Deng really wished his son would be able to find a high-grade divine ability relic in the St. Martial secret zone and memorize the divine ability contained in it so that he would be able to comprehend it in the future when he had broken through to the divine saint stage. At that time, his son would be able to rise to the top and stand a chance in becoming the next mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. However, when he heard Qianping Sheng's words, he became anxious immediately. With the enmity between Ling Tian and his son, Ling Tian would definitely not show any mercy if he met his son in the St. Martial secret zone. Moreover, he might even kill his son immediately. If his son was killed, although it was not a real death, he would be eliminated and sent out of the St. Martial secret zone. He would then lose the chance to memorize and comprehend the divine ability contained in a high-grade divine ability relic. This was not something he was willing to see. Due to this reason, Zhao Deng's expression turned grim. He said through clenched teeth, "If he dares to interfere with my son memorizing the divine ability relic due to personal enmity, my Zhao clan will never let him go." At this moment, Zhao Deng had lost his composure a little. It was as though he had forgotten Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, was just next to him. Humph. As expected, the moment Zhao Deng's words left his mouth, Meng Qing snorted as his sharp gaze instantly shifted to Zhao Deng. "Vice Mansion Master Zhao, don't forget the rules Mystical Sky Mansion has set for the St. Martial secret zone. Killing one another is allowed inside the St. Martial secret zone since nobody knows what's actually going on inside. After all, nobody knew if there was a third person present on the scene when two people were fighting inside the St. Martial secret zone. Under such circumstances, even if one was not eliminated by his opponent, he might slander another person after being eliminated from the St. Martial secret zone. Although the person being slandered could swear on the lightning penalty oath, it was still considered a humiliating matter. Since being killed in the St. Martial secret zone would not result in real deaths, whether it was the Mystical Sky Mansion or other quasi-third-rate forces, all of them allowed killings of people in the same sect inside the St. Martial secret zone. The person who was eliminated could only blame himself for not being as powerful as the others since those who were eliminated were usually on the weaker side. Someone like that had a much slimmer chance to break through to the Divine Saint stage and successfully comprehend the divine ability contained in a high-grade divine ability relic. "I'm sorry, Lord Mansion Master, it was an inappropriate remark." Upon hearing Meng Qing's stern words, Zhao Deng regained his senses immediately. He broke out in cold sweat and quickly explained himself, "Even if my good-for-nothing son is really killed by Ling Tian and is eliminated by the St. Martial secret zone, I can only blame him for being weak. My Zhao clan won't hold a grudge over this, let alone make a move on him." "I hope you mean what you said." Meng Qing glanced at Zhao Deng indifferently, making the latter feel ill at ease. 3 months were nothing but just a blink of an eye for the high-ranking officials of Mystical Sky Mansion present on the scene. For this reason, they were in no hurry to leave. Instead, they sat cross-legged in the sky and closed their eyes to attain mental composure while waiting for the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples to come out from the St. Martial secret zone. In just a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, no Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples were eliminated from the St. Martial secret zone. "Lord Mansion Master." At this moment, a voice resonated from afar. After a while, an ancient figure appeared. It was an elder of Mystical Sky Mansion. This Mystical Sky Mansion's elder was an elder who was in charge of patrolling the main mansion during this period of time. It had to be important for him to appear at this time looking for the Mansion Master. For this reason, apart from Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, the group of high-ranking officials opened their eyes one after another and looked at the mystical Sky Mansion's elder, causing him to feel slightly anxious. Although he was an elder of mystical Sky Mansion, the person with the highest position among the group in front of him, apart from Ji Yuli, was the mansion master of mystical Sky Mansion. He did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of these people. Under the stares of the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, this mystical Sky Mansion's elder quickly looked at Meng Qing, the mansion master of mystical Sky Mansion, and responded respectfully, "Lord Mansion Master, somebody from the Azure Cloud Mansion is here." Azure Cloud Mansion. Upon hearing the mystical Sky Mansion's elder's words, Meng Qing was not the only one who raised a brow. The others widened their eyes as well. The Azure Cloud Mansion was a quasi-third-rate force like their mystical Sky Mansion. Perhaps the Azure Cloud Mansion's strength was similar to the mystical Sky Mansion in the past. However, the Azure Cloud Mansion's current strength was far superior to them. Not only that, but they could even be considered as on par with the Mountainshade Black Market. All of this was because a new mansion master who was monstrously strong had appeared in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Under the leadership of the new mansion master, the Azure Cloud Mansion rose to the top. Currently, its strength was in no way inferior to the Mountainshade Black Market. Ever since the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion appeared, nobody from the Azure Cloud Mansion had taken the initiative to visit the mystical Sky Mansion at all. Due to this reason, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Meng Qing, the mansion master of mystical Sky Mansion, found it strange that someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion would suddenly pay them a visit. Meng Qing looked at the mystical Sky Mansion's elder who came to report this and asked in a deep voice, "Who's the one who came?" "It's Ku Mi." When the mystical Sky Mansion's elder mentioned Ku Mi's name, his voice trembled slightly. "Ku Mi." Upon hearing the mystical Sky Mansion's elder's words, apart from Meng Qing who had a slight frown on his face, horror dawned on the others one by one. Ku Mi was someone with a notorious reputation in the Azure Cloud Mansion. He was known as the Azure Profound Heroic Duo along with another powerful figure from the Azure Cloud Mansion. He was also the right arm of the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. In terms of strength, Ku Mi and Rong Yuan from the Azure Cloud Mansion were in no way inferior to the two great guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion. In fact, they might even be stronger. Since Ku Mi had personally paid a visit to the mystical Sky Mansion, there was no way it was an ordinary visit. It had to be because of some important matter. It was not difficult for Meng Qing and the others to come to this conclusion. "Go and invite him here," Meng Qing ordered as he looked at the mystical Sky Mansion's elder who came here to report the matter. If it was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion who personally came, Meng Qing would have personally welcomed him. However, since the person who came was Ku Mi, he was still not worthy of the mansion master of mystical Sky Mansion to personally welcome him. "Yes," the mystical Sky Mansion's elder responded before he left. After he left, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's vice mansion masters present on the scene, other than Meng Qing and Ji Yuli, buried their heads together to discuss the matter. "Ku Mi from the Azure Cloud Mansion is quite fierce. Why did he come to our mystical Sky Mansion?" In the Azure Cloud Mansion, Ku Mi and Rong Yuan's positions are equivalent to our mystical Sky Mansion's two great guardians. It has to be some important matter for him to visit our mystical Sky Mansion. Our mystical Sky Mansion doesn't interact much with the Azure Cloud Mansion usually. I wonder what he's here for. While they were discussing the matter, hints of dread could be seen in the eyes of the vice mansion masters of the mystical Sky Mansion. Even Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, the strongest among them, was wary when he spoke about Ku Mi. Despite being in the same generation as Ku Mi, even he could not help but shudder when he recalled the other person's notorious reputation. In the mystical Sky Mansion, it was very likely that only the mansion master would be able to overpower Ku Mi. Soon after, the mystical Sky Mansion's elder returned with a skinny old man who was dressed entirely in a black robe. The temperature seemed to drop in the wake of the black-robed old man. Other than Meng Qing, the mansion master of mystical Sky Mansion, the others felt chills running up their spines when they saw the black-robed old man. The subtle pressure the black-robed old man emitted was just too heavy for them. It was so heavy that they could barely endure it. "I'm Ku Mi. Good day to you, Mansion Master Meng." The black-robed old man cupped his hands in front of his chest slightly toward Meng Qing as he nodded his head indifferently as a greeting. Meng Qing's eyes flashed momentarily when he saw the black-robed old man and exclaimed in surprise, "Elder Ku, your prowess seems to have improved a lot compared to the last time we met." "Don't joke with this old man," Mansion Master Meng. Even if I manage to improve in these few years, I'm still far from being your match, Mansion Master Meng. The black-robed old man was none other than the Azure Cloud Mansion's Qi. Although he was just standing there, he gave off an intimidating aura. Only Meng Qing was able to ignore the aura. I wonder what's the purpose of your visit, Elder Ku? Meng Qing asked with a smile. He did not think too much of Qi if it was just him alone. However, he did not dare to simply offend the Azure Cloud Mansion even though he had the powerful mystical Sky Mansion behind him. For this reason, he was polite and respectful when he spoke to Qi. He did not dare to be negligent at all. Qi did not beat around the bush as he said bluntly, Mansion Master Meng, I know you're a straightforward person so I won't beat around the bush. The purpose I came this time is to take a look at a new disciple the mystical Sky Mansion has recently recruited. New disciple. The moment Kumi's words left his mouth, Meng Qing and the others were stunned for a moment. After a while, a figure emerged in their minds at the same time. The owner of that figure was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, Meng Qing and the others only knew him as Ling Tian. Qi, you came here for Ling Tian? Meng Qing asked bluntly. Yes. Qi nodded. May I know why you came for Ling Tian, Qi? Meng Qing asked again. Actually, Meng Qing also knew his questions was a little unnecessary. Since the other party was the right arm of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, the reason he came to the mystical Sky Mansion to look for Ling Tian was to snatch Ling Tian away and take him back to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Chapter 1767 The enemies meet at close quarters. Mansion Master Meng and everyone else present on the scene, if I'm not mistaken, you must think I'm here to snatch a disciple from the mystical Sky Mansion, right? The moment Qi spoke, one could tell he was a straightforward person who did not like beat around the bushes. This time, before Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, could reply, Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, asked, isn't it so? In fact, Ling Tian was from his Heaven Palace. So one had to ask the Palace Master of Heaven Palace if one wanted to take one of his palace's disciples away. No. Faced with a guarded Zhu Luqi, Qi shook his head. Subsequently, under the shocked gazes of Meng Qing and the others, he replied nonchalantly, the reason I came here is to have a look at the genius of your mystical Sky Mansion. That's all. I'll return immediately once I see him. I'll not linger any longer than necessary. Qi, with the lofty position you have in the Azure Cloud Mansion, usually we'll believe you. However, since this matter concerns Ling Tian, we have no choice but to be more guarded. You said that you only want to have a look at Ling Tian, but how will we know if you secretly transmit a message to persuade Ling Tian to join your Azure Cloud Mansion? Zhu Luqi was blunt with his words. At this moment, there was no reason for him to be polite. Upon hearing Zhu Luqi's words, Qi merely snorted. The temperature on the scene instantly felt as though it had dropped by a few degrees. Qi, has always been frank and open with my actions. I'll never stoop to such low and petty methods. Please don't get angry, Elder Ku. Zhu Luqi didn't mean it intentionally. He doesn't know you well after all. Meng Qing quickly intervened to mediate the matter in a timely manner. Although he was not afraid of Qi, he was wary of the colossus backing Qi, the Azure Cloud Mansion. Elder Ku is a distant guest. By right, I should have welcomed you properly, but I'm unable to leave for the time being. I'm sure you know as well, Elder Ku, that our mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial secret zone has opened 3 days ago, and it'll remain so for the coming 3 months. According to our customary rule, we'll have to stay and wait here, Meng Qing added again. It doesn't matter, you can wait all you want, and I'll return to the Azure Cloud Mansion once I've seen Ling Tian when he comes out, Qi replied. It was apparent that he planned to stay here and wait along with Meng Qing and the others. You. Upon hearing Kumi's words, horror dawned on Zhu Luqi's face. When he was just about to say something again, he was stopped by Meng Qing in a timely manner. Meng Qing transmitted his voice, I'm sure you've heard the news about Ling Tian as well. He has a master in the upper province and wouldn't stay long in the lower province. Even if he decides to go to the Azure Cloud Mansion, it won't be much of a loss to us. Not only that, but we'll be able to forge a good relationship with him. That little fellow is a person who's loyal and faithful after all. Meng Qing had sent his men to double confirm the news about Ling Tian. They managed to trace it back to Ren Fei from the Sky Hurdle Mansion. He knew the news Ren Fei had spread came directly from Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Moreover, he also knew Duan Ling Tian had planned to work together with Ren Fei in the Saint Martial secret zone in order to help Li Feng repay his debt. Unfortunately, Ren Fei did not live up to expectation and failed to earn a spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone. It resulted in him losing a chance to memorize a high-grade divine ability relic. When Zhu Luqi heard Meng Qing's voice transmission, he fell silent and no longer spoke. Just like that, another person had joined them in waiting for the 30 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples to come out from the Saint Martial secret zone. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware that his father's right-hand man, Ku Mi, had already come to the mystical Sky Mansion and was waiting with Mansion Master Meng Qing and the others for him to come out. 3 days have gone by, but I've only come across a few people who are not from the Heaven Palace. After roaming around in the Saint Martial secret zone for 3 days, there were many wild beasts that died in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Moreover, he had also reaped some benefits. However, he did find them useful, so he did not bring them with him since he found it burdensome. Due to the reason he was only a clone now, he did not have his spatial ring with him, which meant he did not have the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda as well. For this reason, no matter what he obtained, he would have to carry it with his hands. It was extremely inconvenient. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as though he had noticed something and looked in the distant. He saw a swift figure flying across the sky and soon gathered another person who flew at the other side of the figure. When the two figures met, it seemed like they began to speak to one another. Then, the latter began to follow the former to the direction where the former came from earlier. Due to the reason both of them were far away, none of them noticed Duan Ling Tian's presence. Duan Ling Tian had only been able to see them was because he had activated his strange pupil. When he activated his strange pupil to look in the distant, it would not take a toll on his spiritual energy if the time taken was not too long. That person seems to have found something, Duan Ling Tian could tell it was something out of the ordinary. Due to his curiosity, he followed the two figures to see where they were headed. Initially, it was quite uneventful when he tailed them. However, after he tailed them for a while, a loud cry resonated in the air. A gigantic flying-type wild beast charged out from the clouds straight toward Duan Ling Tian. With just one glance, Duan Ling Tian, who had activated his divine eye, could tell the flying-type wild beast was at the Mastery Pristine Saint stage. With just a raise of his hand, he killed it instantly. I've been found out. When Duan Ling Tian killed the flying-type wild beast, he discovered the two people in front had turned around and was fast approaching him. Naturally, these two only discovered him after the flying-type wild beast had appeared. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian was revealed before them. Ling Tian. When the two people saw Duan Ling Tian, they narrowed their eyes immediately. Initially, they thought they might encounter someone who would be willing to work together with them. It did not cross their minds they would encounter this monster instead. Nobody among the people who had entered the Saint Martial secret zone was stronger than this person standing before them. He was so powerful he did not need to work together with them at all. Seeing the two of them approaching him, he raised a brow before narrowing his eyes. He asked, "You two have found something, right?" And no. When they heard his words, their expressions turned a little unnatural, but they denied in unison. How laughable. Would they be able to get a share if they let Ling Tian know about the things they had found? Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by their response, but he was not angry either. With a nonchalant smile, he responded, "In that case, let me send both of you out then." Originally, both of them had thought the matter would end just like that when they saw him smile. However, before they could even heave a sigh of relief, their faces turned green when they heard his words, "Send them out." They knew very well what Duan Ling Tian meant. He was going to kill them and send them out of the Saint Martial secret zone. Once they were sent out, it would mean they would no longer be able to obtain all the good items in the Saint Martial secret zone, particularly those divine ability relics. All these things would no longer have anything to do with them. Ling Tian, it seems like we remembered wrongly. We've indeed found something. Soon after, both of them exchanged a glance and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. After coming to a tacit understanding, one of them quickly looked at Duan Ling Tian and tried to save the situation. "What's it?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "It's a very strange place, and it seems like there are more than one formations there. I suspect there's a divine ability relic inside," that person replied. "A divine ability relic?" Duan Ling Tian lifted his brows slightly, astonished. Then, he glanced at them indifferently before saying, "Lead the way." Yes, Despite the calm tone that Duan Ling Tian used when he was talking to them, it still carried with it a weight that pressured them. After all, this fellow in front of them was not a kind person. They could tell this from how he slapped Zhao Ji twice publicly. Who was Zhao Ji? Vice Mansion Master Zhao's only son. Guardian Zhao's biological grandson. In the mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Ji was number one among the second generation. However, someone like that was publicly slapped twice by Ling Tian. One could see just how merciless Ling Tian was. Faced with such a merciless person, they had no choice but to meekly submit to him. For this reason, while they were leading the way anxiously, they did not dare to play any tricks at all. If they did that, who knew if they might be killed and kicked out of the Saint Martial's secret zone in the next second. This was something they did not want to see happen. During the journey, Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly, "Tell me everything you know. I'm the only one who has been to that place for the time being. The moment I entered, I instantly encountered 3 powerful wild beasts at the peak of the pristine Saint stage. Not only that, but it seems like they know how to coordinate their attacks. If I didn't flee in time, I would have died in that place," the person said. "After I've fled that place, I searched around for someone to work with. That's when I encountered Peng Sen, who's also Mystical Palace's disciple just like me. Our cultivation base is about the same. When I saw him, I instantly told him about what happened and persuaded him to work with me." As he was talking, he looked at the young man next to him. At the same time, he introduced himself to Duan Ling Tian. "I'm Hu Rui, a Mystical Palace's disciple." At this moment, Peng Sen's eyes landed in the distance. He was momentarily stunned. When he regained his senses, he instantly exclaimed in a deep voice, "Isn't that Zhao Ji?" At the same time, his eyes instinctively shifted to Duan Ling Tian, who was near him. He thought to himself, Ling Tian wouldn't just kill Zhao Ji just like that, right? The moment he thought of this, chills ran up his spine immediately. Zhao Ji. The instant Peng Sen's words left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction Peng Sen was looking at. With just a glance, he saw Zhao Ji flying in the distance. As soon as Duan Ling spotted him, Zhao Ji also discovered him immediately. Horror instantly dawned on him. Shit! Why do I have to encounter him? When Zhao Ji saw Duan Ling Tian, he did not have time to think of anything else. The first thought that appeared in his mind was to flee. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? The Saint Martial secret zone's so big, but I've already encountered this fellow after only 3 days. While Zhao Ji was fleeing, he was panicking, and his heart burned with anxiety. Chapter 1768 Zhao Ji breaks the record. At this moment, when Duan Ling Tian saw Zhao Ji, he could not help but muse to himself how small this world was. He did not encounter more than 10 people after 3 days in the Saint Martial secret zone. However, it just so happened that Zhao Ji was among these fewer than 10 people he encountered. Although Duan Ling Tian was quite unwilling to admit it, he had no choice but to acknowledge he really had fate with Zhao Ji. Otherwise, how was it possible for him to encounter Zhao Ji so fast in the vast and boundless Saint Martial secret zone? Fleeing. When Duan Ling Tian saw Zhao Ji was fleeing with all his might after seeing him, he finally regained his senses. He sneered as a wicked gleam appeared in his eyes, just like a cat that had caught sight of a mouse. One had to admit Zhao Ji's speed was incredibly fast. How could it not be? No matter what, he was still an intermediate refined Saint stage martial cultivator. In just a blink of an eye, Zhao Ji's silhouette disappeared from Hu Rui and Peng Sen's eyes. However, in the field of vision of Duan Ling Tian's strange pupil, his silhouette appeared particularly clear. It was only getting further away. "Wait for me right here. If both of you dare to escape, you'll have to bear the consequences." Duan Ling Tian looked at them nonchalantly before he moved in just a flash. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared from both their sights and chased after Zhao Ji in an even faster speed. Not long after, his silhouette disappeared before Hu Rui and Peng Sen's eyes. The two of them glanced at each other before asking in unison, "Should we flee?" Then, both of them came to a tacit understanding and charged toward a direction rapidly. "We can't head toward the original direction, we must head in another direction and return to that place after a few days. Otherwise, we'll definitely be caught by Ling Tian. Let's seize the chance and head in another direction to shake him off our tails while he chases after Zhao Ji." They were not so stupid as to wait for Duan Ling Tian to come back. They were not idiots. If Duan Ling Tian came back, would there still be a share for them at that place that seemed to hide a divine ability relic? Meanwhile, Zhao Ji's silhouette became clearer and clearer in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. He was closing in on Zhao Ji. Initially, Duan Ling Tian was chasing after Zhao Ji using a speed that was equivalent to a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. However, now that he had left Hu Rui and Peng Sen's sight, he no longer held back and used his entire Sun True energy. It immediately granted him an even faster speed. Currently, his speed was equivalent to the speed of an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. Duan Ling Tian's figure was like a cannonball that was shot out in a bolt of lightning. In just a blink of an eye, he overtook Zhao Ji and blocked his path. When Zhao Ji saw a figure appearing in his path, horror dawned on him immediately. When he finally came to a halt and saw the person who blocked his path, his face turned green. Ling Tian. Unlike Zhao Ji who was panting, Duan Ling Tian looked unaffected. As he looked at Zhao Ji calmly, he greeted him calmly as well, tisk tisk. Great young Master Zhao, we meet again. When he was talking, he gradually strode forward, closing in on Zhao Ji. With every stride he took, it scared Zhao Ji so much that he quickly took a few steps back in a hurry. However, the distance between the two of them was getting smaller and smaller. Ling Tian, what are you trying to do? Zhao Ji looked at Duan Ling Tian with a grave expression. If you dare to touch me, my Zhao clan will never let you go once I get kicked out. It was apparent Zhao Ji had begun to realize the perilous situation he was in, so he began to threaten Duan Ling Tian. However, he forgot that if Duan Ling Tian dared to slap him twice publicly, how could he be afraid of their Zhao clan? His action, at that time, was enough to prove he was not afraid of the Zhao clan. A loud and crisp sound of a slap resonated in the air. Duan Ling Tian appeared like a ghost in front of Zhao Ji and slapped him, causing one half of Zhao Ji's face to swell immediately. Although it's just a clone, the feeling's no different from when I'm in own body. What a pleasant slap that was, Duan Ling Tian said smugly before he looked at the palm he used to slap Zhao Ji and blew on it. Zhao Ji was horrified. He was glaring at Duan Ling Tian with bulging eyes. Ling. Zhao Ji's expression turned grave as he was about to say something. Another slap. Just like before, Zhao Ji's face was like a swollen pig head. Duan Ling Tian grinned at Zhao Ji and said nonchalantly, Great young Master Zhao, it looks like your memory is not that good. When his smile entered Zhao Ji's sight, it was no different from a devil. Ling Tian, you better think this through properly. However, this time, Zhao Ji did not keep his mouth shut like before. Instead, he warned in his deep voice, the situation now is completely different from last time. If you dare to touch me here and get me eliminated from the Saint Martial secret zone, our Zhao clan will lose a high-grade divine ability. At that time, an irreconcilable enmity will definitely form between you and the Zhao clan. The Mansion Master has also learned about your matter. Due to this reason, he won't take you in as his disciple, let alone his last disciple. Without the Mansion Master's protection, you won't be able to withstand the wrath of the Zhao clan even if you have a close relationship Ji Yu Li. If you let me go today, I'll disregard how you publicly slapped me twice now and before. The Zhao clan won't make things difficult for you or come after you. In order to survive in the Saint Martial secret zone, Zhao Ji decided to use the soft approach after using the hard method. As for the things he said at the second half of the sentence, naturally, it was only to deceive Duan Ling Tian so that he would not do anything to him. This was because he knew once Duan Ling Tian made his move, he would definitely die. Even if it was only a clone in the Saint Martial secret zone, and he would not die for real, he would still be kicked out of the Saint Martial secret zone and no longer be able to look for a high-grade divine ability relic. It sounds not bad. After hearing Zhao Ji's words, Duan Ling Tian nodded. When Zhao Ji saw how Duan Ling Tian was seemingly persuaded, he seized this chance to make his point. Ling Tian, I believe you're a smart person. I'm sure you know the saying, having a friend is better than having an enemy. If you let me go today, I, Zhao Ji, and the Zhao clan are willing to be your friends. Friends with you, Zhao Ji, and the Zhao clan. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he looked at Zhao Ji. Yes, Zhao Ji smiled as well, thinking that Duan Ling Tian was smiling because he was delighted. However, he cursed inwardly, Ling Tian, I'll let you be happy for now, but after we leave, my Zhao clan will spare no efforts in killing you. I'm sorry, though, I'm not interested. Duan Ling Tian's smile abruptly disappeared, and it was replaced with an extremely cold expression. Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Zhao Ji. He instantly turned around to try and escape. With a raise of Duan Ling Tian's hand, the Sun True Origin surged out and transformed into a golden light sword in just a blink of an eye. He slashed the sword at Zhao Ji, who had turned around. Faced with Duan Ling Tian, Zhao Ji could not rouse any battle intent at all. Coupled with the fact that his back was completely exposed in front of Duan Ling Tian, it only took Duan Ling Tian one strike of the sword to kill him. The golden sword light flashed and cut Zhao Ji's body into half. Despite that, a gory image did not appear. At the instant when Zhao Ji's body was cut into half, his body vanished into thin air immediately, as though he was never there at all. He was only a clone after all. Naturally, there would be no gory scene to be seen. He has just entered 3 days before he got eliminated. I'm afraid Zhao Ji will be the first one among the 30 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples to get eliminated. After killing Zhao Ji, a sneer appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. At the same time, Zhao Ji, who had been eliminated, had his divine consciousness return to his original body as well. At that moment it returned to his body. His body was shrouded by a powerful propulsive force, and he was subsequently pushed out of the Saint Martial secret zone. The entrance of the Saint Martial secret zone, the gigantic whirlpool, was also the exit of the Saint Martial secret zone. Be it in or out, there was only one place to go through. Currently, the group of high-ranking officials of Mystical Sky Mansion was still waiting at the same place. Additionally, there were a sturdy young man and a black-robed old man. The former was Ji Yu Li while the latter was Ku Mi. At this moment, the group of people was sitting cross-legged on the air with their eyes shut as they attained mental composure. All of a sudden, as though they had noticed something, they opened their eyes one after another and immediately shifted their eyes to the gigantic whirlpool in the sky high above their heads. It's only been 3 days, but somebody has already been eliminated. Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, slightly frowned. At once, the 4 palaces' palace masters stood gazing at one another. Each of them was praying that it was not a disciple from their respective palaces. After all, being kicked out from the Saint Martial secret zone in just 3 days was undoubtedly very humiliating. The palace that this disciple was from would be equally humiliated as well. While the 4 palaces' palace masters were thinking to themselves, the whirlpool continued to churn as a figure finally appeared before their eyes. When the figure was finally revealed, everyone, apart from Ku Mi, was shocked. After a while, Zhao Deng was the first to regain his senses among all the vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion. At the moment he regained his senses, horror dawned on him, and he cried out wretchedly, "Jir!" It did not cross his mind, not even in his wildest dreams, that the first person to be kicked out of the Saint Martial secret zone after only 3 days would be his son. It's Zhao Ji. How's this possible? Zhao Ji's not only a Heaven Palace's disciple, but his cultivation base has already entered the intermediate refined saint stage as well. How's it possible for him to get eliminated from the Saint Martial secret zone so quickly? This is not possible with his strength. In the history of our Mystical Sky Mansion, the intermediate refined saint stage disciple who came out of the Saint Martial secret zone in the fastest time seems to be able to endure for 1.5 months. However, Zhao Ji's eliminated after only 3 days. He's completely broken the record. Looks like Zhao Ji is going to go down in the history of Mystical Sky Mansion as the fastest person to be eliminated. The group of vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion whispered among themselves. Their eyes contained hints of pity as they looked at him. Perhaps, Zhao Ji's name would be remembered in the history of Mystical Sky Mansion, but it would not be in a good way. To be honest, it would be more appropriate to say he would be infamous for this. However, since his father was a vice mansion master, and his grandfather was a guardian, they did not dare to cross the line too much. Chapter 1769 The Secret Inside the Stone Forest. Jir, you. Zhao Deng was completely shocked when he saw his own son. Not even in his wildest dreams did he imagine his son would be the first to be kicked out of the Saint Martial secret zone. Before Ling Tian entered the Mystical Sky Mansion, his son could be considered as one of the few strongest people among the younger generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion. In terms of strength, he was 90% stronger than the group of people who entered the Saint Martial secret zone. However, his son was eliminated in just 3 days. Meanwhile, Zhao Ji's expression was extremely grim after he was kicked out. Intense anger could be seen burning in his eyes. Ling Tian, I'll never let you go. I'll never let you go. When Zhao Deng heard Zhao Ji growling, his expression turned grave immediately. The thing he had feared the most had come to pass. His son had encountered Ling Tian in the Saint Martial secret zone and was eliminated. Elder Qian, you're such a jinx. Tisk tisk. At this moment, many people looked at Qian Ping Sheng, the palace master of Yellow Palace, and felt his words were too accurate since he had just asked Zhao Deng what would happen if his son encountered Ling Tian. Lo and behold, Zhao Ji did indeed encounter Ling Tian and had most likely been eliminated earlier than he should have. The space inside the Saint Martial secret zone is so vast, and there's only a handful of people one would be able to encounter in 3 days. However, Zhao Ji had coincidentally encountered Ling Tian. Should I say both of them are a destined pair, or is it like the saying, enemies would frequently run into each other? The Palace Master of Earth Palace mused emotionally. Isn't it obvious this is a case of enemies frequently running into each other? The Palace Master of Mystical Palace chuckled at someone else's misfortune. Only the Palace Master of Heaven Palace did not have a delighted expression. No matter what, Zhao Ji was still a disciple of Heaven Palace. However, when he remembered Ling Tian was also a Heaven Palace's disciple, his expression eased up a little and only a wry smile remained on his face. Could he blame Ling Tian? If he was in Ling Tian's shoes, he would most likely not show any mercy too if he encountered Zhao Ji. When Zhao Ji regained his senses, he looked at Zhao Deng as he clenched his teeth. His tone was terrifying and filled with hatred, as though he would never be at peace if Duan Ling Tian did not die, as he said, "Father, Ling Tian killed me and got me eliminated. I want to kill him. I want to kill him." Upon hearing his words, everyone present on the scene, apart from Meng Qing and Ku Mi, had a horrified expression on their faces. Although Meng Qing's expression did not turn horrified, his expression turned grave. Somebody had just declared that he wanted to kill a disciple from the same sect in front of him. At this moment, when Meng Qing's expression turned grave, the sound of a loud and crisp slap resonated in the air. As it turned out, Zhao Deng had instantly gone up to his son and slapped him, causing one half of Zhao Ji's face to swell up. Zhao Ji was dumbfounded when he saw his father in front of him. Earlier, he had already been slapped twice by Ling Tian in the Saint Martial secret zone. Now that he was out, he thought his father would console him. He did not think he would get a slap instead. At this instant, Zhao Ji felt there was no reason for him to live in this world anymore. "Idiot, Lord Mansion Master is present on the scene, but you still dare to say such words." Right at this moment, Zhao Deng's voice entered Zhao Ji's ears. It instantly caused Zhao Ji to snap back to reality. When he regained his senses again and looked at Mansion Master Meng Qing, he realized that the latter was looking at him coldly. It scared him so much that his face instantly paled. "You swine." At this moment, Zhao Deng looked at Zhao Ji and rebuked him. "What nonsense are you spouting? Even if you're eliminated from the Saint Martial secret zone by Ling Tian, you can only blame yourself for being weak and inferior. Who do you think you can blame?" Zhao Ji would be extremely dumb if he still did not know his father was actually trying to safely extricate him out of the situation. "Father, I'm sorry, I was wrong. It's I who's weak," Zhao Ji quickly chimed in. Although it was obvious the father and son were only putting on a show since both of them had said such words, Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, remained silent. Ji Yuli glanced at Zhao Ji and chuckled at his misfortune before asking, "Zhao Ji, although you've been eliminated, you were still in there for 3 days. How was it? Did you manage to memorize any divine ability during these 3 days?" When Ji Yuli's words entered Zhao Ji's ears, it was akin to pouring gasoline on a fire. Zhao Ji seemed about to burst from anger soon. However, Zhao Ji also noticed that after Ji Yuli's question, everyone, including his father, had shifted their eyes to him as though they wanted to know if he managed to memorize a divine ability. No, Zhao Ji clenched his teeth and answered in the negative. How could he possibly memorize a divine ability in 3 days? Moreover, he did not even encounter the shadow of a divine ability. Relic at all. What a pity. Ji Yuli let out a long sigh. It appeared as though he really felt regretful on Zhao Ji's behalf. However, if one paid closer attention, one could see hints of delight in Ji Yuli's eyes over Zhao Ji's misfortune. Ling Tian. From the beginning until the end, Ku Mi merely looked on coldly from the sidelines during the commotion. However, when he heard the name Ling Tian, he felt a ripple in his heart. The purpose of his trip this time was for this young man's sake. To be exact, it was to confirm if the young man was the young mansion master of their Azure Cloud Mansion. "Father, Ling Tian has gone too far in bullying me, and I want him dead. He must die." Zhao Ji looked at Zhao Deng and transmitted his roaring voice. "Jir, don't worry, he has destroyed your opportunity in memorizing and comprehending the divine ability, and this is undoubtedly a great humiliation to the Zhao clan. This is a blood feud. As long as our Zhao clan exists, we won't let him live a pleasant life." When Zhao Deng replied using voice transmission, his tone was so cold as though it came from a thaw hole, sending shivers up the listener's spine. His son was kicked out of the St. Martial secret zone, so his anger was in no way inferior to his son. In fact, every mystical Sky Mansion's disciple only had one opportunity at most to enter the St. Martial secret zone in their entire life. Ling Tian had kicked his son out from the St. Martial secret zone and cut off his son's chance to memorize and comprehend a divine ability. If there's no Ling Tian in the first place, my son would have definitely been able to comprehend a high-grade divine ability. As long as he could memorize the divine ability, he would have had a chance to master it after he makes a breakthrough to the divine saint stage in the future. Yet, everything has been destroyed by that Ling Tian. The moment Zhao Deng thought of this, a flame of hatred that seemed to be able to burn everything down could be seen in the depth of his eyes. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware of what was going on outside of the St. Martial secret zone now. Currently, he had returned to the place where he first spotted Zhao Ji. However, he discovered the two mystical palace's disciples were already gone without a trace. To think that they dared to escape. Looks like they completely disregarded my words, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he chuckled. If one paid closer attention, one would be able to hear hints of terrifying coldness in his voice. This direction. Then, Duan Ling Tian flew in the direction the two mystical palace's disciples had been leading him to earlier. According to the two men, Duan Ling Tian's destination was a place that seemingly hid a divine ability relic. During his journey, he activated his strange pupil. Since that mystical palace's disciple could discover the place when he flew across here, I don't think it'll be difficult for me to find that place now that I've activated the strange pupil to search for it thoroughly. As he continued on his journey, he did not see the two mystical palace's disciples at all. They're pretty smart. It seems like they didn't use this road. As time passed, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to come to this conclusion. Eventually, after half a day, Duan Ling Tian's strange pupil finally found a strange place. It was a vast stone forest. Initially, Duan Ling Tian thought it was just an ordinary stone forest, but when he looked inside carefully using his strange pupil, he noticed his vision turned blurry. Usually, this would be impossible. Duan Ling Tian was very clear about the abilities of the strange pupil. He knew he could see very far and very clearly with it, let alone a stone forest that was so close to him. This stone forest is a little strange. Since he felt the stone forest was strange, he instantly charged into it. When he had gotten near the stone forest, the divine consciousness that Duan Ling Tian extended out could clearly sense the fluctuations of a formation. The fluctuations were very subtle, and if it was not for Duan Ling Tian's keen sense, he might not have noticed it in the first place. What a clever formation! Everything suddenly turned dark as soon as Duan Ling Tian sighed emotionally. In the next moment, when the light finally appeared again, he discovered the scenery had undergone an earth-shattering change. What was before his eyes was now an empty field instead of a stone forest. At the end of the empty field was a 6 stories high tower. Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense 3 auras that were rapidly gathering. After a while, 3 identical wild beasts appeared out of thin air in front of him. At first glance, these 3 wild beasts looked like panthers, but upon closer inspection, they did not resemble panthers at all. Their faces appeared a lot more ferocious than a panther. Moreover, all of them had a silver horn on their heads. The 3 wild beasts roared almost at the same time before they charged out. However, they were not charging toward Duan Ling Tian. Instead, they were charging in different directions of his surrounding. They formed a triangle as they circled around him. Only I have been to that place for the time being. The moment I entered, I instantly encountered 3 powerful wild beasts at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Moreover, they knew how to coordinate their attacks. If I didn't flee in time, I would have died there. Duan Ling Tian recalled the words of the mystical palace's disciple. Looks like this must be the place he found. There's indeed more than one formation. Other than the illusory formation outside, there are also a few interlocking formations in here. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted as he confirmed his theory. This was exactly the place he was looking for. Could the divine ability relic be in that tower? He said to himself as he shifted his gaze to the tower. Chapter 1776 Harmony's Tower. At the instant Duan Ling Tian's attention was on the tower, the 3 beasts that were in a triangle formation around him seemed to have been boosted by courage as they abruptly charged and pounded at Duan Ling Tian. The 3 sounds were akin to the sound of sky tearing reverberated in the air. In just a blink of an eye, they were fast approaching Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian soon realized the three identical wild beasts were coordinating their attacks as though they had telepathic connections, making them seem like a single entity. It was as though they had coordinated an attack pattern with their bodies as the foundation. Faced with the simultaneous attacks from the three beasts, Duan Ling Tian felt as though he was facing a wild beast at the early refined saint stage. In fact, these three wild beasts were merely at the peak of the pristine saint stage. What an outstanding joint attack! Although Duan Ling Tian was shocked, he did not stay idle. His body flashed away as he easily dodged the attacks from the three wild beasts. Although the joint attack of these three wild beasts was equivalent to an early refined saint stage wild beast, it did not pose a threat to Duan Ling Tian. After all, with Duan Ling Tian's current prowess, he could defeat an early eminent saint stage wild beast. Initially, Duan Ling Tian wanted to see the secret of the joint attack of these three beasts, but soon, he realized the secret of these joint attacks seemed to originate from their hearts and souls, so it could not be seen at all from outside. He immediately dismissed the idea of stealing their technique. "I no longer want to play with the three of you," Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as the Sun's true origin surged from his body. In just a blink of an eye, thousands of golden sword rays surged out from his body. As the sword rays whizzed around, the three beasts were soon pierced until they looked like a beehive. Unlike the wild beasts that Duan Ling Tian encountered outside, after the three beasts were pierced until they looked like a beehive, no blood was shed at all. They simply disappeared into thin air as though they were never there at all. At the moment when Duan Ling Tian killed the three wild beasts, the tower in the distance began to quake. Then, the only door of the tower, a stone door at the lowest level, gradually opened with a creak. "I'll have a look inside." Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted. It was as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged inside the tower. To be more exact, the first level of the tower. After Duan Ling Tian entered the tower, his vision shook, and he could see an empty floor. At the end of the floor, a staircase led up to the second level of the tower. Although the floor was described as empty, that was not entirely the case. Apart from the staircase, there were two statues in there as well. Those two statues stood in opposition to each other. These two figures. Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to the two statues. Upon closer inspection, he discovered something shocking. Both of these two statues had sturdy human bodies, but their heads were not the heads of humans. Instead, they both had the head of a rat and a horse respectively. After walking a circle around the two statues, Duan Ling Tian did not notice anything strange about them, so he no longer bothered with them and made his way to the staircase that led to a higher level. As soon as Duan Ling Tian made his way to the staircase, something suddenly happened. An earthquake that seemed capable of toppling mountains suddenly appeared. Duan Ling Tian felt his entire body sway along with the tower. Subsequently, two sounds akin to the sound of sky tearing resonated behind him. One of the sounds appeared particularly sneaky while the other sounded extremely fast. With just a flash of his body, Duan Ling Tian disappeared from the spot he was previously standing at and emerged somewhere nearby. After he had moved away, he turned around in a timely manner and discovered the rat-faced human statue and that horse-faced human statue had somehow come alive. Moreover, they no longer stood opposite each other. Instead, they were joining forces to attack him. After the rat-faced human statue and the horse-faced human statue failed in their attacks, they immediately attacked again. The rat-faced human statue's attack was more sneaky while the horse-faced human statue's attack mostly relied on speed. These just happened to be the characteristics of a rat and a horse. However, they're just too weak, right? Under Duan Ling Tian's strange pupil, the speed of the two statues that came alive was just too slow that it was pitiful. Duan Ling Tian's estimated that they were at the early pristine saint stage at most. This was much weaker than the three wild beasts he came across outside the tower. With just a thought, two golden sword rays that were as dazzling as the sun appeared. In just a blink of an eye, they directly impaled the two statues. After a while, they no longer could hold on and finally collapsed, forming two piles of broken stones. How weak! Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he made his way to the staircase that led to the next floor. However, after this experience, he became more wary and alert. Although that was the case, he soon realized he had been too cautious. As he walked up to the second level of the tower, he did not encounter any obstacles at all. The second level of the tower was as empty as the first level. There was only a staircase leading up to the third level and another two statues. These two statues were also standing opposite each other in a confrontational pose similar to the statues on the first level. Cow-faced, sheep-faced. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian discovered these two statues had the head of a cow and a sheep respectively. A cow-faced human and a sheep-faced human. It was a rat-faced human and a horse-faced human on the first floor. Moreover, they're standing in opposition to each other. Cow and sheep, rat and horse. Don't tell me, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as his eyes suddenly brightened. Don't tell me it's actually the six harmonies. Duan Ling Tian remembered when he was still on Earth in his past life, there was an ancient belief in that ancient Eastern country. The six harmonies was part of the belief. It described the opposition between the Chinese zodiac signs. There was a total of 12 Chinese zodiacs. Two would always be in opposition with each other and form the six harmonies. This must be it. The first level was the cow and the sheep while the second level is a cow and a sheep. The rat opposes the horse while the cow opposes with sheep. If I'm not mistaken, the third level should be the tiger and the monkey, the fourth level should be the rabbit and the chicken, the fifth level should be the dragon and the dog, and the sixth level should be the snake and the pig. Duan Ling Tian finally pieced the puzzle together. Looks like this tower contains the secret of the six harmonies, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he made his way to the staircase leading to the third level. At the same time, he successfully activated the two statues on the second level. The sheep-faced human statue and the cow-faced human statue. Compared to the two statues on the first level, these two statues' strength seemed to be a level higher. They were both at the intermediate pristine saint stage. However, in front of Duan Ling Tian, there was no difference between the early and intermediate pristine saint stage. He could easily annihilate both of them. Just as Duan Ling Tian had expected, he encountered a tiger-faced human statue and a monkey-faced human statue on the third level of the tower. Their strength was also a level higher. They were at the mastery pristine saint stage. On the fourth level of the tower, it was a rabbit-faced human statue and chicken-faced human statue. Both were at the peak of the pristine saint stage. On the fifth level of the tower, it was a dragon-faced human statue and a dog-faced human statue. Both were at the early refined saint stage. The snake-faced human statue and the pig-faced human statue on the sixth level of the tower were at the intermediate refined saint stage. When the two of them joined forces, even an ordinary intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator might not necessarily be able to defeat them. However, they were nothing in front of Duan Ling Tian. This is already the final level of the tower. Where's the divine ability relic? Duan Ling Tian's heart pounded when he saw the snake-faced human statue and the pig-faced human statue had already crumbled into two piles of stones. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, the air trembled as a gigantic statue walked out of thin air. A khaki light gleamed around its body that seemed as though it was as heavy as a mountain. What's this? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he saw this. At this moment, the gigantic statue began to move. As heavy and clumsy as it looked, it was like a gust of wind when it moved. In just a blink of an eye, it arrived before Duan Ling Tian before it lifted its gigantic leg and stomped on Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. If it was an ordinary person, he would definitely be smashed into a bloody mess after being stomped on like that. Faced with the gigantic statue's powerful stomp, Duan Ling Tian did not retreat, but he charged forward instead. Both of his hands landed on the gigantic leg as all of the sun true origin in his body surged out unreservedly and gathered on his palms. In just a blink of an eye, both of Duan Ling Tian's hands seemed to be granted with limitless strength. Duan Ling Tian's hands trembled before he subsequently took hold of that gigantic statue's leg and lifted it up abruptly. Like a windmill, he spun the statue around. In the end, as though he was done playing with it, Duan Ling Tian let go of it and let it crash on the wall of the sixth level of the tower. Although there was a loud bang, the wall remained undamaged. Not only that, but the gigantic statue seemed to be intact as well. What a powerful defense! Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian was greatly astonished. If he had thrown an ordinary mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator in this manner, he would have died if not crippled. However, this gigantic statue that possessed the strength of a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse was completely uninjured. The gigantic statue stood back up and charged at Duan Ling Tian again. Big guy, eat my sword. Duan Ling Tian snarled. With a raise of his hand, the sun true origin surged out of his palm and transformed into a 3-foot-long blade that was gleaming brightly with a golden light. Duan Ling Tian's body was like a willow as his sword followed his movement. In just a short while, he appeared in front of the gigantic statue and slashed his sword at the gigantic statue's head at lightning speed. Clank. Duan Ling Tian had thought he would be able to pierce the gigantic statue's head easily. However, he was proven wrong. The khaki light gleaming around the statue that was like a peerless defense easily blocked his sword. What a good fellow. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, dumbfounded. He began to notice that something was amiss. The khaki light on the surface of its body doesn't look as simple as just energy. It doesn't look like a defensive martial technique as well. Could this be a divine ability? Chapter 1771 Divine Ability, the Six Harmonies Golden Body. If the khaki light around the gigantic statue's body was a defensive technique of the divine ability, then this divine ability must be absolutely wonderful. Although Duan Ling Tian did not use all his might when he slashed at the statue earlier, it was still equivalent the entire strength of an ordinary martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. However, the strike had been blocked by a gigantic statue at the mastery refined saint stage instead. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian had also noticed although the gigantic statue had blocked his attack, the khaki light around its body began to dim as well. Moreover, its body seemed to become heavier, and its speed was decreasing as well. It seems like this divine ability is powerful, but it depletes a lot of energy as well. When it blocked my sword earlier, it has almost used up its entire strength. Currently, it's like an arrow at the end of its flight. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he slashed his golden light sword again with a flick of his wrist. This time, he directly decapitated the gigantic statue's head. Crashed. Now that its head was shattered, the gigantic statue crashed on the ground and lost its vitality immediately. However, at the moment the gigantic statue collapsed, Duan Ling Tian realized the place seemed to be vibrating again as a wave of dense aura shrouded the floor he was on in just an instant. The vibe it emitted was ancient as though it had seen the vicissitudes of life. This is, soon after, Duan Ling Tian's gaze landed on the space that was emitting the aura. There seemed to be a crack in the air. Inside that crack, a gigantic stone tablet appeared out of nowhere. The stone tablet descended on the ground, causing the entire tower to vibrate a little. The stone tablet laid on the ground, emitting an ancient vibe that was filled with the vicissitudes of life. It was as though it was trying to tell everything in its surroundings that it had existed for a long time. Six Harmonies Golden Body. This is a divine ability. When Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness tried to probe the stone tablet, he noticed a message was sent back to him from the tablet. At this moment, he realized he was right about a divine ability relic being stored in the tower. This stone tablet was exactly one of the divine ability relics inside the Saint Martial's secret zone. Looks like everything I've gone through earlier was just a test before I'm able to obtain it. The defensive divine ability that the gigantic statue mastered is none other than this Six Harmonies Golden Body. Although it's called the Golden Body, the divine ability's energy that covered the surface of the gigantic statue was khaki in color. Duan Ling Tian also understood that it was exactly because the gigantic statue had activated the Six Harmonies Golden Body that his first slash with his sword was unable to break its defense. Even if a person who's at the peak of the refined saint stage has cast the strongest defense in the earth-ranked saint-grade martial tactic, he would still be unable to defend against my sword earlier. The gigantic statue, on the other hand, managed to withstand it by only using the true origin at the mastery refined saint stage in the divine ability, the Six Harmonies Golden Body. When Duan Ling Tian recalled the scene earlier, he knew the divine ability, the Six Harmonies Golden Body, was not something ordinary. Just when Duan Ling Tian was about to memorize the Six Harmonies Golden Body, he heard a commotion that caused him to snap back to reality. At the same time, he extended his divine consciousness and looked at the entrance of the staircase. After a span of more than 10 breaths, 3 figures walked in one after another. There seemed to be 2 piles of stones on every floor. Does this place really contain the divine ability relic? The 3 young men who climbed up to the final floor of the tower discussed among themselves. Soon after, their eyes landed on the gigantic stone tablet in the distance. Could it be a divine ability relic? Somebody answered and 3 pairs of eyes lit up immediately. They instantly walked nearer so they could study the divine ability relic. We meet again. At this moment, an indifferent voice reverberated behind the 3 men suddenly. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian who had somehow appeared behind them. Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, it was as though he knew the 3 men before him. To be exact, it seemed as though he knew some of them. When 2 out of the 3 men heard this sentence from behind them, horror dawned on them immediately. Ling Tian. They were no strangers to this voice. It was Ling Tian's voice. He was the strongest person among the younger generations in the mystical sky mansion. It was also the Ling Tian whom they had escaped from previously. 2 out of the 3 people were none other than Peng Sen and Hu Rui, the mystical palace's disciples who had seized the chance to run away when Duan Ling Tian was chasing after Zhao Ji. It did not cross their minds that they would meet Duan Ling Tian here. Ling Tian. At the same time, the third person finally turned around and looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing nearby in shock. It was apparent he did not expect to meet Duan Ling Tian here. Both of you. However, the man soon noticed Peng Sen and Hu Rui's faces that had turned pale as though they were afraid. His heart jolted immediately as a thought popped up in his mind. He immediately took a few steps back and distanced himself from the 2 men. After he had taken a few steps back, he hastily explained to Duan Ling Tian, "Ling Tian, I'm actually not that close to them. I'm a Yellow Palace's disciple. I just happened to pass by and was dragged along by them to explore this place." Duan Ling Tian glanced at him indifferently before nodding. Then, he turned to look at Peng Sen and Hu Rui again. "How brave both of you are. To think you dare to disregard my words just like that." Peng Sen and Hu Rui lowered their heads and could not come up with any reply. Naturally, they were feeling extremely remorseful at this moment. If they had known Duan Ling Tian would find this place just by knowing the general direction, they would not have escaped. When Duan Ling Tian saw the 2 of them keeping quiet, he was too lazy to talk to them anymore. With just a raise of his hand, 2 streaks of sword rays rapidly flew across the room and killed them. To be more exact, it killed their clones. At the instant when their clones were killed, both of their divine consciousness also returned to their bodies before they were kicked out by the Saint Martial's secret zone. Currently, only Duan Ling Tian and that Yellow Palace's disciple were left on the highest level of the tower. "You're not going to leave. Don't tell me you also want to leave together with them?" Duan Ling Tian asked as he glanced indifferently at the Yellow Palace's disciple. The Yellow Palace's disciple had long been scared by Duan Ling Tian's earlier actions. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to decisively attack and send Peng Sen and the other man out. When he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he immediately snapped back to reality and hastily turned around to head downstairs. He only had one thought in his mind now, and it was to leave this place as soon as possible. He did not dare to think of the divine ability relic at all. With Ling Tian here, he would not have a share at all even if it was a high-grade divine ability relic. After that Yellow Palace's disciple left, Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness merged with that gigantic stone tablet again, and he began to memorize the divine ability contained in it, the 6 Harmonies Golden Body. When Duan Ling Tian was memorizing the divine ability, the 6 Harmonies Golden Body, the group of people outside the Saint Martial's secret zone noticed a commotion in the entrance of the Saint Martial's secret zone again. Soon after, they saw 2 people emerging from the entrance. "Peng Sen, Hu Rui, why did you T2 come out as well?" Upon seeing these 2 men, the palace master of Mystical Palace could not help but be taken aback. These 2 people were disciples from his Mystical Palace. Both of their cultivation base had already entered the peak of the pristine saint stage, and in terms of strength, they ranked at the top among the Mystical Palace's disciples at the peak of the pristine saint stage. However, they had been eliminated in just 3 days. They were only half a day later than Zhao Ji. "Lord Palace Master, we were eliminated by Ling Tian." Peng Sen and the other man smiled wryly. At the same time, they glanced at Zhao Ji who was standing nearby, and they did not feel too bad anymore. It was fortunate they were not the first one to be kicked out. Seeing another person who ranked the lowest, especially someone at the intermediate refined saint stage, they did not feel too sad even though they felt regretful for being eliminated. Ling Tian again. Upon hearing Peng Sen's words, the place broke into an uproar again. "What's that little fellow trying to do?" The palace master of Mystical Palace looked at Peng Sen and the other man before asking in a deep voice, "Both of you have enmity with Ling Tian as well?" "Lord Palace Master, before we entered the Saint Martial's secret zone, we've never interacted with Ling Tian before," Peng Sen replied bitterly. "Then both of you." The palace master of Mystical Palace frowned immediately. He thought he had good judgment. Although he had only seen Ling Tian before and had never interacted with him, he did not think he was someone who would create trouble for no reason. When Peng Sen saw the crowd's baffled expressions, he quickly recounted what had transpired between them and Ling Tian, including how they had escaped when he was chasing after Zhao Ji. "Both of you are really. How could you just abandon him and escape just like that? If it was someone else, they wouldn't have let both of you go as well." The palace master of Mystical Palace shook his head and did not blame Ling Tian. If he was in Ling Tian's shoes, he would have done the same thing as well. It was not only the strongest of the species that survived, but the quickest to act as well. This was the rule of survival. It's nature's selection. Peng Sen continued to tell them when they encountered Ling Tian again, they saw a gigantic stone tablet that looked like a divine ability relic. What? When Zhao Deng heard Peng Sen's words, horror dawned on his face immediately. You mean, Ling Tian has already obtained a divine ability relic? Zhao Ji, who stood beside Zhao Deng, had a terrible expression as well. He was kicked out by Ling Tian only after 3 days of entering the Saint Martial's secret zone. On the other hand, Ling Tian had already obtained a divine ability relic so quickly. He hated it. He itched to shred Ling Tian into thousands and thousands of pieces. That should be the case. Peng Sen nodded. After Peng Sen's confirmation, the crowd broke into an uproar again. It has only been 3 days, but Ling Tian has already obtained a divine ability relic. I wonder what divine ability relic it is. Soon after, the palace master of Earth Palace looked at Peng Sen and the other man as he asked, "Hey, both of you, tell us the characteristics of the place that houses the divine ability relic." In the history of Mystical Sky Mansion, whoever entered the Saint Martial secret zone and obtained a divine ability relic would have to follow the Mystical Sky Mansion's rules and reveal the process of how they obtained the divine ability relic. So many years had gone by, and the Mystical Sky Mansion had also recorded quite many ways of obtaining various types of divine ability relics. If somebody went through the same process, they could use the record to deduce the type of divine ability that the divine ability relic contained. Chapter 1772. A month later. A 6 stories tower that one could only enter after one has killed 3 wild beasts that could coordinate their attacks. There are 2 piles of stones on every level. Other than the 2 piles of stones, there's also a gigantic statue on the 6th floor. And there's a stone table that might be a divine ability relic. The high-ranking officials present on the scene learned about 6 stories tower from Peng Sen in detail. If I remember correctly, it should be the 6 harmonies tower. The divine ability that Duan Ling Tian obtained must be the 6 harmonies golden body. In the end, Meng Qing, the mansion master, regained his senses first. He continued to say, although the 6 harmonies golden body can't be considered as a high-grade divine ability, it's not weak as well. Among the divine abilities in the Saint Martial secret zone, it would be ranked as a medium-grade divine ability. To think that it's a medium-grade divine ability, everyone immediately broke into an uproar again. Initially, they had thought since Ling Tian had only entered the Saint Martial secret zone for 3 days, it would be considered good enough if he found and obtained a low-grade divine ability relic in divine ability. They did not expect Ling Tian would find and obtain a medium-grade divine ability relic in divine ability. I've heard of the 6 harmonies golden body before. It seems like it's a defensive divine ability. Qian Ping Sheng, the palace master of Yellow Palace, chimed in. A medium-grade divine ability. Damn it. After hearing that Duan Ling Tian had obtained a medium-grade divine ability, Zhao Deng and his son's expressions turned even graver. Their hatred toward Duan Ling Tian also grew a lot. Not bad, not bad. Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, nodded his head in satisfaction. He was not stingy with his compliments. He has only entered the Saint Martial secret zone 3 days ago, but he has already obtained a medium-grade divine ability. Standing by the side, Hu Mi could not help but feel shocked as well, since there were only a few people capable of accomplishing something like that after they had entered the Saint Martial secret zone in the history of Azure Cloud Mansion. Although Duan Ling Tian knew that news about him obtaining the divine ability from the divine ability relic he found would be spread out by Peng Sen and the other man, it did not cross his mind that based on Peng Sen's words, Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, would be able to deduce the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic he found was the 6 harmonies golden body. This 6 harmonies golden body could only be sensed but not explained. No wonder it's said that one can only try to comprehend and master it after breaking through to the divine saint stage. However, according to Elder Huo, I don't have to wait until I break through to the divine saint stage. I only need to break through to the eminent saint stage to comprehend divine abilities. Duan Ling Tian knew his situation very well. As time passed, a day and a night went by. Duan Ling Tian had also successfully memorized the 6 harmonies golden body, including some information that could only be sensed but could not be explained. When Duan Ling Tian withdrew his divine consciousness, he realized the gigantic stone tablet had already disappeared. Apart from that, the 6 harmonies tower he was in the formation that contained the tower disappeared as well. At this moment, he was back in the stone forest. He could no longer sense any formation in the stone forest. It was obvious the formations were all destroyed once he had memorized the 6 harmonies golden body and completed the mission. I wonder what grade this divine ability, the 6 harmonies golden body, that I obtained is. How good would it be if Elder Huo is here with me? He'll definitely know what grade the 6 harmonies golden body is, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he left the stone forest. The most important thing now is to reunite with Wang Fei Zan and Lu Jian. I don't even know where they are or if they've already met one another. The Saint Martial secret zone is so huge, I'm sure it won't be easy for me to meet them. More than 20 days had passed. Although Duan Ling Tian encountered many people, he had yet to encounter Wang Fei Zan and Lu Jian. Naturally, during these 20 over days, he had gained some things as well. He had found another divine ability relic and memorized the divine ability in it. That divine ability was called the Flaming Clone. Although its name sounded quite powerful, based on Duan Ling Tian's judgment, the grade was not as high as the 6 harmonies golden body. Not only were the trials to obtain it much easier, but the content of the divine ability was easier to memorize as well. Duan Ling Tian was not even certain if it would help much if he used it. There are only 2 months left. I hope I'll meet them as soon as possible. Duan Ling Tian wandered around the Saint Martial secret zone as he searched for traces of divine ability relics. During these 20 over days, although he came across many people, he did not attack them at all since he had no conflict with them. He did not have the thought that fewer people meant fewer competitors. Thus, he did not randomly attack everyone he met. When Duan Ling Tian was passing through a dangerously steep barren mountain, he heard the sounds of fighting from the distant. However, the sound of fighting did not last too long before it finally came to a stop. Duan Ling Tian curiously went over to the place. With just a glance, he saw 3 people surrounding one person. Duan Ling Tian remembered the person who was being surrounded. He was a New Heaven Palace's disciple who entered the mystical sky mansion at the same time as him. However, they had never had any interactions before. The other 3 people were not Heaven Palace's disciples. Duan Ling Tian raised a brow and decided to meddle when he saw the new disciple was forced into a corner by these 3 people. The reason was simple. It was because the person being surrounded was a Heaven Palace's disciple. One of the 3 people surrounding the Heaven Palace's disciple said, "We're from the Zhao clan. If you tell us where the divine ability relic is hidden, we'll owe you a favor. When we leave here, we'll inform Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng about this and let you join our Zhao clan. If you join our Zhao clan, you'll be able to roam about freely in the mystical sky mansion. Boy, with your strength, it's useless even if you know where that place is. There's no way you'll pass the trials to obtain the divine ability relic. You might as well tell us, and the Zhao clan will owe you a favor," another person chimed in. Humph. A man is someone who knows how to recognize and adapt to a situation. If you don't want to be kicked out like your partner, you better obediently tell us what you know. Unlike the previous 2 men's soft approach, the third person immediately took the hard approach. Kicked out like my partner. That Heaven Palace's disciple did not panic although he was surrounded by the 3 men from the Zhao clan. Instead, he smirked coldly. "Kick me out if you want. I really want to see how you're going to find that place after kicking me out." The 3 mystical sky mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan did not expect this Heaven Palace's disciple to be so audacious. Their expressions turned glum immediately. Soon after, one of the mystical sky mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who had spoken earlier said again, "How about this? As long as you're willing to share the location of that place with us, we'll let you join our little team. When the 3 of us have found a divine ability relic each, we'll give the 4th divine ability relic to you." Based on his words, it was apparent he had decided to take a step back. Who knows if the 3 of you will go back on your words? When the Heaven Palace's disciples heard his words, the smirk on his face widened. What do you want then? The 3 mystical sky mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan began to get angry. Faced with this stubborn Heaven Palace's disciple, they really did not know what to do. Initially, they thought they could kill the chicken to frighten the monkey by eliminating his partner. However, it seemed like the method was completely useless. After thinking about it for a moment, the Heaven Palace's disciples replied irritatedly, "All right, I can join your little team, but I want the 2nd divine ability relic we encounter. Not only that, but all of you must swear by the lightning penalty oath, and no change of decision is allowed." "No, When they heard his words, the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan instantly refused his proposal in unison. We can't give the second divine ability relic to you. We can only give you the third one at most. As for the lightning penalty oath, we agree to swear on it, one of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan said. This is the lowest we can go. If you're still unwilling to share with us, we'll have no choice but to eliminate you regardless if we can find that divine ability relic or not. The Heaven Palace's disciple's originally frowning face eased up immediately. As he was about to agree to it, a voice suddenly sounded and interrupted him. The Zhao clan. Upon hearing the voice, the Heaven Palace's disciple looked toward the source of the voice. With just a glance, they saw a tall and handsome approaching them from the distant sky. As he moved, he emitted a powerful aura that made others feel inferior. Senior brother Ling Tian. When Heaven Palace's disciple saw the person who had come, he cried out in delight. Ling Tian. Upon hearing the voice coming from their backs, the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who had yet to turn around paled when they heard the Heaven Palace's disciples' words. Naturally, they were no strangers to this name. After all, this person had publicly slapped Zhao Ji twice and made himself a mortal enemy of the Zhao clan. The 3 of them turned around and looked at Ling Tian, who was making his way over with a grave expression. Hints of dread could be seen in their eyes as panic filled their hearts. Duan Ling Tian came to a halt in front of the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. He looked at them coldly and asked, "Do you know where Zhao Ji is?" "No, we don't, Senior brother Ling Tian, we've no idea where Senior brother Zhao Ji is." The 3 of them thought Duan Ling Tian was looking for Zhao Ji, so they quickly replied truthfully, "Senior brother Ling Tian, we're not lying to you. We really don't know where Senior brother Zhao Ji is at this moment. If we know, we'll definitely join him since there's strength in numbers in the Saint Martial secret zone." Upon hearing their words, Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless. They had misunderstood the meaning of his words. "I'm not really asking where Zhao Ji is." Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned slightly cold. "I'm just trying to tell 3 of you that Zhao Ji's already waiting for 3 of you outside." Chapter 1773 2 Divine Abilities. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan finally understood Duan Ling Tian's words. No matter how slow-witted they were, horror dawned on their faces immediately. "Ling Tian, why you've killed Senior brother Zhao Ji's clone?" When the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan looked at Duan Ling Tian again, terror could be seen in their eyes. Despite knowing Ling Tian and Zhao Ji had enmity between them, it did not cross their minds he would dare to kill Zhao Ji in the Saint Martial secret zone. In fact, the strongest mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who entered the Saint Martial secret zone this time was Zhao Ji. In the Zhao clan, Zhao Ji was the person with the highest chance to obtain a high-grade divine ability relic and break through to the divine saint stage. It would allow him to comprehend and master the divine ability contained inside the divine ability relic. Killing and eliminating Zhao Ji meant that the Zhao clan had lost a divine saint stage powerhouse who could comprehend and master a divine ability from the Saint Martial secret zone. This was undoubtedly a great loss to the Zhao clan. "I remember I encountered him on the 3rd day we came in. Since we're fated to meet, wouldn't it be unkind of me if I don't send him out?" Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly as though he was talking about something that was unrelated to him. After that Heaven Palace's disciple who was being surrounded heard Duan Ling Tian said that he had sent Zhao Ji out, a shocked expression appeared on his face. Although he knew about Ling Tian and Zhao Ji's dispute, it did not cross his mind that Ling Tian was bold enough to directly kill Zhao Ji's clone. He was even more shocked when Duan Ling Tian's words sank in. Zhao Ji was eliminated on the 3rd day after entering the Saint Martial secret zone. Zhao Ji is just too unlucky, right? The Heaven Palace's disciple was rendered speechless. At the same time, he could not help but pity him as well. 3 days. Although the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan already knew Duan Ling Tian had eliminated Zhao Ji, they were still shocked when they heard his words. Originally, they had thought Zhao Ji was only eliminated by Duan Ling Tian a few days ago. They did not expect that Zhao Ji was eliminated 3 days after he came in. Just how unlucky was he? Thinking of the word, unlucky, 3 of them exchanged glances with each other. They could see they were all thinking about the same thing. Speaking of unlucky, were they not unlucky as well? They knew they would be eliminated by Ling Tian soon. "Let's flee. Although the chance is slim, it's better than to stand here and wait for death." "I agree. Let's flee." Flee. Soon after, The three mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan transmitted their voices to each other and came to a tacit agreement. At this moment, they had completely thrown the Heaven Palace's disciple they were cornering to the back of their minds. Only one thought was left in their minds, and it was to escape from Ling Tian. The weakest among the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan was at the peak of the pristine saint stage, while the other two more powerful ones were at the early refined saint stage. After coming to an agreement, one of them counted down through voice transmission. The three of them simultaneously made their moves and fled in three different directions. Only then would they stand a chance in escaping. Even if only one of them managed to escape, it was still better than having the entire army wiped out. They did not even think of pleading with Duan Ling Tian. Even Zhao Ji from their Zhao clan had already been killed and eliminated by Ling Tian. Even if three of them lowered themselves and kneeled down to plead for their lives, they would still be killed. Since this was the case, was it not better to try and escape? Zhao Ji did not even manage to flee from my grasp. Do three of you think you're stronger than him? Duan Ling Tian was already prepared. The sun true origin was glowing on his skin. When he saw those three escaped in three different directions, he instantly activated the sun true origin that was enveloping the surface of his body and transformed it into 6 streaks of golden rays that shot out dazzlingly in all directions. Those three who had fled not far away was caught up by the 6 streaks of sword rays that were as dazzling as the sun as it landed on them. The place between their brows and their hearts were pierced. The three figures vanished immediately. Although the Heaven Palace's disciples had already expected such an outcome, he still could not help but gasp as he stood at his spot. Among the younger generation in the mystical Sky Mansion, it was very likely that only this man could kill 2 early refined saint stage martial cultivators and a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage with just a raise of his hand. After killing the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan, Duan Ling Tian's face began to ease up. When he had slapped Zhao Ji twice publicly, the enmity between him and the Zhao clan had long been formed. Moreover, it had also reached a point of no return. Was there a way to return to how it was before? Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Deng, was the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, and his grandfather was even one of the 2 great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion. These 2 close relatives of his were leaders with the highest positions in the Zhao clan. Since he had offended Zhao Ji, it was equivalent to offending the Zhao clan as well. Duan Ling Tian knew this clearly. That was why he did not even hesitate when he killed Zhao Ji previously and the 3 Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan earlier. Since he had already offended them, he did not mind offending them further. After nodding toward the Heaven Palace's disciple as a greeting, Duan Ling Tian turned around to leave. The Heaven Palace's disciple was stunned when he saw this. He had thought of many possible scenarios, but it did not cross his mind that Duan Ling Tian did not even say a word and would leave after saving him by killing the 3 Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. Did he not hear the conversation between him and the people from the Zhao clan? Did he not know he had the clues that lead to a divine ability relic? He thought about it again and found it impossible. From Duan Ling Tian's calm manner earlier, it was apparent he was biding his time at the side for a long time, so he must have heard their conversation. Since Ling Tian was leaving, it was obvious he did not plan to force him to reveal the clues he had leading to the divine ability relic. The Heaven Palace's disciple had guessed correctly. Although Duan Ling Tian did not mind snatching clues that led to divine ability relics from disciples of other palaces, he did not have the heart to snatch clues from Heaven Palace's disciples. No matter what, he was also a Heaven Palace's disciple and had reaped benefits from the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. He felt a sense of belonging to the Heaven Palace. Senior brother Ling Tian, seeing how Duan Ling Tian was leaving further and further away, the Heaven Palace's disciple became anxious and immediately chased after him. Is there anything else? When Duan Ling Tian heard his voice, he came to a halt and turned around to look at the Heaven Palace's disciple with a puzzled expression. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, he replied, "Senior brother Ling Tian, I want to work together with you." "Work with me?" Duan Ling Tian smiled. "I heard earlier that you have clues leading to 1 divine ability relic. Even if we manage to pass the trials, it'll be a problem later to decide who gets to memorize divine ability first. It'll be fine if I haven't agreed to partner up with other people, since we can look for other clues for other divine ability relics for the other person. However, the problem is, I've already agreed to work with other people. I'm worried I'll encounter them before we manage to find a second divine ability relic." Duan Ling Tian added, "I promised one of them to give them the first divine ability relic we encounter once we reunite." Senior brother Ling Tian, the fact that you said such words means that you're a man of your words. I, Xiaodun, admire you lot, the Heaven Palace's disciple said with admiration. Then, he shifted the topic and continued to say, however, the clues I have lead to not only one, but two divine ability relics. If you work with me, senior brother Ling Tian, how about we split the divine ability relics? After he had finished speaking, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with anticipation. Two divine ability relics. Upon hearing his words, Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. He did not expect Xiaodun, who was only at the peak of the pristine saint stage, managed to find clues leading to two divine ability relics in just a month after entering the Saint Martial's secret zone. Yes, Xiaodun nodded. Then, as though he was reminded of something, he let out a long sigh. Actually, the two divine ability relics were found by my friend. He has cultivated a secret tactic that's related to the eyes. His vision is better than ordinary people. Due to that, he could find clues leading to two divine ability relics in just a month. Unfortunately, just as he was about to find another divine ability relic so that we can search for another person at the refined saint stage to work with to go through the trials, we encountered those three men who killed him. When Xiaodun reached the end of his sentence, a regretful expression could be seen on his face. That's indeed quite a pity. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was quite shocked. Even he only managed to obtain two divine abilities after entering the Saint Martial's secret zone for a month. Although Xiaodun's friend did not obtain the divine ability, he managed to find clues leading to two divine ability relics. His luck was in no way inferior to his own. I wonder what grade the divine abilities inside the two divine ability relics are. Duan Ling Tian was very curious about this. For a moment, he seemed to have forgotten to agree to Xiaodun's request of working together. Senior brother Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian finally snapped back to reality when Xiaodun spoke again. I can partner up with you, but how should we split the divine ability relics? I'll tell you about the information I have of the places where the two divine ability relics are, senior brother Ling Tian. Xiaodun did not keep anything to himself and revealed everything he knew. The two divine ability relics were similar to the ones Duan Ling Tian had encountered previously. One would need to enter it through an illusory formation, and after one had entered, one would have to face the first trial. The first trial of the first divine ability relic that Duan Ling Tian encountered was slightly more difficult. For this reason, the divine ability he obtained was at a higher grade as well. From Xiaodun's description, the first trial of the two divine abilities he encountered was as difficult as the divine ability relic that contained the divine ability, the Six Harmonies Golden Body. It was apparent the divine abilities contained in the two divine ability relics were in no way inferior to the Six Harmonies Golden Body. Your friend's quite lucky. Duan Ling Tian sighed emotionally. Chapter 1774. A Palace and a Swamp. Three people appeared once again at the entrance of the Saint Martial's secret zone. Why are three of you here? When Zhao Deng saw the three men who came out, his expression turned grim immediately, since these three men belonged to the Zhao clan. In fact, there were only 5 men from the Zhao clan who had entered this time, including Zhao Ji. However, 4 people had been kicked out in just a span of a month. Upon seeing Zhao Deng, whose expression had turned grave, the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan had a bitter expression on their faces. They could not help but curse inwardly. If it's not because your son has offended him, we wouldn't have been kicked out. Nobody could blame them for having such thoughts. Although they were mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan, they never had any interaction with Duan Ling Tian before, let alone offending him. The reason Duan Ling Tian killed their clones and sent them out from the Saint Martial's secret zone was all due to their backgrounds. Apart from being mystical Sky Mansion's disciples, they were from the Zhao clan as well. Faced with Zhao Deng's grave expression, one of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan finally mustered up his courage and replied, "Our 3 clones were killed by Ling Tian. He's just too powerful, and we're completely powerless in front of him." Ling Tian again. Upon hearing his words, many people present on the scene shifted their eyes that contained hints of pity to Zhao Deng. Him again, Zhao Ji exclaimed in a deep voice. He seemed to have forgotten himself again. His eyes gleamed fiercely, and killing intent could be seen in them as well. At the same time, a young man beside the palace master of Earth Palace whispered to him, "Lord Mansion Master, they were the ones who killed me and kicked me out." Hints of delight could be seen in his eyes as he gloated over their misfortune. This young man was the mystical Sky Mansion's disciple who was with Xiaodun previously. The 2 divine ability relics that Xiaodun knew about was discovered by this young man. after he had discovered the 2 divine ability relics, before he even had a chance to explore the places, he had already been eliminated. One could just imagine how frustrated he was. However, currently, when he saw the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who had eliminated him were also eliminated not long after he had been eliminated, he was beside himself with joy. All the frustration he felt in his heart had also vanished without a trace. The Palace Master of Earth Palace nodded. What a pity the 2 divine ability relics you've discovered have gone to waste. That Heaven Palace's disciple has really lucked out. Seeing how 3 of them are kicked out not long after you came out, I think Ling Tian must have made his move and rescued that Heaven Palace's disciple. I think so too. The young man nodded. At the same time, he sighed in relief. His eyes contained hints of envy but not jealousy. This was because he and Xiaodun, the Heaven Palace's disciple, were both good friends who had known each other before entering the mystical Sky Mansion. After discovering Xiaodun was unharmed, he heaved a sigh of relief instead. Damn it, that divine ability relic is going to end up in Ling Tian's possession again. Zhao Deng was boiling with anger. One could imagine if Duan Ling Tian was right in front of him, he would not hesitate to kill him at all. When Zhao Deng and his son were still boiling with anger to the point of almost passing out, the young man standing next to the Palace Master of Earth Palace looked at the 3 Zhao clan's disciples and feigned a pitiful sigh as he said, "It seems like some people are destined to miss the 2 divine ability relics that I discovered." 2 divine ability relics? Both of you discovered 2 divine ability relics? At once, the 3 Zhao clan's disciples widened their eyes and looked at the young man, the Earth Palace's disciple whose clone was killed and eliminated by the 3 of them, with disbelief. I've already been kicked out. Is there a need for me to lie? I think senior brother Ling Tian and Xiaodun must be on their way to get the 2 divine ability relics now, the Earth Palace's disciple replied indifferently. Based on the tone of his voice, he was taking pleasure in their misfortune. The 3 Zhao clan's disciples were dumbfounded. 2 divine ability relics had escaped them just like that. 2 divine ability relics. Many eyes immediately shifted again to look at Zhao Deng, who was so furious until his body was trembling slightly when he heard the Earth Palace's disciples' words. How's this possible? What did Ling Tian do to have such good luck? Zhao Ji's eyes were bloodshot while an expression of discontentment appeared on his face. Ling Tian's really lucky. Qian Ping Sheng, the Palace Master of Yellow Palace, could not help but sigh. Indeed, many people agreed. Ha. Junior brother Ling Tian's really quite unpredictable. Ji Yu Li laughed. Ling Tian's really quite lucky. I wonder if he's our young mansion master or not. Standing by the side, Hu Mi appeared calm, but his heart was a different story. Meanwhile, in the Saint Martial's secret zone, Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiaodun and said, "According to you, the first trial of the 2 divine ability relics have almost the same level of difficulty. Based on this, it's very likely the divine abilities should be about the same grade. Since you're the one who provided the information about the divine ability relics, you can take your pick first." Since they were about the same, Duan Ling Tian did not make a fuss about it. Xiaodun looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked carefully, "See, can I choose the one in the palace?" There was a hint of anxiousness in the depth of his gaze. After taking a deep look at Xiaodun, who was waiting anxiously, Duan Ling Tian finally nodded. Sure. Although the level of difficulty for the first trials of the 2 divine ability relics was about the same, the locations of the 2 relics were on opposite sides of each other. One of the divine ability relics was located in a magnificent palace. That was where Xiaodun and his friend failed the first trial. The other divine ability relic was located in a gloomy and dark swamp. It was completely opposite from the former one. Although the first trials for these 2 places were about the same in terms of difficulty, most ordinary people would choose the former since the place was more majestic. The divine ability contained in the divine ability relic should not be simple as well. If Duan Ling Tian were to pick first, he would also instinctively pick the former. However, since Xiaodun had already picked one, he did not say anything since Xiaodun was the one who had provided the information leading to the 2 divine ability relics. Then, let's get the divine ability relic that you've picked first. After you've memorized the divine ability contained in it, you can bring me to the location of the second divine ability relic. I'll explore the location of the second divine ability relic on my own so you can go on and search for another divine ability relic. That way, you won't have to waste your time, Duan Ling Tian told Xiaodun. Senior brother Ling Tian, you trust me so much. Xiaodun was slightly taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's plan. Initially, He had thought Duan Ling Tian would want to go to the swamp first to memorize the divine ability, but it did not cross his mind that Duan Ling Tian would help him to obtain his divine ability relic first. "We're all Heaven Palace's disciples, so there's nothing to not trust," Duan Ling Tian said casually. However, when Xiaodun heard this, he felt so ashamed he wished the ground would swallow him up. In fact, he had been slightly selfish by picking the divine ability relic located in the palace. Taking a deep breath, Xiaodun made his decision and said, "Senior brother Ling Tian, maybe we should switch our divine ability relics. Even if the divine ability relic hidden in the palace has the same grade as the one in the swamp, I still think the one in the palace will be better." "The fact that you said such words means you're sincere enough. However, since we've already made a decision, there's no need for us to change it. The divine ability relic in the palace will be yours," Duan Ling Tian replied. "Just lead the way." After he asked Xiaodun to lead the way, he followed behind Xiaodun as they made their way to the first divine ability relic. A day and a night had passed as Duan Ling Tian followed Xiaodun into a vast grassland before they finally came to a halt in front of a huge lake. "The entrance is in the lake." Duan Ling Tian raised his brow, astonished. "Yes." Xiaodun nodded before making his way in first. He entered the lake as adept as a fish. Duan Ling Tian followed suit. Since their cultivation bases had reached a certain level, entering a lake was as easy as traveling on land. With the true origin enveloping them, they blocked the water out completely. When they were nearing the bottom of the lake, Duan Ling Tian noticed the ripples from a formation. As they entered deeper into the lake, Duan Ling Tian realized Xiaodun had disappeared before his eyes. As he went deeper, his vision turned black. When light appeared again, Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and discovered he was in another place. This place appeared dignified. A palace could be seen in front like a gigantic beast lying prone on the ground. It was exactly like what Xiaodun had described earlier. "Senior brother Ling Tian, there are 5 flying-type fierce beasts guarding the entrance of the palace, and their strength is at the peak of the pristine saint stage." At this moment, Xiaodun's voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. "The 5 flying-type fierce beasts are of different species, so all their techniques are different as well. Previously, when we came here, we were almost killed. Based on our previous estimation, we needed at least 3 people at the peak of the pristine saint stage to kill them before we can enter the palace. However, someone at the refined saint stage or above should be able to kill them all by just relying on their strength." When Xiaodun reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. Duan Ling Tian was someone at the refined saint stage or above. Moreover, he was not an ordinary refined saint stage powerhouse. "All right," Duan Ling Tian nodded before making his move. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged out and made his way to the palace. At this moment, the entrance to the palace was tightly shut. When Duan Ling Tian was halfway there, a few sharp cries resonated in the distance. Subsequently, 5 gigantic figures appeared out of thin air above the palace. Chapter 1775 Rock Heaven Hall. The 5 gigantic figures were the 5 flying-type fierce beasts that Xiaodun had described earlier. The 5 flying-type fierce beasts were all different. Some looked terrifying while some looked rather pleasant. There was even an almost bald bird that did not have many feathers on its body. The only similarity they shared was they were all birds. Along with a few ear-piercing cries, the 5 flying-type wild beasts charged at Duan Ling Tian immediately at a speed so fast that it resembled 5 bolts of lightning. "Just some stray birds. How dare you act almighty in front of me?" Faced with the 5 menacing flying-type fierce beasts, Duan Ling Tian snorted coldly in disdain. In the next instant, without too many actions, the Sun True Origin surged out of his body and transformed into streaks of sword rays that rapidly whirled around his body before it transformed again into a gigantic bell. It was none other than the colossal sword bell that Duan Ling Tian created based on the colossal arrow bell. One must admit that the attacks from the 5 flying-type fierce beasts that were at the peak of the pristine saint stage were incredibly powerful. Every time they attacked, it would make the air tremble. When the attacks landed on the colossal sword bell, it caused the latter to shake as well. Although it shook, it showed no signs of crumbling at all. How powerful! In the distance, Xiaodun was dumbfounded. Although he knew this senior brother Ling Tian was very powerful, he was still shocked when he witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength with his own eyes. To think that he and his friend were chased by these 5 stray birds previously. However, when it was senior brother Ling Tian's turn, the situation had completely turned around. Senior brother Ling Tian merely cast a defensive technique, and that 5 stray birds could not even break his defense at all, no matter how much they tried with all their might. How weak. This is so boring. Seeing how the 5 flying type fierce beasts could not break his colossal sword bell no matter how much they tried, Duan Ling Tian felt disappointed. With just a thought, the colossal sword bell disappeared, while hundreds of sword rays that formed the colossal sword bell shot toward the 5 flying type fierce beasts instantly. In just an instant, it seemed as though it was raining swords. However, instead of falling vertically like rains, the swords were moving horizontally. The swords covered the sky and set off a series of ear-piercing sounds. It seemed as though the sky was about to tear in their wake. The 5 flying type fierce beasts vanished after being baptized by the rain of swords. They're like the 3 fierce beasts at the entrance of the tower. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian's heart leapt slightly as he recalled the 6 Harmonies tower that housed the divine ability relic that contained the 6 Harmonies golden body. Although there were only 3 fierce beasts guarding the entrance of the 6 Harmonies tower, their joint attacks were in no way inferior to the 5 flying type fierce beasts, since the former were able to coordinate their attacks. When the 5 flying type fierce beasts were killed, the great entrance to the palace finally opened. As expected, it's indeed the same as the 6 Harmonies tower, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Since the entrance had already opened, naturally, he would enter it. Duan Ling Tian did not stop and immediately entered the palace. Xiaodun followed closely as he watched Duan Ling Tian's silhouette with enthusiasm in his eyes. After they entered the palace, Duan Ling Tian realized the trials were similar to the trials in the 6 Harmonies tower. Naturally, what he meant by similar was the difficulties increased level by level. Similarly, each of the opponents he faced was stronger than the previous ones. As they were moving through the palace, Xiaodun's gaze became even more heated as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. There was no need for him to do anything at all. To be more exact, he had no chance to do anything at all. Senior brother Ling Tian was just too fast when he dealt with the trials they encountered. Naturally, Xiaodun would not even be able to pass if he made a move during the later trials. Duan Ling Tian, who was walking in the hallway of the palace, suddenly came to a halt as he said to Xiaodun as he looked ahead, "There's only one hall left in front. If I'm not mistaken, the divine ability relic should be inside." Upon hearing that, Xiaodun raised his head and looked at the palace's last big hall that they had yet to enter. There was a plaque above the entrance of the big hall that was carved elegantly with 3 words. Rock Heaven Hall. The 3 words subtly emitted a sense of pressure, as though there was some special force contained inside. Divine ability relic. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Xiaodun became slightly excited, since he would be able to obtain a divine ability relic soon. Although it was uncertain if he would be able to master it in the future, having a shot at it was better than none at all. Moreover, based on the trials they encountered along the way, he was certain this divine ability relic would not be a low-grade one. Although he had entered the mystical sky mansion quite late, he had also heard that the more difficult the trials were, the divine ability relics were most likely of a higher grade. Due to this reason, Xiaodun was excited. He looked forward to seeing what kind of divine ability was contained in the divine ability relic inside the Rock Heaven Hall. Before they entered, Duan Ling Tian reminded Xiaodun, "After we enter, don't leave my side. If I'm not mistaken, there should one last trial in there." With his experience from the 6 Harmonies tower, he believed there would still be a trial awaiting him in the Rock Heaven Hall. It was because a presence that was similar to the gigantic statue in the 6 Harmonies tower had yet to appear in this palace. Alright, senior brother Ling Tian. Throughout their journey, Xiaodun had already regarded Duan Ling Tian as a deity. It was only natural for him to trust Duan Ling Tian's words unconditionally. "Let's go in." After Duan Ling Tian heard Xiaodun's reply, he did not waste any more time and strode into the Rock Heaven Hall. Although the name Rock Heaven Hall sounded quite nice, when Duan Ling Tian entered the hall, he discovered the hall was unlike the other halls in the palace. There was nothing in the Rock Heaven Hall other than countless irregular rocks. In fact, the big halls he had gone through before this were all magnificent. However, this Rock Heaven Hall looked extremely rundown and ugly. Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Even Xiaodun was dumbstruck as he muttered, "Senior brother Ling Tian, are we really still in the palace? Why do I feel like we've entered the wrong room?" Entered the wrong room. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian felt the same way. However, the baffled expression on his face disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. Duan Ling Tian's gaze soon landed on the countless of irregular rocks. He was shocked. These rocks are originally inanimate. However, Currently, it feels like they're filling up with vitality. What are they? Duan Ling Tian obtained this information from his divine consciousness. Senior brother Ling Tian, these rocks seem a little weird. At the same time, Xiao Dun also noticed the rocks on the floor was strange. As soon as Xiao Dun's words left his mouth, a loud bang resonated from behind Duan Ling Tian. He instinctively turned around and discovered the only exit of Rock Heaven Hall was blocked by a rock door, effectively trapping him and Xiao Dun inside. Unlike Duan Ling Tian, who remained calm, horror dawned on Xiao Dun. At this moment, the air in the Rock Heaven Hall, that was closed tightly, began to stir as gusts of wind began to blow. Initially, the wind was quite mild. However, in the end, it turned as fierce as a hurricane as it blew at Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Dun, causing their robes to flutter loudly. Senior brother Ling Tian, the rocks seem to be moving. Xiao Dun suddenly cried out with a trembling voice. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had noticed it as well. As the hurricane continued to wreak havoc in the Rock Heaven Hall, the rocks on the floor began to tremble as well. Initially, only those small rocks shook, but in the end, even those rocks that could be considered as gigantic began to shake violently as well. Soon after, both of them discovered some of the smaller rocks had already flown up into the air and were continuously gaining height. Gradually, the remaining rocks began to rise up into the air as well. Under the watchful eyes of Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Dun, when all of the rocks rose up into the air, they actually merged into a rock golem that was as big as a small mountain. The rock golem did not have eyes or mouth. However, its vitality resembled that of a fierce beast. It was not just for decoration. Without warning, the rock golem moved. As it lifted a leg and dropped it on the ground, it caused dust to fly in the air. The entire Rock Heaven Hall quaked as though an earthquake had just taken place. The rock golem took a few strides forward again and caused the Rock Heaven Hall to shake violently. Even Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Dun began to sway from the effect. After a few steps, both of them realized the rock golem's speed had increased. Initially, it was just walking, then it began to gain speed and was currently charging at them with ever-increasing speed. At the same time, the aura the rock golem emitted began to intensify as well. Its aura crashed at them like waves, almost suffocating Xiao Dun. As for Duan Ling Tian, he was not affected at all. Xiao Dun, whose face was flushed from anxiety, rose up into the air and hastily reminded Duan Ling Tian, "Be careful, senior brother Ling Tian." However, Duan Ling Tian did not seem to hear him at all. To be exact, he was ignoring him. He charged toward the rock golem, whose speed was still increasing. His palm had somehow shot out Sun True Origin that transformed into a dazzling golden 3-foot-long blade. After the rock golem's aura became stable, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, the aura on the rock golem has finally stabilized. Mastery refined Saint stage, it's the same as the gigantic puppet on the final level of the 6 Harmonies Tower. I'd like to see whether you can withstand a casual strike of my sword like that gigantic puppet or not. His heart leapt as he abruptly pounced forward like a bolt of lightning. The tip of the 3-foot-long blade was pointed at the rock golem. Chapter 1776, another defensive divine ability. Originally, Duan Ling Tian had just casually said that. However, when his sword hit the rock golem, the outer layer of skin on the rock golem blocked his sword. In fact, the force of his sword was equivalent to the full strength of an ordinary martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. This familiar scene made Duan Ling Tian dumbstruck as well. Previously, when he was in the 6 Harmonies Tower, the gigantic statue had used the divine ability, the 6 Harmonies Golden Body, to block his sword. However, the rock golem had withstood his sword with his body alone. How could he not feel astonished? Wait a minute. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian noticed something was amiss. When his gaze landed on the rock golem again, he realized the rock golem's outer skin had begun to crack as though it was shedding its skin. The outer layer of skin turned into dust and scattered in the wind as though it was never there. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness could clearly sense that the rock golem's aura had suddenly weakened a little as though its strength had depleted. The layer of outer skin was not part of his body. Could this also be a divine ability? The scene before him was similar to what had happened in the last level of the 6 Harmonies Tower. When he had damaged the gigantic statue's 6 Harmonies Golden Body, the gigantic statue's aura had also weakened a little. Then, it was subsequently destroyed by him due to the depletion of its energy. The rock golem before him was the same as well. After its outer skin cracked and turned into dust, it had depleted its energy. As Duan Ling Tian pushed out his palm on the rock golem that was charging toward him, his sun true origin surged violently into the rock golem's body. At this instant, the rock golem trembled. Its energy that was already depleting was suppressed before its body was destroyed by the sun true origin. In the end, the rock golem turned into rocks. Again. However, after it had transformed into rocks, it transformed into dust that covered the entire place. It rose with the wind before it settled in the rock heaven hall. The dust transformed back into dust while the earth transformed back into earth. Upon seeing this, Xiaodun, who was hovering nearby, was dumbstruck. That's all. However, in the next instant, his expression turned grave again. The divine consciousness he released detected a tremble in the air. After the rock golem was destroyed, the air seemed to stir again. The rock golem earlier was already so ridiculously strong, please don't tell me there's an even stronger one. The moment he thought of this, he frowned. It was fortunate he came with Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, even if he managed to get himself more helpers, he would not have been able to pass the rock golem trial. The divine ability relic is going to reveal itself soon. If I'm not mistaken, the divine ability contained inside should be quite a powerful defensive divine ability. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian spoke as his voice clearly entered Xiaodun's ears. The divine ability relic was going to reveal itself soon. A defensive divine ability. Where's it? Xiao Duan was looking left and right when he noticed a crack in the air. Subsequently, a gigantic stone tablet appeared from inside before it dropped on the ground with a loud bang in the rock heaven hall. Memorize it. I'll wait for you, Duan Ling Tian said to Xiaodun before he sat down at the side and shut his eyes to attain mental composure. After taking a deep breath, Xiaodun suppressed the excitement in his heart and quickly thanked Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, senior brother Ling Tian. If it was not for Duan Ling Tian's help today, he would not have been able to touch the divine ability relic even if he knew the location of the divine ability relic. When he recalled the trials they went through earlier, fear still lingered in his heart. It's really a defensive divine ability. Initially, Xiaodun did not pay too much attention to Duan Ling Tian's words since the divine ability relic had not appeared yet. By right, no one would know what kind of divine ability it was. However, when he extended his divine consciousness into the stone tablet, he discovered it was indeed a defensive divine ability. Rock Heaven Wall. The divine ability contained inside the stone tablet was called the Rock Heaven Hall. It was a defensive divine ability. To be honest, Xiaodun was a little disappointed that he obtained a defensive divine ability. After all, the spear and shield had always been on opposite sides in this world. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, martial and Dao cultivators who had the same level of cultivation base and had cultivated the same level of offensive and defensive technique respectively, the spear would usually be able to break the shield even though the process was slightly harder. For this reason, Xiaodun wanted an offensive divine ability more. How good would it be if I chose the other divine ability relic? The moment such a thought appeared in his mind, he dismissed it. What am I thinking? If it wasn't for senior brother Ling Tian's help, it would have been impossible for me to obtain a divine ability even if I know where the divine ability relic is. Not only that, but I'm the one who picked this divine ability relic first. The moment he thought of this, his face flushed. And I don't even know whether the divine ability contained in the other divine ability relic is a defensive divine ability or not. Even if it's not, senior brother Ling Tian more than deserves it. When Xiaodun's thoughts reached here, he became more open-minded and immersed his entire heart and soul into the stone tablet that contained the divine ability. What a marvelous, defensive divine ability. Even if this defensive divine ability is not a high-grade divine ability, it could be considered as a medium-grade divine ability, right? The more he understood the Rock Heaven Wall, the more shocked Xiaodun was. From the description of the Rock Heaven Wall, it was definitely not a low-grade divine ability. After a day and a night, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes. He's still not done. Due to the fact that it only took him a day and a night to memorize the contents of the divine ability, the 6 harmonies golden body, Duan Ling Tian had thought Xiaodun would also be able to memorize everything in one day and one night. However, he realized he was mistaken. Based on the trials we went through to obtain this divine ability relic, the defensive divine ability relic that Xiaodun obtained should be at the same level as the 6 harmonies golden body. Since it's a defensive divine ability, I don't need it at all. I wonder what kind of divine ability is contained in the other divine ability relic that's located in the deepest part of the swamp. Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian had begun to look forward to seeing the divine ability relic located in the swamp. I hope it's an offensive divine ability, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Currently, he already had a defensive divine ability, the six harmonies golden body. Coupled with the golden crow's wings that Elder Huo had passed on to him, he was only short of an offensive divine ability now. It's said that divine ability relic only allows one person to comprehend it, but let me see if I can memorize it as well while Xiao Dun's memorizing it. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he curiously extended his divine ability to approach the stone tablet that contained the divine ability. However, before his divine consciousness even managed to touch the stone tablet, it was blocked by a resistant force that came from the stone tablet. His divine consciousness was unable to get near it at all. To think it actually repelled my divine consciousness. Looks like a divine ability relic does indeed only allow one person to memorize and comprehend it. Duan Ling Tian shut his eyes to attain mental composure again and waited patiently when he realized Xiao Dun was not going to finish memorizing the divine ability anytime soon. Another 2 days and 2 nights had gone by. Xiao Dun finally finished memorizing the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic after 3 days and 3 nights. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Dun realized their sights had gone dark, and when light appeared again, they were back at the lake. Senior brother Ling Tian, let's go and get the other divine ability relic. Xiao Dun did not break his promise. After he had memorized the divine ability relic, he brought Duan Ling Tian to the location of the second divine ability relic. Oh, senior brother Ling Tian, before the divine ability relic appeared earlier, how did you know it's a defensive divine ability? Xiao Dun asked curiously as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. It's because during the last trial, the rock golem cast a defensive divine ability. I've also discovered a divine ability relic previously. That's how I know the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic would usually appear at the final trial, Duan Ling Tian answered. I see. Xiao Dun finally understood. At the same time, he asked casually, Senior brother Ling Tian, what kind of divine ability did you obtain? Just like yours. A defensive divine ability, Duan Ling Tian added again. A defensive divine ability as well. Xiao Dun was stunned for a moment before he smiled. It's a good thing you didn't choose that divine ability relic earlier. Otherwise, it'll be a waste. Not really, Duan Ling Tian replied. Noncommittally to Xiao Dun's words, although both of them are defensive divine abilities, they're also separated into different grades. Not only that, but not all defensive divine abilities can be successfully comprehended. The defensive divine ability that you memorized might be more suitable for me than the one I memorized earlier. Perhaps, I might successfully comprehend the divine ability that you memorized but failed to comprehend the one that I memorized. You have a point. Xiao Dun nodded in agreement. Every divine ability had its own characteristic and could not be regarded as being in the same category. The second divine ability relic was located in a desert. The desert stretched out as far as the eyes could see. Due to the fine sand flying in the air and the wind, one's vision would be obstructed. The location of the other divine ability relic that Xiao Dun knew of was right here. Your friend is quite amazing. To think that he actually found a divine ability relic that's hidden here. Duan Ling Tian sighed emotionally. When they reached the destination, Xiao Dun told Duan Ling Tian, Senior brother Ling Tian, continue to walk for less than 20 meters, and you'll encounter a formation to enter the location that houses the divine ability relic. I won't follow you there and be a hindrance to you. Alright, Duan Ling Tian nodded and did not say much as he made his way forward on his own. Just as he had expected, after walking for less than 20 meters, Duan Ling Tian's sight turned dark, and he disappeared from Xiao Dun's sight. When Duan Ling Tian appeared again, he was in a dark swamp. Now that senior brother Ling Tian's gone, the path in front of me won't be that easy anymore. Xiao Dun could not help but feel slightly disappointed when he saw Duan Ling Tian disappeared before his eyes. Regardless, he knew his partnership with Duan Ling Tian was merely a temporary deal. Chapter 1777 High-Grade Divine Ability Relic. Now that the deal has ended, I'll need to rely on myself to walk the path in front of me, Xiao Dun sighed inwardly. With his strength, every step would indeed be difficult for him in the St. Martial secret zone. Perhaps, he might be able to pass the trials of a low-grade divine ability relic, but it would be impossible for him to pass the trials of a medium or high-grade divine ability relic. Why am I thinking so much for? Currently, I've already obtained an uncommon medium-grade divine ability, and this is already a pleasant surprise. With my current strength, it would be too greedy of me to ask for more divine abilities. The moment Xiao Dun thought of this, he felt much more at ease and a smile appeared on his face. He had finally come to terms with this. Senior brother Ling Tian, all the best to you. After Xiao Duan glanced in the direction where Duan Ling Tian had disappeared, he turned around and became a lone ranger. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who had entered the swamp, began to welcome his first trial. The first trial was 4 wild beasts that appeared out of the swamp to block his way. When the 4 wild beasts joined forces, their strength was on par with the 5 flying-type fierce beasts at the entrance of the palace. However, these 4 beasts were from the same tribe, so they had a tacit understanding with one another. Even so, they were just 4 wild beasts at the peak of the pristine saint stage. They were no match for Duan Ling Tian, no matter how much they understood each other. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian managed to kill all of them with just a raise of his hand. Why is there no movement? After killing the 4 wild beasts, Duan Ling Tian stretched out his divine consciousness everywhere, but he did not sense any movements. In fact, whether it was the 6 Harmonies Tower or the palace before this, a great door would open up after he passed the first trial. Only when he had passed all the trials would he be able to obtain the divine ability relic that was hidden inside. However, at this moment, although he had already killed the 4 beasts that should be the first trial, he did not sense any movement in the surrounding. How should he go about the next trial and the ones after to obtain the divine ability relic inside this swamp area then? Duan Ling Tian was still baffled and thinking about this matter when his divine consciousness suddenly gave a jolt. What's going on? From his divine consciousness, he could sense a slight movement from the surrounding of the swamp area. The originally calm swamp began to bubble and boil, gradually increasing its strength. In the end, it was like a raging wave. When Duan Ling Tian was staring at the swamp's surrounding solemnly, swift figures shot out of the swamp and covered the sky. They appeared in every direction around Duan Ling Tian, surrounding him like locusts. The light from above was blocked off as well. These wild beasts. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered the figures surrounding him were wild beasts. These wild beasts were identical to the 4 wild beasts he had killed earlier. Intermediate, mastery, and even the peak of the pristine saint stage. There's even early refined saint stage wild beasts as well. After Duan Ling Tian activated his divine eyes and stretched his divine consciousness out to envelop the surrounding wild beasts, he soon discovered the weakest among these wild beasts were at the intermediate pristine saint stage while the strongest ones were at the early refined saint stage. There was not 1 but 9 early refined saint stage wild beasts. 9 early refined saint stage wild beasts. Ow! Duan Ling Tian glanced at the wild beasts that seemed as many as a swarm of locusts. He could see there were thousands of them. What kind of wild beast is this? To think that the clan is actually so huge. Duan Ling Tian could tell the wild beasts before him all came from beneath the swamp. When he killed the 4 wild beasts earlier, he had enraged the wild beasts clan. Look at these wild beasts. Don't tell me this is the first trial for the divine ability relic. Even Duan Ling Tian had no idea why such a thought suddenly rose up in his mind. The moment this thought appeared, it stayed in his mind. After a while, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. If this clan of wild beasts was the first trial for the divine ability relic, did it mean the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic was more powerful than his 6 harmonies golden body and the one that Xiao Dun's obtained? The moment he thought about this, he became excited. As for the group of wild beasts before him, although they were great in numbers and quite powerful, they were nothing in front of him. However, why are they only staring at me and not attacking? Duan Ling Tian was a little baffled when he saw the thousands of identical wild beasts not making any move at all. He did know what this group of wild beasts was trying to do. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian also took the time to study the group of wild beasts. To be honest, although he had killed 4 of the wild beasts earlier, he did not bother looking closely at them at all. Now that he had the time, he carefully examined the characteristics of these wild beasts. The type of wild beasts before him were humanoid wild beasts. Their bodies were swollen and they had a pair of flesh wings behind their backs. They had thick skin that was covered with wrinkles on their bodies. Coupled with their enormous head, they looked extremely disgusting. Among the group of wild beasts, the 9 early refined saint stage wild beasts were the biggest in size. Each of them was about 5 meters tall. Those slightly weaker were about 4 meters tall. The weakest ones were the shortest and smallest. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness gave a jolt. He could sense a powerful aura had appeared at the swamp area behind him. The aura was so powerful that it was even greater than the 9 early refined saint stage wild beasts. When Duan Ling Tian sensed the aura seemed to have dangerously locked on him, he immediately activated the Sun True Origin in his body. In just a blink of an eye, streaks of golden dazzling sword rays formed a defensive layer around his body. It looked like a gigantic bell. At the moment the colossal sword bell was formed, a loud sound resonated and the colossal sword bell shook violently. As it turned out, a gigantic figure had tried to sneak an attack on Duan Lingtian. Although it could be considered successful in its sneak attack, it was unfortunate it could not break the defense of the colossal sword bell at all. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian turned to look at the thing that tried to sneak an attack on him. It was a wild beast that was almost 10 meters tall. The appearance of this wild beast was identical to the thousands of wild beasts in his surrounding. However, there was a golden dazzling crown on the head of this wild beast that was the size of a small hill, revealing his extraordinary identity. Ow! Growl. At the same time, the thousands of wild beasts that were originally quiet in his surrounding looked at the crowned wild beast one after another and howled. Their high-pitched voice seemed to be filled with respect. It seems like this must be the king of the wild beasts. Duan Lingtian would have lived his entire life in vain if he still could not figure this out. The Mastery Refined Saint stage. This wild beast king is actually at the Mastery Refined Saint stage. If this group of wild beasts is really the first trial to obtain the divine ability relic, then the divine ability contained in it must be extremely high grade. Naturally, a high grade divine ability means the trials are going to be extremely difficult. Initially, Duan Lingtian was consumed with excitement. However, when he thought more about it, it was as though a cold bucket of water had been poured on him as he snapped back to reality. Since the first trial to enter was already this difficult, would the coming trials be any easier? Of course not. I'll stop thinking about the other things for now. The most important thing now is to solve this problem first. Soon after, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention back to the group of wild beasts in front of him. It was apparent from how the group of wild beasts had gathered to surround him while their king made a sneak attack that they did not come with good intentions. As the wild beast king roared furiously, the thousands of wild beasts that were originally watching by the side charged at Duan Lingtian menacingly with a murderous gleam in their eyes. When the thousands of wild beasts charged at Duan Lingtian, his heart tightened even though he had been through and seen a lot. Naturally, this did not mean Duan Lingtian was afraid of them, it was just an instinctive reaction. Trying to win through numbers. Faced with the clan of menacing wild beasts, Duan Lingtian sneered. In the next instant, the air within a 100-meter radius of him began to tremble before a gigantic golden ball enveloped the area. However, the group of wild beasts did not seem to fear anything as they charged into the 10,000 swords territory that Duan Lingtian had activated immediately. Inside Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory, 10,000 sword rays whizzed around. Those weaker wild beasts that charged in were killed immediately while the strong ones were killed after withstanding 2 to 3 moves. Those that were even more powerful, on the other hand, were able to endure for a while, but in the end, they still could not escape death. Soon after, the 9 early refined saint stage wild beasts charged in as well. I've been waiting for you for a long time. From when Duan Lingtian had activated his 10,000 swords territory until now, he was merely watching by the side and only used his mind to control the territory. Now that he saw the 9 early refined saint stage wild beasts were charging in, he lifted his right hand slightly. In the next instant, without any movement, his entire being vanished into thin air. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared again on the same spot. As for the 9 early refined saint stage wild beasts, they fell from the sky one by one and lost their lives. When the 9 early refined saint stage wild beasts died, the wild beast king outside the territory seemed to be able to feel it as it let out an ear-deafening roar before charging into Duan Lingtian's territory as well. The remaining wild beasts charged into Duan Lingtian's territory as though they were given a boost when they saw how furious their king was. Unfortunately, only death awaited them. What? You're going to avenge them? Faced with the king of the wild beasts that was charging at him with bloodshot eyes, Duan Lingtian sneered and charged at it as well. The sword ray in his hand shone in all directions like a dazzling sun. Chapter 1778 Abyssal Swamp. The Mastery Refined Saint Stage Wild Beast King did not have a defensive divine ability like the gigantic statue and the rock golem. For this reason, he was killed by Duan Lingtian's attack that was equivalent to the full might of a martial cultivator at the peak of the Refined Saint Stage. When the Wild Beast King died, the other wild beasts did not panic. Instead, they went berserk. Moreover, the surrounding swamp began to bubble and boil as well. One by one, wild beasts shot out from the swamp. Although the numbers were not as many as before, there were at least several hundreds of them. the strongest among the several hundreds of wild beasts that had just joined the remaining wild beast army were only at the early refined saint stage. For this reason, no matter if the numbers of wild beasts increased their strength, it did not pressure Duan Ling Tian at all. They charged into Duan Ling Tian's 10,000 swords territory one after another like flying moths that were attracted to fire regardless of danger. It was as though they were only living for this moment of glory. As time passed by, Duan Ling Tian became slightly bored. In the end, although he knew these wild beasts were mirror images that were formed from the illusory formation, and they would evaporate when they die, Duan Ling Tian was still stunned by how fearless they were of death. In the end, he no longer made any move and let the 10,000 swords territory kill the wild beasts that entered it. Only until the last wild beast had died that Duan Ling Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before he even finished sighing in relief, a voice resonated from all directions and entered his ears clearly. "Little guy, congratulations for passing the first trial of the Abyssal Swamp. There are 8 more trials awaiting you, and I'll be waiting for you at the last one." This voice seemed as though it belonged to an old man. Duan Ling Tian was momentarily stunned before he became excited. "When I was going through the 6 Harmonies Tower or the 6 Halls Palace, I didn't get a reminder at all. Moreover, the attack from the group of wild beasts earlier is only the first trial to obtain this divine ability relic. This place where this divine ability relic is hidden is called the Abyssal Swamp." After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian finally calmed down. In fact, although he had his suspicion, he was not entirely certain if the attack from the group of wild beasts was the first trial. If it was the first trial, then it would mean the divine ability contained in this divine ability relic would be extraordinary, or at the very least, it would be definitely more powerful than the 6 Harmonies golden body that he obtained and the rock heaven wall that Xiao Dun obtained. However, after he heard the reminder from that ancient voice that seemed to resonate from all directions, Duan Ling Tian was finally able to confirm his suspicion. This divine ability relic must contain a high-grade divine ability. Originally, Duan Ling Tian thought the 6 Harmonies golden body that he obtained could be considered as pretty good. However, he finally realized, now that he had this to compare to, that it must only be a medium-grade divine ability. It was always the scariest to make a comparison since inferiority and superiority would be instantly revealed. The voice earlier seemed to say, "I have 8 more trials ahead of me. Where's the second trial going to take place then?" Duan Ling Tian felt puzzled as the divine consciousness he stretched out sensed some movement in the sky at the side. When he shifted his gaze over, he saw that a crack had appeared out of thin air. Subsequently, a heavy and big door appeared slowly before Duan Ling Tian. The door revealed a path that led to an unknown place. "The door opens after I pass the first trial. Just as I expected, this is just the same as the previous 3 divine ability relics that I encountered before this. However, the first trial of this divine ability relic is much more difficult than the others," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. As for the reason why Xiao Dun said the level of difficulty for the first trial is similar to the first trial in the 6 Halls Palace, well, it's probably a misunderstanding. Perhaps, it did not occur to him that the 4 wild beasts were merely the prelude to the first trial. The first trial would only appear after the 4 beasts are killed. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew why Xiao Dun would misunderstand, since he and his partner could not defeat the 4 wild beasts. Although the 4 wild beasts were fewer than the fierce beasts that showed up in the 6 Halls Palace's first trial, due to the reason they were from the same clan, they had a great understanding of each other. Due to this, the strength of their joint attacks was in no way inferior to the joint attacks of the 5 flying-type fierce beasts at the entrance of the 6 Halls Palace. The latter appeared to attack at the same time, but in truth, they were in a chaotic state. "Let's go in." Duan Ling Tian's heart leapt as he charged through the heavy and big door. What awaited him inside? Duan Ling Tian was curious. However, he also knew the trials ahead would not be easier than the first trial. As he walked through the big door, darkness enveloped him. It was only until Duan Ling Tian activated the Sun True Origin on his body that made his entire body shine like the sun that this dark space revealed what it was. It was a dark tunnel heading downward. Duan Ling Tian was currently standing above the tunnel. At first, the tunnel's path was straight with a corner several hundreds of meters away. The terrain of this tunnel is getting lower and lower. Don't tell me it's bringing me somewhere. Maybe the end of the tunnel is where the trial is located. The moment he thought of this, he picked up his speed. What would the second trial be? He had no idea. Although the unknown was scary, the moment he thought of how the divine ability contained in this divine ability relic would most likely be a high-grade one, he became excited again. I guess I'm about 100 meters underground now, right? As time went by, Duan Ling Tian only felt the tunnel seemed to be endless. It was fine initially, however, he began to feel a little impatient after a while. I must be at least 300 meters underground now, but I still haven't reached the end yet. How long is this tunnel? Although Duan Ling Tian was impatient, he did not give up, and he kept going further in. A day soon passed by in just a blink of an eye. I must be more than 1,000 meters underground now. 2 days had gone by. It's 2,000 meters now. 3 days went by. I'm already 3,000 meters in. Is this going to continue? 3 days later, Duan Ling Tian was still walking in the tunnel. He came to a halt for the first time and no longer moved forward. He stood there as he said through clenched teeth, "I really can't believe this." The moment he finished speaking, he began to move as fast as a specter. Another day went by, and he was 10,000 meters in. However, he still did not reach the end of the tunnel. It was as though this tunnel did not have an end. I see. Duan Ling Tian came to a halt and no longer seemed as impatient as before. Instead, he smiled knowingly. So this is actually the second trial. What a brilliant illusory formation. If I didn't activate my strange pupil half a day ago, it would have been really difficult for me to notice that I've been walking on the same path, 10,000 meters my foot. Currently, I'm only about 1,000 meters underground. The reason I felt I had already made it to about 10,000 meters underground is all thanks to the illusory formation in this tunnel. Since the tunnel looked practically the same, Duan Ling Tian did not realize that he had been walking on the same path over and over again. However, when he activated his strange pupil and studied the details inside the tunnel clearly, he finally noticed that he had been walking on the same path. The reason was the illusory formation. This illusory formation must be the second trial. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as he immersed his entire being into the illusory formation. If he wanted to break this illusory formation, he must find the foundations, and more importantly, the core of the illusory formation. For this reason, when Duan Ling Tian continued to walk down the tunnel, he extended his divine consciousness completely to explore the surrounding as he searched every nook and cranny. At the same time, he also leaned his entire body on one side of the stone wall and released all his Sun true origin into the tunnel's stone wall. As long as he sensed something hidden inside it, his Sun true origin would immediately shatter and destroy it. Naturally, he was also still using his strange pupil as it continued to deplete his spiritual energy. After it was completely depleted, he stopped to recuperate. After he recuperated, he continued again. Just like this, 6 and 7 days went by. As the saying went, good things come to those who wait. On the 7th day, Duan Ling Tian finally found the first foundation of the illusory formation hidden inside the tunnel. He instantly activated his Sun true origin to destroy it. If it was the core of the formation would be gone if it was destroyed. However, if it was just one of the foundations of the formation, unless it was an important foundation, it would not be able to break the formation. This was Duan Ling Tian's current situation. However, now that he had found his first formation's foundation, he was filled with enthusiasm. Half a day later, he managed to find the second foundation of the formation and destroyed it. This formation base was obviously much more important than the previous one. The moment it was destroyed, a ray of light suddenly appeared at the end of the dark tunnel. Although it was far away, Duan Ling Tian was still able to see it. That's the exit. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian also noticed the illusory formation had been destroyed by him. This trial is really time-consuming. Although there were no fighting or killing in the second trial, it had taken 10 days of Duan Ling Tian's time. If he could pick, he would rather pick a trial similar to the first one. The second trial was too mentally exhausting. Duan Ling Tian walked out of the tunnel by following the ray of light. At the moment when Duan Ling Tian walked out of the tunnel, his heart jolted as he sensed a hostile aura. He immediately activated the Sun true origin in his body that transformed into thousands of sword rays before it formed the defensive colossal sword bell around him. Boom. 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 As soon as the colossal sword bell was formed, Duan Ling Tian suddenly felt a tremble. Subsequently, waves of mysterious forces began to rain down on him menacingly. Chapter 1779 Winged Fiery Beast. It had already been 1.5 months since they entered the St. Martial secret zone. More and more mystical Sky Mansion's disciples were being kicked out from the St. Martial secret zone, but some of these eliminated mystical Sky Mansion's disciples did not leave in a hurry. Instead, they also waited outside the entrance. They wanted to ask about the others and what they had gained. Apart from that, they also wanted to see how many people would be able to survive a full 3 months in the St. Martial secret zone. Once 3 months were up, everyone who was still inside would be automatically sent out by the St. Martial secret zone. Otherwise, they would not be sent out unless they died in there. The divine ability relic I found was just too ridiculous. There were 2 of us at the peak of the pristine saint stage and 1 at the early refined saint stage, but we still couldn't pass the 6th trial. The guardian beast of that level was at the intermediate refined saint stage. After we realized we couldn't defeat it, we tried to flee. In the end, the other 2 managed to escape, but I was a little slow and was killed by the fierce beast with 1 slap. One of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples let loose a torrent of words. A bitter smile and an unwilling expression appeared on his face when he reached the end of his sentence. Looks like the difficulty inside the location of the divine ability relic you came across is pretty much the same with the one that I found. However, our little team is a little stronger than yours. Apart from me who's at the peak of the pristine saint stage, the other 2 are at the early refined saint stage. We passed the 6th trial with our joint efforts, but we failed the 7th trial. The other mystical Sky Mansion's disciple smiled wryly. If I'm not mistaken, that must have been the last trial. The trial was a puppet at the mastery refined saint stage. Although it's not as powerful as a martial or Tao cultivator at the mastery refined saint stage, it's not something 2 early refined saint stage martial cultivators could handle. Mastery refined saint stage puppet. All of you were killed. The former asked the latter in shocked. No, they managed to escape, but I was killed. The latter had a bitter smile on his face. Looks like we share the same unfortunate fate then. The former smiled wryly as he sighed. Then, as though he was reminded of something, he looked at Qian, the palace master of Yellow Palace, who was nearby. Lord Palace Master, since the trials to obtain the divine ability relics we encountered were so difficult, the divine ability contained inside must be a high-grade divine ability, right? This mystical Sky Mansion's disciple was from the Yellow Palace. High-grade divine ability. Upon hearing his words, Qian shook his head. Based on your descriptions earlier, the divine ability relics both of you encountered must be a medium-grade divine ability relic. If it's a high-grade divine ability relic, the first trial is not something both of you will be able to pass. What? Upon hearing that, the Yellow Palace's disciple gasped. The trials to obtain the divine ability relic was so difficult, but it only contains a medium-grade divine ability. Can anybody even get their hands on a high-grade divine ability at all? At the same time, the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who were all kicked out shifted their attention to Qian too. In the history of our mystical Sky Mansion, there are not many people who managed to obtain the high-grade divine abilities inside the St. Martial secret zone. It's said that if you don't have a cultivation base at the mastery refined saint stage and above, it'll be impossible for you to challenge the high-grade divine ability relics trials on your own. It's not even certain you can face the trials of a high-grade divine ability relic even if you're at the peak of the refined saint stage, Qian added. Naturally, that's only if you go through the trials alone. If many people join forces, the cultivation base requirement could be lowered a little, but it can't be below the intermediate refined saint stage. In the history of our mystical Sky Mansion, the lowest cultivation base group that obtained a high-grade divine ability was a team of martial cultivators who were at the intermediate refined saint stage. They succeeded because the high-grade divine ability relic they encountered was slightly inferior in regards to grade. In the St. Martial secret zone, even high-grade divine ability relics are separated into various grades and levels as well. In the history of our mystical Sky Mansion, some of the high-grade divine ability relics are completely untouchable. Qian continued saying, naturally, those high-grade divine ability relics are much superior in grade and contained a more powerful high-grade divine ability. The high-grade divine ability relics were separated into various grades and levels. The mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene felt that they had learned a lot. At this moment, the whirlpool at the entrance of the St. Martial secret zone suddenly whirled, attracting the attention of almost everyone on the scene. Somebody came out again, many mystical Sky Mansion's disciples exclaimed. At the same time, a figure also appeared from the entrance of the St. Martial secret zone. Shao Dun. The moment this person came out, an Earth Palace's disciple went up to him immediately. How did you get sent out? At the same time, the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan standing behind Zhao Deng had a murderous gleam in their eyes. they recognized Xiaodun as that person whom they had surrounded and attacked inside the Saint Martial's secret zone. It was exactly because of Ling Tian's intervention that he was able to remain in the Saint Martial's secret zone, and they were kicked out instead. Now that they saw Xiaodun, they were reminded about their sad past that took place 2 weeks ago. The Earth Palace's disciple who went up to Xiaodun asked, "Weren't you saved by senior brother Ling Tian?" This Earth Palace's disciple was the one who was originally working together with Xiaodun and was kicked out by the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. The clues that led to the 2 divine ability relics that Xiaodun knew about were both discovered by him. "Yeah," Xiaodun nodded. "I was rescued by senior brother Ling Tian, but that was 10 days ago. After I brought him to the location of the divine ability relic, I went separate ways with him. However, prior to that, I managed to obtain one of the divine ability relics and memorized a divine ability." When he reached the end of his sentence, he smiled brightly. Upon hearing that, the Earth Palace's disciple smiled as well. "That's great." However, when Xiaodun looked at the Earth Palace's disciple again, his smile faded. "Brother Zheng, I've given one of the divine ability relics you discovered to senior brother Ling Tian. You won't blame me, right?" Qin Zheng, the Earth Palace's disciple, shook his head and said, "Of course not. I've already been kicked out. Naturally, those 2 divine ability relics were up to you to deal with. Since senior brother Ling Tian has helped you to obtain one of the divine abilities, it's just right for you to give the other one to him." It had been 2 weeks since he was eliminated, so he had already calmed down and come to terms with, whatever was supposed to happen would happen. That was how it was. That was why when he learned that Xiaodun had obtained one of the divine abilities contained in the 2 divine ability relics, he was happy for Xiaodun from the bottom of his heart. "Ling Tian," the people present on the scene heard Xiaodun's words. Qianping Sheng, the palace master of Yellow Palace, even looked at him and asked, "What kind of divine ability did Ling Tian help you to obtain?" The moment such words came out of Qianping Sheng's mouth, most of the people shifted their attention to Xiaodun. This included Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace. Xiaodun could ignore other people's eyes, but he did not dare to ignore Zhu Luqi since he was the palace master of the palace he belonged to. If he wanted to have a good life in the mystical Sky Mansion, it would depend on whether the palace master of Heaven Palace thought highly of him or not. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Xiaodun replied, "The divine ability I obtained is called the Rock Heaven Wall." Rock Heaven Wall. The moment these words left his mouth, the group vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion were shocked. Even Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, who was sitting cross-legged far away, had opened his eyes immediately and looked at Xiaodun. Xiaodun's heart leapt when he noticed Meng Qing's gaze on him. He could feel the pressure turned heavier. Among medium-grade divine abilities, the Rock Heaven Wall is one that's top-rated. It's your luck you're able to obtain the Rock Heaven Wall, and I hope that you'll be able to break through to the Divine Saint stage and successfully comprehend and master this divine ability in the future, Qianping Sheng told Xiaodun. In the history of our mystical Sky Mansion, although there were many people who had obtained this divine ability, very few of them managed to break through to the Divine Saint stage, so we've never seen anyone mastering this divine ability before, let alone passing it down. It's a top-rated divine ability among medium-grade divine abilities. Upon hearing his words, Xiaodun's eyes lit up immediately. It did not cross his mind that the defensive divine ability, the Rock Heaven Wall, that he obtained was actually not an ordinary medium-grade divine ability. Congratulations, Xiaodun. At the same time, a few Heaven Palace's disciples who were kicked out congratulated him one by one. There were jealousy, envy, and hatred in the depth of their eyes. Whichever mystical Sky Mansion's disciple who managed to obtain a medium grade or above divine ability relic in the Saint Martial secret zone and memorize the divine ability it contained would be heavily nurtured by the mystical Sky Mansion in the future. For this reason, every mystical Sky Mansion's disciple who entered the Saint Martial secret zone would be bursting with energy to obtain a divine ability relic. Although there were some people who had memorized divine ability before Xiaodun, the divine abilities they memorized were all low-grade divine abilities. Congratulations, Xiaodun. At this moment, Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, also smiled as he looked at Xiaodun. This Heaven Palace's disciple whom he did not pay much attention to appeared quite promising now. Thank you, Lord Palace Master. Xiaodun was overwhelmed by the compliments and glory. When the disciples from the other 3 palaces looked at him, jealousy, envy, and hatred could be seen in their eyes. The expressions of Zhao Deng, his son, and the other 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan had turned slightly grave as well. In their opinion, that should be the Zhao clan's divine ability. Ling Tian. At this moment, whether it was Zhao Deng or Zhao Ji, the hatred they had toward Duan Ling Tian in their hearts had deepened even more. Rock Heaven Wall. If I'm not mistaken, you and Ling Tian must have entered the 6 Halls Palace. Zhu Luqi looked at Xiaodun, and after he finished saying this, he asked again, you said you gave the other divine ability relic to Ling Tian. What are the characteristics of the location that houses the divine ability relic? It was apparent Zhu Luqi also wanted to find out what kind of divine ability Duan Ling Tian would obtain. After we've entered the location of the divine ability relic, the first thing that appeared was a swamp area. There were 4 ugly and disgusting wild beasts that appeared during the first trial. Xiaodun even described the appearance of the wild beasts on purpose. When Xiaodun described the appearance of the 4 wild beasts, Zhu Luqi narrowed his eyes while Qian Ping Sheng even exclaimed out loud, Winged Fiery Beast. Winged Fiery Beast. Meng Qing, the mansion master of the mystical Sky Mansion, who was originally sitting cross-legged nearby, immediately stood up when he heard Xiaodun's description. Chapter 1780 The Number 1 Divine Ability. Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, stared at Xiaodun with a burning gaze as he further asked for confirmation, are you sure the location of the divine ability relic is a swamp area? Not only that, but are you certain you didn't exaggerate the appearance of the 4 wild beasts? At this moment, Xiaodun also noticed the atmosphere was not quite right. Although that was the case, he still nodded in confirmation to Zhu Luqi's questions. I'm certain what I said is correct. On top of that, I entered that place together with Brother Zheng so he can prove what I said is true. After saying that, Xiaodun looked at Qin Zheng, that Earth Palace's disciple. In fact, the 2 divine ability relics he knew were both discovered by Qin Zheng, so he had gone to the location of the 2 divine ability relics with Xiaodun before. It was only until they were stuck at the first trial that they decided to flee and look for another person to join them, who knew they would encounter the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who tried to take advantage of them. In order to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, the 3 of them had even killed Qin Zheng's clone. The moment Xiaodun's words left his mouth, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Meng Qing, the mansion master of mystical Sky Mansion, shifted their attention to Qin Zheng in unison, giving him a sense of pressure. Qin Zheng did not dare to dally and quickly nodded his head in confirmation. Xiaodun's right, it's really that place. After they received confirmation, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Meng Qing, shook their heads. Zhao Deng, who was one of the vice mansion masters of mystical Sky Mansion, had a gloating look in his eyes as though he was taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Xiaodun noticed the strange atmosphere at once and could not help but ask Zhu Luqi, Lord Palace Master, is there something wrong? There's nothing wrong. Zhu Luqi shook his head. In the history of our mystical Sky Mansion, many people have found the location of that divine ability relic you mentioned, but nobody has ever passed the first trial of that divine ability relic. Not only that, but very few people were able to escape from the trials of that divine ability relic too. What? Upon hearing his words, many mystical Sky Mansion's disciples were shocked. Xiaodun and Qin Zheng were dumbfounded. They looked at each other and could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. They had tried to pass the first trial of that divine ability, and it did not seem as difficult as they had described. Lord Palace Master, Brother Zheng and I have entered the location of that divine ability relic before. The first trial only had 4 wild beasts at the peak of the pristine saint stage. The difficulty is equivalent to the first trial of the 6 Hall Palace. It's not so difficult until the point where nobody in the history of our mystical Sky Mansion has ever succeeded in passing it, right? Xiaodun could not help but ask. Qin Zheng nodded his head as well. Since he was there, he agreed with Xiaodun's words. The 4 wild beasts that you encountered are not the first trial of that divine ability relic. The first trial of the divine ability relic will only begin for real after the 4 wild beasts are killed. Zhu Luqi shook his head and explained, after killing that 4 beasts, thousands of wild beasts identical to the 4 wild beasts will appear in the surroundings of the swamp. That's a huge clan of wild beasts. There are more than 10 of them that are at the refined saint stage and above. Their king's strength, in particular, is at the mastery refined saint stage. It has almost reached the peak of the refined saint stage. Just by cultivation base alone, they might not seem strong since none of them is at the peak of the refined saint stage, but just the sheer number alone is awfully terrifying. Among the thousands of wild beasts, the weakest ones are at the pristine saint stage. When they appear, they'll cover the entire sky. Nobody will be able to withstand it unless it's the territory of an eminent saint stage powerhouse or higher. In the history of our mystical sky mansion, there was a little team of one Tao cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, one mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator, and 3 intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivators who tried to enter the location of that divine ability. However, in the end, the entire team was wiped out just like that. When the thousands of wild beasts charged at them, they only managed to kill a few hundred of them before they were killed. Zhu Luqi finished saying this in one breath. The moment Zhu Luqi's words left his mouth, the group of mystical sky mansion's disciples present on the scene gasped one after another. My dear Lord, what kind of divine ability relic is that? Just the first trial alone is ridiculously difficult. How horrifying. Although Ling Tian is powerful, he's only at the peak of the refined saint stage. He'll most likely die if he enters that place. With Ling Tian's strength, perhaps, he might have a chance at obtaining ordinary high-grade divine ability relics. However, it's apparent this high-grade divine ability relic is not something that he can deal with. Just how terrifying is the divine ability contained in this high-grade divine ability relic? It's already shocking enough just thinking about it. It's certain that the divine ability contained in that divine ability relic must be extraordinary. Be that as it may, nobody would be able to obtain it no matter how extraordinary it is. That's right, it's just too difficult. After the group of mystical sky mansion's disciples returned to their senses, they discussed among themselves. None of them thought Duan Ling Tian would be able to pass the first trial of that divine ability relic. A rare smile appeared on Zhao Ji's face. It was a gloating smile that spoke of his delight at Duan Ling Tian's misfortune. That 4 wild beasts are the prelude to the first trial of that divine ability relic. Upon hearing Zhu Luqi's words, Xiao Dun could not help but gasp before exchanging glances with Qin Zheng. Both of them saw the shocked and baffled looks in each other's eyes. Not even in their wildest dreams would they think the divine ability relic they thought was a medium-grade relic would actually turn out to be such a horrifying high-grade divine ability relic. Then, does this mean senior brother Ling Tian is in danger? The moment Xiao Dun thought of Duan Ling Tian, regret filled his heart. If he had known how dangerous that divine ability relic was, he would not have brought him there. After all, Duan Ling Tian was his life savior, and he was not the type who was ungrateful and would leave his benefactor in the lurch. Zhu Luqi looked at Xiao Dun and asked solemnly, when did Ling Tian enter the location of the divine ability relic? At this moment, he could not help but worry about Duan Ling Tian's safety. After all, in the mystical sky mansion's history, the location of the divine ability relic was the #1 forbidden place in the Saint Martial secret zone. Its name was enough to make people tremble. Ling Tian, who was the most outstanding disciple among the younger generation in their heaven palace and the entire mystical sky mansion, on the other hand, had actually unknowingly entered that place. In fact, the benefits Ling Tian reaped in the Saint Martial secret zone were very important to the mystical sky mansion. With his innate talent, he would definitely be able to break through to the divine saint stage if he did not die suddenly. On top of that, the possibility of him comprehending and mastering the divine ability he obtained from the Saint Martial secret zone was also greater than other people. It was precisely because of this, he did not hope for Duan Ling Tian to be kicked out so fast. About 10 days ago, Xiao Dun answered after a moment of silence. 10 days ago. Upon hearing Xiao Dun's words, Ji Yuli, who had been standing quietly by the side, could not help but sigh in relief. He has entered the location of that divine ability relic 10 days ago, but up until now, he hasn't come out yet. I think senior brother Ling Tian must have turned the misfortune into a fortune. Ji Yuli's assumption was what most people thought as well. It seems like Ling Tian has gotten himself out of trouble. That's right, he has not been kicked out after 10 days, he must have fled and left that divine ability relic alone. Although the divine ability inside the divine ability relic is good, it's still impossible for Ling Tian to obtain it with his strength. Many mystical sky mansion's disciples discussed among themselves. They felt Duan Ling Tian must have survived the attack from the group of wild beasts and left that divine ability relic behind. Previously, Xiao Dun's mind was in chaos from being too worried. Now that he had calmed down, he sighed in relief as well. It has already been 10 days since then, and senior brother Ling Tian hasn't come out yet. He must have left the location of that divine ability relic. I hope he doesn't think that I wanted to harm him. Xiao Dun smiled wryly when he reached the end of his thoughts. It has already been 10 days, and he has not been kicked out. Zhao Deng's expression was grim. It was obvious Ling Tian had fled the location of Hat Divine Ability Relic alive since he had not been eliminated even though he had entered that place 10 days ago. At this moment, the gloating smile on Zhao Ji's face froze as well. From the beginning until the end, nobody, including Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, felt that Duan Ling Tian would be able to pass the first trial of that Divine Ability Relic, let alone obtaining the Divine Ability inside it. In the history of the Mystical Sky Mansion, the location of the Divine Ability Relic that Duan Ling Tian entered was the #1 forbidden place in the St. Martial Secret Zone. Not only that, but divine ability it contained was also widely acknowledged by former seniors in the Mystical Sky Mansion to be the #1 divine ability among the various divine abilities in the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone. Ling Tian's really lucky. To think that he actually entered the location of the #1 divine ability relic in the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone. However, if his cultivation base is only at the peak of the refined saint stage, it'll be impossible for him to pass the first trial of that divine ability relic, let alone obtaining that #1 divine ability. Although Ku Mi was from the Azure Cloud Mansion, he had heard about the #1 divine ability inside the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone. There was no divine ability relics in their Azure Cloud Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone that could compete with that divine ability relic in the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone at all. Naturally, whether it was the Azure Cloud Mansion or the Mountainshade Black Market, none of them coveted that extraordinary divine ability relic in the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone. This was because they knew it was impossible for anybody in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to obtain the divine ability inside that divine ability relic. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of what was happening outside. He did not even know that the location of the divine ability relic he had entered was widely known as the #1 forbidden area that housed the #1 divine ability in the St. Martial Secret Zone in the history of Mystical Sky Mansion. This divine ability was also the nightmare of the younger generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion's history. Nobody had ever passed the first trial of this divine ability relic, let alone obtaining the divine ability. Duan Ling Tian did not know what was happening outside, and the people outside had no idea what was happening inside. They did not even know that Duan Ling Tian had already passed through the first and second trials of that horrifying divine ability relic and had successfully walked out of the tunnel of the second trial where the third trial would take place. Duan Ling Tian activated his colossal sword bell and managed to withstand the terrifying force that rained down like a waterfall before successfully making his way to the flat land ahead of him. Chapter 1781 Danger Upon Danger. After Duan Ling Tian arrived at the flat land, he turned around to look at the force that rained down ceaselessly like a waterfall. He discovered the force was milky white, and it emitted a terrifying aura that could send chills up one's spine. I only encountered this force after I walked out of the tunnel. It's a good thing the Sun true origin in my body is equivalent to an early eminent saint stage powerhouse. Otherwise, it's very likely I won't be able to withstand the impact even with if the defensive technique I used is formed from the true origin at the peak of the refined saint stage. Duan Ling Tian counted himself lucky. Someone at the peak of the refined saint stage would most likely die, if not heavily injured, if he exited from that tunnel. Duan Ling Tian was very clear about this since he had just experienced this. I wonder what's the third trial? Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. He turned around, and his eyes landed on the milky white force as a thought appeared in his mind. Don't tell me the force that rained down without any respite earlier is the third trial of the abyssal swamp. Initially, due to the lingering fear in his heart, he did not connect the force to the third trial. However, now that he had calmed down a little, he could not help but feel that was the case. Nonetheless, after a few moments, he began to doubt himself. Isn't the third trial too easy? Duan Ling Tian's heart wavered again. He was not sure whether it was the third trial or not. Does it matter if it's the third trial or not? I still need to go forward anyway to face the other trials. Only after going through 8 trial will I be able to meet the owner of that voice. The final trial must have something to do with him since he told me he'll be waiting for me at the final trial. When Duan Ling Tian thought of the words said by the mysterious voice earlier, he began to feel excited. If he managed to pass the 9 trials of the abyssal swamp, including the final trial that had something to do with the voice, it also meant he would be able to obtain the divine ability relic from this place. Based on the difficulty level of the abyssal swamp's trials, the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic had to be extraordinary. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath to calm down his excitement before he turned his back to the force that fell like a waterfall. Duan Ling Tian finally had the heart and time to study the world outside the tunnel. He was currently standing on the bridgehead of an arch bridge. White mist laced with red shrouded the other end of the arch bridge and blocked Duan Ling Tian's sight. He could not see past it at all. The arch bridge was very wide and long. It was located above a river that had completely dried up. "I'll have a look there." Since Duan Ling Tian had already reached here, naturally, he would not turn around and walk back. Filled with determination, he walked to the other end of the arch bridge. As soon as he stepped on the bridge, he immediately felt a mysterious pressure pressing down on him. Could this be the fourth trial? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his heart jolted. At the moment this thought appeared in his mind, the bridge beneath his feet began to quake violently as though it was capable of toppling mountains. His first instinct was to rise up in the air to avoid this earthquake. Soon after, he discovered the pressure that was pressing down on him earlier was an extremely high-grade flight-prohibiting formation. He could not fly and leave the arch bridge beneath his feet at all. As the sounds of cracks forming sounded, Duan Ling Tian saw the cracks that had begun to appear on the arch bridge. Judging by the current situation, it would not take long for the arch bridge to collapse. However, when Duan Ling Tian looked at the dried-up river, he did not rush as he continued to walk forward since he felt there would not be a difference even if the bridge collapsed. Another earth-shattering sound resonated. As it turned out, the arch bridge had already begun to collapse at a very rapid speed. "It's collapsing so fast." Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he saw this. The speed of the bridge collapsing had gone beyond his imagination. Even if he tried to escape now, it would be difficult for him to escape before the arch bridge collapsed. As the arch bridge collapsed, the sun true origin in Duan Ling Tian's body glowed and formed the colossal sword bell as stones and rubble flew everywhere. Many of the stones and rubble hit Duan Ling Tian as well, but they were all blocked by the colossal sword bell. This bridge collapsed in a very strange way. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grave as well since he knew everything was just an illusion. There must be a reason for the arch bridge to collapse just like that. Just as Duan Ling Tian almost reached the dried-up river, a loud sound resonated behind him. It sounded like a flood was raging. The loud sound resonated from behind was even more horrifying than the thought of a raging flood. Duan Ling Tian instinctively turned around to look. With just a glance, he saw the milky white force was sweeping out in his direction. As it turned out, the waterfall-like force had filled up the space between the tunnel and the arch bridge. Currently, it had nowhere to go but to the dried-up river. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was restricted by the flight-prohibiting formation, was standing firmly on the ground of the dried-up river. He could feel the tremors under his feet was even more terrifying than the one earlier. The seemingly endless milky white force swept in his direction, wave by wave. Each wave was stronger than the previous one. The wave of milky white force now was a lot stronger than when it rained down like a waterfall on Duan Ling Tian earlier. When Duan Ling Tian sensed the aura of this force, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel horrified because the force was so powerful. He was uncertain if the colossal sword bell that he consolidated using his sun true origin would be able to withstand it. If he was in his real body, he might be able to rely on his body's brute strength. However, he could only rely on his clone whose brute strength was nowhere as strong as his real body. At this moment, he could only rely on his sun true origin. "I can't be swept away by this force. Otherwise, I'll definitely die." When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he did not dare to stay still. He quickly ran toward the other side of the river instead. Just as Duan Ling Tian ran out, waves by waves, the milky white force closest to him finally swept out like a flood and crashed violently on the dried-up river. When the first wave crashed down, waves upon waves of the milky white force crashed down as well. In just a blink of an eye, half of the river was already filled with the milky white force. After it was filled, the milky white force continued to sweep out to the other side of the river as though it would never stop until it completely filled the entire place. The wave of milky white force at the front was pushed by the waves of force behind it, increasing its speed. In just a while, its speed had surpassed Duan Ling Tian's speed. The gap between them began to turn narrower. Damn it! Even without turning his head around, Duan Ling Tian could sense the force behind was fast approaching him. He was momentarily horrified. If this was a normal situation, he would find the distance of the riverbank ahead of him to be near. However, it felt extremely far at this moment. The saying, "one's heart is burning with anxiety," perfectly described Duan Ling Tian's current feeling. the wave of the force at the front picked up its speed and tried to close the distance between it and Duan Lingtian. In the end, it was only a foot away from him. Currently, Duan Lingtian was still quite a distance away from the riverbank. If this went on, he would definitely be drowned by the force behind him before he even reached the riverbank. When the vast force was less than a foot away from Duan Lingtian, it easily destroyed the colossal sword bell Duan Lingtian had activated. "I'll give it a fight." After his colossal sword bell crumbled, Duan Lingtian realized the precarious situation he was in. His handsome face had a solemn expression as the sun true origin in his body whirled and swept out at its fastest speed ever through the 99 saint veins. At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian consolidated his territory. The moment the 10,000 swords territory appeared, it enveloped the milky white force that was within a 100-meter radius of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, under Duan Lingtian's control, the 10,000 solidified sword rays inside the 10,000 swords territory gathered rapidly and formed a golden gigantic sword that dazzled like the sun with the rays of his hand. Duan Lingtian took control of the sword, and the remaining sun true origin in his body surged into the gigantic sword in a frenzy. When he saw the wave of milky white force at the forefront was about to swallow him up, he finally made his move during the critical moment. The gigantic sword in his hand slashed down. Not only did it contain all his current strength, but it also contained the profundity of the sovereign heart sword. The gigantic sword slashed across the sky, and the air vibrated. The gigantic sword met with a resistant force from the air because it was slashed down vertically. Despite the resistance from the air, the speed of the gigantic sword did not decrease at all. Finally, the gigantic sword met with force at the forefront that was about to swallow Duan Lingtian up. They clashed violently against one another. At the moment the sword came in contact with that force, Duan Lingtian felt an intense tremor on his hands. Accompanied by the intense pain, a wave of fierce force ran amok in his body like a headless fly, causing his vital energy and blood to surge and resulting in internal injuries. At the same time, the gigantic sword was finally shattered by that wave of force at the forefront. At the instant the gigantic sword shattered, a wave of powerful force swept out and violently slammed into Duan Lingtian, sending him flying. Duan Lingtian was sent flying like an arrow that had left the bow before crashing dangerously on the riverbank. When Duan Lingtian crashed on the riverbank, the wave of force at the forefront also crashed against the riverbank, causing a loud sound that sounded like the roar of an angry dragon. Chapter 1782 Trial upon Trial. Duan Lingtian who had fallen sat up on the riverbank and panted heavily. He was drenched in sweat. When he turned to look at the vast milky white force that filled the dried-up river, fear lingered in his heart. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more, and I would have died. If he died, he would be kicked out. Since he had chanced upon such a divine ability relic, he was, naturally, unwilling to be kicked out just like that. To think I actually thought the waterfall-like milky white force was the third trial of the abyssal swamp. In hindsight, it's obvious what I've just experienced is the real third trial. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had felt the third trial could not have been so simple. However, he was uncertain because the force that had rained down on him like a waterfall when he exited was also a force to be reckoned with. For this reason, he kept wondering if it was the third trial or not. Now that all the pieces had come together, he realized what he had just experienced was the real third trial. The milky white force, the collapsed arch bridge, the flight prohibiting formation, and the dried-up river was the third trial. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered the level of the milky white force inside the river kept rising. Although it would take some time before it would flood over the riverbank, he quickly stood up since his vitality had recovered slightly. The mist has vanished. When Duan Lingtian turned around, he discovered the mist he saw earlier at the end of the bridge had disappeared and was replaced with a mountain wall. A dead end. He was stunned when he saw the mountain wall that blocked his path. Due to the waterfall-like milky white force, the tunnel of the second trial was already flooded. It was impossible even if he wanted to turn back. If there was no way to move forward and no way to turn back, could it be that he had to wait for death here? When Duan Lingtian was burning with anxiety, a loud bang resonated from the top of his head. This noise that would usually sound cacophonous sounded heavenly to his ears. He instantly lifted his head and saw an entrance that could fit one person had opened up on the mountain wall. A ray of light shone out from inside as though it was guiding Duan Lingtian in. Due to the reason the flight prohibiting formation only covered the river, Duan Lingtian who was on the riverbank could fly again as he pleased. He stomped both his feet on the ground as he rose up into the air, making his way toward the opening on the mountain wall above him. At the same time, he looked at the ray of light that seemed like it came from several hundred meters away. In other words, he had to fly up for another few hundred meters before he could reach the source of the light. It's good to be higher up. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of how the waterfall-like milky white force below was still increasing, and it would not be long before it flooded the entire place, he counted himself lucky. He felt lucky the next trial would be held at some place high where there would be no flood. As he was flying up, his heart sank a little the moment he recalled the dangerous situation earlier. The third trial is already this difficult. I wonder how terrifying the other 6 trials are going to be. Armed with the experience from the third trial, Duan Ling Tian began to feel glum when he thought about how difficult the trials ahead would be. However, when Duan Ling Tian was faced with the fourth trial, he realized it was not as dangerous as the third trial. The fourth trial was a test of martial technique instead of a test of strength. Martial technique. Although Duan Ling Tian had abandoned a majority of the martial techniques he had previously cultivated, he was not at a disadvantage thanks to the Sovereign Heart Sword. For this reason, he easily passed the fourth trial. After the fourth trial, he was faced with the fifth trial. The fifth trial was also not a test of strength but a test of patience. 100,000 embroidery needles and 1 red thread. This was the fifth trial. This is really testing my patience. When Duan Ling Tian saw the 100,000 densely packed embroidery needles, his mouth twitched. In the end, he still obediently picked up the red thread as his other hand picked up an embroidery needle, and he began to thread the red thread through the eye of the needle. Only by threading the red thread through 100,000 embroidery needles would he be able to pass the fifth trial. Although Duan Ling Tian had a strong cultivation base, it was useless when it came to threading thread through the eye of a needle. Therefore, he could only obediently thread the red thread through the eyes of embroidery needles one after another like an ordinary person. Perhaps, to stop the challenger from cheating with their strength, the eye of the embroidery needle was even smaller than the red thread. Due to this, he could only slowly squeeze the red thread in and could not work as fast as he liked. It took Duan Ling Tian a few days to complete the fifth trial. When he finally completed his task, his vision had turned blurry as well. If he had a choice, he would rather repeat the first trial. In fact, he was even willing to repeat the third trial. The fifth trial was just too mentally exhausting, even more so than the second trial. After passing the fifth trial, Duan Ling Tian was not in a hurry to rush to the sixth trial. Instead, he stayed resting at the same spot. This was his first time taking a rest after he had entered the abyssal swamp. He had no choice but to rest since every time he opened his eyes, he could only see gleaming embroidery needles and a red thread in front of him. After resting for a day and a night, he finally went to the next trial. The sixth trial was not a test of strength as well. Comprehension. The sixth trial was a test of the challenger's comprehension. All Duan Ling Tian needed to do was to fix some of the incomplete martial techniques. Naturally, these martial techniques were only techniques from human-ranked saint-grade martial tactics. If it was before, it would have been very difficult for Duan Ling Tian. However, ever since he had obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword and comprehended it to the second stage, his judgment and understanding of martial techniques had already reached the highest stage. Therefore, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to fix the martial techniques from the human-ranked saint-grade martial tactics. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian easily passed the sixth trial. The next trial was the seventh trial. Why do I feel like the trials in the abyssal swamp are getting simpler? When Duan Ling Tian thought of the previous few trials, he could not help but think it was too simple. Soon after, he learned what the seventh trial was. Patience. Running. When he saw what he had to do for the seventh trial, he smiled. It was another simple test. However, when he carefully finished reading the content, the smile on his face froze. Run continuously for 7 days and 7 nights around this pillar in front of me. Moreover, I'll be kicked out if I fail to run fewer than 1 million circles. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he looked at the gigantic pillar that would need several dozens of people to completely surround it. He was dumbfounded. 7 days and 7 nights, 1 million circles. After making a circle around the pillar, a bitter smile formed on Duan Ling Tian's face. I need to run around this pillar 1 million times in the span of 7 days and 7 nights. Even an ordinary person at the peak of the refined saint stage wouldn't be able to do it. To think I thought this trial was easy. What a test of patience. The bitter smile on Duan Ling Tian's face became even more apparent. However, he had no other choice. It was not that he could not run around this pillar 1 million times in a span of 7 days and 7 nights, but the entire process was just too tedious. If he was not patient enough, he would not be able to last this long. I'll just have to run, I guess. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian raised a hand and pressed a button protruding out at one side of the pillar. After he had activated the supervisory formation, he began to run around the pillar. He had activated his Sun True Origin, so his speed was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, he had already circled the pillar many times. It was still fine during the first 3 days. Duan Ling Tian could still maintain his original speed. On the 4th day, no matter how he spurred himself on inwardly, he began to slow down. Currently, I'm already on the 7th trial. I only have 2 trials left. If I can't pass this trial, all my efforts would be in vain. The moment he thought of this, he picked up speed again. However, Duan Ling Tian only managed to use this method to rouse his fighting spirit for an extra day before he became immune to it. The last 3 days were the hardest for Duan Ling Tian. He felt the most tempted to give up. He even felt the 7th trial was the most difficult trial in the abyssal swamp so far. In the end, after 7 days and 6 nights, he finally completed running 1 million circles. After he finished running, he immediately collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. Although he was only a clone, it was not different from an ordinary body. He would still feel tired and sweat as well. Naturally, what he meant by ordinary body was the body of an ordinary person, not his real body. If it was his real body, it would not be a problem for him to run for 10 days and 10 nights, let alone 7 days and 7 nights. It has been such a long time since I last felt this tired. No, I must rest for 3 days. Although Duan Ling Tian said he wanted to rest for 3 days after he finished running, after half a day of resting, he recovered his strength and decided to move to the 8th trial. The 8th trial was located in a vast underground palace. After he entered, he could sense an ancient, as though it had seen the vicissitudes of life, aura charging toward him. Duan Ling Tian instantly felt as though he had been transported back into ancient times. The most eye-catching thing in the underground palace was the rows of statues arranged neatly in the distance. These statues were all armor-wearing soldiers that were made up of infantries, gunmen and cavalries. They're similar to the terracotta warriors in my past life. Are these statues the 8th trial? The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he instantly became guarded. Chapter 1783 Strength equivalent to the early eminent saint stage. One could see from afar the rows of soldier status were in a massive and strong formation. Don't tell me the 8th trial is to kill all of them. Duan Ling Tian warily walked closer to the soldier formation before him. The formation formed from the 1,000 statues of soldiers seemed to subtly pressure him. He could not find the words to describe this sense of pressure. The distance between Duan Ling Tian and the soldier formation gradually began to decrease as well. 0.500 meters, 0.300 meters, 0.100 meters. Just when Duan Ling Tian was 100 meters away from the soldier formation, he suddenly felt something. He came to a halt with a frown on his face. At the same time, he could clearly see the soldier formation 100 meters away were seemingly coming alive one by one at this instant. Thump. 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 A crisp cracking noise reverberated in the vast underground palace. As it turned out, the layer of stone on the surface of the 1,000 soldiers had begun to crumble, revealing their faces. Soldiers who appeared to be made from flesh and blood appeared one after another in front of Duan Ling Tian. Although they looked like they were made of flesh and blood, their eyes were completely devoid of life. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded when he saw this. He did not expect the soldiers to be made of flesh and blood. Indeed, the 1,000 soldiers standing 100 meters away from him appeared like humans. Apart from having eyes that were devoid of life, they were no different from an ordinary person. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew through the vast palace. The gust of wind felt strange. Although Duan Ling Tian was not easily scared, he still felt chills running up his spine. These soldiers. At the same time, when Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to the soldiers, he discovered the soldiers' eyes that were initially devoid of life was now gleaming coldly with a green light. Once their eyes turned green, they came completely alive. As soon as they came alive, the 1,000 soldiers began to move rapidly and even arranged themselves in an even neater formation. Everything was so natural. There was no need for anyone to command them. After they arranged themselves in a new formation, the 1,000 soldiers chanted loudly. The sound waves from their voices caused the air to tremble and formed ripples that began to spread out. Kill. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could only feel his eardrums trembling and the vital qi and blood in his body began to surge chaotically. However, he did not have time to pay attention to it. He noticed as the 1,000 soldiers repeatedly chanted, their eyes were locked on him. Now that 1,000 pairs of green eyes were locked on Duan Ling Tian, he could not help but feel chills running up his spine even though he had been through many ups and downs. Kill! Another loud chant resonated in unison. Then, the 1,000 soldiers began to make their moves as they charged toward Duan Ling Tian. Several hundred of cavalries galloped in the forefront as they pounded toward him. As for the infantries and gunmen, they were walking on air toward him. The sabers and guns in their hands were emitting vast true origins that traversed out in succession like a dragon coming out of its hole. Their target was Duan Ling Tian. Several hundreds infantries, several hundreds of gunmen, several hundreds of sabers, and several hundreds of spears were all aimed at Duan Ling Tian as they traveled across the air. The 1,000 soldiers' eyes were gleaming with green light so he could not see the changes in their eyes at all. However, judging from their current posture, it was clear they would not give up until he was dead. In just a while, the 1,000 soldiers surrounded him tightly and pounded at him. They're all at the peak of the pristine saint stage. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian, who had activated his divine eye and extended his divine consciousness, quickly discovered the cultivation base of the soldiers. They were all at the peak of pristine saint stage. There was no exception. Initially, Duan Ling Tian was not bothered when he discovered these soldiers were only at the peak of the pristine saint stage. However, after he had clashed directly using his colossal sword bell with the 30 soldiers who had joined forces, horror dawned on him immediately. How's this possible? I thought their cultivation base is only at the peak of the pristine saint stage. The colossal sword bell he had cast using all his strength had almost crumbled under the joint attack of the 30 over soldiers. If 10 more soldiers join in now, my colossal sword bell will shatter immediately. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he began to panic a little when he realized he had underestimated his enemies. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and moved to dodge the attack from the group of soldiers as he tried to calm down. After he calmed down, he began to study the 1,000 soldiers attacking him. He realized the movements of these soldiers appeared disorderly, but there seemed to be more to it than that. The formation they're in is not an ordinary formation. Their formation seems to be able to unite the strength of the comrades around them so that they could attack and retreat together. No wonder. I was thinking, how's it possible for the Abyssal Swamp's 8th trial, the penultimate trial, to be so easy? These 1,000 soldiers are much more troublesome than the clan of wild beasts from the first trial. Although the wild beasts from the first trial had great teamwork, they were not arranged in an orderly formation. The 1,000 soldiers before him, on the other hand, were only at the peak of the pristine saint stage, but every movement of theirs seemed to be underlined with some mystery. It was as though they were in sync with the comrades beside them, due to the reason these soldiers were not sentient. There was no distrust at all between them. It was exactly because of this their joint attack was so terrifying. If the group of wild beasts in the first trial encounters these soldiers, I think it'll only take these soldiers a few attacks to kill all the wild beasts. Duan Ling Tian was absolutely certain about this. At this moment, despite their cultivation base at the peak of the pristine saint stage, he did not dare to be reckless anymore, nor did he dare to look down on the group of soldiers. If there were 2,000 or even 3,000 martial cultivators at the peak of the pristine saint stage in a state of disunity, it would be easy for Duan Ling Tian to deal with them. However, faced with these 1,000 soldiers who were united, he could only dodge them at this moment and look for an opening to attack. Calm down. Calm down. Duan Ling Tian knew very well he could only defeat the 1,000 soldiers if he maintained his composure. Not taking his former life into account, just in this life alone, he had carved a path for himself out of a secluded place on Cloud Continent. For this reason, his combat experience was definitely not something the younger generation native to the Dao Martial Saint Land could compare to. It was exactly because of this, faced with the 1,000 soldiers, he quickly found a way to deal with them. Calm down. Kill them one by one. Naturally, the solution sounded simple. However, they were not as easy to execute. Duan Ling Tian's figure dodged the attack from the 1,000 soldiers as swift as the wind. He activated his strange pupil soundlessly to look for the weak point of these soldiers. Once he had found their weakness, he would make his move as fast as a bolt of lightning without giving them a chance to even retaliate. However, this was only possible because of Duan Ling Tian's strength that was comparable to an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator due to his Sun True origin. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage to dodge at the right time every time the 1,000 soldiers attacked. Finally, after half an hour, Duan Ling Tian discovered a weak spot in a standalone small formation. This small formation consisted of over 30 people. The attack Duan Ling Tian had received earlier was from a small formation like this as well. Actually, the weakness of this small formation would not be obvious if it was not for the strange pupil that Duan Ling Tian had activated. He would not have been able to discover it without the strange pupil. "I'll make my move on you first." His eyes shone coldly. He was already furious from being unable to make a move for half an hour, dodging the attacks and being pursued. Now that he had found their weakness, he, naturally, would not let them go. With a raise of his hand, the sun true origin surged out and transformed into a 3-foot-long blade. The 3-foot-long blade gleamed with a golden light. From afar, it looked like the sun. At this moment, the sun was being grasped tightly in Duan Ling Tian's hands. The weakness of the small formation continued to be magnified under the gaze of his strange pupil. The sun true origin on his body surged out as well. Then, Duan Ling Tian rushed into the small formation at an extremely swift speed, revealing himself in front of the 30 soldiers in the small formation. His action, naturally, attracted the attention of the 30 soldiers. He immediately became their target. "Kill!" The 30 soldiers shouted in unison as they lifted their sabers and guns and charged out at lightning speed. Although they all came from different directions, it seemed as though they were striking from the same position. The attack of these 30 soldiers seemed to be perfectly in sync due to some mysterious method. Duan Ling Tian, who was in the middle of the small formation, did not even bat his eyes when faced with the attack of the 30 soldiers. The 3-foot-long blade in his hand shone brilliantly and sword rays shot out swiftly, piercing through the place between the brows of one of the soldiers. This soldier was also the weak link he had noticed earlier. As the sword rays flashed, a horrendous bloody hole appeared at the space between the soldier's brows. In the next instant, the gory scene he expected did not take place. Instead, the soldier who was pierced between his brows vanished along with the 7-foot-long spear in his hands. After killing one soldier, the force of the joint attack of the 30 soldier was greatly diminished. Duan Ling Tian cast his colossal sword bell and withstood the attack completely without feeling any pressure. Due to the death of that soldier, the remaining group of soldiers revealed even more of their weaknesses. Duan Ling Tian did not even have to use his strange pupil to see some of these weaknesses. As the sounds of sword whistling in the air sounded, the remaining soldiers in the small formation vanished one by one under Duan Ling Tian's sword. In the end, none of them was left at all. Chapter 1784 The Last Trial. After annihilating the small formation, Duan Ling Tian retreated in time and dodged the other big and small formations that were rushing over for support. Then, Duan Ling Tian relied on the advantage his speed granted him and began to dodge the big and small formations. If he could not attack them, he would not give them a chance to touch him as well. His speed now was equivalent to an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, so it was impossible for these soldiers to chase up to him. Under such circumstances, Duan Ling Tian used the same method and defeated the remaining formations one by one. After a long time, he finally defeated all of them. I finally passed this trial. Although Duan Ling Tian had successfully passed the 8th trial, he was drenched in sweat as well. His tensed mind finally relaxed as well. Earlier, when faced with the attacks from the big and small formations, he did not dare to let his mind wander, so he was constantly in a tensed state. Duan Ling Tian bent down and placed his palms on his knees as he gasped heavily for air. Sweat dripped off his face like rain. He finally was able to catch his breath now. Ever since he entered the abyssal swamp, this was his first time being mentally and physically exhausted. For this reason, he decided to only continue to the next trial after resting for 1 day and 2 nights. However, after he had passed the 8th trial, the entrance to the 9th trial had opened immediately. After I've passed the first trial, the voice told me he would be waiting for me at the last trial. In other words, he'll wait for me at the 9th trial. Who's the owner of that voice exactly? Duan Ling Tian was very curious. At the same time, he stepped into the entrance leading to the 9th trial. The entrance to the 9th trial was a halo. When Duan Ling Tian entered it, it was as though he had triggered something, as the environment in his surroundings suddenly had an earth-shattering transformation. The vast underground palace vanished from his sight slowly that Duan Ling Tian could see everything clearly. As expected, there the mirror image inside the illusory formation. I wonder what I'll face at the 9th trial. After the underground palace disappeared before his eyes, He was completely surrounded in white. Finally, after some time, Duan Ling Tian realized he had emerged in a vast arena that was surrounded by rows and rows of spectator seats. However, nobody was there at all. Is this the 9th trial? Duan Ling Tian looked at the arena. Below him in shock. Am I supposed to fight somebody? Since an arena had appeared, Duan Ling Tian could also guess what kind of test awaited him in the 9th trial. An opponent would appear, and he would have to fight. Don't tell me it's the owner of that ancient voice. Even Duan Ling Tian had no idea why such a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. The moment he thought about it, he could not dismiss the idea. This was because after he had passed the first trial, the voice had told him that after he had passed all 8 trials, he would be waiting for him at the final trial. Although I don't know who he is, I'm sure he's not an ordinary person since he's able to transmit his voice to me in such a way. If my opponent turns out to be him, I'm afraid the odds are against me. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he smiled wryly. Although his strength was equivalent to an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator now, it was still not enough if he encountered a mysterious and wise old man. Duan Ling Tian still had a wry smile on his face when the air in front of him trembled and a crack appeared. Then, the mirror image of an old man walked out from the crack. He hovered in the air as he stood opposite Duan Ling Tian. It was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. The loose long robe on his body was unable to conceal his sturdy body. The old man was nearly 2 meters tall. He appeared like a small tower as he stood there. At this moment, the old man was looking at Duan Ling Tian with a smile. The eyes that seemed muddled initially soon gleamed brilliantly. Little fellow, you're not too bad for being able to reach here. As soon as Duan Ling Tian saw the old man had already spoken. His voice was identical to the voice Duan Ling Tian had heard previously. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was certain the old man was the owner of the voice that had spoken to him earlier. Senior. Duan Ling Tian did not dare to be negligent in front of the old man. Although he might just be a mirror image inside the illusory formation, he was still worth being treated with respect. How could an old man who appeared here in the form of a mirror image be an ordinary person? However, the old man seemed to be a little stiff and unnatural. He did not have any reaction toward Duan Ling Tian's bow of respect. Instead, he continued to talk. I told you earlier that I'll wait for you at the final trial, and now, you've finally arrived. If you can defeat me, my elementary devouring tactic will belong to you. If you can't defeat me, we'll just have to say you have no fate with my elementary devouring tactic. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian also realized that although this old man appeared to be sentient, it seemed that it had been programmed to act a certain way. He could see this from how the old man seemed to have not noticed his bow of respect. The purpose of the old man's existence was to test him. He was not sentient and could not communicate with him at all. It was precisely because of this it was impossible for the old man to show him any mercy. Don't tell me the elementary devouring tactic he mentioned is actually the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic in the abyssal swamp. When Duan Ling Tian recalled the second half of the old man's words, his breathing quickened. What was the reason for him to go through so many difficult trials in the first place? For the sake of the divine ability, of course. Moreover, the trials he faced were so difficult that it was completely unlike the previous divine ability relics he had found. For this reason, he was 100% certain the divine ability contained in this divine ability relic was not an ordinary one. Naturally, all these were only Duan Ling Tian's assumption. Currently, he was completely unaware that the divine ability relic in the abyssal swamp was actually the most mysterious divine ability relic in the mystical sky mansion's Saint Martial's secret zone. It was also known as the number 1 divine ability relic. Although nobody in the history of the mystical sky mansion knew what kind of divine ability was contained in this divine ability relic, judging from the difficulty, the divine ability must not be simple. Due to this reason, it was given the title of the number 1 divine ability. Defeat him. When Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses and looked at the old man again, he only felt that a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. It killed his enthusiasm immediately. Could he defeat this old man? Even if this old man was just a mirror image, he was not someone he could deal with. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with bitterness. He had just activated his divine eye to probe the old man, but when his divine consciousness touched the old man, it was like a stone being thrown into the sea. There was no effect at all. One could just imagine how profound and unfathomable the old man's cultivation base was. However, When the old man opened his mouth again, the bitterness in Duan Ling Tian's heart vanished. I'll suppress my cultivation base and maintain it at the same level as yours. Your cultivation base is at the early refined saint stage. For this reason, I'll use the early refined saint stage cultivation base to battle with you. However, other than maintaining a cultivation base that's the same as yours, I'll also use the elementary devouring tactic. These were the old man's words. Early refined saint stage. Fight with the cultivation base at the early refined saint stage. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Ling Tian was delighted. He was so excited he almost laughed out loud. Wait a minute, if he could cast the Sun True Origin, then his true strength would be equal to an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator as well. Along with the fact that he can cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, I won't be a match for him. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, the excitement that had just risen in his heart vanished without a trace. However, when he saw the true origin rising from the old man's body, a flame of hope appeared in his heart. This was because the true origin rising from the old man's body was not the Sun True Origin. It was only the ordinary true origin of an early refined saint stage martial cultivator. It would be impossible for an ordinary person to defeat an opponent with the same cultivation but has the advantage of the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. However, this is nothing to me at all. Duan Ling Tian believed that even if the elementary devouring tactic the old man cast was a high-grade divine ability, the old man would be unable to defeat him since his strength was equivalent to an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator just by relying on his true origin at the early refined saint stage. His strength did not rely much on his cultivation base but on how extraordinary the Sun True Origin was. The Sun True Origin at the early refined saint stage was equivalent to the true origin of an early eminent saint stage powerhouse. The true origin of an ordinary early refined saint stage powerhouse would only be crushed if faced with the Sun True Origin of a powerhouse with the same cultivation base. Looks like this so-called last trial is going to be easy. Duan Ling Tian's mood was very good. He originally thought the last trial would be very difficult, but who knew the situation would take a turn for the better. An ordinary person might have a headache if they reached here and met with such a situation, but Duan Ling Tian was not worried at all. In fact, he felt inwardly delighted. Although his strength is a stage different from mine, he can still cast the elementary devouring tactic. The elementary devouring tactic is most likely a high-grade divine ability and might be even more powerful than an ordinary high-grade divine ability. For this reason, even if I have a 90% chance of winning this match, I can't be careless during this match at all. Duan Ling Tian knew he could not afford to make even the smallest mistake since this was the 9th and final trial. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian took this matter very seriously. He did not dare to underestimate his opponent at all. If he miserably failed such an easy task, who should he complain to then? After a while, the true origin on the old man's body surged up and spread out unreservedly. In just an instant, he began to make his move. His body swayed before he charged toward Duan Ling Tian in a menacing manner. What a fast speed! Duan Ling Tian was astonished. The speed the old man displayed was far faster than an ordinary early refined saint stage martial cultivator. In fact, he was not much slower than an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. His movement technique is not ordinary. Duan Ling Tian soon discovered this fact. Although the old man had already suppressed his cultivation base to the early refined saint stage, his technique was not something that an early refined saint stage martial cultivator was a match for. Chapter 1785 Elementary Devouring Tactic. It was only natural. This old man was connected to the divine ability relic in the abyssal swamp, so how could he be ordinary? Even if such a person suppressed his cultivation base to his level, he still had his own advantage. The old man's combat experience and martial techniques were not something an ordinary early refined saint stage martial cultivator could compare to. Currently, Duan Ling Tian counted himself lucky that the old man could not cast his Sun True Origin. In fact, it was thanks to the Sun True Origin that he had the strength equivalent to an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator that he managed to move forward with just his clone. In terms of strength, the Sun True Origin at the early refined saint stage was in no way inferior to an early eminent saint stage powerhouse's true origin. It has increased again. When Duan Ling Tian dodged the old man's attack in a timely manner, he was astonished to find that the old man had picked up speed again. Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness and was certain the old man's true origin did not change at all. It was still an ordinary true origin at the early refined saint stage. The reason its speed had increased was due to the old man's movement technique. It was an extremely light and rapid movement technique. Even the movement technique inside the heaven rank advanced saint grade martial tactic that's cultivated to the highest stage wouldn't be able to compare to this. Duan Ling Tian clicked his tongue when faced with the old man's speed. Even an ordinary powerhouse at the intermediate refined saint stage would not be able to compare to the old man's current speed. If Duan Ling Tian did not have the Sun True Origin and was only an ordinary early refined saint stage powerhouse, he would not have gained any advantage in terms of speed. The offensive technique the old man cast with a raise of his hand was extremely powerful as well. It was much more powerful than the attack of an ordinary intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. However, he was overpowered by Duan Ling Tian in terms of strength. It was useless. No matter how powerful his attack was, it could not touch Duan Ling Tian. Although Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was at the early refined saint stage, he possessed the Sun True Origin, so his speed was similar to the speed of an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. Faced with the old man whose speed was at the intermediate refined saint stage, he did not feel any pressure at all. Fortunately, I'm the one who encounters this trial. If it's an ordinary martial or Dao cultivator who encounter this trial, it would have been impossible for them to pass this trial. Duan Ling Tian knew very well that he was the only one capable of passing this trial easily. If it was another early refined saint stage martial cultivator, he would have been defeated long ago without the Sun True Origin. Why is he not moving? At the same time, Duan Ling Tian realized that after the old man had chased him for some time, he suddenly came to a halt and looked at him in a slight daze before saying, "Little fellow, looks like you're the person I've been waiting for. If you can still defeat me after I cast the elementary devouring tactic, then I'll pass the elementary devouring tactic to you." Duan Ling Tian did not pay much attention to the first half of the old man's words. However, when he reached the second half of his words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened immediately. "I'll pass the elementary devouring tactic to you." Did this old man mean the elementary devouring tactic was his divine ability? Could it be that this abyssal swamp was left behind by this senior? The moment he thought of this, Duan Ling Tian's heartbeat increased by several beats. Although he had entered the location of 3 divine ability relics before, the 3 divine ability relics did not have anyone appearing like the old man, let alone communicating with him. However, not only did this old man appear in the abyssal swamp, but he even said he would pass the elementary devouring tactic to Duan Ling Tian if Duan Ling Tian was able to defeat him. How could these thoughts not fill his mind? When Duan Ling Tian was beginning to indulge in his train of thought, he was shocked to discover that the Sun True Origin in his body had begun to leak out despite him not activating it. It was fortunate he had noticed it in time and had put a stop to it. Otherwise, he would have lost much of his Sun True Origin. After Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he realized the robe on the old man standing nearby had begun to flutter. The air in his surrounding began to stir and ripple before it transformed into a gigantic whirlpool. This whirlpool was devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding ceaselessly and storing it in the old man's body. His aura seems to be getting stronger now. At the same time, the divine consciousness that Duan Ling Tian extended out could clearly sense the aura on the old man's body was continuing to increase. In the end, the air in the surroundings seemed to have stopped stirring. Only then did the old man's aura stop increasing. At the same time, the whirlpool that was shrouding him began to vanish as well. For a moment, the air began to shake as territory began to consolidate in a 100-meter radius around the old man. However, the true origin consolidating the true origin territory was not at the early refined saint stage. Instead, it was at the peak of the refined saint stage. Naturally, it was not comparable to the true origin of a real powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage, since the true origin the old man used to consolidate his territory was very unstable. The reason it was unstable was due to it being forcefully raised. The true nature of the true origin was still at the early refined saint stage. This is the elementary devouring tactic. When Duan Ling Tian saw this, he could not help but gasp. He was extremely shocked by this. The elementary devouring tactic allowed an early refined saint stage martial cultivator to devour the energy in the surrounding in a short period of time to forcefully raise his own true origin to the peak of the refined saint stage. This divine ability was just too heaven-defying, right? The old man's territory was a dark territory. Once in a while, some pythons that were shrouded in blood mist would leap out of the territory, but after writhing here and there, they would hide in the territory again. When Duan Ling Tian looked at the surrounding, he could see there were about 1,000 pythons that appeared in the old man's territory. The 1,000 pythons were shrouded in a blood mist as they writhed in the territory. Sometimes, they would show themselves, but sometimes they would hide. It gave off a creepy vibe. When Duan Ling Tian heard the sound of wind billowing, he realized the old man had begun to charge at him after he had consolidated his territory. The unstable true origin emitting from his body began to show signs of weakening at this point, although it was a slow process. Looks like the true origin that's raised using the elementary devouring tactic doesn't last too long. He wants to take advantage of his true origin at the peak of the refined saint stage to kill me with just one blow. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he began to make his move as well. One must admit the speed that the old man demonstrated using his true origin at the peak of the refined saint stage was extremely fast. It was even faster than 99% of the martial cultivators at the peak of the refined saint stage. However, he still could not catch up to Duan Ling Tian, whose cultivation base was equivalent to an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. Although the old man's speed was equivalent to an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator with the true origin of an early refined saint stage powerhouse, his true origin that was at the peak of the refined saint stage was still unable to beat the speed of an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. For example, the early refined saint stage and the intermediate refined saint stage, and the peak of the refined saint stage and the early eminent saint stage. The former was different because it was still in the same saint stage. The gap was not too wide. However, the latter's difference was huge since it was not in the same saint stage. The differences could not be compared at all. For this reason, although the old man had raised his true origin through the elementary devouring tactic to the peak of the refined saint stage in a short time, he still could not touch Duan Ling Tian at all. At this moment, the old man was, naturally, not fighting alone. He had the help of 1,000 pythons that were shrouded in blood mist in his territory. They quickly joined the battle and charged toward Duan Ling Tian as well. Territory. Faced with the attack from the old man's territory, Duan Ling Tian smiled nonchalantly as the sun true origin in his body began to surge out as well. The pythons were completely annihilated in the wake of the 10,000 sword rays. The old man's territory was subsequently shattered by the 10,000 swords territory. A territory relied on one's true origin. Duan Ling Tian's true origin was the sun true origin. It was equivalent to the true origin of an early eminent saint stage powerhouse. Such a territory that was consolidated from such a true origin would undoubtedly crush the territory that was consolidated by the old man's true origin that was at the peak of the refined saint stage. It's getting weaker now. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian noticed the true origin on the old man's body had weakened to the mastery refined saint stage. It's time to end this now. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as his heart jolted. His 10,000 swords territory converged abruptly. The 10,000 sword rays gathered in his hand and transformed into a heavy and big broadsword. From afar, it looked as dazzling as the sun. Duan Ling Tian moved without any warning. He wielded the gigantic sword that was like a blazing sun dexterously. Faced with the old man who tried to cast his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to raise his true origin to the peak of the refined saint stage again, the gigantic sword slashed downward and landed violently on him. The old man's true origin had just been raised to the peak of the refined saint stage again, but faced with the sun true origin and the strike from the sword that contained the profundity of the sovereign heart sword, it crumbled immediately. It vanished along with the old man's body before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. I can't believe the last trial would be the easiest one. As Duan Ling Tian's heart gave a jolt, the gigantic sword in his hand disappeared as well. At the same time, he soared up into the air as a faint smile appeared on his face. Ever since he entered the abyssal swamp, every step he had taken before he arrived at the 9th trial had been arduous. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, the 9th trial should be the most difficult one. However, when he was faced with it, although he appeared indifferent, he was actually feeling anxious. He wondered if he would be able to successfully pass the trial and obtain the divine ability in the divine ability relic that was located in the abyssal swamp. However, at this moment, he had finally passed the trial. Moreover, it was an easy trial that was to his advantage. Naturally, this was all because of the sun true origin in his body. If it was another person, it would be impossible for that person to pass this trial. This had already been mentioned many times. This abyssal swamp is really terrifying. However, that divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, is even more terrifying. The moment Duan Ling Tian recalled the elementary devouring tactic the old man had cast earlier, his eyes brightened. He could not suppress the excitement in his heart. Chapter 1786 The One and Only. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had passed all the trials in the abyssal swamp that contained the divine ability relic. This meant he would be able to obtain the divine ability in the abyssal swamp. The divine ability in the abyssal swamp was none other than elementary devouring tactic. Could it be that the elementary devouring tactic would be recorded on a stone tablet just like when I obtained the 6 harmonies golden body previously? The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he stared at the sky waiting for a crack to appear so that the stone tablet containing the divine ability would appear. However, after waiting for a long time, there was nothing at all. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. He was completely clueless about what was happening. Where's that old fellow? Didn't he say he's going to pass that elementary devouring tactic to me after I defeat him? Is he toying with me? Duan Ling Tian was really anxious now. It was to the point that he had changed the way he addressed the old man. He had addressed him as senior earlier, but now he referred to him as that old fellow. Old fellow, don't tell me you're going back on your words. Duan Ling Tian shouted as looked around the surrounding as he stood above the arena. His voice was very loud. It contained the sun's true origin and transformed his voice into sound waves that caused the air to stir. As the air stirred, Duan Ling Tian could clearly see that a figure had appeared in the sky. It was the old man whom he had defeated earlier. He finally showed himself after making Duan Ling Tian feel impatient. Little fellow, the old man smiled kindly. Congratulations on passing all the trials of the abyssal swamp. Now, I'll pass the information and everything about the elementary devouring tactic to you. By the time your cultivation base has risen to the divine saint stage, you'll be able to cultivate the elementary devouring tactic. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately. Although he knew the old man would not or could not respond to him, he still expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior. You've already seen the elementary devouring tactic during the final trial. I'm sure you already have some basic understanding of it. The elementary devouring tactic is a divine ability that can devour all forces from the surrounding. You can even devour your opponent's strength as well. Naturally, if your opponent is much more powerful than you won't be able to devour his strength since he'll be able to block the devouring force of the elementary devouring tactic, the old man added. Upon hearing that, Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed as he recalled the scene earlier. Devouring my opponent's strength, I won't be able to devour it if the opponent is stronger. Block my devouring force. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally understood. No wonder he felt the sun true origin in his body leaking out earlier when the old man had cast the elementary devouring tactic. It had affected him as well. However, due to his strength that was comparable to an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, the devouring force from the old man whose cultivation base was only at the early refined saint stage was limited and could not devour his sun true origin. What a tyrannical divine ability! Duan Ling Tian clicked his tongue. According to this senior's words, I'll be able to use the elementary devouring tactic to devour my opponents' energies when I fight with other people as long as their strength is not too much stronger than mine. Moreover, I'll also be able to use the energy I devour from them to strengthen my own strength. The moment he thought of this, he became excited again. For example, if two people who had almost identical technique and strength were to fight, if one of them cast the elementary devouring tactic to devour the energy from the surrounding and the opponent as well, just how scary would that be? At that time, the person who cast the elementary devouring tactic would definitely be able to easily defeat his opponent. Duan Ling Tian, who had seen the force of the elementary devouring tactic, did not doubt this at all. When Duan Ling Tian's thoughts were running wild thinking about the terrifying elementary devouring tactic, a barrage of information entered his mind in a timely manner. Initially, he instinctively rejected the barrage of information, but when he realized this was information about the elementary devouring tactic, he stopped resisting immediately and allowed it to enter his mind. The information was profound. Duan Ling Tian tried to comprehend it, but he found it was too difficult for him to comprehend for now. Although he could not comprehend them now, it did not stop Duan Ling Tian from memorizing and familiarizing himself with it. It was only natural that Duan Ling Tian could only make speculations about it for now, even if he tried to understand and familiarize himself with it. It was still impossible for him to cast the divine ability with his current strength. An ordinary martial cultivator would have to break through to the divine saint stage before they could even try to comprehend and master the divine ability, but Duan Ling Tian did not have to wait until he had broken through to the divine saint stage due to the sun's true origin in his body, although he did not have to wait until he had broken through to the divine saint stage, he still needed to wait until he had broken through to the eminent saint stage. When his cultivation base had entered the eminent saint stage, only then his sun true origin would be comparable to an ordinary early divine saint stage martial cultivator. At that time, he would be able to cast the divine ability. That's all. After an hour, Duan Ling Tian realized the information had stopped transmitting into his mind, and all of the information about the high-grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, had been fully memorized by him. When he first received this information, he had instinctively shut his eyes. Now that he had opened his eyes, he discovered the old man had already disappeared. Not only that, even the arena surrounded by the spectator seats had disappeared as well. Even the stars twinkling around the moon had disappeared. At this moment, he was back in the desert that was besieged by a sandstorm. The abyssal swamp had disappeared. Little fellow, I've already passed the elementary devouring tactic to you. From now on, the abyssal swamp and the legacy of the elementary devouring tactic will no longer exist in the Saint Martial's secret zone. My name's Zhang Cheng. Perhaps, we'll be able to meet one day in the future. I'm looking forward to that. When Duan Ling Tian saw the desert, the old man's voice resonated in his ears. After that, he no longer heard the old man's voice. The Saint Martial secret zone will no longer have the abyssal swamp and the elementary devouring tactic. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Ling Tian could not return to his senses for a long time. As far as he knew, the various divine ability relics in the mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial secret zone would mostly appear again. Once somebody had obtained the divine ability, it might appear again in another place. However, he had never heard of a divine ability relic that would completely vanish for good after the divine ability had been obtained. Nonetheless, it was impossible for the owner of that voice to lie to him. If this is the case, does this mean the elementary devouring tactic legacy would be lost to the mystical Sky Mansion from now on? The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he smiled wryly. Although it was not an easy task to obtain the elementary devouring tactic legacy since it was not possible for just anyone to pass all 9 trials of the abyssal swamp, the moment he thought of how this divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, would be lost to the mystical Sky Mansion after he had obtained it, he could not help but feel a little guilty. Looks like I owe a huge favor to the mystical Sky Mansion, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Just let it be. When I've broken through to the divine saint stage and master the elementary devouring tactic, I'll just pass the elementary devouring tactic to a suitable mystical Sky Mansion's disciple. At that time, it can be considered as me repaying my debt to the mystical Sky Mansion. Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief once he made up his mind. Whether it was in his past life or current life, he did not like owing favors the most. As the saying went, a debt of gratitude is the hardest to return. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was still unaware that it was not easy at all to pass the trials of the abyssal swamp that housed the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. It could be considered as an elite ability in the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. The saying, ignorance is bliss, suited Duan Ling Tian perfectly at this moment. No matter what, it was still a joyous occasion being able to obtain a divine ability such as the elementary devouring tactic. Currently, it has been 2 months since I entered the Saint Martial secret zone. There's only a month left before I'll be forcefully sent out by the Saint Martial secret zone. Only 1 month left, I must find them as soon as possible. Duan Ling Tian was obviously referring to Wang Fei Zan and Lu Jian. Before they entered the Saint Martial secret zone, they had already formed a little team and promised to work together. However, after they entered the Saint Martial secret zone, Duan Ling Tian did not encounter them at all throughout his journey. Now, even if I discover a divine ability, I shouldn't explore it yet for the time being. I must find them first. It was mentioned earlier that Duan Ling Tian disliked owing people favors the most. Therefore, he really hoped to return the favor to Lu Hongguang, the second elder of the Raging Wave Mansion, inside the Saint Martial secret zone. It could be considered as him repaying Lu Hongguang's favor once he helped Lu Jian obtain a divine ability. 5 days later, Duan Ling Tian discovered the location of another divine ability relic. However, he was not in a hurry to explore it. What was more important was to look for Wang Fei Zan and Lu Jian. In the end, Duan Ling Tian managed to meet Wang Fei Zan 8 days later. When he found her, she was all alone. Before Wang Fei Zan discovered Duan Ling Tian, he had already appeared by her side and asked, you didn't see Lu Jian as well. Duan Ling Tian's sudden appearance had shocked Wang Feizan. After she regained her senses, she replied, I finally found you. As for Lu Jian, Wang Feizan smiled wryly. I met him a few days ago, but he was eliminated yesterday. He has already been eliminated. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Now that Lu Jian was eliminated, would he not lose the opportunity to return Lu Hongguang's favor? When Wang Feizan saw him frowning, she seemed to be able to guess what he was thinking. She said, don't worry, I've already helped you return the favor that your senior brother owed Lu Jian Sr. I entered the location of a divine ability relic with him a few days ago and abided by the rule you said before we came here. I gave him first priority to memorize the first divine ability in the relic we encountered. Wang Feizan's words shocked Duan Ling Tian greatly. But that's on the premise that I'm with both of you. Duan Ling Tian looked at Wang Feizan with a complex look. When I'm not around, you don't have to abide by the rule that I said before we came in. Chapter 1787 High-Grade Movement Technique Divine Ability. Although Duan Ling Tian did not verbally thank Wang Feizan, he still felt thankful toward her. Stop talking. Wang Feizan waved her hand and domineeringly interrupted Duan Ling Tian. No matter what, I've already helped you return the favor, so you owe me a favor now. Naturally, I'll return you your favor. Duan Ling Tian smiled. I found a divine ability relic 3 days ago. Let's go there. The divine ability contained in the divine ability relics belongs to you. What a coincidence. I have some clues leading to a divine ability relic as well. Wang Feizan smiled. Oh, Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Wang Feizan to have clues leading to another divine ability relic as well after helping Lu Jian obtain one divine ability. Speaking of, Lu Jian was killed at the location of that divine ability relic as well. That divine ability relic is much more dangerous than the one we entered previously. Based on how dangerous it is, I'm sure the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic has to be extraordinary, Wang Feizan said. Duan Ling Tian agreed with Wang Feizan's words. As someone with experience, he, naturally, knew this, similar to the divine ability relic in the abyssal swamp he had encountered earlier. There was a total of 9 trials. Apart from some of the trials, most of the trials were ridiculously dangerous. Although the trials to obtain the divine ability relic was difficult, the reward was extraordinary. There was no doubt the elementary devouring tactic was a high-grade divine ability. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian suspected that the elementary devouring tactic was also most likely one of the top-rated ones among all the other high-grade divine abilities. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was still unaware that the elementary devouring tactic was widely known as the #1 divine ability in the St. Martial secret zone by powerhouses of every generation in the mystical sky mansion. If he knew about this, he would not have made assumptions of his own. Where is the divine ability relic you found? Let's go to the nearest one first. Wang Feizan suggested. Duan Ling Tian did not have any objections to her suggestion. After both of them exchanged information for a while, they discovered the divine ability relic Wang Feizan had found was nearer. Due to this reason, both of them decided to make their way there first. What grade is the divine ability that you helped Lu Jian obtain? Duan Ling Tian asked. It must be a medium-grade divine ability. Half of the reason I managed to pass the final test was due to luck, Wang Feizan replied. Lu Jian's luck is indeed not bad, Duan Ling Tian nodded before he said, however, the location of the divine ability relic we're heading to now must be more difficult than the divine ability both of you found earlier, right? Duan Ling Tian asked casually, although he already knew the answer in his heart. After all, Lu Jian was eliminated inside. After he was eliminated, Wang Feizan had also left the divine ability relic behind. It was apparent she was not confident she could pass all the trials to obtain the divine ability relic. What grade do you think that divine ability relic is? Duan Ling Tian asked. Wang Feizan glanced at him before answering honestly, even if the divine ability contained inside the divine ability relic is not a high-grade one, it'll definitely be an elite medium-grade divine ability. Then I guess both of you are quite lucky to encounter 2 good divine ability relics. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Suddenly, as though he was hit by a pang of realization, he said bluntly, as the saying goes, even among brothers, debts should be dealt with without any ambiguity. We should also plan on how we'll divide the divine ability relics we encounter in the future. How about this? The divine ability relic you found is yours, and the divine ability relic I found 3 days ago is mine. Wang Feizan did not reply Duan Ling Tian in a hurry. Instead, she asked, "Have you entered the location of the divine ability relic you discovered?" "What, are you worried the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic has a higher grade than the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic you found?" Upon hearing her words, Duan Ling Tian, naturally, knew what she was thinking. He chuckled. "Do you want to switch?" Colors appeared on Wang Feizan's cheeks immediately since her thoughts were seen through by Duan Ling Tian. "Let's switch then. I'm not afraid, it's alright, let's not switch yet. To be honest, I've not entered the location of the divine ability relic I found, so I don't know what the situation is like inside. Let's do it this way. You can have the divine ability relic you found. When we head inside the location of the divine ability relic I found, I'll give the divine ability relic to you if you find it to your liking. However, the next 2 divine ability relics we encounter will belong to me. What do you think?" Duan Ling Tian said. At this moment, Wang Feizan also realized that Duan Ling Tian really did not know anything about the situation inside the location of the divine ability relic he found. Otherwise, he would not have said such words. Based on his words, she could tell he was thinking on her behalf. She immediately replied with burning cheeks, "Let's just go with your initial suggestion. The divine ability relic I found is mine, and the one you found is yours. As for the other divine abilities we encounter after that, we'll take turns with it." "That's also possible," Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, under Wang Feizan's guidance, Duan Ling Tian began to make his way to the location of the divine ability relic where Lu Jian was eliminated. One had to admit Wang Feizan was indeed lucky. Although the trials inside the divine ability relic was not as ridiculous as the Abyssal Swamp, it was still much more difficult than the 6 Harmonies Tower and 6 Halls Palace that he had entered previously. Looks like the divine ability contained inside this divine ability relic is an elite medium grade divine ability if it's not a high grade divine ability. "It's just like you said earlier," Duan Ling Tian said to Wang Feizan after passing a few trials. From the beginning until the end, Wang Feizan did not do anything at all apart from following by Duan Ling Tian's side. She did not have the opportunity to do anything at all. Every time they encountered danger, Duan Ling Tian would immediately discover it and deal with it in a timely manner. "Even if it's a high-grade divine ability, I think it's just a bottom-tier high-grade divine ability," Wang Feizan remarked. "What, you're still complaining? Do you want to switch then?" Duan Ling Tian teased her with a smile. "I don't have any objection if you want to switch," Wang Feizan replied bluntly. "It's alright, I don't want to take advantage of you. If the divine ability relic I found is only a low-grade divine ability relic, I'm afraid you'll have no shoulders to cry on later." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. After he had discovered the location of the divine ability relic, he did not explore it. For this reason, he was also not certain what grade the divine ability relic was. Lu Jian was killed at the next trial. At that time, I couldn't even fend for myself, so I couldn't save him at all, Wang Feizan remarked. "Alright," Duan Ling Tian nodded. After he learned that Wang Feizan had helped him return a favor on his behalf, he had already come to terms with it. What he needed to do now was to repay Wang Feizan instead. Soon after, they encountered the next trial. The test that was extremely difficult for Wang Feizan was extremely easy for Duan Ling Tian. It took him less than 20 breaths to pass the trial. Wang Feizan was struck dumb, and her mouth was agape. Wang Feizan looked at Duan Ling Tian's silhouette as she muttered to herself, "His strength is most likely very strong among all the martial cultivators at the peak of the refined saint stage." They continued to pass the trials before they finally arrived at the final trial. The person in charge of the last trial was a skimpily dressed, sexy and beautiful woman. Each of her movements was seductive and charming. Wang Feizan's expression turned solemn immediately when she saw the woman's movement and her power at the peak of the refined saint stage. However, when she saw the woman displayed a movement divine ability that was extremely brilliant, to the point that it granted her the speed close to an eminent saint stage powerhouse, horror dawned on her immediately as unwillingness filled her heart. "Don't tell me that I, Wang Feizan, have no fate with the divine ability inside this divine ability relic." At this moment, she did not feel very confident although she had Duan Ling Tian by her side. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian's ability was not inferior to his opponent, but the woman's speed was extremely fast. It was so fast that it was almost comparable to the speed of an eminent saint stage powerhouse due to the divine ability. How fast? When Duan Ling Tian saw the woman's speed, he was taken aback as well. Her speed was not that much inferior to his speed. His speed was already equivalent to the speed of an early eminent saint stage powerhouse. Wang Feizan decided to leave with Duan Ling Tian despite the unwillingness in her heart. She took a deep breath before she said, "Ling Tian, just let it be if you can't. Let's leave this place." She was afraid that they would not be able to leave if they stayed any longer. However, soon after, she discovered that Duan Ling Tian seemed to have ignored her words. She instinctively turned to look at Duan Ling Tian only to discover he had vanished from his spot. The swift sound of wind whistling in the air sounded and caused the air to stir before the sound of air explosion reverberated in the air continuously. At this moment, Wang Feizan discovered that Duan Ling Tian was already facing the woman directly. Most importantly, she discovered that he was not at a disadvantage at all when faced with that woman. The woman moved, and a few afterimages appeared in front of her. Eventually, she took it a step further as she charged forward. It was as though there were thousands of afterimages. One could just imagine how fast her speed was. However, to Wang Feizan's surprise, Duan Ling Tian still did not fall into a disadvantageous position faced with the woman's enhanced speed. How fast? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was even more surprised. This was because he just discovered the woman who was at the peak of the refined saint stage had just displayed speed that was equivalent to an early eminent saint stage powerhouse. The woman was no longer inferior to him in terms of speed. Her true origin is still at the peak of the refined saint stage. The reason her speed is so fast is all due to the movement divine ability. This movement divine ability is most likely a high-grade divine ability, and the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic should be the movement divine ability she's currently using. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted as he followed behind the woman like a shadow as he began to piece the puzzle together. Chapter 1788 The Thousand Illusory Shadows. If Duan Ling Tian and the woman were outside, with their speed that was equal, perhaps, he might not have been able to catch up to her. However, they were both currently in a narrow space. Naturally, it was not really narrow. It was only narrow if compared to the boundless space outside. It was exactly because of this Duan Ling Tian easily found a chance to corner the woman. The woman's speed was on par with him. However, in regards to strength, she was far from being comparable to Duan Ling Tian. The reason her speed was so fast was all due to the high-grade movement divine ability. Due to this reason, it was easy for Duan Ling Tian to kill her in such a situation. She evaporated very quickly after she was killed. When Wang Feizan saw the scene before her, she was dumbfounded. After a long while, she finally looked at Duan Ling Tian as she said, "What a ruthless method. What, do you want me to let her go?" Duan Ling Tian retorted as he smiled nonchalantly. Subsequently, the air began to stir, and a crack appeared in the air before a gigantic stone tablet flew out and landed on the ground. He looked at Wang Feizan and urged her, "Go on. It's time for us to head to the next destination after you're done memorizing this divine ability. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a high-grade movement divine ability." High-grade movement divine ability. Upon hearing his words, Wang Feizan was reminded of the speed the woman had displayed earlier. It was obvious the woman's speed was incompatible with her strength. At that time, she had also suspected the woman had cast a movement divine ability. After she heard Duan Ling Tian's words, she realized the divine ability she was about to obtain was most like the same one the woman had cast earlier. When Wang Feizan extended her divine consciousness into the stone tablet, the information about the divine ability contained in it surged into her mind. Movement divine ability, the Thousand Illusory Shadows. At this moment, she also learned the name of the divine ability she was about to obtain. She became even more excited as she continued memorizing the information. She discovered this movement divine ability, the Thousand Illusory Shadows, was indeed a high-grade divine ability. Moreover, the divine ability was cultivated by a woman. This would allow her to yield twice the result with half the effort. This was a movement divine ability that was tailored for a woman. In other words, after she had broken through to the divine saint stage in the future, comprehending and mastering this divine ability would be easier for her than an ordinary divine ability since she was a woman. Naturally, this did not mean this divine ability could only be cultivated by a woman. It was just that if women cultivated it, they would yield twice the result with only half the effort. If a male cultivated it, he would only yield half the result with twice the effort. As an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator, it only took Wang Feizan a day and a night to memorize the information about the Thousand Illusory Shadows on the stone tablet. She only needed to wait until she had broken through to the divine saint stage in the future to comprehend and master its profundity with all her might in order to cast it in the future. The scene before Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered for a moment before he discovered he had returned to the place before he entered the location of the divine ability relic. He was not surprised by this since he had already experienced similar situations multiple times. Let's go. Since they had already come out, Wang Feizan must have already memorized the divine ability. For this reason, the first thing Duan Ling Tian did was to call out to her to leave and head to the location of the divine ability relic that he had discovered. At this moment, only 20 days remained until they would be forcefully sent out of the Saint Martial's secret zone. It would depend on their luck how many divine ability relics they would be able to find in these 20 days. Naturally, apart from luck, efficiency played a vital role as well. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not waste any time and instantly urged Wang Feizan to leave as soon as she regained her senses. Duan Ling Tian was in the lead as Wang Feizan followed closely behind him. The latter flew as fast as she could while the former intentionally slowed down in consideration of the latter. Wang Feizan's gaze was extremely complex when she stared at Duan Ling Tian's back as she followed behind him. It's obvious the speed he displayed earlier has surpassed the speed of a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. His speed is already on par with an early eminent saint stage powerhouse. As the young miss from a fourth-rate force, the tyrannic saber mansion, naturally, her experience was not limited. She had seen the speed of many early eminent saint stage powerhouses before. For this reason, she was almost certain when Duan Ling Tian was helping her to pass the final trial to obtain the divine ability relic earlier, the speed he displayed was on par with an early eminent saint stage powerhouse. Although the woman's cultivation base was only at the peak of the refined saint stage, her speed was extremely fast when she cast the 1,000 illusory shadows. Her speed was comparable to the speed of an early eminent saint stage powerhouse. However, under such circumstances, he was still able to kill her. It must be because his speed is not inferior to hers. Wang Feizan muttered to herself as her unfocused gaze zeroed in on Duan Ling Tian. Don't tell me he has broken through again, and he's an early eminent saint stage powerhouse now. Her heartbeat quickened when she thought about this. Wait a minute, however, Wang Feizan soon felt that it was not possible for the fellow in front of her to have made another breakthrough since he had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage not too long ago. At that time, it had caused a commotion not only in the Heaven Palace but the entire mystical sky mansion. No matter how monstrous or how ridiculously high his innate talent is, it's still impossible for him to break through 2 stages from the Master Refined Saint stage in such a short period of time. But, if he hasn't made a breakthrough, why is his speed so fast? Wang Feizan was utterly baffled. In the end, she could not help but ask, why you have already broken through to the eminent saint stage, right? Are you talking to me? Duan Ling Tian turned around and looked at her. Of course, there are only the two of us here. Did you think I was talking to myself? Wang Feizan retorted. Her grave expression eased up slightly as soon as he spoke. No. When Duan Ling Tian learned the question was meant for him, he shook his head. I haven't broken through to the eminent saint stage yet. How much he wished that he had broken through to the eminent saint stage so that he could comprehend, cultivate, and master the various divine abilities he had obtained. You haven't broken through to the eminent saint stage, but your speed is at the early eminent saint stage. Wang Feizan glared at him. How did you do it? Will you believe me if I tell you that I've already mastered a movement divine ability? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. Tisk. Wang Feizan glanced at him as she said scornfully, do you think I'm only 3 years old? You haven't broken through to the divine saint stage, but you've already mastered a divine ability. What a joke. Duan Ling Tian only smiled and no longer gave an explanation. He was deceiving her anyway. The reason his speed was at the early eminent saint stage was mainly due to his Sun True origin. However, the Sun True origin was undoubtedly a huge secret. Not only did it involve Elder Huo, but it also involved the celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in his possession. I haven't searched for any materials to repair the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda for a long time now. After I leave the Saint Martial secret zone, I'll borrow the mystical sky mansion's force to search for the materials needed to repair the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda as soon as I can. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he immediately made up his mind. To him, repairing the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was something very important. This was because the cultivation environment would better. Apart from that, according to Elder Huo, the time spent in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda would be even slower than the 3rd level. 8 days inside the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda would only equal to a day outside. It was much more efficient than the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Naturally, this was not the biggest benefit. Once the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was fully repaired, he would be able to safeguard his life further when faced with danger, since he could enter the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to escape. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, this was a bigger benefit than the former. A person only had one life, and this rule applied to Duan Ling Tian as well. This was why he valued his life so much. In other words, he was afraid of death. Apart from a few true crazy people in this world, was there anyone who was not afraid of death? As one's cultivation base and strength increased, this would also mean one had sacrificed more as well. For this reason, one would undoubtedly value one's own life. However, this did not mean Duan Ling Tian valued his own life above everything else. If it was him in his past life, perhaps, he would value his life the most. However, in this current life, it was no longer the case. In this current life, he had family and friends. These people were more than worthy for him to sacrifice his life for them. There was no doubt the Sun's true origin in Duan Ling Tian's body was one of his biggest secrets. He did not plan to explain further, so he looked at Wang Feizan and changed the topic. He asked, "The divine ability you obtained must be the movement divine ability the woman had cast earlier, right?" "That's right." A smile appeared on Wang Feizan's face immediately when she heard Duan Ling Tian mentioning the divine ability she obtained. "The divine ability I obtained is the movement divine ability the woman had cast." "What's it called?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. "The 1,000 illusory shadows," Wang Feizan answered. "The 1,000 illusory shadows?" Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow as he recalled the battle between him and the woman. He remembered the afterimages that appeared when the woman made her move. That movement divine ability does indeed live up to its name. After a long while, Duan Ling Tian brought Wang Feizan to the location of the divine ability relic that he had discovered. Before they entered, Wang Feizan looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, "What grade do you think the divine ability contained in this divine ability relic is?" "I have no idea." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "If you really haven't yet explored it, I think it has to be a low-grade divine ability." Wang Feizan teased him as she cheekily batted her eyelashes. "Please don't jinx it. The divine ability here belongs to me, you know." Duan Ling Tian glared at her. Somehow, he had become much more casual with Wang Feizan. It was as though both of them were old friends. Chapter 1789. A contented mind is a perpetual feast. Duan Ling Tian and Wang Feizan entered the location of the divine ability relic that Duan Ling Tian discovered a few days earlier. With just a raise of her hand, Wang Feizan had already killed a few wild beasts during the first trial. They were merely a few early pristine saint stage wild beasts. Looks like I was right. Although they were only at the first trial now, they could already tell from the difficulty of the first trial that the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic was not something worth looking forward to. "You're a jinx." Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes at Wang Feizan. Naturally, he did not really blame her. After all, even if she did not say such words, it would not have changed the fact that the divine ability was a low-grade one. The few trials ahead were also easily dealt with by Wang Feizan. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian did not make a move at all. It was just as they had speculated during their journey here. The divine ability contained in this divine ability relic was indeed just a useless low-grade divine ability. Although it was not to Duan Ling Tian's liking, he still memorized it anyway. It did not take them more than 2 days to exit the location of the divine ability relic. As Duan Ling Tian and Wang Feixian searched for another divine ability relic, Wang Feizan smiled mockingly as she said to Duan Ling Tian, "I think the divine ability relic we'll encounter next will be a medium or high-grade divine ability. The divine ability contained in the next divine ability belonged to her." "You're thinking too much," Duan Ling Tian snapped at her. "I think the next divine ability relic will contain a useless low-grade divine ability like the one we just encountered." "What? Are you trying to see who's able to guess correctly?" "What? Don't forget that I was right about your divine ability relic." "Humph. The next divine ability relic won't be a low-grade divine ability relic." Wang Feizan snorted. It was obvious she was joking around with Duan Ling Tian. 3 days later, both of them found another divine ability relic. As it turned out, Wang Feizan could only guess correctly once but not twice. The divine ability relic was also a low-grade divine ability relic. Jinx. You jinx. Throughout the journey, Wang Feizan could not help but curse Duan Ling Tian whenever she saw him, rendering him speechless. It was just like the saying, only women and small-minded men are hard to deal with. Had she forgotten she was the one who had cursed him first? After Wang Feizan obtained the low-grade divine ability contained in the divine ability relic, both of them continued to search for their next target. As they were traveling, Duan Ling Tian quickly warned Wang Feizan when he saw she was about to say something again. I'm warning you, don't even think of obtaining any more medium-grade divine abilities if you dare to curse me again, let alone a high-grade divine ability. When Wang Feizan recalled the losses that both sides had suffered, she shut her mouth immediately. However, she could not help but glare fiercely at Duan Ling Tian. As the saying went, a job would be easy to complete if both sexes worked together. Only a day had gone by, but both of them discovered the entrance to another divine ability relic. According to the rules of their alliance, this divine ability relic would go to Duan Ling Tian. I hope the divine ability inside this divine ability relic is an offensive divine ability that's at the medium grade or above. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself after they entered the location of the divine ability relic. In the Dao martial saint land, the divine ability relic was similar to the martial techniques but they were different from martial arts. The divine ability could only be cast under the condition that the martial techniques were cast first. Both of their effects would boost each other. For this reason, if Duan Ling Tian managed to obtain an offensive divine ability, his strength would be further enhanced once he had broken through to the eminent saint stage. He could only cultivate the divine ability after breaking through to the eminent saint stage. Currently, he had 3 good divine abilities in his possession. The 6 Harmonies Golden Body was a defensive divine ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic was an assist divine ability, and the Golden Crow's Wings was a movement divine ability. Among the 3 divine abilities, the 6 Harmonies Golden Body had the lowest grade. It was a medium-grade divine ability. As for the other 2 divine abilities, he did not know which one had a higher grade. He would find out once he returned to his original body and speak to Elder Huo inside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, he still subconsciously felt the Golden Crow's Wings was of slightly higher grade. After all, that was Elder Huo's bloodline divine ability as a 3-legged golden crow. Naturally, even if he could cultivate the Golden Crow's Wings that Elder Huo had taught him to the highest stage, it still would not be comparable to the Golden Crow's Wings that Elder Huo cast. This was because it was Elder Huo's bloodline divine ability. It was only natural that the Golden Crow's Wing he cast would be stronger. Even then, it was still a divine ability that did not belong to any mundane planet. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian subconsciously felt that the Golden Crow's Wings was the most powerful among the 3 divine abilities that he found useful. Naturally, he was not certain. This was merely his speculation. He had a feeling the Elementary Devouring Tactic was not simple as well. I can only know for certain after I leave the Saint Martial Secret Zone and speak to Elder Huo. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he no longer bothered with thinking about this matter. The current problem was he still lacked an offensive divine ability. Although he had inherited the sword Saint Feng Qing Yang's Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation Method, the Sovereign Heart Sword still belonged in the martial arts domain to a certain extent. The technique he cast using the Sovereign Heart Sword stages would also belong in the martial arts domain. It would be able to fight with other martial arts but not divine abilities. It would be even better if it's a sword-type offensive divine ability. Duan Ling Tian continued to daydream in his heart. It was fortunate Wang Feizan could not read his mind. Otherwise, she would have burst out laughing at him for daydreaming. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian and Wang Feizan went through the first trial to obtain the divine ability relic. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim immediately after he killed the wild beasts from the first trial. Wang Feizan's face, on the other hand, had turned red. After a while, she could no longer hold back and burst out laughing. Don't blame me for this. I didn't curse you this time around. From the first trial, they could tell the divine ability contained in this divine ability relic had to be another low-grade divine ability relic. As it turned, they were right. During their journey to search for the next divine ability relic, Wang Feizan claimed confidently, "Just you watch. The divine ability in the next divine ability relic won't be a low-grade one." Fingers crossed. Duan Ling Tian nodded and did not tease her. His bad mood that was caused by encountering a second low-grade divine ability had also vanished. "Don't worry, I'm sure when it's your turn, the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic won't be a low-grade divine ability relic. Wang Feizan felt a little unused to Duan Ling Tian not arguing with her. Whatever will be, Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently with a smile. A-, are you okay? Wang Feizan came to a halt and studied him solemnly. How can I not be okay? Let's go. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Although he was desperate to obtain an offensive divine ability, he was no longer desperate after obtaining the low-grade divine ability earlier. It was not because the low-grade divine ability had some unique ability. It was just that he realized how greedy he had become. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the 6 harmonies golden body that he obtained was considered not bad. It was a medium-grade divine ability. However, the other divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he obtained was not only a high-grade divine ability. It was a one-of-kind high-grade divine ability inside the Saint Martial secret zone. At the very least, it was one-of-kind in the mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial secret zone. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he finally came to terms with it. As the saying went, a contented mind is a perpetual feast. Even if he could not obtain any more useful divine abilities, he had reaped a huge benefit from the Saint Martial secret zone. Due to this mindset, he managed to regain his calm. Naturally, Wang Feizan was unaware of the change in Duan Ling Tian's thoughts, so she did not know the reason for his sudden change in behavior. One must admit that Wang Feizan was indeed lucky. 2 days later, both of them soon discovered another divine ability relic. The trials to obtain the divine ability relic were not inferior to the various trials in the 6 Harmonies Tower and 6 Halls Palace that Duan Ling Tian had been to previously. The divine ability contained inside was a defensive divine ability like the divine ability recorded in the 6 Harmonies Tower and 6 Halls Palace. Although this defensive divine ability was medium grade, it was slightly inferior to the defensive divine ability 6 Harmonies Golden Body that Duan Ling Tian had obtained previously. Naturally, the difference was not too wide. Now that Wang Feizan had obtained a high grade and a medium grade divine abilities, she was beside herself with joy. Let's go. Let's search for another divine ability relic. Soon after, they found another divine ability relic. This divine ability relic belonged to Duan Ling Tian. However, it was still a low-grade divine ability. Duan Ling Tian was not too surprised by this, but Wang Feizan, on the other hand, felt a little apologetic. Should we switch the rules? All the low-grade divine abilities we encounter after this will belong to me until we come across a medium-grade divine ability. You can have that medium-grade divine ability then. Even Wang Feizan could not stand to watch Duan Ling Tian's bad luck anymore. She was really worried he would encounter another low-grade divine ability after she had obtained her 3rd divine ability that was at the medium grade. There's no need for that. Duan Ling Tian rejected her good intention immediately due to the change in his mindset. Come on, why are you being so stubborn? Wang Feizan was unhappy due to his rejection. Do you think you're protecting ego by rejecting me? Do you think your so-called ego is actually more important than your future? In fact, sometimes, a divine ability that's at the medium grade or above can change your future, you know. Duan Ling Tian felt a sense of warmth in his heart when he heard Wang Feizan's words. At the same time, he could not help but smile as he asked, could it be that you think I've not obtained any divine abilities at the medium grade or above before I met you? Chapter 1790 Sword Type High Grade Divine Ability. Wang Feizan was stunned when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. When she met him, he had already been in the Saint Martial secret zone for about 2 months. It was almost impossible for him to not obtain any divine ability relics with his strength. In fact, most of the divine ability relics they found was discovered by Duan Ling Tian. There was even one moment when she thought of ripping his eyes out just to see how different they were. Why were they able to detect divine ability relics so easily? Humph. Since you don't appreciate my good intentions, there's nothing for me to say anymore. Wang Feizan snorted and no longer said anything. However, she could not help but think to herself, I want to see regretful expression later if the divine ability contained in the next divine ability relic is another medium grade or higher divine ability. The divine ability contained in the next divine ability relic belonged to Wang Feizan. Perhaps, she was really lucky. The divine ability contained in the next divine ability relic was indeed a medium-grade divine ability. Not only that, it was an offensive divine ability that was known as the Deadly Flowers. What, are you feeling regretful now? Wang Feizan asked Duan Ling Tian after she memorized the divine ability. There's nothing for me to regret. Duan Ling Tian smiled nonchalantly. Perhaps, the former him might have felt regretful thinking why the offensive divine ability did not belong to him. However, his mindset had changed, and he had already come to terms with things. The divine ability contained in the next divine ability relic belonged to Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps, he had really bad luck because it was another low-grade divine ability relic. The divine ability contained in the next divine ability relic belonged to Wang Feizan. This time, her luck was not so good either since she also obtained a low-grade divine ability. When they encountered another divine ability relic and entered it, Wang Feizan remarked, "I think this will be the last divine ability relic we'll be able to enter. After 4 days, the Saint Martial secret zone will forcefully send us out." Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded. There were only 4 days left. They only had enough time to enter the location of one more divine ability relic. "This will be our last divine ability relic. I really hope it's a medium grade or higher divine ability," Wang Feizan said as she glanced at Duan Ling Tian. As it turned out, the divine ability contained in this divine ability relic just so happened to be Duan Ling Tian's. "Let's hope so." Duan Ling Tian nodded calmly as though it did not matter to him what grade the divine ability inside was. Wang Feizan no longer said anything when she saw the person involved did not seem worried. However, when they faced their first trial, she was completely taken aback. How are they so strong? Even Wang Feizan, who was at the intermediate refined saint stage, could not pass the first trial. The difficulty of this trial was even more difficult than the first trial where she obtained her high-grade movement divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows. High-grade divine ability, Wang Feizan muttered as she took a deep breath. What good luck. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he strode out. The trial that Wang Feizan failed to pass was nothing to him. It did not take him more than 20 breaths to kill all the wild beasts in the first trial. Subsequently, he began to move ahead to the next trial. Compared to the trials where Wang Feizan obtained her high-grade movement ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows, the trials ahead were much more difficult. This made Duan Ling Tian and Wang Feizan even more certain that the divine ability contained in this divine ability relic was most likely a high-grade divine ability. As Duan Ling Tian faced the next trial, he appeared in another sword shrine. He thought to himself, "Don't tell me it's really a sword-type high-grade divine ability." The previous few trials had taken place in various sword shrines as well. Naturally, they were all different sword shrines. The trial in each sword shrine was completely different from one another. Not only that, but it was extremely difficult to pass as well. At the very least, Wang Feizan did not have the confidence to enter at all. However, to Duan Ling Tian, who had entered the abyssal swamp that housed the divine ability relic and obtained the one and only high-grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, in the mystical sky mansion's Saint Martial secret zone, these trials were nothing. He passed all of them easily. The trials he had gone through in the abyssal swamp were much more difficult than this. The high-grade divine ability contained inside this divine ability relic is surely not as good as the elementary devouring tactic. However, it should be more powerful than the high-grade movement divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows, that she obtained earlier. This could be seen from the difficulty of the trials. Looks like your luck has gathered together to form a huge one, Wang Feizan mused with an envious expression on her face. Duan Ling Tian smiled and did not say anything as he continued to face the next trial. Although he had changed his mindset, he obviously would not reject such a high-grade divine ability that was placed in front of him. This is the final trial. I'll finally find out what kind of divine ability is contained in this divine ability relic, Wang Feizan said as they entered the location of the final trial. The final trial of every divine ability relic would be a fight with an opponent that mastered the divine ability. After defeating the opponent, one would be able to obtain the divine ability the opponent had cast. During the final trial, a white-clad young sword cultivator appeared before Duan Ling Tian and Wang Feizan's eyes. He carried a sheathed sword on his back as he stood ramrod straight. He subtly gave of the aura as though he was one with the sword. Sword cultivator. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow as a terrifying battle intent emitted out from his body. He had cultivated the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword, and he could be considered as a sword cultivator as well. Now that he had encountered someone who was also sword cultivator, it was only natural for him to feel competitive. Just as Duan Ling Tian released the battle intent from his body, the white-clad young man's figure flashed and vanished from his spot. Naturally, he only disappeared from Wang Feizan's sight. In Duan Ling Tian's eyes, this white-clad young man had just flown up into the air at an extremely fast speed. Despite his fast speed, it was only equivalent to the elite powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage. It was far from being comparable to his strength. Moreover, his speed was not even comparable to the woman in the final trial where Wang Feizan obtained the divine ability, the Thousand Illusory Shadows. However, the woman's speed was only par with Duan Ling Tian due to the boost from the divine ability. This white-clad young man, on the other hand, did not have any movement divine ability to aid him. However, in terms of strength, the woman can't compare to him at all. When Duan Ling Tian saw the powerful aura emitting out of the white-clad young man as he pulled his long sword out of his sheath, he instantly noticed his strength. He must be an elite at the peak of the refined saint stage, and he had not even used his divine ability yet. Once he used his divine ability, his strength would be enhanced. His divine ability must be a high-grade sword-type divine ability. However, I wonder if it's an offensive, defensive, assist or a movement divine ability. Sword-type divine abilities were sorted into different categories as well. Soon after, the white-clad young man cast the divine ability and answered Duan Ling Tian's question. As the white-clad young man pulled his long sword out of its sheath, it seemed as though he did not move, but 9 clones suddenly appeared around him. The 9 clones were identical to him. All of them were holding onto a sword and were staring at Duan Ling Tian. What a lifelike clone. When Duan Ling Tian saw the 10 figures began to make their moves together, he extended his divine consciousness, but he could not tell which was the real one. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered the 10 figures had begun to charge at him one after another. The 3-foot-long blades in their hands even shot out 7-foot-long sword rays that were aimed at his head. The 10 white-clad young men were like 10 sword deities that descended from heaven. Their speed was so fast as they wielded their sword and slashed at Duan Ling Tian. How fast! At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's expression had also turned grave. He discovered the sword rays that the white-clad young men shot out had reached the highest level a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage could reach. Each slash of their swords was equivalent to the most powerful attack of a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. The white-clad young man in the lead charged at Duan Ling Tian as he pointed his sword at the colossal sword bell that had formed around Duan Ling Tian's body. When the strike landed, it caused the colossal sword bell to tremble for a moment before it slightly dimmed. Another white-clad young man charged out and another strike landed on the colossal sword bell, turning it even dimmer. The third white-clad young man wielded his sword and shattered Duan Ling Tian's colossal sword bell immediately. Although Duan Ling Tian's colossal sword bell was equivalent to the defense of an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, it could only withstand the attack from a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage twice at most. It was definitely unable to withstand a third strike. Duan Ling Tian's defense had shattered with just 3 strikes of swords. After Duan Ling Tian had lost his defensive shield, the remaining 7 white-clad young men continued to charge at him with their swords. Under such circumstances, it was only natural that Duan Ling Tian chose to dodge. However, no matter how he dodged, the swords in the hands of the 7 white-clad young men were still aimed at him. The 7 swords slashed across the sky and left long sword marks in its wake. At this moment, the sky seemed as though it was going to be slashed by the 7 swords. Without any warning, the rapid sound of wind whistling resonated by Duan Ling Tian's ears. When he instinctively raised his head, he saw the 3-foot-long blade in one of the white-clad young men's hand had increased in size as it slashed toward him. Moreover, he was charging at him directly at a speed that seemed even faster than his own speed. This is the real body. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also noticed the other 9 clones were quickly merging back with the original body. As each clone entered the young man's body, the energy in the sword of the young man's hand was greatly boosted. In the end, the speed the white-clad young man's real body charged at Duan Ling Tian as he held onto the 3-foot-long blade in his hand. His speed had even reached the speed of an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. How fast! Horror dawned on Duan Ling Tian. The white-clad young man charged out with the sword in his hand at a rapid speed. Moreover, the force he wielded was extremely horrifying as well. It was far stronger than Duan Ling Tian's strongest attack. Chapter 1791 Divine Ability, Otherworldly Celestial. The white-clad man's strike was so powerful and fast that Duan Ling Tian was unable to avoid it. I'll just have to endure it. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and immediately summoned his Sun True Origin to form the 10,000 Swords territory as fast as he could. However, the sword the white-clad man wielded was too fast. Before Duan Ling Tian's 10,000 Swords territory was formed, it had already shattered the territory as though it was breaking off a dead branch. the 10,000 swords territory shattered as the Sun true origin was in chaos, causing serious internal injuries to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian threw up a mouthful of blood that splattered everywhere. However, he had no time to care about his injuries. The white-clad young man was charging toward him with his sword like a sword deity who had descended from heaven, intending to kill him. At that instant when the 10,000 swords territory was shattered, the Sun true origin in his body immediately surged through the 99 saint veins in his body and gathered on his palm. It surged out and transformed into a brilliant and golden 3-foot-long blade. It looked like the dazzling sun from afar. The white-clad young man's eyes were cold, and his face was blank. The sword in his hand was like the Grim Reaper's scythe to Duan Ling Tian. It could take his life at any time. Although he would not really die if he was killed by the white-clad young man, Duan Ling Tian had no plans of giving up. This was the final trial of the divine ability relic. He would be able to obtain a high-grade divine ability as long as he managed to pass this trial. Based on the white-clad young man's attack, the divine ability was obviously a sword-type divine ability. It was exactly the type of divine ability that Duan Ling Tian wanted. Previously, Duan Ling Tian felt a little gloomy since he did not think he would have a chance of encountering such a divine ability. However, now that he was presented with this chance, Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to let it go. I'll do my best to kill him and obtain the divine ability. If I still can't defeat him after trying my best, then I'll have no regrets. Duan Ling Tian grew increasingly determined. With that determination, Duan Ling Tian charged out with the 3-foot-long blade in his hand. It swept out as fast as a bolt of lightning as he faced the white-clad young man directly. The power contained in the white-clad young man's strike was as powerful as the strength of an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. Although Duan Ling Tian had used all his might, his strike was still significantly weaker than the white-clad young man's strike. Shoo! Shoo! The golden dazzling 3-foot-long blade finally clashed with the 3-foot-long blade in the white-clad young man's hand. Power surged into the swords from both directions. It made the ground tremble as though they would crack. So powerful. Duan Ling Tian discovered how terrifying the white-clad young man's strike was when their swords clashed. The strength of the white-clad young man's sword completely surpassed the strength of his sword. The power of his opponent seemed to surge into his hands and into his body. The power was strong and destructive. It began to wreak havoc in Duan Ling Tian's body as soon as it entered it, severely injuring his internal organs. It was difficult for Duan Ling Tian to resist the foreign power in his body even as he hurriedly mobilized the remaining Sun true origin in his body. No, Duan Ling Tian's body trembled as his expression changed dramatically. Wang Feizan, who stood in the distance, observing, could not intervene at all since the beginning. However, when she saw Duan Ling Tian had fallen into a disadvantageous position after crossing swords with the white-clad young man, her expression changed. It seemed as though she had transformed into a gust of wind as she charged directly toward the white-clad young man. Wang Feizan was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator after all, so her attack was not that weak. Even someone as strong as the white-clad young man would have to use some of his strength to withstand the attack from Wang Feizan. He condensed a sword ray and shot it toward Wang Feizan. Accompanied by the sound of sword whistling in the air, the sword ray pierced through Wang Feizan's body. From the beginning until the end, Wang Feizan did not even have a chance to react. It's too fast. That was Wang Feizan's only thought before her clone disappeared. Ling Tian, you can do it. Wang Feizan thought inwardly as her divine consciousness left her clone and returned to her actual body and was sent out by the Saint Martial secret zone. While Wang Feizan's clone was killed by the white-clad young man, Duan Ling Tian, who was originally in a precarious situation, managed to obtain some breathing space since the white-clad young man had suddenly withdrawn his power. It was during that momentary respite that Duan Ling Tian suddenly recalled the profundity of the Sovereign Heart Sword's second stage. The sword moves as my heart beats, and the sword moves along with my heart's desire. The power the white-clad young man sent into Duan Ling Tian was ultimately a sword-based divine ability that amplified one's strength. Ultimately, it was also the power of the sword. Duan Ling Tian's Sovereign Heart Sword was the supreme sword Dao cultivation method. Although he had not cultivated it to the highest stage, it took him only a while to summon the power of the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword cultivation method to expel the power of the white-clad young man from his body. It was exactly at this time Wang Feizan's clone had completely disappeared. Die! Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold. Before the white-clad young man could turn his attention completely back on Duan Ling Tian, the 3-foot-long blade in his hand began to tremble violently. At this time, the profundity of the Sovereign Heart Sword's second stage led the Sun true origin in the white-clad young man's power that had been expelled from Duan Ling Tian body and gathered in the 3-foot-long blade in his hands. The sword thrust forward at the white-clad young man like a WYRM dragon lunging out of its lair. The strike was swift and the piercing aura was so cold it seemed to have lowered the temperature in the surrounding. Duan Ling Tian's strike eventually pierced the white-clad young man's body. There was no bloody and gory scene to be seen. The white-clad young man's body vanished immediately. Finally past it, after Duan Ling Tian killed the white-clad young man, he sighed in relief. He still felt a lingering fear when he recalled the scene earlier. Luckily I managed to summon the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword cultivation method at that crucial moment and expel all his power from my body. However, I should also thank Wang Feizan. If it weren't for her distracting him, I might not have been able to expel his power from my body even if I summoned the Sovereign Heart Sword cultivation method, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Suddenly, a cracking sound reverberated from above him. Duan Ling Tian looked up and saw a crack in the air with just a glance. Inside the crack was a huge stone sword. The stone sword fell to the ground tip first and embedded itself into the ground. It's not a stone tablet. Based on Duan Ling Tian's experience, all of the divine abilities he obtained, apart from the elementary devouring tactic, was recorded in a stone tablet. It was his first time seeing a stone sword in here. However, after he extended his divine consciousness into the stone sword, he quickly realized the stone sword was actually similar to the stone tablets. They were all instruments that contained the divine abilities. It really is an offensive sword-type divine ability. It's a high-grade divine ability, the otherworldly celestial. Duan Ling Tian, whose divine consciousness had merged with the stone sword, quickly learned about divine ability the white-clad young man had cast earlier. The otherworldly celestial. Indeed, it lives up to its name. Previously, when the white-clad young man charged toward him, he indeed appeared like a sword deity that had descended from heaven. The sword of the otherworldly celestial was really fast. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian had cultivated the supreme sword Dao cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. He merely took half a day to memorize all the information regarding the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial. With just a thought, he could access all the information he had memorized to comprehend and cultivate it. This trip to the Saint Stage secret zone is quite fruitful. In just a blink of an eye, the divine ability relic disappeared completely, and Duan Ling Tian was returned to the entrance of the divine ability relic. There's still one more day left. I think I'll spend this time meditating. After counting the days, he knew the Saint Martial secret zone would send him out tomorrow. Hence, Duan Ling Tian sat down cross-legged and waited for it to happen. Wang Feizan's appearance outside the Saint Martial secret zone had also attracted a lot of attention. It should be noted there were 30 people who entered the Saint Martial secret zone, and there were only 5 people left inside before Wang Feizan came out. Now that Wang Feizan was sent out, it meant there were 4 people left inside. Miss Feizan. When Lu Jian saw Wang Feizan, he immediately went over to her with a guilty expression on his face. I'm sorry, I'm too weak and wasn't more of a help. He and Wang Feizan had discovered 2 divine ability relics together. Wang Feizan had passed the trial to obtain the first divine ability relic, but she had offered the divine ability to him. They were unable to pass through all the trials to obtain the second divine ability relic. Moreover, he was killed there and eliminated. You don't have to apologize. I offered the divine ability to you in order to help Ling Tian return the favor he owed. From now on, Ling Tian no longer owes your senior any favor. Do you understand? Wang Feizan said as she looked at him coldly. Yes, Lu Jian nodded. Previously, he was unaware Duan Ling Tian had wanted to work with him to return his senior a favor. When the relationship between Ling Tian and Li Feng was exposed, he found out Ling Tian wanted to help Li Feng to return the favor he owed his senior. His senior was the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion, Lu Hongguang. Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, looked at Wang Feizan with bright eyes as he asked, Miss Wang, did you meet Ling Tian in there? Most people were curious about how Ling Tian was faring inside the Saint Martial secret zone. This was because Duan Ling Tian had encountered the number 1 divine ability relic in the Saint Martial secret zone and did not get disqualified. There must be something strange. All of them wanted to know how Duan Ling Tian managed to escape. Wang Feizan did not know what Zhu Luqi would ask next, but she replied, yes, I've been with him for the last 20 days. Once Wang Feizan finished speaking, the eyes of everyone present shifted to her in unison as they broke out in a discussion. Chapter 1792 Met but wasn't acquainted. Qianping Sheng, the palace master of Yellow Palace, looked at Wang Feizan and asked curiously, did he mention a divine ability relic that was extremely difficult to obtain? Do you know how he escaped? An extremely difficult to obtain divine ability relic. Escape? Wang Feizan frowned and shook her head. I didn't hear him mention it. It seems like he didn't tell you about it. If that's the case, we can only wait for him to tell us about it tomorrow, Qianping Sheng said with a nod. Half a day later, another person was sent out. This person was Gao Peng, a Heaven Palace's disciple. He was also the strongest person after Duan Ling Tian, Wang Feizan, and Zhao Ji. Gao Peng was also an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. However, he did not have a pleased expression on his face when he came out. How could he? He was so close to passing the trials of a medium-grade divine ability relic. At the crucial moment, he was killed during one of the trials due to a small mistake he made. Due to one small mistake, he had failed to obtain a medium-grade divine ability. He only managed to obtain a few low-grade divine abilities. After Gao Peng, no one else was disqualified until the next day when the time was up. 3 people were sent out from the Saint Martial secret zone. They're out. One of the 3 figures was Duan Ling Tian. He let out a breath when he came out and stretched as though no one was there. At the same time, he noticed the 2 people next to him. These 2 disciples were not from the Heaven Palace, and their cultivation base was exposed to his divine eyes. They were both powerhouses at the intermediate refined saint stage. It seems they're the other 2 intermediate refined saint stage disciples of Mystical Sky Mansion. Duan Ling Tian had long heard there were 2 other powerful intermediate refined saint stage disciples in the Mystical Sky Mansion, apart from the Heaven Palace's Zhao Ji and Gao Peng. They were from the Earth Palace and Mystical Palace respectively. As for the younger generation from the Yellow Palace, none of them was at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. Once Duan Ling Tian regained his senses after he had exited the Saint Martial secret zone, he realized everyone's attention was on him. Duan Ling Tian looked at Wang Feizan who stood behind the palace master of Heaven Palace and asked through voice transmission, "What's wrong?" All of them wanted to know how you escaped from the location of the number 1 divine ability relic in the Saint Martial secret zone. Wang Feizan replied through voice transmission, "I didn't hear you mention anything about the number divine ability relic." The number 1 divine ability relic? Duan Ling Tian had a baffled expression on his face. I heard it was a divine ability relic that had extremely difficult to pass trials. In the history of Mystical Sky Mansion, no one has ever made it through the first trial of that divine ability relic. Wang Feizan said. In the history of Mystical Sky Mansion, no one had ever passed the first trial of that divine ability relic. After listening to Wang Feizan, Duan Ling Tian immediately thought about the Abyssal Swamp. The first trial of the Abyssal Swamp was definitely the most insane one among all the first trials he had to pass to obtain divine ability relics. Unless it was a young powerhouse whose strength was comparable to those at the eminent saint stage, most people would not be able to make it through that trial. That wild beast clan was extremely terrifying. Duan Ling Tian exchanged a few more words with Wang Feizan before confirming the number 1 divine ability relic in the Mystical Sky Mansion Saint Martial secret zone referred to the divine ability relic located in the Abyssal Swamp. They don't even know what divine ability is contained in the divine ability relic in the Abyssal Swamp, but they had already acknowledged it as the number 1 divine ability in the Mystical Sky Mansion Saint Martial secret zone. Duan Ling Tian did not expect the divine ability he had obtained had such a title. However, all of them wanted to know how I escaped from the first trial at the Abyssal Swamp. Does this mean no one thinks I would pass the trials and obtain the divine ability? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, if I told them I managed to obtain that divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, in the Abyssal Swamp, the Mystical Sky Mansion won't keep me here and forbid me from leaving, right? Duan Ling Tian did not consider this before he came out. However, after he came out and discovered the significance of the elementary devouring tactic to the Mystical Sky Mansion, this thought appeared in his mind. Although he was grateful to the Mystical Sky Mansion since he had obtained the elementary devouring tactic, he did not plan to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion forever. He planned to wait until he had broken through to the eminent saint stage at most before he would leave the Mystical Sky Mansion for the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian made up his mind and decided not to mention he had obtained the elementary devouring tactic divine ability. Faced with the question from the palace master of Yellow Palace, Qianping Sheng, his expression turned slightly serious as he said, "When the surrounding swamp began to bubble and boil, I instinctively felt something was wrong and immediately escaped. Come to think of it, if I wait until the wild beast clan appeared, I'm afraid I wouldn't have survived." Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he finished speaking, as though fear still lingered in his heart. "I see, you're quite lucky." Qianping Sheng did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. Other people shared the same sentiment as well. All of them did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to pass the first trial of the number 1 divine ability relic. At this time, an antagonistic voice said, "Tisk. Coward, choosing to escape before the wild beast clan even appeared." The owner of the voice was none other than Zhao Ji. Faced with Zhao Ji's rude remark, Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile on his face, "No matter how cowardly it is, it's still better than those who are eliminated and kicked out after 3 days." Once Duan Lingtian finished his sentence, the corners of many people's mouths began to twitch. Lingtian really knew how to rub salt into one's wound. However, they did not think Lingtian was in the wrong since Zhao Ji had begun insulting him first. Otherwise, Lingtian would not have mentioned this and humiliated him. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhao Ji's expression changed dramatically. He opened his mouth, intending to say something, but a voice transmission from his father, Zhao Deng, rang in his ears and made him stop talking. He then sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. "Lingtian, you and I can't live under the same sky. I won't be here if you're in the mystical sky mansion, and if I'm here, you won't be here. Then, you'll have to go, I guess." Duan Lingtian responded calmly through voice transmission as though he was not afraid. "Humph, we'll see." Zhao Ji snorted coldly through voice transmission but did not say anything else. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Although Zhao Deng, who was standing next to Zhao Ji, did not say anything, hints of coldness and malice could be seen in the depths of his eyes. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have died a million times. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed the malicious gazes from the pair of father and son, but he was not bothered. Previously, at the summit of Heaven Palace, he was already prepared to oppose the Zhao clan the moment he slapped Zhao Ji twice. That was why when he encountered Zhao Ji in the Saint Martial secret zone, he had instantly killed Zhao Ji's clone and eliminated him. Since he had already offended them, it would not make a difference if he offended them further. Who's that?" Suddenly, Duan Lingtian discovered there was a stranger looking at him. He saw a skinny old man standing and staring at him quietly. It was his first time seeing this old man. He was not one of the mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials. "Elder Ku, now that you've seen the person, based on your words, isn't it time for you to leave?" Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, said calmly as he looked at Ku. "Am I, Elder Ku?" Duan Lingtian looked surprised. It seemed like the old man was not from the mystical sky mansion. Otherwise, Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, would not have spoken to him in that manner. At that same time, Duan Lingtian also discovered that the skinny old man had a disappointed expression when he looked at him. Why is he disappointed? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. He was certain this was his first time seeing the old man, so why did the old man look so disappointed? Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware that the old man standing before him was none other than Ku Mi, the right-hand man of his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng. Ku Mi looked so disappointed because he discovered Lingtian was not wearing a disguise. He's not the young mansion master. Ku Mi had seen Duan Lingtian's portrait. The current Duan Lingtian looked nothing like the young mansion master he was looking for. Ku Mi did not expect, even in his wildest dreams, that the young man standing in front of him was actually the young mansion master he was searching for. He was unaware his young mansion master's disguising secret tactic would not leave a trace at all. It was undetectable. Mansion Master Meng, farewell. Faced with Zhu Luqi's aggressive question, Ku Mi did not bother with him. Instead, he looked at the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing, who was standing nearby and bade him farewell. Ku Mi's departure seemed as though he had vanished into thin air to most people who were present. Among those who were present, Meng Qing was the only one who could clearly see Ku Mi's departure. He's so fast. All the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials who were present looked surprised by the strength of the powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion, Ku Mi. Their strength was not in Ku Mi's league at all. Subsequently, it was time to report what they had gained. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, who planned to hold back, the others dutifully reported what they had gained. The number of divine abilities they obtained and the grade of divine abilities they obtained would affect their future standing in the mystical sky mansion. Those who obtained higher grade divine abilities would naturally receive more attention and guidance from the mystical sky mansion. High grade divine ability. When it was Wang Fei Zan's turn to report what she gained, and she said that she had obtained a high grade movement divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows, it shocked everyone present on the scene. Everyone's eyes immediately shifted to Wang Fei Zan, and she became the center of attention. Chapter 1793, The arrival of someone from the Mountainshade Black Market. High-grade divine ability. Up until this moment, Wang Fei Zan was the first person to say she had obtained a high-grade divine ability. At this moment, the Palace Master of Yellow Palace, Qianping Sheng, said, the 1,000 illusory shadows. In the history of Mystical Sky Mansion, there was one senior who obtained it. However, he was a male, and therefore, he did not manage to master this divine ability. Nevertheless, according to the notes he left behind, if a female disciple obtained this divine ability, they'll have a high chance of mastering it. All the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking official instantly stared at Wang Fei Zan with a burning gaze. Wang Fei Zan was a female martial cultivator. Did it mean she would be able to master that high-grade divine ability? Senior brother Zhu, let Miss Wang join our Yellow Palace. Soon after, Qianping Sheng looked at Zhu Luqi and began his campaign to snatch her to his palace. I intend to make her my direct disciple. Junior brother Qian, it's too late because I also plan to make her my direct disciple. After learning Wang Fei Zan had obtained the high-grade movement divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows, Zhu Luqi, naturally, would not allow her to join the Yellow Palace. Hence, when he heard Qianping Sheng's words, he immediately stated his intention of making Wang Fei Zan his direct disciple. After hearing Zhu Luqi's words, Wang Fei Zan's eyes brightened. She had told them about the high-grade divine ability she had obtained so she could have better treatment from the Mystical Sky Mansion. Now that the Palace Master of Heaven Palace wanted to take her in as his direct disciple, did this not mean that she had achieved her goal? The Palace Master of Heaven Palace was the leader of all the Vice Mansion Masters in the Mystical Sky Mansion. His strength and status were only second to the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion and the two Guardians. It was only natural for Wang Fei Zan to feel delighted being taken in as his direct disciple. Zhu Luqi ignored Qianping Sheng, who had a glum expression, and looked at Wang Fei Zan. He asked with a smile, what about it? Girl, are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? Greetings to master. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Wang Fei Zan kneeled down in the air and kowtowed at Zhu Luqi 3 times as a formal acknowledgement of her master. Zhu Luqi laughed heartily when he saw this. He was extremely pleased. Congratulations senior brother Zhu. Congratulations Lord Palace Master. At the same time, everyone who was present congratulated Zhu Luqi, including Qianping Sheng, the Palace Master of Yellow Palace. Although it felt as though his heart was bleeding, he could only accept this. In fact, it was not only Qianping Sheng, the Palace Master of Yellow Palace, who felt like his heart was bleeding, but the other Vice Mansion Masters of Mystical Sky Mansion, apart from Zhao Deng, also felt as though their hearts were bleeding. Was there anyone who did not want an outstanding disciple who possessed a high-grade divine ability? Among all the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials who were present, there was only the Mansion Master, Meng Qing, who could contest the words of Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace. Hence, when Zhu Luqi said he intended to accept Wang Fei Zan as his direct disciple, no one else said a thing because they knew it was futile. Congratulations. Duan Ling Tian looked at Wang Fei Zan and congratulated her through voice transmission. That day after I was disqualified. Did you defeat the white-clad sword cultivator? Wang Fei Zan asked through voice transmission. That day, she was killed during the final trial by the sword cultivator guarding the high-grade divine ability relic. The sword cultivator's strength was out of her league. Even she could not confirm if Duan Ling Tian passed the final trial or not. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded. Defeated him by luck. If that's the case, you've also obtained a high-grade divine ability? Wang Fei Zan asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded and then said, however, I hope you hope that I'll keep it a secret, right? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Before Duan Ling Tian finished his sentence, Wang Fei Zan interrupted Duan Ling Tian enthusiastically and promised him. You'll leave the Mystical Sky Mansion in the future and look for your master in the upper province. If they know you've obtained a high-grade divine ability, they might not let you go. Thanks. Duan Ling Tian's heart warmed when he heard Wang Fei Zan's voice transmission that was filled with understanding. Don't thank me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have obtained the 1,000 illusory shadows, Wang Fei Zan retorted before she continued to say, that's why we're even. However, I helped you to return the favor to Lu Jian Sr. So you still owe me for that. Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless when he heard her words. Did she not consider that favor returned? In that instant, Duan Ling Tian felt like telling her he had obtained another high-grade divine ability, so he did not owe her anything. However, he did not say it eventually. Duan Ling Tian's strength was undoubtedly the strongest among those who entered the Saint Martial secret zone. Therefore, everyone had high expectations of the divine abilities that he had obtained. However, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. One medium-grade divine ability. Most of the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Mansion Master Meng Qing, were somewhat disappointed when they learned that Duan Ling Tian merely obtained a medium-grade divine ability and several low-grade divine abilities. Only people from the Zhao clan were gloating. How could you not obtain any high-grade divine abilities? With your strength, ordinary high-grade divine ability relic trials shouldn't be difficult at all. The Palace Master of Yellow Palace, Qian Ping Sheng, looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief and surprise. I only encountered 2 high-grade divine ability relics. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, the first was the number 1 divine ability relic. The second one was the divine ability relic, the 1,000 illusory shadows. That means you offered the 1,000 illusory shadows to Fei Zan. The Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Zhu Luqi, gave Duan Ling Tian an approving look. He felt Duan Ling Tian was someone who could see the bigger picture. The 1,000 illusory shadows divine ability was much harder for male martial cultivators to master compared to female martial cultivators. It was the right choice to give it to a female martial cultivator. Actually, that's not. When Duan Ling Tian was about to say he did not give it up to Wang Fei Zan, she quickly interrupted him by saying, yes, master. He gave it up for me. If he didn't help me, I wouldn't have been able to obtain this divine ability. Instantly, all of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Mansion Master Meng Qing, looked at Duan Ling Tian approvingly except for Zhao Deng. They all shared Zhu Luqi's sentiment. All of them felt Duan Ling Tian had made the right decision. Not everyone would be able to give up a high-grade divine ability. Ling Tian, you're pretty good. One of the Vice Mansion Masters of Mystical Sky Mansion praised Duan Ling Tian. Another Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion chimed in, yes. In the future, if our Mystical Sky Mansion managed to pass down the high-grade divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows, you'll definitely be credited for it. At that time, your name will inevitably be remembered in the history of Mystical Sky Mansion. As one after another Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples stated their gains, Wang Fei Zan remained the only one who obtained a high-grade divine ability among the 30 people who had entered the Saint Martial secret zone. Naturally, this was because Duan Ling Tian had decided to conceal his gains. Moreover, among the 30 people who entered the Saint Martial secret zone, Lu Jian was the only person whose cultivation base was below the refined saint stage but still managed to obtain a medium-grade divine ability. Instantly, all the disciples at the peak of the pristine saint stage who were present looked at Lu Jian in envy and jealousy. Apart from Zhao Ji, who was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian early on, among the intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivators who entered the Saint Martial secret zone, there were 2 other people, apart from Wang Fei Zan, who also obtained medium-grade divine abilities. Gao Peng was the only one who was in a situation similar to Zhao Ji. Both of them did not manage to obtain a medium-grade divine ability. Naturally, he was in a better situation than Zhao Ji since he managed to obtain 3 low-grade divine abilities. Meanwhile, there were a few early refined saint stage powerhouses who obtained medium-grade divine abilities. This made Gao Peng and Zhao Ji's expressions turn gloomy. In the end, there were people who were happy with their trip inside the Saint Martial secret zone trip, and there were also people who were upset about it. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian belonged to the group of people who were happy about it. Even after Meng Qing, the mansion master of the Mystical Sky Mansion, gave an order to disperse the crowd, he did not mention accepting Duan Ling Tian as his direct disciple. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. It seems like the news I spread through the mouth of others has dispelled the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion's notion of accepting me as his disciple. It's for the better since I won't be staying for long in the Mystical Sky Mansion. However, If I can master the divine abilities, the elementary devouring tactic and the otherworldly celestial, I must pass it down to a suitable mystical sky mansion's disciple, Duan Ling Tian swore to himself inwardly. Senior brother Ling Tian, thank you. Duan Ling Tian had left along with Ji Yu Li and Wang Feizan. However, before they had gone too far, Lu Jian caught up to them and sincerely thanked Duan Ling Tian. If it was not for Duan Ling Tian's sake, Wang Feizan would not have helped him to obtain a medium-grade divine ability. Don't thank me. If you need to thank someone, you can thank Elder Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. Moreover, please help me pass him a message. Tell him that Li Feng did not intend to stand them up, but he had something else to do, Duan Ling Tian said. I'll pass on this message. Lu Jian hurriedly nodded before he bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian. He did not want to bother him any longer than necessary. During their journey back, Ji Yu Li glanced at Duan Ling Tian as he said, Junior brother Ling Tian, you really have mediocre luck. Although you encountered 2 high-grade divine ability relics, one of it is impossible to obtain while the other one isn't suitable for male martial cultivators. If it's yours, it's yours. If it's not meant to be, one shouldn't force it. Duan Ling Tian merely smiled faintly when he heard Ji Yu Li's words. When Ji Yu Li heard his words, it sounded to him as though Duan Ling Tian had resigned to his fate. Whereas when Wang Feizan heard his words, it held another meaning because she knew Duan Ling Tian had obtained a sword-type high-grade offensive divine ability. Suddenly, the sound of an explosion reverberated from the sky. It shocked all of them so much that they stopped moving. Following that, a grating voice sounded and spread through the entire mystical sky mansion. I'm the deputy leader of Mountainshade Black Market, Feng Bi Yu Yi. I came to the mystical sky mansion today to see the strongest person among the younger generation, Ling Tian. Little brother Ling Tian, please come out and meet me. The deputy leader of Mountainshade Black Market, Feng Bi Yu Yi. The entire mystical sky mansion was in an uproar. When Ji Yu Li and Wang Feizan glanced at him, Duan Ling Tian was momentarily shocked. Looking for me. Chapter 1794. An invitation from the leader of Mountainshade Black Market. It's Feng Bi Yu Yi, the deputy leader of Mountainshade Black Market. He's the right-hand man of the Mountainshade Black Market's leader. His strength is not inferior to the 2 guardians of our mystical sky mansion. Feng Bi Yu Yi did not tone down his voice, and it spread through the entire mystical sky mansion. Anyone who was not in closed-door cultivation clearly heard his voice. He came to look for Ling Tian. It seems like Ling Tian's innate talent has even attracted the Mountainshade Black Market. Even the deputy leader of Mountainshade Black Market, Feng Bi Yu Yi, personally came to see him. Ling Tian hasn't acknowledged anyone in the mystical sky mansion as his master. If Feng Bi Yu Yi manages to recruit him, it'll be a huge loss to our mystical sky mansion. I heard that once Ling Tian breaks through to the eminent saint stage, he plans to leave for the upper province. He's currently at the peak of the refined saint stage. He's just a step away from breaking through to the eminent saint stage. Perhaps, it was due to this, Lord Mansion Master who originally planned to accept him as his direct disciple dismissed the idea. Yes, with Ling Tian's innate talent, he'll definitely break through to the eminent saint stage within 1 or 2 years. He won't be staying for long in our mystical sky mansion. I'm afraid Feng Bi Yu Yi, the deputy leader of Mountainshade Black Market, has come for naught. If I were Ling Tian, I definitely wouldn't join the Mountainshade Black Market since it won't be long before I'd leave for the upper province. There's no point in switching places. The group of mystical sky mansion disciples discussed among themselves. No one thought Feng Bi Yu Yi would be able to persuade Duan Ling Tian to join the Mountainshade Black Market. The appearance of Feng Bi Yu Yi, the deputy leader of Mountainshade Black Market, naturally, alarmed the mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials. Apart from the mansion master of mystical sky mansion, Meng Qing, the other vice mansion masters of the mystical sky mansion who had just left for their own residences turned around and headed in the direction of the voice. When Meng Qing was not around, the group of mystical sky mansion's vice mansion masters was naturally led by Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace. He stood close to Feng Bi Yu Yi and greeted him coldly, Deputy Leader Feng. Feng Bi Yu Yi had an average build and an ordinary appearance. He would not be identifiable in a crowd. He was dressed completely in black. His gray hair fluttered in the wind like writhing snakes, giving off a creepy vibe. When Feng Bi Yu Yi heard Zhu Luqi's greeting, he merely snorted coldly. He did not even bother to look at Zhu Luqi in the eye. I came to the mystical sky mansion for little brother Ling Tian. People who are irrelevant to this matter should stop talking. Feng Biyuyi's rudeness caused Zhu Luqi's face to turn red from anger as he spat out, "You! How outrageous! Outrageous!" Feng Biyuyi sneered when he heard Zhu Luqi's words. Subsequently, he vanished from his spot, although it did not seem like he made any movement at all. When the mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials, including Zhu Luqi, saw this, their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, the crisp sound of a slap resonated in the air. At some point, Feng Biyuyi had appeared in front of Zhu Luqi and had slapped him. At this moment, Feng Biyuyi said in his grating voice, "Who are you to be talking to me in this manner?" The palace master of Mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, the leader of the Mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters, was publicly slapped. It was only natural that Zhu Luqi was infuriated. He struck at lightning speed. A vast energy transformed into a palm and enveloped Feng Biyuyi, who stood before him. What a futile effort! Faced with Zhu Luqi's attack, Feng Biyuyi's expression remained unchanged. His tone was filled with disdain as he pushed his palm out against Zhu Luqi's palm. At this instant, both palms collided with each other. The collision caused an earth-shattering explosion. The clouds in the sky scattered and the sky became clear. For a moment, those people who were hidden by the clouds appeared before the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples standing below. After Zhu Luqi forcefully resisted the force of the palm, his expression changed drastically as his body trembled before he was sent flying. He only managed to come to a halt after flying about 100 meters away. On the contrary, Feng Biyuyi stood unmoving in the same position. He's actually so strong. Zhu Luqi, whose internal organs suffered heavy injuries, felt blood rising in his throat. However, he resisted the urge to throw up blood. His pride did not allow him to do so in front of all these people. The other Mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters could not help the chills that ran up their spines when they saw their leader in this predicament. They were even weaker than Zhu Luqi. If Zhu Luqi could not even withstand one strike from Feng Biyuyi, they would fare even worse. Therefore, although they were furious when they saw Zhu Luqi was injured, they did not dare to show it. As the deputy leader of Mountainshade Black Market, deputy leader, Feng Biyuyi, was unpredictable. There was no saying what he would do. For this reason, they were unwilling to provoke him. Who knew if they would end up like Zhu Luqi? In your Mystical Sky Mansion, only the mansion master and the two old farts' strength is acceptable. To put it crudely, apart from the three of them, I, Feng Biyuyi, really don't care for any of you. Feng Biyuyi glanced at Zhu Luqi and the others in disdain as he said coldly, "All right, I'm not here to fight with all of you. Go summon Ling Tian, that prodigy of yours. I need to speak to him." When Feng Biyuyi spoke, it sounded like he was giving an order to Zhu Luqi and the others. Apart from Zhu Luqi, who was ignoring him, the other Mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters stared at each other, and no one said anything for a long time. What? No one's willing to do me a favor? When Feng Biyuyi saw this, his eyes gleamed coldly. It caused the expressions of several Mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters to change as they trembled. Save the hassle. I'm here. When the atmosphere was so tensed it felt as though a battle would erupt at any time, a voice sounded. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian who was flying toward them. Ji Yu Li and Wang Fei Zan were next to him as well. "Master, are you all right?" Wang Fei Zan immediately went to Zhu Luqi's side, showing concern. "It's all right." Zhu Luqi shook his head when he looked at Feng Biyuyi again with killing intent in his eyes. Feng Biyuyi dared to treat him like that in front of the direct disciple he had just accepted and humiliated him. When one had lived until Zhu Luqi's age, one valued pride more than anything else. Feng Biyuyi's earlier action was harder to accept than if he had killed him. From the beginning until the end, Feng Biyuyi had disregarded Zhu Luqi. He did not even bother to look him in the eyes. Feng Biyuyi's eyes gleamed as it shifted to Duan Ling Tian. He said condescendingly, "You're the number one person among the Mystical Sky Mansion's younger generation disciples, Ling Tian. You flatter me. I'm not number one among the younger generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion. However, I am Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian responded calmly. The strength Feng Biyuyi displayed earlier had surprised him. He did not expect the deputy leader of Mountainshade Black Market would be so strong. However, he still maintained his composure even when faced with Feng Biyuyi. Although Feng Biyuyi was strong, he was nothing in front of Elder Huo, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Elder Huo had a place even in the Devata realm. Duan Ling Tian managed to maintain his composure even in front of Elder Huo, let alone a mere deputy leader from a top-tier force in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. From the beginning until the end, he did not feel pressured at all. Ling Tian, I'll cut to the chase. I came on the order of the leader of our Mountainshade Black Market, Lord Dugu. Lord Dugu wants to invite you to join our Mountainshade Black Market. If you prove your worth, he might even accept you as his direct disciple. Feng Biuyi was impressed by how Duan Ling Tian managed to maintain his composure even when faced with him. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard Feng Biuyi's words. The leader of Mountainshade Black Market's leader wanted him to join the Mountainshade Black Market. Since when did he become so popular? Zhu Luqi and the others were also dumbfounded. After all the fuss, Feng Biuyi was merely a messenger. The person who wanted to poach their mystical sky mansion's talent was actually the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market. Leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market was widely acknowledged as one of the strongest people in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The other strongest powerhouse in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng. Most importantly, both Dugu and Duan Rufeng were not considered old. They still had a lot of room for improvements in the future. They were only considered as passers-by in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. With their innate talent, they would be leaving for the upper province sooner or later. Although leader Dugu of Mountainshade Black Market was young, Zhu Luqi and the others were extremely wary of him. Therefore, when Feng Biuyi said he came on Dugu's order, all of them remained quiet. If they offended leader Dugu, it would be easy for him to kill them even if they stayed in the mystical sky mansion or under the protection of Mansion Master Meng Qing. Leader Dugu was stronger than the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Apart from that, he also specialized in assassination. It would be as easy as killing ants if he wanted to kill them. Deputy Leader Feng, my apologies. Please pass my message to Lord Dugu. I've no interest in joining the Mountainshade Black Market because I won't be staying in the Mystical Sky Mansion for long. Moreover, I already have a master. I'll be leaving the lower province for the upper province in about 2 to 3 years' time to search for my master in the upper province. Duan Ling Tian graciously rejected Feng Biuyi's invitation. It did not occur to Feng Biuyi that the young man standing before him would directly reject him. He did say that he came on the order of leader Dugu of Mountainshade Black Market. Was this boy not afraid of being killed for angering the Mountainshade Black Market? As for Duan Ling Tian's subsequent statement, Feng Biuyi did not doubt it because in the past 2 months, he had heard much news about Duan Ling Tian from the other Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples. He had also heard Duan Ling Tian had a master who was a powerhouse from the upper province. Moreover, Li Feng, who had shot to fame in the past, was his senior brother. Chapter 1795, The Advanced Devouring Tactic. When Feng Biuyi learned the young man before him had a master from the upper province, he knew he had to tread with caution even if he was from the Mountainshade Black Market. He was not surprised by this outcome because he had already been mentally prepared for it. Since this Ling Tian will be leaving the Mystical Sky Mansion and the lower province within 3 years' time, he won't be a threat to our Mountainshade Black Market, Feng Biuyi thought to himself. He glanced at Duan Ling Tian indifferently before he left immediately, according to the original order. From the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market, if Ling Tian was unwilling to join the Mountainshade Black Market, he would have to kill him to avoid trouble in the future. However, there was a change in circumstances, and he did not dare to rashly act. After all, Ling Tian seemed to have a master who was a powerhouse in the upper province. Hence, he would have to report all these to the leader of Mountainshade Black Markets before he knew if he had to kill Ling Tian or not. Apart from Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, whose expression remained gloomy, all the Vice Mansion Masters of Mystical Sky Mansion heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Feng Biuyi left just like that and returned to their respective residences. Before Zhao Deng took his leave, he glared at Duan Ling Tian with killing intent from the corner of his eyes. Ji Yuli noticed Zhao Deng's gaze and immediately said to Duan Ling Tian, "Junior brother Ling Tian, since you've offended the Zan clan, please be careful in the future. Avoid going out if there's nothing urgent. Do inform me if you have to go out, I'll accompany you. If I'm there, they won't dare to act openly against you." Yes, when Duan Ling Tian heard Ji Yuli's words, his heart was filled with a sense of warmth. Although they did not know each other for a long time, they had become fast friends. The appearance of Feng Biuyi, the deputy leader of the Mountainshade Black Market was merely a minor matter after the closing of the St. Martial secret zone. The attention of the group of mystical Sky Mansion disciples shifted quickly. The rewards of the 30 people who entered the St. Martial secret zone began to spread in the mystical Sky Mansion. Wang Feizan, in particular, attracted a lot of attention since she was the only one who managed to obtain a high-grade divine ability. I didn't expect Wang Feizan would to obtain a high-grade divine ability. Whereas Ling Tian, whom I was most optimistic about, didn't obtain a single high-grade divine ability, many mystical Sky Mansion's disciples exclaimed. In their opinion, Wang Feizan was like an underdog who appeared out of nowhere. She even became the direct disciple of the Palace Master of Heaven Palace. Her future and prospect were boundless. After Duan Ling Tian returned to his residence after splitting up with Ji Yuli, he did not see Wang Feizan for several consecutive days. She did not come looking for him like she usually did in the past. It seems like she's pretty these days. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised. After all, Wang Feizan was not who she used to be. Not only did she obtain the high-grade divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows, but she even became a direct disciple of the Palace Master of Heaven Palace. However, something feels strange. I used to find it annoying when she kept looking for me in the past. Now that she has stopped coming, I find it strange. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and returned to his room in preparation to enter closed-door cultivation for some time. He had enough rest in the past few days. After this closed-door cultivation, I'll need senior brother Ji Yu Li's help to search for materials to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At that time, they should have dealt with the issue of the Rising Sky Mansion. He did not bring this matter up to Ji Yu Li previously because he knew Ji Yu Li was going to the Rising Sky Mansion with Guardian Ji Yu. At that time, even Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng and Zhao Deng's father, the other guardian of the mystical Sky Mansion, would be going as well. Moreover, even Mansion Master Meng Qing would be going to the Rising Sky Mansion. They would not be going to the Rising Sky Mansion as guests. This was because of the top-tier Devil Dao cultivation method that contained the soul congregation technique that the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion possessed. I was thinking about killing Xu Jing after he has recovered. However, it seems that he won't be able to survive that long now, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He did not think Xu Jing would survive. Once the mystical Sky Mansion managed to obtain the top-tier Devil Dao cultivation method from Xu Jing, he would lose his value and lose his chance at survival. He did not consider the chances of whether the mystical Sky Mansion would succeed or not. If Mansion Master Meng Qing personally made a move and still could not take down a 4th-rate force, then mystical Sky Mansion did not deserve to be called a 3rd-rate force. Perhaps, mystical Sky Mansion was not as strong as the Mountainshade Black Market or the Azure Cloud Mansion, but it was still not something a 4th-rate force could compare to. Elder Huo, after closing his door and entering the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Ling Tian immediately looked for Elder Huo to ask about the grade of the divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. What grade is the Golden Crow's Wings that you taught me previously? How does it fare compared to the divine abilities from this world? Currently, apart from the Golden Crow's Wings, he had also obtained several other divine abilities. Naturally, most of them were low-grade divine abilities. He only had 3 useful divine abilities. The 3 useful divine abilities were the 6 Harmonies Golden Body, the high-grade divine abilities, the elementary devouring tactic and the otherworldly celestial. Among the 3 divine abilities, the strongest was naturally the elementary devouring tactic, followed by the otherworldly celestial and the 6 Harmonies Golden Body. To compare it with the divine abilities from this world, I must first understand the divine abilities here before I can give you a fair answer, Elder Huo said. Duan Ling Tian nodded and mentioned the elementary devouring tactic and otherworldly celestial. However, once he mentioned the elementary devouring tactic, Elder Huo quickly interrupted him. Are you sure the divine ability you obtained is the elementary devouring tactic? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had no idea why Elder Huo would suddenly lose his composure. Was there something wrong? Elder Huo took a deep breath and slowly said, describe the elementary devouring tactic to me. Duan Ling Tian set his curiosity aside and began to describe the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to Elder Huo without missing any details. It's really the elementary devouring tactic. After listening to Duan Ling Tian's description, Elder Huo fell momentarily silent before his eyes brightened. This gave Duan Ling Tian a shock. Elder Huo, based on your words, you seem to know the elementary devouring tactic. This elementary devouring tactic is a really remarkable divine ability. Elder Huo looked at Duan Ling Tian and said honestly, in terms of grade, it's slightly inferior to the golden crow's wings that I taught you. However, that's only the case if it's cast by someone from the Golden Crow clan. Otherwise, I would say the Golden Crow's wings you cast is the same grade as it. Same grade, although Elder Huo said it was only the same grade if Duan Ling Tian cast the Golden Crow's wing, he was still stunned. Even if he was not a part of the Golden Crow clan and could not use the Golden Crow's wings to its full potential, it was still a divine ability from the Devata realm. It was not something the divine abilities from the mundane world could compare to. How could he not feel shocked when he found out the elementary devouring tactic he obtained was not inferior to the Golden Crow's wings? Elder Huo stared at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze as he asked curiously, "How did you obtain the elementary devouring tactic?" Duan Ling Tian instantly recounted his experience in the abyssal swamp when he heard Elder Huo's question. "I didn't think the mundane world would have the elementary devouring tactic. The elementary devouring tactic is extremely remarkable even in the Devata realm. There's only a handful of people who have mastered it," Elder Huo exclaimed. Although Duan Ling Tian already knew the elementary devouring tactic was remarkable, he was still surprised when he heard Elder Huo's words. The elementary devouring tactic is also a remarkable divine ability in the Devata realm. Yes, Elder Huo nodded. The elementary devouring tactic is also a very famous divine ability in the Devata realm. In addition to its extraordinary ability, it is, more importantly, the foundation of the advanced devouring tactic. One must master it before they can even attempt to cultivate or master the advanced devouring tactic. The advanced devouring tactic? Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. There's an advanced devouring tactic? Naturally. Elder Huo nodded yet again as his eyes contained hints of respect. The advanced devouring tactic is a top-tier divine ability in the Devata realm. The owner of this divine ability is one of the overlords in the Devata realm. His strength could be considered to be in the top 3 in the Devata realm. Once Elder Huo finished his sentence, Duan Ling Tian gasped involuntarily. The advanced devouring tactic was a top-tier divine ability in the Devata realm. Moreover, the owner of the advanced devouring tactic was one of the overlords from the Devata realm. His strength could be considered to be in the top 3 among all the overlords in the Devata realm. Although the information Elder Huo had revealed to him was not much, every one of it was earth-shattering news to Duan Ling Tian. Rumor has it that the elementary devouring tactic is derived from the advanced devouring tactic. And the person who created the elementary devouring tactic is the same powerhouse. Even Elder Huo was respectful and filled with admiration when he spoke about that powerhouse. "I didn't expect the elementary devouring tactic I obtained has such a shocking backstory," Duan Ling Tian commented. "However, I mainly relied on the Sun True Origin to obtain the elementary devouring tactic. In that regard, I have to thank you, Elder Huo. If it wasn't for you enlightening me and helping me to cultivate the Sun True Origin, I wouldn't have made it through the abyssal swamp's trials and obtained the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic." Duan Ling Tian looked at Elder Huo in gratitude. The first few trials in the abyssal swamp was still alright. One would be able to pass the trials as long as one's strength was at the eminent saint stage. However, even a powerhouse at the divine saint stage, exemplary saint stage or even the quintessential saint stage might not be able to pass the final trial, let alone an eminent saint stage powerhouse. This was because the opponent from that trial would raise or lower his cultivation base accordingly to the level of the challenger. Chapter 1796 The One Who Escaped. Until now, Duan Ling Tian still felt fear lingering in his heart when he recalled the strength the old man had demonstrated with the cultivation of an early refined saint stage powerhouse during the final trial in the abyssal swamp. If it was other ordinary martial cultivators, it would be impossible for them to defeat that old man even if their cultivation base had reached the peak of the refined saint stage. For this reason, in his opinion, the reason he had passed the final trial of the abyssal swamp and obtained the elementary devouring tactic was all thanks to the Sun True Origin Elder Huo had given him. When Elder Huo heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he merely smiled nonchalantly. "It's your fate since you managed to obtain the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and meet with me. It's also your fate for being able to obtain the legacy from the Saint Sword Feng Qingyang. This time, it's also your fate for obtaining the elementary devouring tactic. All in all, the reason you obtained the elementary devouring tactic is not mainly due to the Sun True Origin. It's all fated." Even Elder Huo could not help but muse over Duan Ling Tian's fate and luck. When he recalled his past, among the people he knew in the Devata realms, very few people could be mentioned in the same breath as Duan Ling Tian in regards to fate. Naturally, he did not say this to Duan Ling Tian. In his opinion, it would only harm Duan Ling Tian if he told him about it. If Duan Ling Tian became negligent because he knew about his fate, he might not be able to achieve anything great even with such amazing luck. Fate was like one's luck. However, one could not solely depend on it. Elder Huo had lived for many years and had witnessed many sad tragedies. For this reason, he did not wish for Duan Ling Tian to follow in those people's footsteps. Duan Ling Tian fell silent when he heard Elder Huo's words. Now that he thought about it, he was indeed lucky. Naturally, as someone whose soul had transmigrated over from another world, Duan Ling Tian did not take his luck or fate for granted. In his opinion, his soul transmigrating to this world was the luckiest thing to have happened to him. Otherwise, he would have been dead. Duan Ling Tian had the right mindset in regards to this. Naturally, Elder Huo did know this, so he did not reveal his thoughts to Duan Ling Tian. Elder Huo, I'll begin to look for materials to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda soon. Duan Ling Tian bade Elder Huo farewell before he went to the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate. Ji Yu Li should have returned from the Rising Sky Mansion by the time he came out from his closed-door cultivation. During his closed-door cultivation, Duan Ling Tian wanted to focus more on raising his cultivation base and also to further comprehend the profundity of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Currently, he had only comprehended the 2nd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Sword Shadowed Heart. The Sovereign Heart Sword had 5 stages in total. He still had a long journey to go. While Duan Ling Tian was cultivating, the 4th-rate force located far away, the Rising Sky Mansion, suffered a huge catastrophe. The Rising Sky Mansion was originally peaceful and tranquil. However, a commotion broke out when their mansion master was killed by a mysterious powerhouse. The mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion was the strongest person in the Rising Sky Mansion. Very few people in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land could kill him without alerting anyone. For this reason, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials and disciples was in a panic when they learned their mansion master had been killed. Subsequently, a few other Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials were killed as well. In the end, almost every Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking official was killed. Even the outstanding Rising Sky Mansion's disciples were not spared. The Rising Sky Mansion's people who were killed had one thing in common. All of them knew that Xu Jing, the young mansion master of their Rising Sky Mansion, had cultivated an elite Devil Dao cultivation method that contained the soul congregation technique. However, they would never know, even in death, that the cause of this calamity was because of the cultivation method their young mansion master, Xu Jing, had cultivated. The people who made their moves were none other than the people from the Mystical Sky Mansion. Among these people, Ji Yu Li was the weakest one. Naturally, he was only here to watch the fun. From the beginning until the end, he did not have any chance to make his move at all as he followed his father, Ji Yu Si-yun. Apart from Ji Yu Li, the next weakest people were the Vice Mansion Masters of Mystical Sky Mansion. It was exactly because of this, they managed to remove the backbone of Rising Sky Mansion before most of them could figure out what was happening. Has everything been cleaned up? In the sky above the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, a group of people gathered from all directions. They were none other than the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. The person who had spoken was none other than Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Ji Yu Si-yun, who was standing with Ji Yu Li, replied, "Mansion master, the east side has been cleared." The old man standing together with Zhao Deng replied as well, "The west side has been cleared too." This old man was Zhao Deng's father. He was the other guardian of the Mystical Sky Mansion. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, his strength was on par with Ji Yu Si-yun. He was only inferior to the mansion master. The 4 palace masters led by Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, had also arrived. Zhu Luqi respectfully said to Meng Qing, "Lord Mansion Master, the southern side has also been cleared." As for the other Vice Mansion Masters, they followed Meng Qing and were in charge of the northern side as well as dealing with those who tried to escape. After all, this matter had to be dealt with as discreetly as possible. Since this matter involved a top-tier Devil Dao cultivation method, even the Mountainshade Black Market and Azure Cloud Mansion would be interested in it. Very good. Meng Qing nodded his head in satisfaction. Xu Jing, the young mansion of the Rising Sky Mansion, has already been transferred to a secluded place by me. Since we've already cleaned up what should have been cleaned up, we can return now. However, judging by Xu Jing's conditions, his soul that has yet to recover might not be able to endure it if we use the soul-searching secret tactic on him. For this reason, we'll bring him back for now and lock him up, Meng Qing said. He had used the soul congregation technique previously, and his soul was obliterated. Due to this reason, it'll take a few years, at least, for it to recover. We'll have to wait for another year and a half or so before we can use the soul-searching secret tactic on him. Otherwise, judging by his current condition, I'm afraid his soul will shatter completely before we can extract any information regarding the devil Dao cultivation method from his soul. Guc Yun nodded. Then, let's wait for another year and a half or so. I hope the devil Dao cultivation method he obtained is not the inhuman type. In that case, our mystical sky mansion will definitely be able to rise up even higher in the lower province of the Dao martial saint land with the help of that cultivation method. Zhao Jin's eyes flashed when he spoke. He was the old man standing next to Zhao Deng. He was the other guardian of mystical sky mansion. His tone was slightly excited when he reached the end of his sentence. The moment these words left his mouth, even Meng Qing, the mansion master of mystical sky mansion, could not help but slightly lose his composure, let alone the others. In the Dao martial saint land, the mystical sky mansion was one of the quasi-third-rate forces. In ordinary people's opinion, the mystical sky mansion was one of the most elite forces in the lower province of the Dao martial saint land. However, only those people who stood at a higher level in the lower province of the Dao martial saint land knew that despite being a quasi-third-rate force, the mystical sky mansion was still far inferior compared to the Mountainshade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion that were quasi-third-rate forces. At this moment, Qian Ping Sheng, the palace master of Yellow Palace, said hesitantly, "Lord Mansion Master." It immediately disrupted the joyous atmosphere. Everyone, including Meng Qing, shifted their attention to Qian Ping Sheng. Yes, Meng Qing was curious. One person might have escaped. Qian Ping Sheng smiled wryly. One person might have escaped. The moment these words left his mouth, everyone, including Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Earth Palace, and the palace master of Mystical Palace, could not help but feel horrified. Before Meng Qing could speak, Zhao Jin looked at Qian Ping Sheng and asked in a near-interrogative tone, "Didn't Palace Master Zhu said everything's cleared? Junior brother Qian, what's going on?" Zhu Luqi looked at Qian Ping Sheng with a very grave expression since he did not mention this to him earlier. Qian Ping Sheng looked at Zhu Luqi and said, "Senior brother Zhu, didn't Xu Jing have a lackey?" "We didn't find that lackey, did we? That hunchback lackey of Xu Jing." Upon hearing that, Zhu Luqi's frown eased up immediately. He's merely Xu Jing's lackey, and I'm sure he doesn't know about Xu Jing obtaining that devil Dao cultivation method, right? Moreover, while we were cleaning up the mess, nobody mentioned anything about the lackey knowing anything about that cultivation method. Those people were all arrogant, so they might not bother with Xu Jing's lackey. Qian Ping Sheng shook his head. Originally, I wasn't too bothered by that lackey. However, something seems to be amiss when I thought about it. I heard that a year before the Rising Sky ranking battle took place, Xu Jing's lackey was not in the Rising Sky Mansion's district and had seemingly followed Xu Jing when he left. If he had followed Xu Jing, this means... Before Qian Ping Sheng could finish his sentence, he was already interrupted by Guc Yun. At the site I was in charge of, one Rising Sky Mansion's disciple had mentioned that Xu Jing's lackey had accompanied him to the Rising Sky ranking battle. In the end, he even followed Grand Elder Xu Sen of Rising Sky Mansion back here. Other than that Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, nobody mentioned him at all. It seems like nobody had taken him seriously. After all, his position was extremely low in the Rising Sky Mansion. However, if he had followed Xu Jing when Xu Jing left, I'm sure he must know about that devil Dao cultivation method. When Guc Yun reached the end of his sentence, his expression had turned completely grave. The side I was in charge of also had one person who mentioned Xu Jing's lackey. However, since the lackey was at the side Palace Master Zhu was in charge of, I didn't investigate more. I thought Palace Master Zhu would get rid of him, I didn't expect him to escape. Zhao Jin looked at Zhu Luqi accusingly. What? Horror dawned on Zhu Luqi. He did not expect the only person who managed to escape had done so under his watch. Lord Mansion Master, although we don't know for certain if Xu Jing's lackey knows about that devil Dao cultivation method, we have to search for him before he disappears. He doesn't seem to be in the Rising Sky Mansion's estate in the first place, Qian Ping Sheng chimed in. Chapter 1797 Wrong Fan. Qian Ping Sheng's words also helped absolve Zhu Luqi and the other two palace masters of their responsibilities. When they were searching the Rising Sky Mansion's estate earlier, it was only him who had intentionally gone to search for Xu Jing's lackey to catch him. Zhu Luqi and the other two had even told him it would be alright if they did not find him, since that insignificant little lackey definitely would not know anything about the Devil Dao cultivation method. For this reason, the moment Qian Ping Sheng's words left his mouth, Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Earth Palace, and the Palace Master of Mystical Palace instantly looked at him gratefully. Since Xu Jing's lackey was not in the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, he must not have escaped under their watch. Nobody could blame them for this. Since he's not in the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, then he must be unaware of the incident here. In that case, let's find him ourselves and kill him to avoid future trouble. Meng Qing said as a piercing light flashed across his eyes. Since there was one person who escaped their grasps, the group of people who were about to return to the Mystical Sky Mansion had to delay their return for now. Nobody had any objection about this. Everyone wanted to catch this person and kill him to avoid future trouble. In fact, this was a serious matter. If this news spread out, it would definitely impact their Mystical Sky Mansion greatly. If it was a wicked Devil Dao cultivation method, then it was still okay, since nobody would worry their Mystical Sky Mansion would cultivate such a method and risk universal condemnation. However, if that Devil Dao cultivation method was a slightly normal one, it would rouse covetous thoughts from the others. Naturally, only quasi-third-rate forces in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would dare to covet the cultivation method the Mystical Sky Mansion obtained. The other forces would not be so brave as to covet the things they obtained. Instead of saying they were not brave enough, it was more accurate to say they did not possess the strength to do anything even if they covet it. In the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Mystical Sky Mansion did not fear the other quasi-third-rate forces much. However, they had no choice but to be wary of the Mountainshade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion. If the two forces came knocking on their door asking for the Devil Dao cultivation method, they really had no other choice but to give it up. Not only that, but apart from the Mountainshade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion, the Mystical Sky Mansion were even more afraid of the powerhouses from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although it was rare for a powerhouse from the upper province to come to the lower province, the news would eventually spread to the upper province. There was no doubt even the powerhouses from the upper province would be interested in the Devil Dao cultivation method that contained the soul congregation technique. It was exactly because of this the Mystical Sky Mansion would never allow the news regarding the Devil Dao cultivation method to spread out. According to the servant who knows the lackey by Xu Jing's side, the lackey must have gone back home to visit his family if he's not in the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Soon after, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials confirmed this news. At the same time, they also inquired about the location of Xu Jing's lackey's hometown. It was a small town 1,000 miles south of the Rising Sky Mansion's estate called the Hump Town. Hump Town was a very special town. Almost every resident of this town was born with a hunchback. That hunchback lackey by Xu Jing's side was also a resident who was born and raised in the Hump Town. Not only that, but he was also a genius martial cultivator whom everyone in the Hump Town knew. Naturally, he was only a genius martial cultivator in the eyes of the Hump Town's people. Are you here to look for Wrong Fan? Wrong Fan is the pride of our Hump Town. He's also the only one in the history of Hump Town to live such a comfortable life. Do you know the Rising Sky Mansion? It's a fourth-rate force, you know. He's making a living there. When the residents of Hump Town heard that somebody from the Mystical Sky Mansion was looking for Wrong Fan, every one of them was very enthusiastic. Naturally, the people who came were not the group of high-ranking officials from the Mystical Sky Mansion. Instead, they were just ordinary disciples from the nearby operation base of Mystical Sky Mansion. Even if their looks were memorized, nobody would know who they were. Old man, I came from the Rising Sky Mansion to look for Wrong Fan for some urgent matter. Is he in town? A Mystical Sky Mansion's young disciple asked an old Hump Town's resident with an anxious look on his face, as though there was really an urgent matter. Wrong Fan returned a while ago, and it's said that he'll be staying for some time. His house is located at the eastern side of our Hump Town. The biggest mansion belongs to him. When the old Hump Town's resident spoke about Wrong Fan, his face was filled with pride. As someone who had been staying in a fourth-rate force like the Rising Sky Mansion, Wrong Fan had always been the pride of Hump Town. Eastern side. After the few mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who came to Hump Town learned about the location of Rong Fan's house, they secretly reported it to the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials and made their way to Rong Fan's house. Ah, all of you are disciples from the Rising Sky Mansion. After the few mystical Sky Mansion's disciples said they were from the Rising Sky Mansion, Rong Fan's parents were very enthusiastic in welcoming them. Little Fan must have troubled all of you. Both of us apologize on his behalf if he has done anything wrong before. Although both of Rong Fan's parents were cultivators as well, they were merely ordinary martial cultivators. When they learned the people before them were disciples from the Rising Sky Mansion, they were terrified. One of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who was quick-witted replied, "Uncle, Auntie, there's no need for both of you to be so nervous. The reason we came to find Rong Fan is due to Lord Mansion Master's order. Young Mansion Master has already awakened, and we need him to return immediately to attend to him." The young Mansion Master has awakened. Outsiders might have thought the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion had died. However, since they were Rong Fan's parents, it was only natural they knew the young Mansion Master their son served was actually alive. Only both of them in the entire Hump Town knew about this. Rong Fan had strictly warned them not to spread the news out. For this reason, after hearing the mystical Sky Mansion's disciple mentioning this matter, they were completely convinced these people were disciples from the Rising Sky Mansion. Little Fan has gone out since morning. I think he'll only return in the evening. We don't know where he went. Would you like to wait in our house? Rong Fan's parents suggested. The few mystical Sky Mansion's disciples exchanged glances with each other. At the same time, they received the approval from the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials lurking in the dark. Due to this reason, they agreed to Rong Fan's parents' suggestion. He has gone out. Soon after, Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, and the others who were lurking outside the town learned about this news. Quickly secure the town. Apart from that, do an inch-by-inch search around the town's perimeter. If you see any town citizen, just knock them out to stop them from telling Rong Fan anything if they encounter him, Meng Qing quickly ordered. If they wanted to take out Rong Fan, they would have to be extremely meticulous in their plan. However, Meng Qing was still a step too late when he learned about the news of Rong Fan not being in Hump Town. Many citizens who had left the town earlier had already gone far away. Although the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials carried out an inch-by-inch search by the perimeter of the town, there were still one or two who managed to escape. Several hundred of miles away from Hump Town, a Hump Town citizen who possessed quite a good cultivation base encountered Rong Fan and greeted him, "Rong Fan." "Rong Hong." Rong Fan chuckled when he saw this person. "What, are you heading somewhere?" "I'm going to Southern Steel City." "You must be on your way back from there, right?" Rong Hong answered him before asking with a smile. "Yes." Rong Fan nodded. "I went to buy some things for my parents." "Hee hee." "Rong Fan, you're living quite a good life, huh? Initially, I thought your position would be downgraded since the young Mansion Master you served has been killed. I can't believe people from the Rising Sky Mansion would personally come to town to look for you." Rong Hong chuckled. "What?" When Rong Fan heard this, he was taken aback. "The people from the Rising Sky Mansion came to look for me." When he heard this news, the first thought that appeared in his mind was that it was impossible. In the past, when he was serving the young Mansion Master, although his position was not too high, it was not too low either. For this reason, many people below him would fawn over him. However, ever since that young Mansion Master's soul was shattered, and most people thought the young Mansion Master was dead, he no longer lived as well as he did previously. The people who used to fawn over him no longer bothered with him. As for those people who knew the young Mansion Master was still alive, they were all people with special identities and positions. Even before this incident happened to young Mansion Master, they had already looked down on him. It was impossible for them to come looking for him here. For this reason, when Rong Fan heard that somebody from the Rising Sky Mansion had come to Hump Town to look for him, he found it too hard to believe. Who are they? What did they say? Rong Fan felt a little panicked. It was hard to tell if he was afraid or flattered. No, they didn't. However, 5 of them came looking for you, Rong Hong answered. 5 of them? Horror dawned on Rong Fan's face immediately. 5 people claimed they came from the Rising Sky Mansion and were all looking for him. At this moment, he would have been living in vain all these years if he could not see that something was not right about this. Even if the young Mansion Master was not dead, it would have been impossible for so many Rising Sky Mansion's disciples to come looking for him. let alone the fact that most people thought the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion had died. Something sounded fishy here. When Rong Hong saw the horrified expression on Rong Fan's face, he was surprised. When he regained his senses, he could not help but ask, "What? Is there anything wrong?" "Nothing." Rong Fan shook his head before looking at him solemnly. "Rong Hong, you mustn't tell anyone you encountered me today, especially those few people who claimed to have come from the Rising Sky Mansion. Remember, you must remember this." After he finished saying this, he left without even turning his head. Naturally, he did not return to Hump Town. Instead, he made his way to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate since he felt that something was amiss. When he arrived in the vicinity of the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, even from afar, he could feel something was off with the atmosphere in the estate. Although he could not see anything from outside, he felt a little skeptical due to Rong Hong's words earlier. "I should hide first." Rong Fan hid outside the Rising Sky Mansion's estate as he patiently waited. There was something he wanted to confirm. After he had waited for 3 whole days and nights, a strange yet familiar figure appeared in his sight. "Isn't this person Zhao Ji from the mystical Sky Mansion?" Rong Fan very quickly identified the figure. Chapter 1798 Lurking Danger. Although Rong Fang was an insignificant person in the Rising Sky Mansion, the person he served was the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion. Due to this reason, he had encountered and seen many people and things before. About 5 years ago, he had followed Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, out and had met Zhao Ji from the mystical Sky Mansion. According to his young mansion master, Zhao Ji was the 2nd-generation strongest person in the mystical Sky Mansion. This was why he could identify Zhao Ji. This was someone even his young mansion master did not dare to offend. When he saw Zhao Ji earlier, he did not recognize him immediately. He felt that he looked familiar. After searching his mind, he finally managed to identify Zhao Ji. As for the 2 people following behind Zhao Ji, he did not know them and had no impression of them at all. According to young mansion master at that time, Zhao Ji is the only son of Zhao Deng, one of the vice mansion masters of mystical Sky Mansion. Moreover, his grandfather is one of the 2 great guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion. When Rong Fan recalled Xu Jing's words from before, he could not help but shudder. The 2 great guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion were only inferior to the mansion master of mystical Sky Mansion. They were in no way inferior to the mansion master of their Rising Sky Mansion. Why is Zhao Ji here at the Rising Sky Mansion's estate? When Rong Fan saw Zhao Ji was heading to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, he had a curious expression on his face. As far as he knew, the Rising Sky Mansion and mystical Sky Mansion did not have any interactions with each other. Why would Zhao Ji, the strongest person among the 2nd-generation disciples in mystical Sky Mansion, come to the Rising Sky Mansion? Rong Fan was baffled and was mulling over it for a long time when a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the sky above the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. It was a middle-aged man who resembled Zhao Ji slightly. "Don't tell me this person is Zhao Ji's father. Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng from the mystical Sky Mansion." It was only natural for Rong Fan to come to this conclusion since the middle-aged man and Zhao Ji resembled each other. The middle-aged man was indeed Zhao Deng. Zhao Deng descended from the sky as he appeared before Zhao Ji and the 2 others before he asked with a frown, "Jir, why are you here? Didn't I ask you to wait for the news at home?" Zhao Deng's tone contained a hint of annoyance. Zhao Ji stared at Zhao Deng with a burning gaze as he asked in slight desperation, "Father, you didn't return for such a long time, so I came here to take a look. How is it? Did you manage to obtain that devil Dao cultivation method? We must wait until the soul of the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion recovers a little before we can use the soul-searching secret tactic on him to obtain that devil Dao cultivation method." Zhao Deng shook his head. "Once everything here is dealt with, we'll bring him back to the mystical Sky Mansion." "All right." Zhao Ji nodded before asking curiously again, "Father, why is this taking so long?" It was because Zhao Deng did not come back after a certain time that Zhao Ji took the initiative to come on his own. Since he wanted to know what was happening, he was eager and desperate to get his hands on the devil Dao cultivation method the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion had cultivated. Once he obtained it, his strength would rise quickly as well. At that time, even Ling Tian would not be a match for him. He wanted to snatch back all the glory that used to belong to him. Something happened. There's no news about the lackey of the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. However, Lord Mansion Master and your grandfather have gone to the lackey's hometown, so they should be able to catch him, Zhao Deng replied. A lackey probably doesn't know about the top-tier devil Dao cultivation method that Xu Jing cultivated, right? Zhao Ji frowned. Why are they going to such great lengths just for a lackey? That lackey's not just an ordinary lackey. When Xu Jing obtained the devil Dao cultivation method, he was there as well. He had also accompanied Xu Jing to the Rising Sky ranking battle. Zhao Deng replied solemnly, for this reason, if he doesn't die, danger will definitely lurk around our mystical sky mansion due to our actions. Zhao Ji's eyes gleamed coldly as he said in his deep voice, with Lord Mansion Master and grandfather personally making a move, he'll definitely die. Return for now. If Lord Mansion Master finds out that you came here, he'll definitely rebuke you. Zhao Deng urged Zhao Ji in his deep voice. Isn't Ji Yu Li here as well? Zhao Ji frowned, feeling slightly discontented. As Zhao Ji's father, naturally, Zhao Deng could hear the discontentment in Zhao Ji's voice. He shook his head and replied, don't feel discontented over this. Apart from Ling Tian's contribution, Ji Yu Li has contributed in this matter as well. Put everything aside, you're far inferior compared to Ji Yu Li in terms of ability as well. When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of exasperation in his tone over his son's performance. If you have the time to live such a leisurely and carefree life, why don't you enter closed-door cultivation instead? Otherwise, put Ling Tian aside, you won't even be a match for Ji Yu Li. Ling Tian. Zhao Ji's eyes gleamed coldly and were filled with killing intent. He won't be able to live for long. Zhao Deng looked at the two people behind Zhao Ji and ordered, Baiju, He Tu, bring him back. The people who followed Zhao Ji here were none other than the mystical sky mansion's disciples, Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tu. They were also the two people who had wanted to attack Duan Ling Tian at the summit of the mystical sky mansion's heaven palace. At that time, due to Ji Yu Li's appearance, their plans were foiled. Yes, Master. Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tu were Zhao Deng's direct disciple. Upon hearing his order, they quickly responded politely and looked at Zhao Ji in unison. Little junior brother, listen to Master. Let's return. Although Zhao Ji wanted to stay to join in the fun, he had no other choice but to return unwillingly since Zhao Deng would not allow him to stay. After the three of them left, Zhao Deng also returned to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Something seems wrong. Rong Fan was lurking far away. Due to the distance, he did not hear the conversation between Zhao Deng and Zhao Ji. Zhao Deng is the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. What's he doing in our Rising Sky Mansion's estate? Rong Fan took a deep breath before he made up his mind. I must be cautious. I can't return to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate for a while. I can only return and have a look after Zhao Deng has left. The moment he thought of this, he began to search for a place to hide nearby. At the same time, he did not forget to monitor the path one would need to take from the Rising Sky Mansion to the Mystical Sky Mansion. The group of high-ranking officials led by Mansion Master Meng Qing stayed for an entire month in Hump Town, but they still did not find any clue regarding Rong Fan's whereabouts. Rong Fan did not return that evening as his parents had said he would. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. Ji Yu Si Yun, one of the two great guardians of Mystical Sky Mansion, said with a grave expression, currently, I can say for sure that Rong Fan must have known something. He must have suspected the identities of that few disciples. That day, although our men had rounded up the people who were leaving Hump Town, there were 7 people whom we did not catch up to. Among those 7 people, there must be some of them who had encountered Rong Fan and told him about this. Zhao Jin, the other guardian, also chimed in. 2 guardians, please make a trip personally and catch those 7 people. Make them swear on the lightning penalty oath to see if they met Rong Fan. Meng Qing ordered. He also felt the problem lay with 7 people who had gotten away. With Ji Yu Si Yun and Zhao Jin personally making a move, the truth would soon be revealed. Lord Mansion Master. When Ji Yu Si Yun and Zhao Jin returned, they brought a person with them. This person was none other than Rong Hong, who had greeted Rong Fan previously. When he was brought in, his entire body was trembling. The old men's strength scared him to the bottom of his heart and soul. They did not need to do anything, just their auras were enough to suffocate him. If the 2 of them did not show some mercy, he would have long suffocated to death. Lord Mansion Master, we have brought someone here. When he heard the 2 old men addressed a middle-aged man nearby as Lord Mansion Master, his vision blacked out for a moment, and he almost passed out. Lord Mansion Master. Could it be that this person was the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion? The mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion had personally come for Rong Fan. This damn Rong Fan, what have you done to the point that the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion personally came as well? That's right, that time when I met Rong Fan, it was obvious there was something wrong with his expression. He looked as though he was going to run away. No wonder I didn't see him during this 1 month. The moment Rong Hong thought of this, his expression turned horrified. He had kept a secret for Rong Fan, but it did not cross his mind that it would implicate himself. Lord Mansion Master. When he thought the person standing before him was the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, he instantly kneeled down as his body trembled. I wasn't aware that Rong Fan is guilty of any crime. That's why I made this silly mistake. At this moment, Meng Qing finally found out that Rong Fan had escaped from the 2 guardians of Mystical Sky Mansion. Meng Qing looked at Rong Hong and asked for confirmation. Did he head toward the Rising Sky Mansion's estate? Yes. Rong Hong quickly nodded like a chicken pecking on the grains on the ground. He did not dare to dally at all. Zhao Jin raised his hand and killed Rong Hong immediately once he had lost his value. Meanwhile, Meng Qing looked at Qian Ping Sheng, the palace master of Yellow Palace, and ordered, Palace Master Qian, take 2 disciples with you and stay here for the time being. If Rong Fan returns, you must kill him immediately. Yes, Lord Mansion Master, Qian Ping Sheng replied. As for the others, follow me back to the Rising Sky Mansion. However, I suspect that Rong Fan didn't return to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Otherwise, the people we left there would have reported it to me long ago. At this moment, even Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, had a grave expression on his face. Although the person who had escaped was someone with a lowly position, they had to capture him or else the Mystical Sky Mansion would definitely face troubles if news of this spread out. Duan Ling Tian only learned about this after Ji Yu Li had returned. Then, does this mean all of you haven't found any trace of Rong Fan at all before you returned? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes. Ji Yu Li shook his head and smiled wryly. Currently, the palace master of Yellow Palace is personally staying in Hump Town while Zhao Deng and his father are waiting in the Rising Sky Mansion's estate for Rong Fan to reveal himself. Chapter 1799 The Watchers. Rong Fan seems to be quite smart. To think he didn't return to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. However, it's still a mystery whether he has learned about the incident, Duan Ling Tian remarked as his eyes gleamed. He had met Rong Fan before. It was none other than that hunchback young man standing behind the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Xu Jing, in Nimble Valley. He was an inconspicuous person. The only reason Duan Ling Tian remembered him was due to the hump on his back. However, he did not remember his appearance at all. He must not have known everything. Otherwise, the news would have spread before we even returned, Ji Yu Li said. Currently, Zhao Deng and his father had brought some men with them to guard the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Whoever enters the Rising Sky Mansion's estate can only enter but not leave. For this reason, we don't have to worry about the news of the Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials and elite disciples being annihilated being spread out for the time being. If this news spread out, the Rising Sky Mansion would also have its name removed from the fourth-rate forces. However, the truth will eventually come out. How does Lord Mansion Master plan to deal with this in the future? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. According to Lord Mansion Master, Zhao Deng and his father will stay at the Rising Sky Mansion's estate for the time being. Eventually, he'll send someone to switch places with them. This will go on until the soul of the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion recovers and can withstand the soul-searching secret tactic, Ji Yu Li replied. If the devil Dao cultivation method that Xu Jing cultivates is an evil devil Dao cultivation method, then he'll call off our men immediately. In that case, even if the news spread out, outsiders will only say we're acting on behalf of heaven and enforcing justice. However, if the devil Dao cultivation method is the normal type, he'll send someone to guard the Rising Sky Mansion's estate in Hump Town until we finally catch Rong Fan. When Duan Ling Tian heard Ji Yu Li's words, he did not think highly of Mansion Master Meng Qing's way of dealing with this matter, but he could understand his decision. Even if the devil Dao cultivation method was an ordinary one, something would happen eventually even if the Mystical Sky Mansion constantly sent out people to guard the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. The truth would eventually come out anyway. It was still not a problem if the Mystical Sky Mansion locked an ordinary person up, but the problem was, the Rising Sky Mansion was a fourth-rate force and was also under the jurisdiction of a quasi-third-rate force. Eventually, someone from that quasi-third-rate force would go to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Once someone from that quasi-third-rate force was killed or locked up, the entire sect would be alerted. At that time, the mystical Sky Mansion might not be able to hide the news of the Rising Sky Mansion's backbone, and almost the entire sect had been killed. Naturally, even if the quasi-third-rate force did not discover or do anything, Duan Ling Tian felt the truth could not be hidden for long. After all, an ordinary person would become careless when they had to constantly guard and monitor a place. Nobody would be able to guarantee they would not make a mistake. Although Duan Ling Tian did not think highly of Mansion Master Meng Qing's method, he did not say anything at all. After all that was said and done, this matter was unrelated to him. He was not interested in that devil Dao cultivation method, whether it was a normal type or an inhumane type. After all, he had never once considered cultivating the devil Dao cultivation method and switched to become a devil cultivator. After I have the Sun True Origin in my body, I haven't used the Devilseal tablet. With the strength of my Sun True Origin that's currently equivalent to an early eminent saint stage powerhouse's True Origin, I should be able to kill all devil cultivators below the divine saint stage if I use the Devilseal tablet. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself excitedly. In fact, even in the mystical Sky Mansion, there were very few people who were at the divine saint stage or higher. At the very least, from the information he had obtained, there were only 3 people in the mystical Sky Mansion who had entered the divine saint stage. They were Mansion Master Meng Qing and the 2 mystical Sky Mansion's guardians, Ji Si Yun and Zhao Jin. Senior brother Ji Li, you're the son of Guardian Ji, so you must know his cultivation base, right? I heard that Guardian Ji is a divine saint stage powerhouse. When Duan Ling Tian saw Ji Li from the corner of his eye, he suddenly remembered Ji Li was Guardian Gu's son. He must know about Guardian Gu's cultivation base. Yes, Ji Li answered bluntly with no intention to hide anything when faced with Duan Ling Tian's question. My father's cultivation base has long broken through to the early divine saint stage, just like Zhao Jin. Zhao Jin's also at the early divine saint stage. Duan Ling Tian was surprised. Yes, Ji Li nodded. According to my father, there are only 4 people who are at the divine saint stage. Lord Mansion Master is the most powerful, while my father and Old Manji are the weakest. 4 divine saint stage powerhouses. The 2 great guardians are the weakest ones. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were as wide as saucers. Then, other than the Mansion Master, the other one is. Take a guess. Ji Li smiled. When Duan Ling Tian saw the mischievous smile in his eyes, a figure appeared in his mind. Don't tell me it's the guardian of the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. Senior brother Ji Li, is that person your Grand Master? That's right. Ji Li nodded before he sighed. Grand Master is just too unlucky. That time, after he was severely injured, it caused his cultivation base to stagnate. Otherwise, with his former innate talent, he would have already reached the quintessential saint stage. Grand Master was supposed to travel and cultivate at the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, but due to his injury, he has no choice but to remain in the lower province. Isn't the upper province a place where only someone at the divine saint stage or higher can go? With Senior's strength, he can still go to the upper province if he wants to, right? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Yes. Ji Li nodded his head before smiling wryly. Even so, as the martial Dao genius of his generation, Grand Master is unwilling to see those brothers with the same master surpass him one by one. It's because of his pride that he remains in the lower province and willingly guards the spirit pool. Duan Ling Tian finally understood the situation. Senior brother Ji Li, is there any quintessential saint stage powerhouse in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Ling Tian asked a question that had always been on his mind. Yes, Ji Li answered affirmatively. Yes, however, as far as I know, there seems to be no one at the quintessential saint stage in the quasi-third-rate forces of the Dao Martial Saint Land, right? By right, although an exemplary saint stage powerhouse doesn't have eternal life yet, it won't be a problem for him to live up to 1 or 2,000 years old, right? If they can live that long, there must be someone who has broken through to the quintessential saint stage, right? Duan Ling Tian was even more baffled. There are indeed some quintessential saint stage powerhouses, but they're not in any quasi-third-rate forces, Ji Li continued to say, other than those reclusive powerhouses who don't reveal themselves. the only quintessential Saint stage powerhouses in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land are the Watchers, who watch over the link between the upper province and lower province. Watchers. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Who are they? The Watchers are the quintessential Saint stage powerhouses who come from first-rate forces from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Their duty is to monitor the lower province. Once a quintessential Saint stage powerhouse appears in the lower province, he must immediately leave the lower province and go to the upper province. If he dares to cause a commotion in the lower province, the Watchers will decide the punishment for that quintessential Saint stage powerhouse based on the severity of crime. Ji Yu Li explained thoroughly. There was once a powerhouse who had broken through to the quintessential Saint stage from the peak of the exemplary Saint stage. He tried to unify the lower province with his strength. Guess what happened to him in the end? What happened? Duan Ling Tian asked. If a quintessential Saint stage powerhouse wanted to, he could indeed unify the lower province. He died. He was killed by the Watchers. Ji Yu Li replied. What? Upon hearing Ji Yu Li's words, Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. The quintessential Saint stage powerhouse was killed by the Watchers. According to the rules set by the first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, once a quintessential Saint stage martial or Dao cultivator appears in the lower province, he must immediately leave the lower province to prevent him from messing up the balance of power in the lower province. Naturally, a quintessential Saint stage powerhouse can choose to remain in the lower province, but he's not allowed to make any move at all. Once he makes his move, the Watchers will instantly kill him. It's precisely because of this that almost all powerhouses in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land who have broken through to the quintessential Saint stage choose to leave. Although the lower province is good, it's no use being so powerful if there's nothing one can do. Only the upper province can be their stage, Ji Yu Li told Duan Ling Tian in one breath, informing him of things he was unaware of. All of these were not recorded in the books that he had read before. The first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land are really controlling. Duan Ling Tian mused. Rumor has it that it's the three great colossuses, the three great sects, from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land that passed down this order. The first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land are only acting according to the order that has been given to them, Ji Yu Li added again, the three great sects. Upon hearing his words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed immediately. The fire worship sect was one of the three great sects. His fiancée was taken away by somebody from the fire worship sect. He quickly suppressed his chaotic emotion before he finally regained his composure. No wonder there are no quintessential Saint stage powerhouses in the quasi-third-rate forces in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. As it turns out, there are Watchers watching over the place to prevent quintessential Saint stage powerhouses from wreaking havoc in the lower province. Duan Ling Tian finally understood. Currently, the most powerful people in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land must be the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market and the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, right? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Yes. Ji Yu Li nodded. According to my father, the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market and the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion both stand at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Most importantly, both of them are devil cultivators, and their abilities are stronger than ordinary martial and Dao cultivators. Does this mean they can't make any moves after they've broken through to the quintessential saint stage? At that time, the Mountainshade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion wouldn't be able to peacefully coexist, would they? Duan Ling Tian asked again. It's not so easy to break through to the quintessential saint stage. Ji Yu Li shook his head. Compared to the other powerhouses at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, both of them are too young. There's still a long way for them to go at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. For this reason, they have more than enough time to nurture a worthy successor before they leave. Chapter 1800 Going to Guc Yun for help. Moreover, even if they manage to break through to the quintessential saint stage, they could make a move if it's for defense purposes. For example, if someone in the sect they control has bad intentions, they can still make a move as long as they are not more than 100 years old, Ji Yu Li said. Senior brother Ji Yu Li, you just said that quintessential saint stage powerhouses are not allowed to make their moves in the lower province, right? You didn't say they're allowed to make a move if it's for defensive purposes. Duan Ling Tian was baffled by the rules that the first-rate forces from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had set for quintessential saint stage powerhouses in the lower province. Indeed, an ordinary quintessential saint stage powerhouse wouldn't be allowed to make his move even if it's for defense purposes. However, there are some exempted cases as well. Quintessential saint stage powerhouses below 100 years old in the lower province are not allowed to take the initiative to make their moves, but they have a right to make a move if it's for defense purposes. Moreover, someone below the age of 100 who breaks through to the quintessential saint stage will usually be recruited by the Watchers into the first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land that they are in respectively. Ji Li continued to say, it's precisely because of this, the quintessential saint stage powerhouses below the age of 100 have some special rights in the lower province. If they forge a good connection with the Watchers might even turn a blind eye if they take the initiative to make a move as long as they don't go overboard. Upon hearing that, Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly as he shook his head. It looked like no matter where it was, having connections would make things easier. The leader of the Mountainshade Black Market and the Mansion Master of the Azure Cloud Mansion are both below 100 years old. At the same time, this information finally sank into Duan Ling Tian's mind. Yes, Ji Li nodded with an expression of admiration. Whether it's the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market or the Mansion Master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, both of them have the potential to enter the quintessential saint stage before they reach 100 years old. Such monsters are extremely rare in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Entering the quintessential saint stage before 100 years old, even Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel astonished. Although he was confident he could enter the quintessential saint stage before 100 years old or even before 50 years old, he was only confident because he possessed the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The time flow in the third level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagodas was 5 times slower than the outside world after all, and this was only the third level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Once the fourth level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had been repaired, the time flow inside would be 8 times slower than the outside world. In other words, 1 day outside would equal to 8 days in the fourth level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, according to Elder Huo, the cultivation environment in the fourth level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was much more powerful than the third level. Once the fourth level was repaired, his cultivation base would definitely be able to rise rapidly. The faster I can finish repairing the fourth level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the faster I can break through to the eminent saint stage and comprehend the divine abilities. At that time, I'll have some ability to protect myself when I head to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he quickly looked at Ji Li and changed the topic. Senior brother Ji Li, I have one favor to ask of you. Junior brother Ling Tian, there's no need to be polite with me. Just tell me anything, and as long as it's within my ability, I, Ji Li, will do it for you even if I have to leap into a boiling cauldron or a blazing fire. Ji Li pledged solemnly. Duan Ling Tian felt touched upon hearing his words. Well, there's no need for you to leap into a boiling cauldron or a blazing fire. I only need your help in looking for some materials, senior brother Ji Li. If it's convenient, I'd also like you to speak to Guardian Ji for me. With Guardian Gu's connections, I'm sure it'll be more efficient to search for those materials. Senior brother Ling Tian, you're being too polite. What do you mean by convenient or not? Come, follow me and see that old man of mine now. Even if he's in the midst of closed-door cultivation, I'll call him out for you. Ji Li reassured Duan Ling Tian as he slapped his chest. There's no need for that. Duan Ling Tian quickly shook his head. Ji Li chuckled before standing up and motioning to him. Junior brother Ling Tian, let's go. Let's go meet my old man. He returned at the same with me, so I don't think he has entered closed-door cultivation yet. Moreover, he has been wanting to meet you. It's just that he hasn't had a chance to. Under Ji Li's lead, Duan Ling Tian soon met with Ji Xiyun. The latter even came out to welcome him, causing him to be overwhelmed by this unexpected favor. You're Ling Tian, you're indeed an elite powerhouse. When Ji Xiyun saw him, he smiled. He did not have the arrogant manner expected of a guardian from the mystical sky mansion. Come in and have a seat. Ji Xiyun was mainly so nice to Duan Ling Tian because he was his son's friend. In fact, his son did not have many friends in the mystical sky mansion, particularly a friend like Duan Ling Tian whom he could open his heart to. He only had one friend like that, and it was Duan Ling Tian. The other reason was due to the meritorious deed that he had given his son. this matter of discovering the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion cultivating a devil Dao cultivation method was extremely important and significant to the mystical Sky Mansion. For this reason, the Lord Mansion Master had even personally praised his son and gave their Gu clan many rewards. By reason and by right, he had no reason to dislike Duan Lingtian. Please, Guardian Gu. Duan Lingtian felt overwhelmed by this unexpected honor. He did not act arrogantly or rashly. Instead, he maintained the manner of a junior when faced with Gu Siyun. Upon seeing this, Gu Siyun felt at ease in his heart. It seemed like his son had found a good friend. Naturally, he did not show the arrogance of a senior even when Duan Lingtian maintained the manner of a junior. From the beginning until the end, he was very enthusiastic. He treated Duan Lingtian like a kind and amiable elder. Gu Siyun personally poured a cup of tea for Duan Lingtian as he said with a smile, "Lingtian, you don't have to address me as Guardian Gu in the future when we're alone. Since you're Gu Li's friend, you can just call me Uncle Gu." Uncle Gu. Duan Lingtian was not someone who would stubbornly cling to traditional rules and ideas, so he did not reject this. Instead, his respect toward Gu Siyun had risen a few notches. He felt he was an elder worthy of respect. Seeing how Duan Lingtian and Gu Siyun was so courteous with each other, Gu Li, who was standing at the side, became impatient and said bluntly, "Father, this is the first time junior brother Lingtian and I came to look for you. Other than wanting to meet you, he also wants to ask a favor from you to search for some rare materials." Oh, upon hearing his words, Gu Siyun looked at Duan Lingtian immediately. "Little Tian, I wonder what materials that you need my help to search for." After a few rounds of conversations, the way Gu Siyun addressed Duan Lingtian had changed and became more intimate. "Uncle Gu, the materials I need are all here." With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian took out a drawing sheet that had many drawings of the materials he needed. Not only that, but there were also some descriptions at the side. He had prepared this during his free time when he was not in closed-door cultivation. "Uncle Gu, please use your connections to help me search for these materials. As for how many saint stones you need, just give me a number later." However, the moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian did not expect to see both Gu Siyun and Gu Li's expressions to turn grave. After a while, he began to realize he had said the wrong thing. As expected, Gu Li looked at him and solemnly said, "Junior brother Lingtian, although we don't know each other for a long time, what matters the most is sincerity and the way we treat each other. In my heart, I've already long regarded you as a best friend of many years whom I can open my heart to. Don't you think it's a little too courteous of you to mention saint stones? Little Tien, Uncle Gu has no lack of saint stones. To be honest, if you're not Lear's best friend, I wouldn't have helped you no matter how many saint stones you brought." Gu Yun also made himself clear. "Uncle Gu, senior brother Gu Li, I'm wrong regarding this matter. I apologize." Duan Lingtian quickly apologized. He had already realized his mistake earlier. However, since the words had been said, it could not be taken back. All he could do was quickly mend this situation. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gu Yun and Gu Li's expressions eased up immediately. Gu Yun glanced at the drawing paper in his hand before he said to Duan Lingtian, "I'll make multiple copies of this drawing and use my connections to search for them. However, there are some materials on this paper that even I have never seen before. For this reason, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to find all of them." Although he wanted to help Duan Lingtian to gather all these materials, he did not dare to guarantee it since he had not even seen some of the material on the paper. "I understand. Just do your best, Uncle Gu." Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not expect Gu Yun to find all the materials. According to Elder Huo, some of the materials were also quite rare even in the Devata realms. Now that the issue regarding the materials needed to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was dealt with, Duan Lingtian finally was able to calm his mind and cultivate. As for the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Shu Jing, and the Devil Dao cultivation method he had cultivated, he did not ask about it. He was not interested at all. Although he was not interested, it did not mean other people would think so. A month later, Duan Lingtian was summoned by Meng Qing, the mansion master of the mystical Sky Mansion. Although this was his second time meeting Meng Qing, the first time he met him was with a group of people. However, today, it was only him, so the feeling was very different. despite the difference in feeling, he was not nervous at all. Mansion Master. Duan Lingtian took the initiative to greet Meng Qing, who was sitting at the main hall. Just like before, he did not address him with the title, Lord. Meng Qing did not fuss over this matter as well. After he motioned for Duan Lingtian to sit with a smile, he said without beating around the bush, Lingtian, it's all thanks to you that our mystical sky mansion learned that Xu Jing had cultivated a devil Dao cultivation method that contains the soul congregation technique. Is this the reason you summoned me here, Mansion Master? Duan Lingtian could not help but feel astonished. Not entirely. Meng Qing shook his head before saying, I heard you learned about Xu Jing cultivating the devil Dao cultivation method that contains the soul congregation technique from your senior brother, Li Feng. Moreover, your senior brother Li Feng has already gone to the upper province to look for your master. I'm sure your master must know that Xu Jing had cultivated a top-tier devil Dao cultivation method, right? Chapter 1801 Duan Lingtian is sentenced to death. Li Feng was Lingtian, and Lingtian was Li Feng. Apart from Duan Lingtian, only Jiyu Li knew about this. For this reason, he was not surprised when he heard Meng Qing's words. He must have learned about it. Duan Lingtian nodded in response to Meng Qing's question. He could roughly guess Meng Qing's intention for summoning him here. He must be worried his master would be interested in the devil Dao cultivation method that Xu Jing cultivated. Meng Qing did not know that his master was only someone made up by him. Even Meng Qing, the mansion master, had to tread carefully when it came to a powerhouse from the upper province. We'll just leave it at that if that devil Dao cultivation method is an inhumane type. However, if it's a normal type, our mystical sky mansion is willing to share it with your master as well, Meng Qing said to Duan Lingtian bluntly as his eyes gleamed. Mansion Master, Duan Lingtian did not expect Meng Qing would say such words. He was momentarily stunned. He was about to continue speaking when Meng Qing interrupted him by saying, let's just go with this. After all, if it wasn't for you and your senior brother, our mystical sky mansion wouldn't have been able to obtain this devil Dao cultivation method. However, currently, we still haven't obtained the devil Dao cultivation method. We'll have to wait a year and a half for the soul of the young mansion master to recover a little before we can use the soul-searching secret tactic on him. Mansion Master, my master and his disciples have no interest in that devil Dao cultivation method, Duan Lingtian finally said after Meng Qing finished speaking. No interest in that devil Dao cultivation method. Meng Qing was baffled by Duan Lingtian's words. It was a top-rated devil Dao cultivation method after all. To think there were people who were not interested in it. It seems like Lingtian's master is not a simple person even in the upper province, Meng Qing thought to himself as he shuddered inwardly. Don't worry, Mansion Master. We, master and disciples, have no intention toward that devil Dao cultivation method at all. Moreover, I'll also keep the fact that the mystical sky mansion has obtained the devil Dao cultivation method a secret, Duan Lingtian continued to say. Upon hearing that, Meng Qing studied Duan Lingtian for a moment before he said, no matter what, you've done a meritorious deed for the mystical sky mansion. Originally, I planned to share that devil Dao cultivation method with your master and his disciples to return the favor. However, it did not cross my mind that all of you are not interested in that devil Dao cultivation method. In that case, the mystical sky mansion and I will need to repay your favor in some other form. When Meng Qing reached the end of the sentence, he asked, tell me, what kind of rewards do you want? Perhaps, there's something the mystical sky mansion can do for you. Mansion Master, if it's possible, I wish for the mystical sky mansion to help me search for some materials. Duan Lingtian realized this was an opportunity for him to speed up his search for the materials to repair the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda's fourth level. As one of the two great guardians of mystical sky mansion, Guc Yun definitely had many connections. However, he was still inferior compared to the force of the entire mystical sky mansion. If Mansion Master Meng Qing passed down an order on his behalf, the search would definitely increase in efficiency with the entire mystical sky mansion helping him to search for the materials. Materials? What materials? Meng Qing was puzzled. I've already drawn the materials and passed it to Guardian Gu so he can help me search for it. If you really want to repay me, Mansion Master Meng Qing, please help me search for these materials as well. They're very important to me and my master, Duan Lingtian replied. Alright, I understand. Meng Qing nodded. I'll look for Guardian Gu later and get copies of the drawing. The mystical sky mansion will do its best to search for those materials for you. This is my promise to you. Meng Qing was the mansion master of mystical sky mansion. He was, naturally, a man of his words. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not doubt his words at all. Thank you, mansion master. This small deed is nothing compared to your contribution to the mystical sky mansion, Meng Qing said with a wave of his hand. Small deed. Duan Ling Tian remained composed when he heard Meng Qing's words. Perhaps, this was just a small deed for Meng Qing. However, this was an important matter to him. These materials were needed to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In his opinion, this was much more appealing than that devil Dao cultivation method that the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Xu Jing, cultivated. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not say anything. He could not reveal the existence of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, could he? He was absolutely certain if he revealed the existence of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion would most likely kill him to obtain the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was just too tempting. If he was in Meng Qing's shoes as the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, it would rouse his greed as well. Especially when the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was merely in the possession of a weak disciple. The 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was a celestial supreme treasure, and even in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was considered valuable. As a quasi-third-rate force, an elite force in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was naturally easy for Mystical Sky Mansion to search for the materials. As Meng Qing passed down his order, all of the Mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples at every operations point in the lower province began to make their moves and searched unreservedly for the materials that Duan Ling Tian needed. As time passed, half of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had been searched by the Mystical Sky Mansion. Currently, 3 months had gone by. Zhao Deng and Zhao Jin, who were guarding the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, had also returned to the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate and were replaced by another 2 vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion. Zhao Ji immediately received news of their return and went to look for them. As soon as Zhao Ji saw Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng, he instantly asked, "Grandfather, father, did Rong Fan return?" No. Zhao Deng shook his head. Zhao Jin's originally solemn expression faded and was replaced with a smile when he saw Zhao Ji. "Jir, you didn't neglect your cultivation, right?" No. Zhao Ji shook his head before walking next to him in just 3 steps. "Grandfather, now that both of you have returned, don't you think you should discuss with Lord Mansion Master about using the soul-searching secret tactic on the Xu Jing, young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion?" Zhao Ji wanted that devil Dao cultivation method that Xu Jing cultivated. He even dreamed about it. "Jir, I know you want to cultivate that cultivation method, but no matter what, that cultivation method is still a devil Dao cultivation method. Currently, we still have no idea what type of devil Dao cultivation method it is. If it's the inhumane kind, it would be impossible for us to cultivate it even if we get our hands on it. For this reason, you must mentally prepare yourself for the worst-case scenario," Zhao Jin said. Zhao Ji remained noncommittal when he heard Zhao Jin's words. He said, "Grandfather, you just said it's still not certain. What if that devil Dao cultivation method is those normal type? There's also this possibility." Zhao Jin nodded. When he looked at Zhao Ji again, a hint of fondness could be seen in his eyes. "Jir, how can I possibly not want to perform the soul-searching secret tactic on Xu Jing and obtain his cultivation method? However, currently, he's just too weak. Although we can perform the soul-searching secret tactic on him, his soul might not be able to endure it and shatter completely. Based on his injury, I think we'll need another 1.5 years, at least, before his soul recovers enough to endure the soul-searching secret tactic," Zhao Jin said. A 1.5 years? That long? Zhao Ji was disappointed. He was already getting tired of waiting. It did not cross his mind that he would have to wait for at least another 1.5 years. Upon seeing the disappointment on Zhao Ji's face, Zhao Jin's heart ached a little, so he quickly reassured him, "Jir, it's only a 1.5 years. It'll pass by in just a blink of an eye. In this 1.5 years, cultivate properly and strive to break through to the mastery refined saint stage. I promise you, if there's no problem with that devil Dao cultivation method, I'll pass it to you immediately after I receive it." "Thank you, grandfather." Zhao Ji forced a smile on his face. Suddenly, a figure he hated to the core appeared in his mind. Then, he said, "Ling Tian, grandfather, the matter with the Rising Sky Mansion has been dealt with." So can we come up with ways to deal with Ling Tian now? Zhao Ji's face immediately turned red from anger the moment he thought about Duan Ling Tian. His hatred toward him was etched deeply in his bones now. As long as Duan Ling Tian was still breathing, he would not be able to have a good night's sleep. Upon hearing Zhao Ji's words and sensing his hatred, the fondness in Zhao Jin's eyes disappeared immediately. It was replaced by a terrifying killing intent. Don't worry, Jer. I promise you that Ling Tian won't be able to live for long. Father, Zhao Deng chimed in at this moment. I heard that Lord Mansion Master is using the force of the entire mystical sky mansion to search for some materials for Ling Tian. Although Lord Mansion Master did not accept him as his disciple, it seems he values him as much as he would value his own direct disciple. I know about this matter as well. However, Lord Mansion Master is only doing this because Ling Tian has rejected Lord Mansion Master's proposal to share that Devil Dao cultivation method with him and his master. Lord Mansion Master is only helping him due to his contribution regarding that Devil Dao cultivation method. Naturally, Zhao Jin was privy to more matters than Zhao Deng. Even if we're going to kill Ling Tian, we won't be doing it in the mystical sky mansion's estate. We must think of a way to make him leave the estate before we make a move. As long as we're meticulous with our plan, no one will find out who killed him. Even if someone suspects us, they can't do anything without any evidence. The same applies to Lord Mansion Master, Zhao Jin said. When he spoke, his eyes brightened even more. Zhao Deng nodded. Zhao Ji, on the other hand, was so excited that his face was flushed. His eyes gleamed coldly as he said through clenched teeth, Ling Tian, you won't be able to live for long now. Nobody has ever survived my grandfather's assassination before. In the future, when you're on the way to the netherworld, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. When you offended me, you've already been sentenced to death. Zhao Ji sentenced Duan Ling Tian to death in his heart. Chapter 1802 The Will of the Zhao Clan. The Zhao clan was ruled by Zhao Jin, the guardian of the mystical sky mansion. The person below him was his son, Zhao Deng. Following that would be the elders in mystical sky mansion from the Zhao clan. Naturally, not all the elders from Zhao clan carried the surname Zhao. Most of them were actually unrelated to the Zhao clan, but since they were relying on Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng's power, they could be considered as part of the Zhao clan as well. Among these people, there was no lack of Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng's disciples as well. If everybody in the Zhao clan was grouped into a pyramid, Zhao Jin would be the one standing at the top of the pyramid. He was the leader of the Zhao clan. For this reason, his every word and action represented the will of Zhao clan. For example, if Zhao Jin, the guardian of the mystical sky mansion, fell out with Meng Qing, the mansion master of mystical sky mansion, the mystical sky mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan would also stand behind Zhao Jin even if they carried a different surname. It was precisely because of the Zhao clan's united force that their position was above millions and was only under the mansion master. Come up with a method to lure Ling Tian away from the estate and kill him with a sneak attack. Soon after, the mystical sky mansion's elders and the disciples on the mystical sky ranking from the Zhao clan each received the order given by Zhao Jin. Naturally, this was a secret order. Although Zhao Jin had an extremely high position in the mystical sky mansion, he still did not dare to openly kill someone in the mystical sky mansion. There was still the owner of the mystical sky mansion, the mansion master, around. The mansion master was someone even he was wary of. Ling Tian, this name, isn't he widely acknowledged recently as the strongest person among the younger generation in our mystical sky mansion? Many mystical sky mansion's elders and disciples of the Zhao clan had been in closed-door cultivation for some time and had just come out. They had only heard that a monstrously talented martial cultivator below the age of 40 who had already reached the peak of the refined saint stage had joined the mystical sky mansion. As for the dispute between that genius martial cultivator and their Zhao clan's little young master Zhao Ji, they had not heard about it yet. That's right, it's him. What did he do? To think Lord Guardian personally passed down an order to kill him. You must have just returned or come out from closed-door cultivation, right? Yeah, I just came out from my cultivation yesterday. No wonder. Ling Tian has offended our Zhao clan to the point they can be considered as mortal enemies. Lord Guardian has said that he would adopt whoever who successfully lures Ling Tian out of the estate and kill him. Seriously, adopted son or daughter? The adopted child of Lord Guardian would be brothers with Lord Zhao Deng. I've already confirmed this news, so it's impossible for it to be fake. Looks like Lord Guardian really treats Ling Tian as his mortal enemy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a promise. Hurry, tell me, how did Ling Tian offend Lord Guardian and the Zhao clan? Ling Tian is really too much. Previously, he had publicly slapped young Master Ji twice in the summit of Heaven Palace. After that, he even eliminated young Master Ji from the Saint Martial secret zone after 3 days. Young Master Ji had yet to locate any divine ability relics, let alone divine abilities. No wonder, the Saint Martial secret zone is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Treating young Master Ji in such a manner is equivalent to ruining the future of our Zhao clan. Coupled with how fond Lord Guardian is of young Master Ji, who else would Lord Guardian kill if not Ling Tian? Soon after, everyone from the Zhao clan in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate began to enthusiastically make their moves. After all, they would be able to become the adopted child of Guardian Zhao Jin if they managed to lure one person out of the estate before killing him. This was a good opportunity to rise up into the sky and become a phoenix. Naturally, no one was willing to give up this golden opportunity. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware of all this. It was not only Duan Ling Tian, but the others from the mystical Sky Mansion did not know about this as well. Although this news was widely spread among the mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan, it did not leak out at all. Based on this, one could see how powerful and united the Zhao clan was. It seemed as though there were no chinks in their armor at all. Many mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan began to make their way to the Heaven Palace where Duan Ling Tian lived. However, they soon discovered he was in closed-door cultivation. They did not see him at all even after waiting for more than 2 weeks. Many people began to leave one by one. Naturally, there were some who remained. It was as though they would not rest until Duan Ling Tian came out of closed-door cultivation. Another 2 weeks went by, there were hardly any people left from those who had remained behind. I guess I'll just wait until he comes out from closed-door cultivation before I come again to lure him out. Waiting here is just pointless. Moreover, this will only attract other people's attention. These were the thoughts of many Zhao clan's elders and disciples before they left. The very few people who remained behind, on the other hand, were all mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. Moreover, they were also at the early eminent saint stage. All of them wished to become Guardian Zhao Jin's adopted son by killing Duan Ling Tian. At that time, their position would rise quickly like a rocket. No matter how busy it was outside, Duan Ling Tian remained in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Currently, he was very close to breaking through to the intermediate refined saint stage already. If he was successful in breaking through, he would be an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. At that time, his son True Origin would rise again to the level equivalent to the true origin of an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. Once I break through, my strength won't be inferior to intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouses even if I don't rely on my brute strength or external tool. Not only that, but I'll be able to easily defeat most of the intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouses by relying on the profundity of the 2nd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword's 2nd stage and the sword technique. Duan Ling Tian began to feel more excited when he was on the verge of breaking through. At this moment, he was completely unaware there were many people waiting outside, wanting to kill him. Only by killing him would their position rise, and they would be able to make a name for themselves. Adopted son, adopted daughter. Zhao Ji, who was in closed-door cultivation for an entire month, finally came out. The first thing he heard was the promise his grandfather made to the mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples in the Zhao clan. He was momentarily stunned. I can't believe grandfather made such a promise for my sake. The moment Zhao Ji thought of this, a smirk appeared on his face. Ling Tian, I'd like to see just how long you'll be able to live. This was the first time he had seen his grandfather going to such great lengths to kill someone. He believed his grandfather's promise was enough to tempt 90% of the people from the Zhao clan. They would even risk their lives for the sake of this promise. Soon after, Zhao Ji also learned it was his father's turn to monitor Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Currently, Xu Jing's souls had yet to recover, and he remained in a comatose state. He was also being locked in a secluded and secret room in the main mansion of the mystical Sky Mansion. The secret underground room was constantly being monitored by vice mansion masters from the mystical Sky Mansion who took turns every month. With the vice mansion masters of mystical Sky Mansion monitoring him, very few people in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would be able to bring Xu Jing away. Moreover, if someone wanted to kidnap Xu Jing, the vice mansion masters were only the final obstacle. That person would have to go through many elders and disciples who patrolled around the main mansion of Mystical Sky Mansion. As for this month, Zhao Ji's father happened to be on duty. Since I have nothing to do, I might as well go see Xu Jing. It seems like I've met him once before. However, since he's only a mere fourth-rate forces young mansion master, I did not pay any attention to him. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, it was extremely hard for an ordinary person to enter the secret underground room, but it was easy for Zhao Ji to enter the room. This was because he was the little young master of Zhao clan. Even the patrolling elders and disciples around the main mansion of Mystical Sky Mansion and the guards inside the main mansion had no choice but to give in to Zhao Ji in consideration of Guardian Zhao Jin and Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng. Fatha. For this reason, Zhao Ji arrived outside of the door of the underground secret room unobstructed. Before he could even finish calling out for his father, someone had appeared out of thin air, emitting terrifying killing intent. Horror dawned on Zhao Ji when he felt the killing intent aimed at him, and he quickly said, "Father, it's me." "Jir, why are you here? Aren't you in closed-door cultivation?" The person who had appeared out of thin air outside the secret underground room was none other than one of the Mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters. It was Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Deng. Zhao Deng quickly withdrew the killing intent on his body when he saw it was his son. "Father, I just came out of closed-door cultivation, and when I heard you're here, I decided to come see you." Zhao Ji chuckled. "That's a lie, right? The truth is you came to see Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, right?" Zhao Deng was Zhao Ji's father. How could he not know what his son was thinking? Zhao Ji chuckled awkwardly. "Did you achieve anything during your closed-door cultivation this time?" Zhao Deng asked. "I'll definitely be able to break through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage during the next closed-door cultivation," Zhao Ji said solemnly and sincerely. "Oh," Zhao Deng's eyes lit up immediately as he nodded. "Not bad, you should be able to break through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage before Gao Peng from the Heaven Palace does. Although it can't be compared to Ling Tian, it's still quite good." Zhao Deng had subconsciously blurted out the last sentence. The moment the words left his mouth, he immediately knew he had said the wrong thing. As expected, he saw Zhao Ji's expression turned grim immediately. He quickly tried to mend the situation. "Ling Tian won't be able to live for long. I'm sure you've already heard about your grandfather's order and the promise he made, right? He didn't even ask for my opinion and arbitrarily decided to find me a sibling just to seek revenge for you." When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but sigh as well. It looked like his position as a son in his father's heart was inferior to his own son. However, it was his own son after all, so Zhao Deng was not jealous. He only sighed emotionally. With grandfather's order and promise, Ling Tian will definitely die. Zhao Ji's eyes flashed coldly with killing intent. Chapter 1803 A Deal. The secret underground room was very neat and tidy. Other than a stone bed, there was nothing else at all. An unconscious young man lay on the stone bed. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would be able to identify this young man as Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, whom he had killed by piercing the space between his brows during the Rising Sky ranking battle. Xu Jing was lying on the stone bed motionlessly. "Father, can we wake him up now?" Zhao Ji could not help but ask Zhao Deng as he stood next to the stone bed. His eyes shone greedily when he looked at Xu Jing, who was lying on the bed. Those who were not in the know might even think Zhao Ji was homosexual and was interested in Xu Jing based on his gaze. Naturally, Zhao Ji's gaze was like that because he was interested in the top-rated Devil Dao cultivation method stored in Xu Jing's mind. No. Upon hearing Zhao Ji's words, Zhao Deng shook his head. Currently, the only thing keeping him alive is the remnants of his soul. We must wait until his soul has recovered before we can wake him up. At the very least, his soul has to recover by at least 80% before he can even wake up. Then is he aware of what's happening around him? Zhao Ji asked again. He should be. Zhao Deng nodded. However, I've tried to communicate with his soul through voice transmission, but I didn't get any response at all. I don't know whether it's because he had intentionally ignored me or he just couldn't hear my voice transmission. Voice transmission? Zhao Ji's eyes lit up immediately. "Father, you mean divine consciousness voice transmission?" In the Dao Martial Saint land, those at the Saint stage possessed an extra technique to their voice transmission. Before breaking through to the Saint stage, one could only use their own strength to transmit their voices. However, once they had broken through to the Saint stage, they could use their divine consciousness that was transformed from their spiritual energy to transmit their voices. This type of voice transmission was called the divine consciousness voice transmission. It was commonly used by powerhouses above the saint stage to transmit their voices. Yes, Zhao Deng nodded again. Although his soul is very weak, it should not hinder his awareness of the outer world. By right, he should be able to use his weak divine consciousness to transmit his voice. This time, Zhao Ji did not continue to talk. Instead, he stared at Xu Jing with a burning gaze. At the same time, his divine consciousness extended out into Xu Jing's mind as he transmitted his voice. Xu Jing, do you remember me? I'm Zhao Ji from the mystical Sky Mansion. We've met once a few years back. Zhao Ji's voice was transmitted to Xu Jing, but he did not receive any response. However, he did not give up. Xu Jing, I know that you're aware of your surroundings, and you must already know that it's mystical Sky Mansion that annihilated your rising Sky Mansion. Moreover, I'm sure you know our mystical Sky Mansion is after the top-rated Devil Dao cultivation method you cultivated. Although there was no response from Xu Jing, Zhao Ji continued talking to him. At the same time, Zhao Ji's divine consciousness could clearly sense that the remnants of Xu Jing's soul had flickered faintly. He became certain that Xu Jing was already aware of his surroundings. Did you know how our mystical Sky Mansion found out that you've cultivated a top-rated Devil Dao cultivation method? Zhao Ji continued to communicate with Xu Jing through his divine consciousness voice transmission. However, this time, the remnants of Xu Jing's soul did not show any movement. It was apparent that he was on guard now and did not make the mistake he had made earlier. I know you must be very curious about this. Let me tell you, the reason our mystical Sky Mansion found out you're cultivating a top-rated Devil Dao cultivation method is all thanks to Li Feng. The moment Zhao Ji's words left his mouth, his divine consciousness could sense the movement on the remnants of Xu Jing's soul again. Moreover, it seemed that he was getting agitated. In the eyes of the people, you're killed by Li Feng. However, Li Feng had taken possession of your spatial ring. I'm certain when he failed to claim blood ownership on your spatial ring, he knows you're still alive and that you must have cultivated a Devil Dao cultivation method that contains the soul congregation technique. Zhao Ji said in his voice transmission, a Devil Dao cultivation method that contains the soul congregation technique would usually be a top-rated one, am I right? Li Feng's from your mystical Sky Mansion. Finally, a voice seething with anger entered Zhao Ji's divine consciousness. The person who transmitted the voice through divine consciousness to Zhao Ji was none other than Xu Jing, who was lying on the bed. When Zhao Ji mentioned Li Feng, he could no longer suppress his emotion. In the end, he no longer bothered to conceal himself anymore. Li Feng's not from our mystical Sky Mansion, but his junior brother is. His junior brother is an enemy of mine. Zhao Ji was not surprised when he heard Xu Jing's words. The reason he mentioned Li Feng earlier was to infuriate Xu Jing. After all, Xu Jing had ended up in such a wretched state because of Li Feng. As it turned out, Zhao Ji was successful. Xu Jing had taken the bait. He was the one who gave the information about you possessing a top-rated Devil Dao cultivation method to the mystical Sky Mansion. Although that fellow did not make any move at all from the beginning until the end to capture you, most of the credit goes to him since he was the one who had provided the information. Zhao Ji transmitted his voice calmly. Li Feng's junior brother. Xu Jing's voice was filled with rage. It was as though he wanted to personally kill Li Feng's junior brother. That's right, Li Feng's junior brother. Zhao Ji continued to transmit his voice. He's called Ling Tian, and he has the same master as Li Feng. I'm afraid there's no hope for you if you plan to seek revenge from Li Feng because he has already gone to the upper province. However, it won't be difficult if you want to seek revenge from Ling Tian. Seek revenge from him? Aren't all of you from the mystical Sky Mansion? Are you toying with me? Xu Jing snorted. That's right, we're both from the mystical Sky Mansion, but despite being a part of the mystical Sky Mansion, he's my enemy. My mortal enemy. If you want to kill him to vent your anger and indirectly seek revenge from Li Feng, we can work together. Zhao Ji replied. Work together with you? How? Xu Jing asked as though he was curious and was looking forward to hearing what Zhao Ji had to say. Before we work together, I'd like to know first whether the top-rated Devil Dao cultivation method you cultivated is the normal type or the inhumane type. Zhao Ji asked. This was something he had always wanted to know. Since you already know that I cultivated a top-rated Devil Dao cultivation method, I'm sure you must have heard that it only took me a year for my cultivation base to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage. Do you think that a normal Devil Dao cultivation method would be able to do that? Xu Jing replied. Then, What kind of inhumane things you need to do to cultivate that top-rated devil Dao cultivation method? Zhao Ji asked again. Hee. Nothing much. I just have to devour the vital energies and blood of young women until they turn into dried corpses. If there are enough virgin girls, I'll be able to yield twice the result with half the effort if I devour their vital energies and blood to cultivate. My cultivation base rose so quickly in that 1 year was because of devoured many vital energies and blood of young virgin girls to cultivate. Naturally, all of them turned into dried corpses in the end. When Xu Jing spoke, he fondly recalled the memory of that time. When Zhao Ji heard his words, he could not help but feel chills running up his spine. At the same time, a thought appeared in his mind, shocking him. He asked through voice transmission, "Why does the method you described sound similar to the cultivation method of a devil Dao powerhouse who appeared many years ago in the lower province? Don't tell me the method you cultivated is the devouring dark devil technique." The devouring dark devil technique was a devil Dao cultivation method that incited fear in the people in the lower province of the Dao martial Saint Land many years ago. At that time, a devil Dao powerhouse who had cultivated this devil technique had run rampant for a period of time. In the end, after incurring the wrath of the public, he was attacked by many elite powerhouses from the lower province. Finally, he ran to the upper province of the Dao martial Saint Land, heavily injured. Although many years had gone by, the devil Dao powerhouse's deeds were still remembered by the quasi-third-rate forces. The devouring dark devil technique he had cultivated became very famous as well. It was exactly because of this, Zhao Ji knew it was the devouring dark devil technique. It's surprising you know about the devouring dark devil technique. That's right, the one that I cultivate is the devouring dark devil technique. Come to think of it, what I obtained is the legacy of that devil Dao powerhouse who ran rampant in the lower province many years ago, Xu Jing replied. If I'm not mistaken, the strongest person in your Rising Sky mansion was killed by that devil Dao powerhouse, right? It was precisely because the strongest person in your Rising Sky mansion was killed that your Rising Sky mansion began to decline into a fourth-rate force after several generations. Zhao Ji also knew about this history. Speaking of, that devil Dao powerhouse who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique is your Rising Sky mansion's mortal enemy. How did you manage to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique? How could those old fellows from the Rising Sky Mansion allow you to cultivate their mortal enemy's devouring dark devil technique? They didn't know I cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. As for myself, I don't really care what kind of devil technique it is. As long as it could raise my strength in a short time, then I consider it a good cultivation technique. I can't be bothered with the others, and I don't give a damn at all. Xu Jing spoke without restraint. It had also affected Zhao Ji to a certain extent. Xu Jing. After a while, Zhao Ji transmitted his voice to Xu Jing. A year and a half later, somebody will perform the soul-searching secret tactic on you. At that time, the devil technique you cultivated will belong to the mystical Sky Mansion. Due to the reason that it's the devouring dark devil technique, the mansion master of mystical Sky Mansion will never allow anyone to cultivate it. At that time, you'll be killed. When Zhao Ji reached this part of his sentence, he tried to tempt Xu Jing. How about this? Let's make a deal. You pass that devouring dark devil technique to me now, and after you die, I'll kill Li Feng's junior brother, Ling Tian, to seek revenge for you. What do you think? The moment his words left his mouth, Xu Jing did not reply immediately. After a few moments, he finally replied through voice transmission, I must admit your suggestion sounds pretty tempting, but on what basis should I believe in you? Chapter 1804 Xu Jing's Condition. Why should you believe me? Zhao Ji was momentarily taken aback when he heard Xu Jing's words before he calmly replied, well, you can only believe me since you have no other choice. Initially, Zhao Ji had thought Xu Jing would panic after hearing his words and would be led by the nose by him, who knew his words did not affect Xu Jing at all. No choice, so be it. Put aside that Ling Tian might not even be Li Feng's junior brother, even if he really is, the one I want to seek revenge from is Li Feng. Although I'll be happy if Ling Tian dies, it means nothing to me the moment I think of how Li Feng is still alive. Xu Jing was extremely calm. It was as though he did not care whether Li Feng's junior brother, Ling Tian, was dead or alive. Zhao Ji was dumbfounded. It was apparent that everything was progressing differently from what he had in mind. It should not be like this. You want to use Ling Tian in exchange for my devouring dark devil technique. That's just wishful thinking. If I'm not mistaken, you're just worried the people from Mystical Sky Mansion will hide the devouring dark devil technique and forbid people from cultivating it after they discovered this through the soul-searching secret tactic, right? Xu Jing continued to say to Zhao Ji through voice transmission, you want to obtain the devouring dark devil technique from me because you want to cultivate it despite knowing the world will condemn you. I can't believe the noble son of the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion would choose such a corrupt method for the sake of power. As expected of the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, you're smart. Zhao Ji's expression was extremely grim. However, the only chance of him obtaining the devouring dark devil technique was in front of him. He was unwilling to give up. Once the soul-searching secret tactic was performed on Xu Jing, the devouring dark devil technique would be revealed to the others as well. At that time, Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, would definitely seal and destroy the devouring dark devil technique. He would not allow anyone to cultivate it. Although the cultivation method of the devouring dark devil technique was inhumane, to Zhao Ji, power was the most important thing. The ways to obtain power, to him, did not matter to him at all. For this reason, he was desperate to obtain the devouring dark devil technique. Tell me, what do I have to do for you to pass the devouring dark devil technique to me? Zhao Ji asked without beating around the bush after he took a deep breath. It's very easy if you want me to pass the devouring dark devil technique to you. If you get me out of here, I'll slowly pass the devouring dark devil technique to you, Xu Jing stated his condition through his voice transmission. Impossible. Zhao Ji did not expect Xu Jing to make such a ridiculous demand. Get Xu Jing out of here. Even if he was the grandson of Zhao Jin, the guardian of Mystical Sky Mansion and the son of Zhao Deng, the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, it was still impossible for him to save Xu Jing and get him out of here unless his grandfather or father was willing to help him. However, this was impossible. Zhao Ji knew very well that although his grandfather and father doted on him a lot, they would instantly stop him if he said he wanted to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. It was not that his grandfather and father were compassionate people. It was because they would worry that he would become the public's enemy after he cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. The powerhouse who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique previously was someone everyone wanted to kill. According to rumors, after he went to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, his life there was not any better. In the end, he could only tuck his tail between his legs and behave accordingly. If that's the case, there's no need for us to speak anymore. I'll just wait for the Mystical Sky Mansion's powerhouses to perform the soul-searching secret tactic on me after my soul recovers. Xu Jing continued to transmit his voice to Zhao Ji. Based on his words, it seemed pretty bold, as though he was a dead pig that did not fear boiling water. You should know it's extremely difficult for me to save you with my strength. Can't you change your condition? Zhao Ji asked in a deep voice. However, Xu Jing ignored him. Xu Jing's lack of response was also a type of response. He was not going to change his condition. If he could save him and get him out of here, he would be able to obtain the devouring dark devil technique. If he could not, then he would not be able to obtain it. After calling out to Xu Jing a few times, he still did not respond. Zhao Ji's expression turned grim immediately. Jir, what's wrong? Could it be that Xu Jing has responded when you transmitted your voice to him? Zhao Deng's eyes lit up, and there was a slightly excited expression on his face when he saw Zhao Ji's expression suddenly turned grim. The moment Zhao Deng spoke, Zhao Ji regained his senses. As though he was injected with a boost of courage, he raised his hand and smacked Xu Jing's head. Damn it, how dare you ignore me? Jir, what are you doing? Zhao Deng was horrified when he saw his son's action. He quickly made a move to stop Zhao Ji from attacking Xu Jing. Are you crazy? If you kill him, not only would Lord Mansion Master not let you go, but you'll also make yourself the enemy of the group of high-ranking officials in the Mystical Sky Mansion. If that happens, you'll have no chance of becoming the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion at all, no matter how high your achievements are. Zhao Deng's voice was filled with anger when he reached the end of his sentence. Father, I'm sorry. Meanwhile, Zhao Ji seemed contrite as he lowered his head and accepted his father's scolding and admitted his fault. But, father, he must be pretending to sleep. Although his soul is not intact, it shouldn't stop him from communicating with people. When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, he even had an aggrieved and indignant expression on his face, as though he did not manage to communicate with Xu Jing at all. He had acted this way because he did not want his father to know that he had successfully communicated with Xu Jing. After all, the topic of their conversation was objectionable. Xu Jing, who had remained quiet for a long time, suddenly said mockingly through voice transmission, as expected of young Master Zhao Ji. Look at how smoothly you lied to your father. If I'm your father, I'll definitely be so angered that I'll throw up 3 liters of blood if I find out about your lies. Xu Jing, don't be so smug. I might not be able to come up with a way to rescue you from here. If I can't find a way, you'll definitely die. Zhao Ji transmitted his voice. If even young Master Zhao Ji can't come up with a way, then I guess I can only accept my fate, Xu Jing said calmly as though he was not worried whether he lived or died. It was as though he was above all worldly affairs. There's nothing we can do even if he's faking it. Moreover, he won't be able to fake it for long anyway. We'll have to wait 1.5 years at most before we perform the soul-searching secret tactic on him. Once our mystical sky mansion has obtained the devil Dao cultivation method that he cultivated, his life would end as well. Zhao Ji did not suspect his son at all. Instead, he took the initiative to calm his son down. There's no reason for you to fuss over a dead man. Okay. Zhao Ji nodded and put on an expression as though he agreed with his father before bidding him farewell. Father, it's not good for me to stay here for so long. I'll take my leave first. Sure, go ahead. After Zhao Deng sent his son out of the secret underground, only then did he return. Zhao Ji, who had just left the secret underground room, on the other hand, was trying to come up with a way. What kind of method can I use to rescue Xu Jing from the secret underground room in the mystical sky mansion? No matter what, I must get my hands on the devouring dark devil technique. Once I've cultivated it, my strength will definitely rise quickly. Xu Jing's innate talent is much inferior to mine, but it only took him 1 year to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage. If it were me, I definitely won't fare any worse than him. Currently, Zhao Ji was completely obsessed with the devouring dark devil technique. When Zhao Ji was racking his brain for ways to get Xu Jing out, Duan Ling Tian had just exited the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and opened his room door. As soon as he opened his door, his extended divine consciousness immediately sensed someone spying on him in the dark. Moreover, there was more than one person. People from the Zhao clan. Apart from the Zhao clan, Duan Ling Tian really could not think of anyone who would lurk in the dark and spy on him. You finally came out from closed door cultivation. Duan Ling Tian was about to look for Ji Yu Li when a voice sounded. The owner of the voice was a woman. In the distance, the figure that accompanied the voice was a beautiful and graceful figure that was seductive with the appearance of an angel. Everything seemed dim in her surrounding. This person was none other than Wang Feizan. Where have you been before this? Duan Ling Tian smiled. After the Saint Martial secret zone closed, you left with the palace master. I didn't see you since then. What, did you miss me? Wang Feizan's autumn eyes lit up immediately as it landed on Duan Ling Tian. No, I'm just not used to it. I'll also find it hard to get used to if a fly that usually circles around me suddenly goes missing. One must admit that Duan Ling Tian's metaphor was very descriptive. However, upon hearing his metaphor, Wang Feizan's expression turned grave immediately. So, you're saying, I'm a fly? I didn't say that. Duan Ling Tian shrugged. I'm not going to be responsible for you jumping to your own conclusion. Wang Feizan glared at Duan Ling Tian in annoyance as she said, I went to cultivate at the spirit pool some time ago. As expected of the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, it's indeed a great place. I feel like my cultivation base is close to breaking through to the mastery refined saint stage. I'll definitely break through in 1 year or 2. Naturally, if I can enter the spirit pool again within this year, I'm confident I'll be able to successfully break through to the mastery refined saint stage in 1 year. When Wang Feizan reached the end of her sentence, the confidence she emitted seemed to affect Duan Ling Tian as well. Congratulations. Duan Ling Tian congratulated her. He was very clear that Wang Feizan, who had been taken in by Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, as his disciple would definitely have a smooth journey ahead. He was very happy for her from the bottom of his heart. After all, he had already regarded her as his friend. It was only natural to be happy and concerned about one's friend. Wang Feizan had been congratulated many times. However, when Duan Ling Tian congratulated her, it was as though she was bathed in a spring breeze. Chapter 1805 A Mishap. It doesn't seem very peaceful here, Wang Feizan said to Duan Ling Tian as soon as she sensed the presence of the few people lurking in the dark. Indeed, it's not very peaceful. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had long sensed those few people, but he just did not point it out. They must be from the Zhao clan. Based on the auras in their bodies, I can tell they're above the eminent saint stage. Looks like the Zhao clan is about to make their move on you, Wang Feizan said solemnly. You better be careful from now on. She was worried about Wu and Ling Tian. Don't worry. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a nonchalant expression on his face. Even if they're from the Zhao clan, they won't dare to openly make a move on me in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. After all, with the rules the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion had set in place, they won't be so daring to break the rules for my sake. Well, you have a point, but even a cornered dog will desperately leap over a wall. You must not leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate during this time to avoid any accidents. Wang Feizan reminded him. Based on her tone, it was as though she was more worried about Duan Ling Tian's safety than Duan Ling Tian himself. Rest assured, I have something I have to do, so I don't have the time to leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate, Duan Ling Tian replied. This was the truth. The reason he came out of closed-door cultivation today was to look for Ji Yuli to see how many materials that he needed to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had been found by Ji Yuli and his father. At the same time, since he had the help from Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, he also wanted to know how many materials they had found. Meng Qing had given out orders upon orders to help Duan Ling Tian look for the materials, and after these materials were sent back to the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate, they were all sent to Ji Yuli before Duan Ling Tian would get it from him. This was also suggested by Duan Ling Tian to Meng Qing previously. After all, no matter what, Meng Qing was the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. It was impossible for him to personally deal with the matter of gathering Duan Ling Tian's materials. For the foreseeable future, Duan Ling Tian had no plans to go out at all. First, it was because he wanted to send the materials into the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda so that Elder Huo could repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Second, it was because he was already on the brink of a breakthrough. He just needed a little more push to successfully break through to the intermediate refined saint stage. Once he had broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, his strength and ability would rise as well. Upon hearing that Duan Ling Tian had no time to leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate, Wang Feizan breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she could not help but ask, "Where are you heading?" She could see that Duan Ling Tian was about to leave the Heaven Palace. I'm going to the main mansion to look for senior brother Ji Yuli, Duan Ling Tian replied. All right, I won't disturb you. Go ahead, I should go back and cultivate so that I can break through as quickly as possible. Wang Feizan nodded. After she bade Duan Ling Tian farewell, she watched until his silhouette had disappeared from her sight before she finally regained her senses. She had a dazed look in her eyes. What a blockhead. After she looked away, she felt a little frustrated and threw a little tantrum. I wonder how he managed to pursue his 2 fiancés and his girlfriend. Don't tell me they were the ones who pursued him. Wang Feizan stomped her feet before she returned to her residence. The moment she left, the few Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan lurking in the dark immediately flew in the direction where Duan Ling Tian was headed and followed him from afar. Oh, they're following me now. Duan Ling Tian immediately sensed the few tails behind him. He frowned slightly but did not bother with them. If a fight broke out, he would not be at a disadvantage. However, he would not be able to teach them a serious lesson as well, since the rules in Mystical Sky Mansion stated there would no killings or cripplings of disciples in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. Whoever violated the rule would be severely punished. He's not leaving the estate. When they saw Duan Ling Tian entering the main mansion and had no intention of leaving the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate, they were disappointed. Although their spirits were slightly dampened, they still followed him from afar. Only when he had gone to the northeast side of the main mansion that they finally came to a halt. Isn't that where Guardian Gu's residence is located? Ji Yuli lives there as well. I've long heard that Ling Tian has a close relationship with Ji Yuli. Looks like he doesn't have any intention of leaving the Mystical Sky Mansion after coming out from closed-door cultivation. He merely came here to look for Ji Yuli. The Mystical Sky Mansion's guardian, Ji Yu Si-yun, was someone who was on equal footing with Zhao Ji, the leader of their Zhao clan. Even if their courage were multiplied by 100, they would not dare to go near Guardian Gu's residence. After waiting for a long time, Duan Ling Tian still did not come out, so a few people began to leave. Meanwhile, news of Duan Ling Tian coming out of closed-door cultivation swept through the Zhao clan like a hurricane. The entire Zhao clan was in a commotion. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of all of this. At this moment, he had just taken the spatial ring that Ji Yuli handed over to him. The things contained in the spatial ring were the materials that the entire mystical sky mansion helped him to gather. These were the material needed to repair the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Junior brother Ling Tian, if it wasn't for Mansion Master's help, just me and my father alone won't be able to gather 1/10 of the materials inside in such a short time. After Ji Yuli passed the spatial ring to Duan Ling Tian, he sighed emotionally. No matter what, I still need to thank you, senior brother Ji Yuli. That's right, senior brother Ji Yuli. Where's Uncle Ji Yu? Why haven't I seen him? Since the beginning, Duan Ling Tian did not see Ji Yu Si Yun at all. My father has just gone out some time ago. He should be back in a few days' time. Why, are you looking for him? Ji Yuli asked. No, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. It's just a casual question. Oh, yeah, senior brother Ji Yuli, how's your cultivation base progressing? Duan Ling Tian changed the topic. Ji Yuli had told him before that he would leave the mystical sky mansion once he had broken through to the divine saint stage and leave the lower province of the Dao martial saint land and carve a place for himself in the upper province. Currently, Ji Yuli's cultivation base had already reached the peak of the eminent saint stage, and he was merely a step away from the divine saint stage. It's still the same. I think I'll need almost 2 years before I can make a breakthrough. Ji Yuli smiled. Junior brother Ling Tian, hurry up and break through to the eminent saint stage. At that time, since you also plan to look for your master in the upper province, we can accompany each other. Since I'm with you, you can go to the upper province before you break through to the divine saint stage. How's that? Of course. Duan Ling Tian smiled and nodded. If he was given another 2 years' time, and he was able to grasp another opportunity or two to enter the spirit pool, it would not be difficult for him to break through make to the eminent saint stage. It was also because Ji Yuli had no idea Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was merely at the early refined saint stage. Otherwise, he would have been very shocked. Everyone in the mystical sky mansion, including Ji Yuli, thought Duan Ling Tian was at the peak of the refined saint stage and that he was only a step away from the eminent saint stage. Now that he had promised Ji Yuli to go to the upper province of the Dao martial saint land, Duan Ling Tian felt a slight pressure. For this reason, he soon bade Ji Yuli farewell and returned to his residence. As soon as he returned to his room, he entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and threw the spatial ring that was filled with materials to Elder Huo. Elder Huo, these are the materials needed to repair the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. This is only the first batch. There will be more coming in the future, so please don't hesitate to use them all. Duan Ling Tian believed that since the entire mystical sky mansion was helping him to look for the materials, other than a few rare materials, he would be able to obtain the remaining materials. As for those rare materials, it would have to depend on his luck. After Elder Huo took the materials away, he quickly went to repair the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, also returned to the 3rd level to continue his cultivation. Perhaps, it was due to pressure from the promise he made with Ji Yuli. It only took Duan Ling Tian 10 days to successfully break through to the intermediate refined saint stage. 10 days inside the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was equivalent to 2 days outside. After he had broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, the sun true origin in Duan Ling Tian's body turned stronger as well. It was currently comparable to the true origin of an ordinary intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. As Duan Ling Tian continued to cultivate, he encountered an obstacle. At this moment, he took out the Jasper Celestial Sword and further comprehend the profundity of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method. The Sword Shadowed Heart, through the Jasper Celestial Sword. The Sword Shadowed Heart, the 2nd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, also began to turn stronger as he slowly inched toward the 3rd stage. It has already been a month now. Don't tell me he plans to go into closed-door cultivation again. Meanwhile, the disciples from the Zhao clan waiting outside of Duan Ling Tian's door felt as though they were about to go crazy. Is Ling Tian even human? He just came out from closed-door cultivation, and now he's going into closed-door cultivation again. Could it be that he did not encounter any obstacles at all when he cultivates? Many Zhao clan progeny's disciples were slightly speechless. Their aim was to lure Ling Tian out of the mystical sky mansion's estate and then kill him. However, Ling Tian was always in closed-door cultivation. No matter how many plans they came up with in their minds, they could not do anything at all. They could only wait for Ling Tian to come out of his closed-door cultivation before they could proceed to the next step. Time passed by quickly in a blink of an eye. A few months had gone by, and it had already been a year since Duan Ling Tian joined the mystical Sky Mansion. From the day Duan Ling Tian entered closed-door cultivation until now, he had no intention of coming out yet. The group of Zhao clan's disciples who were eager to contribute to this meritorious deed was burning with anxiety. However, there was nothing they could do at all. At this moment, a piece of shocking news quickly spread from the main mansion to the ears of the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. This, naturally, only referred to those who at least held the positions of vice mansion masters. What is going on? In the secret underground room, the face of Meng Qing, the mansion master of mystical Sky Mansion, was expressionless as he looked at the empty stone bed. However, the people present on the scene could tell from his tone how furious he was. "Where's Palace Master Zhu?" At the same time, one of the vice mansion masters of mystical Sky Mansion noticed that only the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Zhu Luqi, was not present. "Who's supposed to be on duty?" Meng Qing asked in a deep voice. "It seems to be Palace Master Zhu." Another mystical Sky Mansion's vice mansion master replied. Chapter 1806 Custodian turned Chief. The group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Mansion Master Meng Qing, rushed here because they heard Xu Jing had been rescued from this place. However, when they arrived, they realized another person had also gone missing. Moreover, it happened to be the person who was supposed to be on duty. It was none other than Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace. Lord Mansion Master. Lord Mansion Master. As the atmosphere in the secret underground room turned tensed, a harried voice sounded from outside. "Jer." Upon hearing this familiar voice, Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng exchanged glances. They could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. Why did he come now? Soon after, Zhao Ji appeared in front of the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, gasping for breath. "Jer, why did you come here for? This is not a place where you should come," Zhao Deng said angrily as he glared at Zhao Ji. It was acceptable for him to come when Zhao Deng was on duty previously. However, the mansion master and the others were present today. Moreover, the atmosphere was not very good at the moment. He was afraid his son's presence would further infuriate the mansion master. At this moment, Zhao Jin also said, "Jer, listen to me. Go back, Lord Mansion Master." However, Zhao Ji ignored his grandfather and father. His eyes were focused on Meng Qing, who was looking at him with a grim expression. "I saw Palace Master Zhu of Heaven Palace bringing a person with him as he headed north. A few patrolling elders and more than 10 patrolling disciples were all injured by him." The moment his words left his mouth, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Meng Qing, turned horrified immediately. "This is an inside job." At this moment, these 5 words appeared in the minds of the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. Meng Qing disappeared like a gust of wind before the crowd's eyes. "Let's go." Guc Yun and Zhao Jin, the 2 guardians of mystical Sky Mansion, also left, and the remaining vice mansion masters followed suit. With a raise of his hand, Zhao Deng brought Zhao Ji along with him. As he followed the crowd, he asked, "Jer, did you really see clearly? Did Palace Master Zhu really bring a man in the north direction?" "Father, I really don't dare to joke when it comes to matters like this. Currently, the patrolling elders should be on their way here as well," Zhao Ji said solemnly. "Father, is the man that Palace Master Zhu brought with him Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion?" "Yes." Zhao Deng's eyes gleamed coldly. "I can't believe Zhu Luqi is actually so bold. To think he actually dared to bring Xu Jing away. It seems like he has obtained information regarding the Devil Dao cultivation method from Xu Jing. That Devil Dao cultivation method is most likely the inhumane kind of cultivation method." In just a blink of an eye, Zhao Deng quickly came to a conclusion. This shocked Zhao Ji and made him break out in cold sweat. On the way there, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials led by Mansion Master Meng Qing encountered a mystical Sky Mansion's elder who came from the north. This mystical Sky Mansion's elder was pale, and it was obvious that he had suffered quite a serious injury. "Lord Mansion Master, Palace Master Zhu had forcefully brought Xu Jing away and injured us. This is the jade token he asked me to pass to you, Lord Mansion Master." After the mystical Sky Mansion's elder saw Meng Qing, he quickly passed the jade token in his hand to him. Meng Qing took the jade token with a grim expression on his face before activating the energy in his body and infused it into the jade token. he did not bother to conceal the message in the jade token. Lord Mansion Master, the cultivation method that Xu Jing cultivated is the devouring dark devil technique that was infamous in the lower province many years ago. Even if the mystical sky mansion obtains such a brutal and wicked cultivation method, it's destined to be sealed away. For this reason, I've taken Xu Jing away since I need the devouring dark devil technique. Only by cultivating the devouring dark devil technique I'll be able to wash away the shame that Feng Biyu brought me. Zhu Luqi's voice resonated in the air. Initially, I thought it would be impossible for me to seek revenge from Feng Biyu in this life. However, the devouring dark devil technique has given me hope. I've pondered over it for a long time and finally decided to bring Xu Jing away so that I can master the devouring dark devil technique. Don't worry, Lord Mansion Master, after I've mastered the devouring dark devil technique, I'll find a way to get rid of Xu Jing since he's a great threat to our mystical sky mansion. From today onward, I, Zhu Luqi, will leave the mystical sky mansion. Whatever I do in the future has absolutely nothing to do with the mystical sky mansion. I hope Lord Mansion Master won't make things difficult for my disciples for my sake, if not then for the contributions to the mystical sky mansion and heaven palace I've made in the past. They're all innocent, and I've let them down. Zhu Luqi's voice also came to an end here. At this moment, everyone on the scene, except Zhao Ji, turned pale and bewildered. To them, the devouring dark devil technique was a legendary cultivation method. Its cultivation process was inhumane and barbarous, causing people to shudder. The devil cultivator who once cultivated this devil technique had also become the public's enemy. There was no place for him in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land at all. However, even when that devil cultivator was attacked on all sides and was surrounded and pursued by many elite powerhouses in the lower province, he still managed to kill many powerhouses at the peak of the exemplary saint stage just by relying on his cultivation base that was also at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. As for the other powerhouses who were killed by him, there were so many of them that it was completely uncountable. That battle could be considered as one of the biggest battles in many years in the lower province. Even then, the devil cultivator who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique was not killed. He managed to escape to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land although he was heavily injured. Ever since then, that devil cultivator had become infamous in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, this infamous person was cursed by the later generations since he had cruelly killed countless young women while he cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Each and every young woman who was alive had their vital energy and blood devoured by him until they became dried corpses. His crime had already reached a level where it roused the anger of immortals and mortals alike. It was precisely because of the commotion caused by that devil cultivator that the devouring dark devil technique that he cultivated was also well known. Everyone in that generation treated it as a great scourge. Even after so many years had passed, the infamy of this devil Dao cultivation method, the devouring dark devil technique, was even known by the later generations. It was only natural that the mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials had heard of this cultivation method as well. It was precisely because of this, they were bewildered when they found out the cultivation method that Xu Jing cultivated was actually the devouring dark devil technique. Idiot. Senior brother Zhu is an idiot. In the end, Qian Ping Sheng, the palace master of Yellow Palace, who regained his senses first said with a grim expression, even if he has obtained the devouring dark devil technique, he would become the public's enemy in the entire lower province and the entire Dao Martial Saint Land in the future. Is this even worth it just for the sake of that small dispute he had with Feng Biyu, the deputy leader of the Mountainshade Black Market? In Feng Biyu's opinion, heck, even in our opinion, the dispute between senior brother Zhu and Feng Biyu is a small one. However, if we think from his point of view, even if I die, I would feel very unresigned being humiliated by Feng Biyu in such a manner. The palace master of Earth Palace chimed in, for this reason, although it's surprising that senior brother Zhu would resort to this, it's not entirely inexcusable. Is it really worth it to become everyone's enemy just for Feng Biyu? The palace master of Mystical Palace sighed. Mansion master, Zhu Luqi has kidnapped Xu Jing and took away the devouring dark devil technique. He has committed the most heinous crime. We need to sentence him to death once we capture him, Guardian Zhao Jin said as he looked at Meng Qing with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Palace Master Zhu had announced his departure from the Mystical Sky Mansion because he's worried that the Mystical Sky Mansion would be implicated as well when news about him cultivating the devouring dark devil technique spread out. Although his action is extreme, we have to acknowledge that he's still thinking about the mystical sky mansion until the very end. For this reason, I think it'll be enough for us to capture Palace Master Zhu and stop him from cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. His crime is not so serious that he deserves to be sentenced to death. The other guardian, Gu Xiyun, expressed his opinion. The two great guardians had expressed their opinions, but their opinions were completely different. Zhao Jin's expression was grave as he glared at Gu Xiyun. He was about to speak up again when the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene expressed their opinions as well. I agree with Guardian Gu. I support Guardian Gu as well. Me too. Most of the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present supported Gu Xiyun's opinion, causing Zhao Jin to swallow the words he was about to say. Although it was difficult for him to maintain his calm, there was nothing he could do. Regardless if Gu Xiyun's strength and position in the Mystical Sky Mansion were in no way inferior to him, he could not make the decision since everyone was supporting Gu Xiyun. I believe if the cultivation method Xu Jing cultivated is not the devouring dark devil technique but a normal devil Dao cultivation method, Palace Master Zhu wouldn't have taken such a risk out of desperation. In view of Palace Master Zhu's explanation, I'll spare his life. However, he has to be punished. Two guardians, both of you will be in charge of capturing Palace Master Zhu back here. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Meng Qing, the mansion master of the mystical sky, finally made a decision. Although he did not agree with Gu Xiyun's opinion out loud, his orders seemed to quite similar to Gu Xiyun's opinion. Yes, mansion master. Meng Qing was not only revered in the mystical sky mansion, but he was also the strongest person in the mansion. Even Gu Xiyun and Zhao Jin, the two great guardians, were not as strong as him. For this reason, both of them did not dare dally once they received his order. They proceeded to head north after they had given their replies. After Gu Xiyun and Zhao Jin left, Meng Qing swept a glance at everyone present and said in a deep voice, "Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Whoever violates this will be killed." Yes, everyone nodded solemnly when they heard Meng Qing's order. They knew it would only cause trouble for the mystical sky mansion if the incident today spread out. As members of the Mystical Sky Mansion, naturally, they did not wish for something to happen to the Mystical Sky Mansion. That Gu old fellow and my grandfather are personally making a move. Will Palace Master Zhu be able to escape? Zhao Ji stood by Zhao Deng's side and looked north as he worried about this matter. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, one cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.